Chapter 1. You have a new order. Why aren't you wearing clothes? On a sultry summer night, the clock quietly pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. There were very few pedestrians on the street, and most of the remaining people were a group of young people who were supporting each other and staggering. Some of them returned with their brothers, while others were looking for a hotel with beautiful girls they had just met. On the street, Lu Qing, wearing a yellow delivery uniform, was guarding his small electric scooter. He tapped his finger, lighting up his phone screen, and thought to himself, just one last delivery, then I'll go back to sleep. Classes at the academy start the day after tomorrow. Lu Qing is a typical model young man. He grew up in an orphanage with the help of others. With his unremitting efforts, he was admitted to a second-rate university. Every weekend, he works part-time as a delivery boy to earn some pocket money. For the past 22 years, his life has been dull and ordinary. He has neither had the luck of becoming rich overnight nor the adventure of awakening his system. However, he was born with a handsome face and was 1.8 meters tall, making him quite eye-catching among the crowd. It's just that due to long-term malnutrition in childhood, he is thin, his skin is slightly pale, and he looks thin. Ding! You have a new order. A pleasant notification tone came from the worn-out mobile phone. Is there an order? Lu Qing's slender fingers quickly clicked, and a new order came into view. The interface shows that the pickup merchant is not far away, but the delivery location is some distance away. 6 kilometers? Just right, let's treat it as the last order of the day. Lu Qing immediately turned on the navigation and prepared to go to the merchant to pick up the food. Including the commission, I can probably earn 10 yuan from this order, which is considered a high-quality order. After arriving at the store to pick up the order, Lu Qing carefully looked at the address on the order, number 168, Seahorse Manor, Su Lingwei. An impression instantly formed in his mind. Su Lingwei was the recognized campus beauty of his university and could be considered his senior. This senior schoolmate is as cold as ice, but her appearance is truly stunning, and she has always been the target of crazy pursuit by many male classmates. But she kept to herself, like an iceberg that hadn't melted for 1,000 years. And it was said that the school beauty had a strong background, and even though she failed at least 3 subjects every year, she was still able to attend school. Without such a strong backing, she would have been forced to drop out long ago. More importantly, she is extremely mysterious and no one can figure out her origins. I didn't expect the last order to be delivered to the school beauty's home. Seahorse Manor? That was a famous wealthy community. When it was first sold, if the assets were less than 100 million, you couldn't even get in the door. But these have nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Lu Qing rode on his electric scooter and delivered the meal according to the navigation route. Spicy lobster, grilled skewers, and they're all big portions. Isn't the school beauty afraid of getting acne on her face by eating such greasy food so late at night? Lu Qing thought boredly while riding his bike. When I arrived at the gate of Seahorse Manor, I was stopped by the security guard as expected and needed to contact the owner for confirmation. Hello, are you the owner of number 168? Here is your takeaway. Can you let me in? The guard asked respectfully. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, let him in. Well, hurry up. After receiving a response from the owner, the guard let Lu Qing in. He parked his electric scooter outside and walked into the manor. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt something was wrong with the voice on the phone. The voice was weak and urgent. I guess he's starving. Young people nowadays never eat on time. When they are too hungry, they overeat. It's so unhealthy. Lu Qing sighed to himself. Not long after walking, he saw the villa with the address 168. The villa has 3 floors and a small, exquisite courtyard in front of the door. There is a swing in the courtyard that swings in the wind, but there is nothing else, not even flowers or plants. In the entire manor, this place seems particularly quiet. Lu Qing pressed the doorbell, but before he could say anything, the courtyard door opened automatically. He walked to the front door of the main house, and with a click, the door opened a crack. The familiar, cold voice rang out from the machine on the wall. Come right in, first room on the right on the 2nd floor. Hurry up. This time, Lu Qing clearly heard the urgency in the voice. He couldn't help but hesitate. Miss Su, I'm a food delivery guy. This is a serious business, so it's not appropriate to deliver it to your room. Nowadays, there are many news reports online about delivery men being spotted by rich women and forced to stay overnight, so one still has to consider one's own safety. Send it upstairs, and give. I'll give you a reward of 100. The school beauty's suppressed voice came from the communicator. Okay. Lu Qing picked up the lunchbox and ran inside without saying a word, jogging all the way up to the second floor. The first room on the right? Yes, it's here. Lu Qing reached out and was about to knock on the door. Click. The door of the room suddenly opened by itself, and a black shadow rushed out from the dark room. The huge impact force knocked him directly to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if he had been bitten hard by the person in his arms. Looking down, I was faced with a beautiful face and a pair of red eyes. But Lu Qing didn't dare to move, because he found that the person in his arms was not wearing any clothes. Has he gone too far with role-playing? Why is he biting people like a vampire? Before he could finish his words, he lost consciousness the next moment. Chapter 2. Are you going to bury me alive? Su Lingwei lay on Lu Qing, her whole body burning hot. This was the heat generated by the high-speed operation of her body after the fierce battle. The fierce battle with those blood servants just now caused her clothes to be burned by the high temperature. She was severely injured in the battle and was in urgent need of replenishing her energy. The delivery man in front of her became her energy source. Her sharp teeth pierced Lu Qing's soft skin, and the fishy and sweet blood instantly stimulated her taste buds, making her swallow involuntarily. However, she did not notice that the blood remaining at the corner of her mouth slowly flowed into the body of Lu Qing under her along the wound caused by the fangs. Su Lingwei let out a low sigh, and with the last bit of her rationality, she forced herself to open her mouth. If she continued to suck, she would probably be drained dry. She didn't know exactly how much blood she had sucked, but she felt her energy slowly recovering and her wounds gradually healing. Then, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the dark corridor, a thin young man and a strange girl slept in each other's arms, like a pair of sleeping lovers. About 2 hours later, hiss. Lu Qing woke up in a daze. He subconsciously reached out and touched his neck. That was a really hard bite. There are 2 teeth marks. Judging from the feel, there were indeed 2 deep teeth marks on his neck. Strangely, there was no bleeding. Lu Qing stood up gently and saw that Su Lingwei, who was lying on top of him, had not yet woken up. His eyes fell on her white back, which was covered with dense scars, but seemed to have healed. Why is this scar so strange? Out of humanitarianism, Lu Qing thought about it for a moment and still couldn't bear to let the school beauty lie on the cold ground like that. He walked into the room, found a blanket, and gently draped it over her. Then he carefully picked up Su Lingwei and put her on the soft big bed. After doing all this, Lu Qing was already sweating profusely. Strange, when did my body become so weak? He wiped the sweat from his face, full of doubts. This little weight shouldn't make him so tired. And my temperature is a little high, and I'm seeing black. Let's go. Before he could finish his words, there was a bang, his vision went dark, and he fell to the ground again. This time, he fell into a deeper coma, and his body began to undergo strange changes. His breathing became weaker and his heartbeat became slower and slower until it stopped completely. After a night, Su Lingwei, lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw the blanket on her body, she was slightly stunned, and then she saw Lu Qing lying on the floor of the room, and a red light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stood up from the bed, her skin as pale as a painting. She casually threw on a piece of clothing and squatted in front of Lu Qing. She stared at him for a long time before she said slowly in an extremely cold voice, "You are the first person I have killed in the past 100 years. I'm sorry." Her apology was as calm as water. As a vampire, and a vampire count at that, she had become indifferent to life after so many years. Humans are their food, but she rarely hunts and eats them on a daily basis. If I hadn't been seriously injured in last night's battle and urgently needed fresh food to replenish my energy. Just say you have bad luck, little brother. She didn't even need to check before she heard the man's heart stop beating. Where should I bury him? Su Lingwei thought for a moment, reached out and gently picked up one of Lu Qing's feet, lifted him in the air, and came to the basement of the villa. This place was originally used to bury those hateful blood servants. I'm sorry to trouble you today. Su Lingwei picked up a shovel and started digging in the basement where the cement had been dug up. In the corner of the basement, a horrifying scene unfolded. Dozens of corpses were piled together in a chaotic manner, like a small mountain, many of them incomplete. These were the blood servants who attacked last night and were torn into pieces by the powerful vampire count. After burying you, I have to move to another place. What a hassle. Su Lingwei frowned rarely. As an immortal vampire with a permanent appearance, she has to move to a new place every few years. I finally became a college student here and thought I could have a few years of leisure time, but I didn't expect my plans to be disrupted ahead of time. Rest in peace, and be born into a good family in your next life." Su Lingwei threw down the shovel with an expressionless face, as if it were a blessing. She turned around and prepared to bury Lu Qing, but suddenly heard a voice full of surprise and disbelief. "Senior sister, are you going to bury me alive?" Chapter 3 Bloodline System Awakening. In the dim and foul-smelling basement, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the scene that came into his sight left him confused. I saw the school beauty senior student holding a shovel tightly in both hands, digging hard on the ground, and had already dug a big hole with a diameter of about 4 meters. He was lying on the edge of the pit, 1 foot already in it. His yellow delivery uniform had been torn to pieces and scattered to the side. Lu Qing vaguely sensed something and asked in confusion, "Senior sister, are you going to bury me? This is too exaggerated. Is she going to be so cruel just because she saw something she shouldn't have seen? The usually aloof school beauty is so cruel and ruthless?" Apparently, after hearing his voice, the school beauty turned around in astonishment, looking at him with strange eyes. "Huh? She's not dead?" Her heartbeat just stopped. Could it be that I accidentally hugged her for the first time? Lu Qing didn't hear clearly what the school beauty senior was mumbling, and then he saw her throw away the shovel and walk towards him. "Open your mouth." After the words were spoken, without waiting for Lu Qing to react, 2 slender and cold fingers pried open his mouth and groped back and forth inside. The scene at this moment was as if he was holding the fingers of the school beauty senior. He twisted his head uncomfortably, trying to spit out these 2 restless fingers. After all, there was still a lot of mud on them. "Don't move." Su Lingwei stopped his struggle with a commanding tone. Her fingers continued to explore his mouth, finally stopping at one spot. A look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. "Really?" Lu Qing had no idea what this meant. At this moment, he felt the 2 fingers in his mouth lightly tapping on one of his teeth. In an instant, his 2 canine teeth seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism, suddenly becoming sharp and slender, directly pushing out of his lips. With just the slightest movement, 2 sharp fangs were exposed. "Open your eyes." The school beauty senior immediately gave another order. Still without waiting for Lu Qing to react, 2 fingers opened his eyelids. Su Lingwei's face got closer and closer, and a sweet yet strange fragrance came to his nose. This smell was evil but extremely tempting, especially for him at this moment. He felt extremely comfortable. So the school beauty's pupils are red? At a close distance, Lu Qing was surprised to find that Su Lingwei's pupils were red. The pupils changed color, the fangs grew, and the heartbeat stopped. "Maybe when I was sucking blood, my blood accidentally flowed into your body. So now, you should be in my first embrace." But he's just a newbie who just became the last vampire. Su Lingwei concluded coldly. Lu Qing was stunned. First embrace? Blood clan? Vampire? Could this be someone who's gone completely crazy with role-playing? I am a vampire, and a vampire lord. Perhaps this is difficult for you to accept, but it is the truth. I'm sorry. The school beauty senior stopped talking after she finished speaking, as if she felt a little bored. She sat beside the big pit she had dug and stared blankly, her 1.12-meter-long legs bent into a moving arc. Lu Qing was skeptical and focused his attention on himself. When he paid attention, he suddenly found that the world before him seemed to be completely new. The scene before him was as clear as if it had been cleaned, and the dust floating in the air was clearly visible. The sound of insects crawling deep in the soil seemed to be right next to his ears. He could even hear the sound of blood flowing, and many unfamiliar smells rushed into his nostrils. Not only that, but his strength seemed to have increased several times. Most noticeably, he felt a sharp sensation on his lips, and those fangs were undoubtedly the hallmark of a vampire. Could it be that I was really turned into a vampire by the first embrace? Lu Qing began to doubt his body. However, his attention was soon drawn to other things as he smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. Looking back, he was stunned. He pointed at the pile of things in the corner and asked subconsciously, "What is that?" The corpse of the blood servant who attacked me yesterday. You can go over and take a look," Su Lingwei said without turning her head. Lu Qing endured the discomfort and walked forward. If you want to prove that you have really become a vampire, then these so-called corpses may be the best proof. Fingers, thighs, heads, intestines, the scene was horrific. He covered his nose and reached out to touch them, wanting to confirm whether they were real. At this moment, a system voice suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! detected that the host has been first embraced and has become a vampire. The vampire evolution system has awakened. The ultimate goal of this system is to help the host evolve to the first generation of vampires, ancient species or above. Personal information panel is generated. Host, Lu Qing. Race, blood clan. Bloodline, royal bloodline. Family, none. Level, last blood clan. Ability, none. Evolutionary sequence, the highest sequence, vampire devouring, can achieve evolutionary advancement by devouring fellow vampires. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, ability to infinitely hide one's vampire level, undetectable. As the system prompt sounded, Lu Qing's fingers touching the blood servant's corpse suddenly felt strange. Countless red lights surged out of the blood servant's body, flowing into his body through his fingers, and a powerful force began to surge in his body. Ding! The host has devoured 20 blood servants. The bloodline devouring progress is 2020. Ding! The host evolves into a vampire baron. Ding! Host awakens ability, time 0. Time 0 freezes space and time within a 5-meter radius for 30 seconds. The effect weakens against high-level vampires and increases with the host's strength. It should be noted that the levels of vampires from high to low are first generation, second generation, prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, and last generation of blood. Chapter 4 Royal Bloodline. The voice coming from the system made Lu Qing stand there in a daze for a moment. He couldn't believe that he had actually turned into a vampire? And this evolutionary sequence seems powerful beyond imagination. The goal of evolution is actually the first generation of vampires and above? It seems that there are quite a lot of vampires in this world. Looking at the family column, it shows none, which means that the ancient and mysterious vampire family does exist. Evolution through devouring? Does it mean that one can improve oneself by devouring the power of other vampires? Talent isolation, it seems to be a skill used to hide one's strength and pretend to be weak, but the prerequisite is that one must have sufficient strength. The awakened ability is time 0, which can freeze time and space within a 5-meter radius. This ability is a bit abnormal. Lu Qing stood there for a long time. A large amount of information about the blood clan flooded into his mind like a tide, including the level division of the blood clan, the secrets of the first generation, blood inheritance, the situation of the 13 clans, and various special abilities, etc. When he finally came to his senses, he was shocked to find that the school beauty was standing in front of him, less than 20 centimeters away. There was a look of confusion on the senior sister's cold face. The sudden abnormality in Lu Qing just now caught Su Lingwei's attention. The breath fluctuation at that moment disappeared without a trace in the next instant, as if nothing had happened. Su Lingwei subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips gently, her eyes fixed on Lu Qing. Seeing this, Lu Qing unconsciously took a step back. "Senior, you don't want to eat me, do you?" Su Lingwei pressed on step by step, with a sense of oppression on her body. "You smell very fragrant now." The description of very fragrant is really a bit weird. But for some reason, there was a strange power that made Su Lingwei, a vampire, have a strong desire to eat Lu Qing, who had just become the last vampire. Su Lingwei tried to look away, pointing to the pile of ashes in the corner, and said, "You just devoured them, a total of 20 blood servants." Lu Qing nodded. "As soon as I touched them, they disappeared. I don't know what happened." Su Lingwei emphasized, "I mean, these are 20 blood servants. I've never seen a vampire eat so much at once. And normally, vampires only suck blood, but you devoured their flesh and blood essence as well. You are a little special." Lu Qing did not respond, even though he had already accepted this outrageous fact. He was just delivering a takeaway, but was bitten by a vampire campus beauty and turned into a vampire. But he did not intend to reveal the system's affairs or his own hidden powerful abilities. Su Lingwei stared at him with blood-red pupils for a long time, and finally looked away. "Forget it, go ahead. Remember to fill the hole. Uncle Luo will take you away later and he will explain everything to you clearly." After saying that, Su Lingwei seemed to suddenly lose interest and turned around and left. Lu Qing had no choice but to pick up the shovel on the ground and start filling the big hole where he was originally going to be buried. After evolving into a vampire baron, his strength increased several times, and he filled the big hole again without much effort. Afterwards, Lu Qing came to the first floor of the villa. He looked up inadvertently and saw Su Lingwei standing in the shadow of the second floor, holding an exquisite high-heeled glass filled with scarlet liquid. He lifted his nose slightly and smelled a sweet and fishy smell. He knew without thinking that there was human blood in the cup. From this angle, Su Lingwei looked like a demon hidden in the shadows, exuding evil charm and coldness. She didn't look at Lu Qing, but just stared at the sunlight outside, as if in a trance. Lu Qing didn't interrupt, but silently picked up the takeaway that was delivered last night and walked out of the villa where the vampire school beauty lived. Sure enough, at the gate of the yard, he met a middle-aged man holding a black umbrella. This man used to be a driver who picked up and dropped off school beauties. "Hello, I am the young lady's butler, you can call me Uncle Luo." The middle-aged man was wearing a well-fitting black suit, looking old yet elegant. Lu Qing nodded and walked under the black umbrella unconsciously. Perhaps because he became a vampire, he began to hate sunlight, but fortunately he was not burned. "Since you have become a member of the vampire clan, let's cut to the chase." Uncle Luo smiled and led the way, showing the demeanor of a competent butler. From his narration, Lu Qing gradually understood the whole story. Su Lingwei is a vampire count. She comes from the Brook clan, one of the 13 clans, and has direct bloodline. However, her mother was not of pure blood, so even though she was a direct descendant of the clan, Su Lingwei did not have a trace of royal blood. This is also the reason why she ran away secretly. Moreover, she did not like hunting humans for blood, so she became the weakest vampire count. Last night was the time when Su Lingwei was thirsty for blood once a month. If she didn't drink blood, she would go berserk. It was also the time when she was the weakest. Unfortunately, he was attacked by blood servants sent by another vampire count here. The count was from the Lasenba tribe, and was hostile to the Brook tribe. Su Lingwei was weakened after the attack, so she ordered takeout. "I was lured away by another vampire viscount last night, which is why the young lady was in danger. And you are the only person the young lady has embraced for the first time in nearly 100 years. So, you are welcome to join us." Uncle Luo finished his words gracefully. Lu Qing silently digested this information. Uncle Luo said join us instead of join the family, which means that he now only belongs to this small group, not the Brook tribe where Su Lingwei originally belonged. Over the long years, vampires have existed in both the East and the West. The current situation is that the Eastern vampires are relatively weak. Lu Qing understood everything he said and only asked one question: is royal blood innate? That's true in most cases. Blood is the source of power for us vampires. But after a long time, the true pure royal bloodline almost no longer exists. Today, the most outstanding vampires have only awakened part of the royal bloodline. Once this type of vampire appears, it will attract the attention of all families. "Oh, I see." Lu Qing lowered his head and stopped talking. He lowered his head, just because he didn't want the other person to see the silver light flashing in his pupils. Because he knew that silver was the symbol of pure royal blood. Chapter 5, A Family of 3, Multiple People on the Bed. This villa, along with the other 4, is owned by the young lady. Uncle Luo pointed casually at the 5 connected villas, with 5 keys picked up on his pale fingers. Lu Qing looked in the direction of his finger and found that the 5 villas just surrounded the place where Su Lingwei lived at the edge. The young lady likes quietness, so she bought these houses at once. Uncle Luo explained, there are vehicles in the garage. Since you are the young lady's newly embraced newborn vampire, you are free to use them as you please. Lu Qing glanced into the garage of the villa and saw that there were at least 2 top-of-the-line luxury cars parked in each garage. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, they are rich, so rich. "Young lady is indeed wealthy," said Uncle Luo with an elegant smile. After a long time, every vampire would accumulate considerable wealth. Young lady inherited the mistress's estate, so she is even richer. Come to think of it, if a vampire has lived for hundreds of years, how could he be without money unless he is a very stupid vampire? I want to ask, you just mentioned that I automatically joined your family. So how many members are there in this big family now? Lu Qing asked. After all, he was embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time and survived. According to the rules of the vampire clan, he naturally became a member of this family. As for whether he can become a core member in the future, it depends on subsequent developments. The concepts of family and clan are different. The Blood clan has only 13 clans, which are ruled by powerful clan princes. There are many families, and they can be formed freely. This is also a way for vampires to alleviate loneliness in their long lives. The young lady has unilaterally left the clan, so there are only 3 family members now. Uncle Luo said, the young lady, me, and you. Lu Qing was speechless when he heard this. This poor family of 3. If I hadn't been bitten yesterday, there would only be 2 people left in this small family. It sounds like a joke no matter how I look at it. Uncle Luo continued, you've just transformed and are still weak. It would be best if you could live with us. Newly born vampires often find it difficult to control their strong desires, and it is not uncommon for them to run out of control and bite people indiscriminately. However, Lu Qing shook his head calmly. It's hard to explain, but I don't think I'll lose control. I'll go home first. If anything goes wrong, I'll come back to you. Lu Qing has a natural ability of isolation, so Uncle Luo doesn't know at this moment that he already possesses the strength of a vampire baron. It was hard for anyone to predict that he would jump directly from the last generation of vampires to the baron right after being transformed. I respect your choice. Uncle Luo said, but if you lose control, I will forcibly bring you back. After all, the greater the power, the easier it is to lose oneself. Uncle Luo did not force the request, but he made his bottom line clear. No problem. Lu Qing nodded, then reached out to Uncle Luo with confidence. Last night the lady said she would send takeout upstairs and give a 100 yuan tip. Moreover, the clothes given by my company were torn by the lady, so I have to pay for it. I don't ask for much, Uncle Luo, just give me 300. Hearing this, Uncle Luo stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Finally, he silently took out $500 bills from his shirt pocket and handed them to Lu Qing. You are the first newborn I have ever seen who wants money first after being converted. Lu Qing looked hesitant. Can you transfer the money? If I pay in cash, I won't have enough money to pay the rent. Sunshine Community, this is where Lu Qing lives. He rents an old, small house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. When I was riding my electric scooter back, I happened to see my landlord, Mrs. Wu, climbing the stairs nimbly. Xiao Qing. Isn't it time to pay the rent this month? When Aunt Wu saw him, she reminded him with a smile, but she didn't mean to urge him. She understood this young man, and it was not easy for him to go to school and work at the same time, all alone. Moreover, the young man was handsome and polite, so even if the rent was a few days late, she would not push too hard. Got it. I'll transfer it to you in a moment. Lu Qing responded. After withdrawing this month's errand fee and adding the 500 yuan given by Uncle Luo, I will still have 600 yuan left after paying the rent. Xiao Qing, my daughter will be back tomorrow. Why don't you take the opportunity to meet her? Although your financial situation is not good now, you are handsome and have a good education. If you two get together, Aunt Wu will give you this house. Aunt Wu used the ultimate temptation. Lu Qing hurriedly took the basket of vegetables from her hand and helped carry it upstairs. Forget it, I'll just pay the rent honestly. Your daughter will suffer if she stays with me. Silly boy, just tell the truth. After sending Wu Ma home, Lu Qing continued to go upstairs. When he reached the 5th floor, he took out his key, opened the door, and walked into the rented house. After taking a few deep breaths, the silver in his pupils finally faded away completely. It seems I can really control my blood-sucking urge. And I'm not affected by the sun's burns either. I smelled it just now. Wu Ma should have had shredded pork noodles for lunch, and she added 2 cloves of garlic. In the bathroom, Lu Qing had just finished taking a shower and was staring at himself in the mirror. The wet hair fell down softly, and the original skin color became even paler, but out of nowhere, a bit of cold and evil charm was added to the temperament. His pupils had turned silver, and a strange silver light would flash from time to time. As soon as he changed his mind, 2 sharp fangs would quietly stick out. Moreover, he clearly felt that there was no heartbeat in his body. After previous attempts, he found that his physical strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. The whole world seemed to be redrawn in his eyes, presenting a completely different and wonderful scene. So, from now on, I won't age anymore? Lu Qing was only wearing a pair of loose shorts. As usual, he walked towards the bedroom skillfully, intending to jump heavily onto the soft big bed as usual. Bang! However, this time, after he jumped up, he hit his head on the ceiling, and the originally flat ceiling instantly became concave into a semicircle. Oh my god! Fortunately, it doesn't hurt much. He rubbed his head. After becoming a vampire, the pain seemed to be greatly reduced. But lying in bed, Lu Qing tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, with all kinds of noisy sounds filling his ears. Just when he was feeling very upset, a cold voice suddenly came to his ears. You'd better prepare a coffin. Only then can you sleep peacefully. He turned his head and saw that the bed, which had been empty just a moment ago, had suddenly become occupied by a person. To be more precise, it was a vampire Su Lingwei. Sleeping in a coffin is the best way for vampires to sleep peacefully. Su Lingwei lay flat on the bed, looking at him sideways and said. Lu Qing sat up helplessly and asked, "How did you get in?" "The window was open, so I just jumped in." Well, with Su Lingwei's ability as the vampire count, she can indeed enter and exit the 5th floor at will. "Why do you refuse to live near me?" Su Lingwei was still lying on his bed, the moonlight shining on her profile, like a quiet corpse, pale and beautiful to the point of being unreal. Chapter 6, just got a room and felt he wasn't durable enough. I want to adapt for a while first. After all, this happened so suddenly. Everything was normal yesterday, but after one night, the whole world turned upside down. How could it not feel sudden? Su Lingwei just looked at him quietly without saying anything else. Lu Qing felt a little awkward, so he stood up and said, "Lie down for a while, I'll get you something to eat." Even though he is now a vampire, he is still not used to Su Lingwei's emotionless gaze, as if examining an object. When I came to the small living room, I saw the takeaway food that I was going to give to the school beauty last night on the table. After Su Lingwei bit him, she asked him to bring the takeaway back. It was just right for him to fill his stomach now, and he didn't need to heat it up, so he just tore open the package and started eating. After he left, Su Lingwei also got up from the bed and looked around the small room calmly. Finally, her eyes stopped on a photo frame on the desk and she stared at it in fascination. It was a photo of two people, an old man and young Lu Qing, with Boai Welfare Home written on the back of the photo. Soon, the vampire lord explored the entire small space. Finally, she came to the living room and looked straight at Lu Qing, who was wolfing down crayfish. Ever since she learned from Uncle Luo in the afternoon that Lu Qing did not live in the community, Su Lingwei always couldn't help but think of this newbie whom she accidentally embraced for the first time. There seemed to be a strange attraction about him, and the smell that gave her a strong urge to eat also made her feel both strange and irresistible. The feeling was so novel that she tossed and turned in her comfortable coffin tonight and couldn't fall asleep, so she came here. Seeing Su Lingwei in a daze, Lu Qing wiped the red oil off her mouth, handed her a peeled crayfish, and asked, "Do you want to eat?" The school beauty frowned slightly. "Is it tasty?" "It smells so good." "You've already transformed into a vampire, why do you still like to eat these things?" I don't know either." "Try this." Su Lingwei threw over a small bag. Lu Qing took it and took a look. It was a 500 milliliters blood bag. The blood bag was made very delicately, and it was marked with beautiful handwriting, sweet and sour. On the other side, the school beauty senior had taken out another blood bag, tore open a corner with her mouth, found a straw and inserted it, and drank it with an expressionless face, as if she was drinking a bag of yogurt with a straw. Her blood bag was also labeled, "full sugar." This is truly eye-opening. Human blood actually has so many flavors? How about trying it? It looks like it tastes quite good. Lu Qing hesitated for a long time, but finally suppressed the strong curiosity in his heart. "Thank you. I'd rather eat crayfish and drink this later." As he said that, he buried his head and started eating crayfish, one after another, chewing them with a crunching sound. Seeing this, Su Lingwei frowned even more tightly, her heart full of confusion. How could he eat so happily? Looking at the way he ate, Su Lingwei suddenly felt that the blood in her hand didn't taste so good anymore. She threw the blood bag away and said angrily, "I'm hungry and need to eat. Come with me." Lu Qing's mind was stirred. If a vampire is hungry and needs to eat, what else can it eat? It must be to suck blood. In Jiang City, outside the most luxurious bar, Zhang Tianhao, hugging two pretty girls on his left and right, staggered out of the bar door. He had just been too engrossed in dancing in the bar and opened 8 bottles of crown liquor in one breath. Now he was tired and dizzy, and all he wanted to do was find a hotel and have a good rest. After all, there was a fierce battle waiting for him next. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, a rather awkward time as most of the people who were clubbing had already left, while those who planned to party all night were still having a great time. So there are very few pedestrians on the streets. In order to allow the alcohol in his body to dissipate more and to last longer in the upcoming battle, Zhang Tianhao deliberately took the two beauties for a longer walk. "Brother Hao, we still have to go, my feet hurt so much." "That's right, I'm wearing high heels and stockings today. I'm so tired. Let's get a taxi to the hotel." The two beautiful girls beside him couldn't help but complain. Zhang Tianhao naturally felt sorry for these two beauties and was reluctant to let them walk all the time. Okay. Call a taxi." Just as he was about to take out his cell phone, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures appearing on the originally empty street. This, Su Lingwei? Zhang Tianhao squinted his eyes hard, wondering if he was dazzled. Isn't this the school belle in the college? That was the beauty he had always dreamed of and wanted to get. It's so late, and the school beauty is here, could it be? Looking at the person next to the school beauty, he also looks familiar, as if he is a classmate. What is his name? Lu Qing. How could this unknown person be with the school beauty? Zhang Tianhao looked at the school beauty's unparalleled beautiful face and graceful figure with drunken eyes, and suddenly felt that the two girls in his arms had lost their charm in an instant. If something wonderful could happen with the school beauty in the middle of the night, he wouldn't trade it for 10 other beauties. Su Lingwei looked at the trio in front of her calmly and asked, "Does he know me?" Lu Cheng took a look, recognized him, and said, "Zhang Tianhao, my classmate, his family is quite wealthy." "Then let's go with him. Apart from being a little weak, he's healthy in other aspects." Lu Qing glanced at the school beauty, who looked like she was selecting food. He couldn't help but ask curiously, would those two girls next to him be easier to eat? No. Those two are not virgins. So there are such rules for bloodsucking? Su Lingwei stood there quietly, while Zhang Tianhao was already staggering towards them. Lu Qing could clearly hear his heartbeat accelerating rapidly, the blood surging wildly in his veins, and the smell of hormones in the air becoming stronger and stronger. This guy is obviously in heat. Zhang Tianhao tried to act like a gentleman and said, "Senior Lingwei, what are you doing here?" Before he could finish his words, the dream lover he had been thinking about day and night grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Zhang Tianhao, who was hanging in the air, looked confused. He turned his head and met Lu Qing's calm gaze. What is going on? Then he smelled a faint fragrance, followed by a sharp pain in his neck. School beauty Su Lingwei had already bitten his neck. He felt like his blood was like a flood bursting through a dam, rushing towards the wound on his neck, as if all his energy was drained away in an instant. Lu Qing calmly watched the school beauty senior student suck blood. He knew from Uncle Luo that Su Lingwei rarely hunted like this, but he didn't know why it was like this tonight. It seemed that Su Lingwei's desire to eat was particularly strong, and she seemed a little angry. Soon, Su Lingwei opened her mouth, and a trace of blood slowly dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was still holding Zhang Tianhao in one hand, her eyes red as she looked at Lu Qing and asked, "Do you want it?" Lu Qing shook his head lightly, "Forget it." He could sense that the school beauty had only sucked a little bit of blood and hadn't drained the unlucky guy dry. At most, it would only make him weak for a while. Seeing that he refused, Su Lingwei didn't say anything more. She turned her head and faced Zhang Tianhao. Her pupils dilated instantly. She stared straight into his eyes and said, "Forget everything that happened today. You were just sick." Zhang Tianhao's eyes instantly became blurry, and he repeated unconsciously, "I just had a serious illness." This is the vampire's innate talent, hypnosis. The school beauty senior gently let go, letting Zhang Tianhao collapse to the ground helplessly, and then said to Lu Qing, "The remaining two are up to you." Lu Qing guessed the school beauty's intention. She probably wanted to familiarize him with the daily routines of vampires. He had no choice but to quickly run to the two frightened little beauties, grab one with each hand, stare at them mercilessly, and say, "Forget everything that happened today. You just checked into a room with Zhang Tianhao." After a pause, he added with a smirk, "Well, and I feel he won't last." A little prank at the end. The two beauties also stood there in a daze, and in Lu Qing's eyes, what was flashing was not red light, but silver light. "Let's go." The school beauty turned and walked away, and Lu Qing hurried to follow. However, he noticed that Su Lingwei, who was walking in front of him, was a little unsteady, her steps gradually becoming crooked and she couldn't walk in a straight line. He hesitated and asked, "Senior, you just sucked blood, are you drunk now?" "No." The school beauty senior student denied it firmly without even turning her head. But she suddenly stopped. It turned out that Zhang Tianhao had drunk too much just now, and the alcohol concentration in his blood was extremely high. After Su Lingwei sucked his blood, she really felt dizzy now. "Not leaving? Then let's rest here for a while." Lu Qing walked to Su Lingwei with interest and helped her sober up. With a vampire's strong body, the alcohol will evaporate on its own in no time. Su Lingwei turned to look at him, their eyes meeting. "I stopped here not to sober up, but to wait for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" "Those blood servants who attacked me yesterday are here again." It's on the roof behind you." Lu Qing quickly turned his head and saw more than a dozen pairs of red eyes on the roof behind him, staring at them viciously. Chapter 7. What kind of monster are you? Different from the situation of the first embrace, blood servants have no independent consciousness and are completely controlled by high-level vampires. They are just puppets that blindly obey orders. To some extent, they are like moving corpses. Moreover, as a vampire, Lu Qing basically has the ability to create unlimited blood servants, and now he also possesses this ability. The blood servants' combat effectiveness is not high, but they are all fearless and brave. In the blood clan battles, they often act as cannon fodder. For Su Lingwei, as a vampire count, tearing these blood servants apart is as easy as swatting a fly. The reason why she was attacked by the blood servant yesterday was simply because she was extremely thirsty for blood at that time. Since the awakening system, Lu Qing has had a clear understanding of the situation of the vampires in this world. The 13 clans of the Blood Clan originally originated in the West, but now clan members are spread across various countries and have spawned many family branches. Jiang City is the territory of a vampire count from the eastern branch of the Lazenba tribe, and the Lazenba tribe is in a hostile situation with the original tribe of Su Lingwei, the Brook tribe. Even though Su Lingwei has left the family, she still finds it difficult to get rid of the other party's entanglement. There are 18 blood servants in total. I'll give you 3 and I'll take care of the rest. Su Lingwei calmly looked at the restless blood servants and made such arrangements. Lu Qing did not refuse. The school beauty knew that he had devoured the blood servant in the basement before, so she thought that 3 blood servants were the limit of what he could deal with. After all, in her cognition, Lu Qing was just the last generation of vampires. The blood servant on the roof suddenly attacked at a certain moment. As if they instinctively sensed Su Lingwei's powerful aura, the blood servants did not foolishly provoke her first, but rushed straight towards Lu Qing, and 3 of them came at once. Lu Qing gently exerted force with his feet and quickly bounced out with his own powerful strength. This was also his first head-on confrontation with a blood servant. At this time, he already possessed the strength of a vampire baron. Bang! He collided head-on with a blood servant. The powerful force caused the opponent to stop instantly. Just when it was about to bounce back, Lu Qing grabbed it with his backhand and punched it directly through its heart. At the same time, the other blood servant bared its fangs and bit towards his shoulder. Lu Qing raised his leg and kicked its head directly, smashing it to pieces. The blood servant died on the spot. These blood servants do not have strong recovery abilities and will die once their vital parts are attacked. Soon, the last blood servant that rushed over also had its neck twisted by Lu Qing. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood servants fell to the ground. With his current strength as a baron, it should be no problem for him to easily deal with 10 blood servants. The battles between vampires are simple and brutal, basically relying on brute force to kill each other, and the outcomes are often very tragic. Lu Qing glanced at the 3 tragic corpses on the ground, but surprisingly there was no fluctuation in his heart. He had never hesitated when he was ruthless when he attacked before. It was as if some of his emotions had been greatly weakened after being transformed into a vampire. On the other side, Su Lingwei's movements were even easier. With just a casual slap, a blood servant was knocked away. However, after getting rid of the 2 blood servants, the remaining 12 blood servants no longer attacked, and did not even stop, and quickly disappeared from the roof. The last vampire shouldn't have such power as you. Su Lingwei frowned and looked at Lu Qing. She had been paying attention to the battle process on Lu Qing's side, so she became more and more confused and surprised. I devoured 20 blood servants before, so my strength has increased. Lu Qing explained. Then, he naturally walked to the dead blood servants, put his hands on their heads, and red light floated out from the blood servants and merged into his body. At the same time, streams of pure power emerged. Ding! Devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. Ding! Devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. Ding! Devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. Sure enough, after evolving to Baron, devouring these blood servants can only increase the evolution degree by 0.5 for each one. It seems that if I want to speed up my evolution, I can only devour more powerful vampires. Lu Qing pondered this, and a path to becoming stronger with a very high ceiling gradually became clear, to continue devouring until he became a first-generation species more powerful than the vampire prince. Even by then, he might be able to form his own family and bring the power of the Eastern Blood Clan to the pinnacle of the Blood Clan. However, this is just the beginning. After devouring the 3 blood servants, Lu Qing ran over and devoured the 2 blood servants that Su Lingwei had knocked away. At this point, his evolution level becomes level Baron 330. At the same time, the personal information panel is generated. Personal information panel is generated. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Blood Clan. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline. Family, none. Level, Baron 330. Ability, time 0. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Bloodline Devouring, can devour fellow bloodlines to advance in evolution. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, infinitely hiding one's vampire level, undetectable. The blood servants on the ground had completely disappeared at this moment, leaving only a pile of black ashes. There was a red light flashing in Su Lingwei's eyes, making her look even more enchanting in the shadows. The moment Lu Qing devoured the blood servant just now, the smell that made her feel extremely tempting appeared again. Moreover, vampires usually need to gnaw on their own kind to absorb their essence, but Lu Qing just swallowed them all directly. It's not afraid of sunlight, can suppress its blood-sucking urge, can eat human food, and possesses strange devouring abilities and rapidly increasing strength. Su Lingwei couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster she had given birth to for the first time. Chapter 8x0, Freeze. Will these blood servants continue to seize opportunities to attack us? After Lu Qing absorbed the 5 blood servants, his eyes turned slightly red and his fangs slightly protruded from his lips. These were signs that appeared naturally after he took action. Only when he deliberately controls them will his eyes turn their signature silver color. Yes, after all, the Earl here is quite hostile to me. Clans have never been united. Su Lingwei looked at him expressionlessly, her throat moving unconsciously. Lu Qing was shocked and thought, is it possible that the school beauty senior is thinking of eating me again? Is it possible that every time the blood is stimulated, a strange smell will be emitted? From now on, I will have to face a vampire count who always wants to eat me every day. Just thinking about it is really stressful. As if unwilling to be swayed by the desire to eat, Su Lingwei turned around and said with her back to him, okay, I should go now, you should go home too. Well, okay, goodbye. Lu Qing responded softly, watching the figure of the school beauty senior gradually disappear into the shadows. In fact, no matter how powerful a vampire is, he will not turn into a bat as people imagine. However, powerful vampires do undergo some other mutations in their bodies, such as growing a pair of flesh and tendon wings that allow them to soar in the air. But generally speaking, this situation will only occur when one's strength reaches the level of a vampire prince. The blood princes are all old monsters who have survived for who knows how many years, and each of them possesses terrifying power that is terrifying and frightening. Moreover, in order to reduce the burden on their bodies, they usually fall into a deep sleep on their own initiative. Thinking of what it would look like when wings grew on his back in the future, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little excited, muttering to himself, however, I still have to increase my strength step by step. Blood servant. He fell into deep thought. It was nearly 4 a.m, the streets were deserted, and the lights in the buildings were off. There were a few cars passing by occasionally, but Lu Qing didn't plan to take a taxi home. After all, that was too extravagant. He decided to run back. Swish. Along with the sound of friction on the ground, his figure instantly turned into a blurred shadow under the street light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and his speed instantly soared to the extreme. He jumped back and forth in various dark corners. In the dark night, like a ghost that appeared and disappeared at random, he ran wildly on the deserted streets and even jumped over the heads of sleeping people. It looks like there's room for improvement in top speed. From now on, I can just run wherever I want to go. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing emerged from a shadow. His strong body after the transformation allowed him to run nearly 30 kilometers in just 10 minutes. The dim light from the street lamps cast a dim light, reflecting on his pale skin, making him look somewhat eerie and strange. You've been following me all this way, it's time to end it all. Let's choose here, there's surveillance further ahead. Lu Qing suddenly started talking to himself, and then stood quietly under the streetlight, as if waiting for something. It turned out that on his way home, he noticed that there were more than a dozen blood servants following closely behind him, and they were the ones who had escaped before. Presumably, after seeing Su Lingwei leave, he changed his target to him. But he ran too fast and those guys were left behind for a distance. About half a minute later, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the area illuminated by the street lights on the ground. Here it comes. Lu Qing lowered his head, looking at his own shadow, thinking, so vampires have shadows. Immediately afterwards, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from all directions. Without any hesitation, in an instant, the 12 blood servants pounced together. At this critical moment, Lu Qing slowly raised his head. His eyes were already filled with dazzling silver light, and the aura of the royal bloodline was released without reservation. Times 0. Freeze it. His voice seemed like the whisper of a devil coming from the abyss, and a strange wave instantly spread out with him as the center. Suddenly, with him as the center, within a 5-meter radius around him, light, time, and space. Everything seemed to be frozen. The 12 blood servants all froze in place. The red light flashing in their eyes, their sharp fangs, and even the claws that had just popped out and almost touched Lu Qing's body were all frozen there. Thank you for coming to my door. Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of joy. At this moment, his temperament seemed to have changed drastically, and he exuded an evil and noble temperament. Rest in peace. With a soft sigh, he turned into a residual shadow and instantly shuttled between the 12 blood servants, tore their hearts one by one, and then began to devour them. Ding! Devour the blood servant, sequence evolution increased by 0.5. A breeze blew by, and the effect of time 0 disappeared. The original 12 blood servants turned into flying powder, and under the dim streetlights, they looked like a flurry of snowflakes. 12 blood servants, 6 points of evolution added. 21 more points are needed to evolve to Viscount. This is going to be a bit troublesome. Currently, each blood servant he devoured could only increase his evolution value by 0.5 points, and as his level continued to rise, he was afraid that simply devouring blood servants would not be enough to achieve evolution. Therefore, he had to find another way. Lu Qing took out the worn-out cell phone and dialed a brand new number he had just received. Beep. The phone rang for a long time before a cold voice came. Speak? Senior. Lu Qing greeted her, then asked directly, those blood servants will continue to attack you recklessly, right? There was no response from the other end of the phone, but Lu Qing didn't care. He knew that the school beauty was always so cold, so he continued, so, can you or Uncle Luo know the location of those blood servants in advance? There was still silence on the phone, but this time he didn't continue speaking immediately. Instead, he waited for a while. Then, Su Lingwei asked calmly, do you want to hunt down those blood servants? Yes, provided you move in. Chapter 9. If only he was a vampire. After hanging up the phone, a look of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. Although Uncle Luo had said before that this small family currently only consists of him, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei. But Su Lingwei was born into the direct bloodline of one of the 13 clans after all. Even if she unilaterally left the family, there must be a lot of people following her Uncle Luo, and it would not be difficult to monitor the whereabouts of other blood servants in this city. But in Su Lingwei's eyes, those vampires might not be considered real family members. However, the exchange condition was that he would move into that community, which meant that he would be truly tied to them. After being embraced for the first time, newborn vampires will naturally feel close to their original family members. Sooner or later, they will be drawn together by this attraction. Forget it, just move over. Lu Qing looked at the small dark window on the 5th floor. He had rented this house for more than 3 years and felt a little reluctant to leave. There are surveillance cameras in the community, so he didn't jump directly to the 5th floor like Su Lingwei did last time, but walked up the stairs honestly. Back home, he took a shower and lay down on the bed to spend his last night in this cabin. The next day, Lu Qing got up early and made himself some fried rice for breakfast, which he ate to his heart's content. Judging from his living habits, unless there is something wrong with his body, he doesn't look like a vampire at all. He eats when he should eat, sleeps when he should sleep, is not afraid of sunlight, and does not have a strong urge to suck blood. The only difference is that now he is inexplicably excited at night, but a little drowsy during the day. After packing up, Lu Qing grabbed his school bag and went out. He has to go to school today, so he plans to go to class during the day and move after returning in the evening. Anyway, there aren't many things, and I've already informed Auntie Wu in advance. So much has happened these past few days that I almost forgot about school. He is now a sophomore and Su Lingwei is a junior. They are in the same department, and Su Lingwei is definitely his senior. The school is not far away, about 10 minutes ride by bike. The main reason is that he sometimes has to work part-time to earn a living, so he rents a house outside. Lu Qing got on the small electric scooter that had been with him for many years and set off on the familiar road, but he felt a little different. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, he always felt that everyone was still the same as usual, but he was different. After all, he had died once. Perhaps this is the envy that vampires sometimes feel towards humans. Lu Qing was riding his bike slowly when he suddenly saw a man covered in equipment standing under the street light from last night. The man was wearing a windbreaker, a helmet, gloves, a backpack, and waterproof boots. His outfit looked like he was going on an outdoor adventure, which attracted a lot of attention. He was holding a mobile phone stand in his hand and was lying on the ground broadcasting live. I roam the nights, the most dangerous hours, searching for ghosts lurking in the darkness. Last night, I found some eerie ashes on 8th Street. I am so clever that I found the same thing here again. You see, this ashes, according to legend, are what's left when a vampire's body turns to sand after being killed by sunlight or a magical weapon. I guess there must have been a battle here, a battle between vampires. He picked up a ball of black ash with his fingers and explained seriously. The comments in the live broadcast room were full of doubts. The anchor is stupid, that's probably cigarette ash. Ha ha ha, vampires? Why don't you say you've discovered God? Don't be ridiculous. It's such a modern age, and people still believe this? In our place, even if there are monsters, they can only be zombies, not vampires. No. My grandfather said that vampires have no nationality. Don't argue, I believe in AU. I think vampires exist, we just haven't discovered them yet. Despite the barrage of comments filled with ridicule, the anchor named AU still persisted in broadcasting live. Lu Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Wow, it seems like he's an avid fan of vampires. In this world, there is indeed a small group of people who are obsessed with the mysterious and evil vampires, and AU must be one of them. And although this guy was mostly talking nonsense, he was actually somewhat right. Didn't he kill more than a dozen blood servants here yesterday? It's understandable that you don't believe me. One day, I'll photograph a vampire myself. Now, let's do an interview and see what everyone thinks about vampires. Yu's eyes turned and he walked straight to Lu Qing. My dear brother, you look pale and you really have a vampire temperament. Do you believe that vampires exist in the world? Lu Qing glanced at the stubborn young man, smiled and shook his head. I didn't believe it before. What now? Ayo stared at him nervously. Now, I believe it does. Wow. Finally, I met someone who understands me. Lu Qing's answer seemed to make the vampire fan extremely excited, and his face turned red. So what do you think vampires look like? Where are they? Ayu asked expectantly. Lu Qing tilted his head and thought for a moment, then replied with a smile, vampires may look no different from ordinary people, like you, or like me. You might even find one of your classmates to be a vampire, going out to suck blood at night, huh? He said this with a laugh. Okay, I have to go. Keep up the good work, and I hope you can really photograph a real vampire. Ayu stood there blankly, feeling that the man's words just now seemed to have opened up a whole new world for him. Yes. Who says vampires have to be mysterious and high-powered beings? Maybe he is hiding among the people around him, living an ordinary life. As long as you explore and observe more carefully, you will definitely find clues. Looking at Lu Qing's departing back, he thought with a hint of regret, it would be great if he was a vampire. You know what, he does look a bit like a vampire, Chapter 10, Rich and Inhumane. Zheng City Humanities University is a well-known second-rate university in the province. Many wealthy people in this city are willing to spend some money and use their connections to send their children here for gilding. Even if you enter a relatively marginal department, at least you can get a good diploma. As a result, some departments of the college began to attract many children from wealthy families. Obviously, Lu Qing did not belong to this category in the past. At this moment, there are many luxury cars parked in front of the college gate to send children to school. Among them, a Rolls-Royce Phantom is particularly eye-catching. As soon as the car appeared, the attention of everyone at the school gate was unconsciously attracted to it. Not only because of the car itself, but also because of the people in the car. Wow, it's Senior Su Lingwei's family's car. It's rare that the school beauty is interested in coming to the academy for class today. I guess those rich kids in the academy are going to be super excited today. Oh, it would be better if the school beauty could be more approachable. She is so cold all day long and ignores everyone. The students cast all kinds of glances at him. At this time, Lu Qing also happened to arrive at the school gate. He saw the scene from a distance where people were watching the car like a star appearing, and recognized the car at a glance. Too ostentatious. He muttered to himself, then quietly parked his electric scooter. No outside electric vehicles or cars were allowed into the campus, so he could only park his car outside and walk to the school gate. Please make way. Lu Qing squeezed through the crowd. With his upgraded strength, it was effortless for him to squeeze out a passage through the crowd. Ha! The school beauty's car window is rolled down? Oh my god, it's true. This car window hasn't been rolled down in years, and it's actually open. Let me see it quickly. Wow, the school beauty's profile is so beautiful. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Lu Qing turned around and saw Su Lingwei's face. Even through the dense crowd, he knew that the school beauty was looking at him. Oh my god, the school beauty is actually looking at me? Come on, you're obviously looking at my big brother, okay? Go to hell, you're clearly looking at me. Some rich kids who lacked self-control had already started arguing and were showing a tendency to rush towards the car windows. Seeing that the situation was not good and that he would not be able to leave if he did not leave now, Lu Qing shouted loudly, "Everyone, make way, I will pass by." Lu Qing squeezed all the way to the car window, and Su Lingwei said directly, "Get in." After that, the car window slowly rose up. The car door opened with a click. Under the strange gazes of everyone, Lu Qing got into the car with an expressionless face. Who is that? How could he get into senior sister Lingwei's car? I'll give you 3 seconds. I want to know all his information. That seems to be Lu Qing? In the crowd, Zhang Tianhao, looking pale, suddenly spoke. The person in front of him turned his head sharply, startled. Oh my god, brother Hao, why are you so pale? You look like you've seen a ghost. You're so weak. Zhang Tianhao had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes and said weakly, "It's nothing, I just got sick. The doctor said that my qi and blood are a little insufficient. That guy just now, should be Lu Qing from my class. But, why does this guy feel a little different?" After saying so many words in one breath, Zhang Tianhao was breathing heavily and his head was dizzy. His family was extremely worried about his inexplicable illness and thought he had run into something unclean. But after checking inside and out, no other problems were found except for deficiency of qi and blood. In desperation, his family confined him to his home for a month, strictly forbidding him to go out and play, and requiring him to take good care of his health. But how could Lu Qing know Senior Lingwei? And he could even get in the car? This doesn't make sense. Zhang Tianhao muttered to himself, always feeling that something was strange. After Lu Qing got in the car, the Rolls-Royce Phantom restarted and drove straight into the college. The driver was the butler Uncle Luo. Today he was wearing a tuxedo with a white bow tie, looking very decent. "Senior sister, why can your car drive all the way into the college?" Lu Qing asked curiously. According to regulations, all vehicles are not allowed to enter the school, but Su Lingwei's car was able to drive directly to the downstairs of the department building. This is also a mystery that everyone in the college has been guessing the reason for. Su Lingwei was holding a blood bag in her hand, drinking boredly, and said casually, "Because I donated 100 million to the college. Besides, I donated 30 million to the department. So, I can skip classes and won't be expelled even if I fail." Faced with such a bold act, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh, "If you have money, you can be willful." Su Lingwei raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "It's okay. There's enough money at home. If you want to spend it, you can do whatever you want." Lu Qing looked at her half-smile, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Are you a devil?" Chapter 11, The Vampire Gaze and the Werewolf. "Uncle Luo, I don't want to go to class anymore. Let's go to the library. I need to catch up on some sleep." Su Lingwei gave the order lazily, and the housekeeper Luo Shu nodded slightly, then turned the steering wheel and drove towards the college library. "It seems that it is easy for us to feel sleepy during the day." Lu Qing quietly glanced at the profile of the school beauty senior sister and obviously felt that she was not in good spirits. But her habit of sleeping in the library is really special. In front of the library, Lu Qing was holding a black umbrella, and Su Lingwei was standing next to him under the umbrella. Due to the limited space under the umbrella, the two of them were almost stuck together. Su Lingwei was wearing a black dress today. Her fair skin and the black silk set off each other in a very striking contrast. Perhaps because Lu Qing was embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time, he could sense that the campus beauty had an instinctive closeness to him, but this closeness was masked by her usual coldness. Coupled with the aura of pure royal blood that occasionally emanated from Lu Qing, Su Lingwei couldn't help but want to get closer. Their appearance caused a small stir at the entrance of the college library. Most people's eyes were focused on Lu Qing. Everyone was confused. How could there suddenly be a man beside the school beauty who always kept to herself and was as cold as ice? Faced with these gazes, Su Lingwei and Lu Qing completely ignored them. This annoying sunlight. Su Lingwei narrowed her eyes, muttered softly, and walked into the library first. After Lu Qing sent her to the library entrance, he paused for a moment and did not go in immediately. I still have to go to class. I'll pick you up after class. He didn't know how long the school beauty would sleep. But just as he finished speaking, a cold little hand grabbed him and pulled him in. No, I want you to stay with me. But I have classes this morning. Lu Qing tried to struggle. Su Lingwei stopped, turned her head suddenly, and stared at him with her dark red eyes. Okay. Lu Qing shrugged helplessly. I have to say, being stared at like this by a vampire lord is quite stressful. There is a rather interesting phenomenon called the vampire gaze. When a person is stared at like this by a vampire, their heart rate will soon speed up and they will become nervous and uneasy. Fortunately, Lu Qing is also a vampire now. Although he did not show those reactions, he could still feel the oppression. After all, in terms of hierarchy, Su Lingwei is 2 levels higher than him. The college's library is a magnificent 5-story building. Moreover, as a humanities college, the library has a very rich collection of books. There were not many students in the library in the morning. Su Lingwei led the way to the top floor with ease. Finally, they came to a corner by the window on the top floor. It was shady here, and they could overlook most of the college through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass. Su Lingwei looked out the window for a while, then rested her head on her arms and slowly fell asleep. Lu Qing looked at her profile boredly. After falling asleep, the cold aura that kept people at a distance from Su Lingwei disappeared, and she no longer felt the oppression of the vampire count. Instead, she looked like a lonely little girl who had lived alone for 300 years. In fact, vampires do not sleep in the true sense of the word. It would be more appropriate to describe them as dormant. After looking for a while, Lu Qing retracted his gaze and shifted his attention to the book in his hand. The title of this book is Do Vampires Really Exist?, which is quite eye-catching. In the book, the author lists all the rumors about vampires in history, and also introduces the classification of blood clans, their various habits and abilities, as well as the relevant content of the 13 clans. Lu Qing was fascinated by the book because most of the key points in the book were consistent with what he knew. In other words, this book may seem absurd to ordinary people, but for vampires, the content is somewhat true. The author of this book might actually know a vampire. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire, then asked doubtfully, but the book mentions werewolves, and says they're also hiding among humans. Just as he was about to continue reading, a vibrant voice came from behind him. Who are you? Why are you always following Lingwei? Lu Qing turned around and saw a sunny boy with wheat-colored skin. The moment their eyes met, a strong feeling of rejection surged in their hearts. This sense of exclusion is innate and has been passed down between the two opposing races for thousands of years. Lu Qing could feel that the foreign student in front of him was full of vitality. The sound of blood flowing was clearly audible. His body temperature was hot and his heartbeat was strong. If vampires are extremely cold creatures, then the person in front of him is the opposite extreme. Lu Qing smelled the scent of the forest from him. Werewolf? Are you a vampire? The two of them exclaimed in a low voice at the same time. Chapter 12: The Werewolf's Brand on the Vampire. I just saw something about werewolves in a book, but I didn't expect to run into one in college. The guy in front of me, oh no, this werewolf is called Brick. In the past, Lu Qing only knew that he was a foreign student who came from nowhere, but now he realized that this guy was not human at all. Before Lu Qing could speak, Brick's eyes widened in anger. He raised his fist and punched him hard, cursing, "What a disgusting smell." Bang! Lu Qing subconsciously punched back, and the two fists collided violently in the air, making a dull sound. Crack! Brick took 2 steps back and looked at his twisted and deformed right hand in astonishment. You've only just transformed, how come your power is so strong? Brick glared at Lu Qing fiercely, his pupils gradually dilated, and his 2 fangs seemed to be sticking out. With his keen sense of smell, Brick could tell that this was just a newborn vampire, but why was its power so amazing? Lu Qing was also a little surprised. He saw that the bones under the skin of Brick's right hand were twisting violently, but they returned to normal after a while. What a remarkable recovery ability! However, it seems to be just a werewolf cub that hasn't reached adulthood. Lu Qing knew very well that the deadly threat of werewolves to vampires was their venom. Once bitten by a werewolf, the wound would continue to fester. Vampires can also easily break a werewolf's neck with their powerful strength. If you have the guts, get out and let's have a fight. Brick glared at Lu Qing with gritted teeth. Lu Qing shook his head indifferently. You are no match for me now. He had already seen that this little wolf cub was not yet an adult. Although it had strong vitality, in terms of strength, it was no match for him, who had reached the Baron level. Roar! Brick let out a low roar from his throat, with faint signs of wolf transformation. Get out of here! Su Lingwei's voice suddenly rang out. If you want to die, just stay here. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout this small space. When Brick saw Su Lingwei wake up, he immediately put on a sunny smile. Senior Lingwei, I. Su Lingwei seemed to be quite troubled by this guy and said impatiently, I'm in a bad mood today, don't bother me. After saying that, he pulled Lu Qing away. Brick didn't dare to stop him, but just glared at Lu Qing fiercely. Lu Qing curled his lips helplessly. Okay. It seems that this little wolf cub has held a grudge against me. He asked curiously, what's going on with this Brick? Su Lingwei was obviously still angry about being disturbed, and replied with a sullen face, it's a little wolf cub from the west, the legitimate bloodline of their family. It's so annoying. Lu Qing thought, west doesn't mean east, so it's no wonder he's a foreign transfer student. He asked again, then why does he keep pestering you? Because this little wolf cub said that I am his brand, and the one he will protect for the rest of his life. I see. Lu Qing looked at the school beauty senior whose eyes were twitching with anger and smiled secretly. The fact that Su Lingwei was so angry showed how difficult that little wolf cub was. A werewolf's mark appears on a vampire. This plot is quite bloody. That little wolf cub is very hostile to you, and it is in a rapid growth stage, so you'd better be careful. Su Lingwei warned. Lu Qing's mouth corners slightly raised, thinking, is the school beauty worried about me? However, no matter how fast the little wolf cub grows, it will not pose a threat to him. As long as it can be devoured, no creature in this world can catch up with his growth speed. Just as Lu Qing was about to speak, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was Uncle Luo calling. There's news that another group of blood servants will arrive tonight, but the exact number is not yet known. The route has been determined, and our people are following it. We will inform you of the detailed interception location at night. On the phone, Uncle Luo's magnetic voice came slowly and unhurriedly, just like himself, an elegant butler full of gentlemanly airs. Okay, thank you so much, Uncle Luo. You're welcome, we are family. Ever since Lu Qing was embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time, he automatically became a family member in Uncle Luo's eyes. After hanging up the phone, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Uncle Luo is truly amazing. He found the location of the blood servants so quickly. I just wonder how many there are in this batch. He still needs 42 blood servants to evolve into a Viscount. If you calculate it this way, the number is quite large. It would be great if he could devour a few Baron-level vampires. Devouring Barons of the same level would increase his evolution points. If you devour a higher level one, you don't know how much benefit you can get. Before, he had also thought about creating a group of blood servants and then devouring them to improve himself. But thinking about it carefully, this definitely wouldn't work. Even if he devoured a blood servant created with his own blood, it wouldn't improve at all. What's more, creating a blood servant requires killing a living person, and he is not so cruel as to hunt living people at will to improve himself. The vampire count here has created so many blood servants, which has actually violated the rules of the blood clan. Therefore, if the critical moment of evolution comes, Lu Qing will devour the Earl without hesitation, and without any psychological burden. Let's go to my house and pack up first. I have to go out tonight. Lu Qing looked at the sunshine outside and considerately held up a black umbrella for the school beauty. After all, night is the world where vampires roam freely. Chapter 13. Two Peeping Toms. Since they decided to skip class, they might as well skip it completely. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei didn't plan to attend the afternoon class either. They waited for a while at the library entrance, and Uncle Luo drove over to pick them up. Half an hour later, the extremely luxurious car slowly drove into the Sunshine community. The security guard at the door was stunned when he saw the identical numbers on the license plates. When had he ever seen such a high-end car driving into this ordinary community? Many curious old men and women stretched their necks to look, marveling at what kind of car it was and how imposing it looked. They also tried to look into the windows to see who was sitting inside. However, the dark car windows blocked everyone's eager gaze. Lu Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, saw Uncle Luo turning into the residential complex with incredible skill and curled his lips helplessly. Uncle Luo, have you followed me before? You seem quite familiar with our neighborhood. Uncle Luo adjusted the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses and admitted generously, yes, I've been with him twice. As a housekeeper, I have to get to know the new member of the family better and see if he has any bad habits or anything like that. Lu Qing's heart moved. He had followed her twice? He's only been back twice in the past few days. Could it be that Uncle Luo saw me killing the blood servant under the streetlight last time? Uncle Luo, did you find anything? Fortunately, apart from the fact that you don't like to wear underwear after taking a shower, I haven't discovered any other strange habits for the time being. Lu Qing was a little annoyed. This was not stalking, it was clearly naked peeping. He was about to explode when Su Lingwei, who was lying in the back seat, spoke up, Uncle Luo, you haven't observed carefully enough. He also has the habit of not closing the curtains when going to the bathroom. Uncle Luo had a kind smile on his face and nodded in agreement, young lady is really considerate. Lu Qing turned his head expressionlessly and stared at the school beauty, you're following me too? Su Lingwei responded calmly, it is my right and responsibility to understand the newborn vampire I embraced. 2 peeping vampires. The car drove straight downstairs and Uncle Luo stayed in the car waiting. Su Lingwei wanted to go upstairs with Lu Qing, but he didn't mind. After all, there weren't many things and they could be moved in one trip. When I went upstairs, I happened to meet Aunt Wu who was about to go out. Aunt Wu had sharp eyes. She first noticed the luxury car parked downstairs, then glanced at Su Lingwei, and finally looked at Lu Qing with an expression of understanding. Xiaoqing, I was wondering why you didn't move in anymore and kept avoiding my daughter. It turns out you already have such a beautiful girlfriend. She's so pretty. She must be from a well-off family, right? From his emotional perception, Lu Qing knew that most of what Wu Ma said was a joke. But it was the first time that Su Lingwei was stared at so enthusiastically. She couldn't help but frown, and a dark red light flashed in her eyes. It was obvious that she wanted to hypnotize Wu Ma and make her forget about having seen her. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward and stood between the two of them. Auntie Wu, you've been very good to me these past few years. Don't refund the remaining rent and deposit. You're going to buy groceries, right? Hurry up. The market will be closing soon. Having said that, he reluctantly sent Wu Ma away. Su Lingwei asked coldly, why did you stop me from hypnotizing her just now? Lu Qing looked at her for a moment, then smiled and said, nagging and gossip are an integral part of ordinary people's lives. Although we are different from them, there's no need to deprive them of the joy of life. Su Lingwei stared at his back, speechless. The red light in her eyes flickered a few times before finally extinguishing completely. Shouldn't he have become increasingly indifferent after the first embrace? Why did he still have such strange emotions? It was really strange. Lu Qing packed his things in less than half an hour, basically just packing a backpack. He wanted to take those clothes away, but they were thrown away by the school beauty senior, who said that there was a special tailor at home who could make many clothes for him and they had no use for them at all. Lu Qing had nothing to say about this. He always felt like a rich kid who was lost away from home. After being found by his original family, he would soon transform himself from a poor commoner to live a rich and luxurious life. In the end, a backpack and a photo frame were all the items he wanted to take away. Lu Qing looked at the little house which had hardly changed, took a deep look at it, and then slowly closed the door. He understood that as this door closed, another more mysterious and grand dark door had been completely opened to him. Su Lingwei pointed at the photo frame in his arms and asked, what is this? A photo of the welfare home. This is the old director. He used to be so kind to me. If there's anything I still care about in this world, it's the old director. Looking at the old face in the photo, Lu Qing couldn't help but recall the time he spent in the welfare home a long time ago. Although those days were a bit hard, they were also full of happiness. Su Lingwei also looked at the photo, a trace of memory flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, I also grew up in an orphanage before. Let's go. Watching the school beauty senior turn around and leave, Lu Qing felt that at that moment, Su Lingwei seemed a little sad. But doesn't she have parents? How could she have grown up in an orphanage? When he arrived at the Seahorse Manor where Su Lingwei lived, Lu Qing originally thought that he would choose to live in one of the other 5 villas, but he was taken directly to the second floor of the villa where the school beauty lived. I live here? He pointed to the familiar-looking room. This was the room where Su Lingwei had bitten him while he was delivering food. But now it has been tidied up and everything inside has been replaced. The school beauty said expressionlessly, I'm alone at home, it's quite lonely. I live on the 3rd floor now, you can live here from now on. The coffin is in the next room. If you can't sleep at night, go there by yourself. After saying that, she left him with her back and went straight upstairs. Lu Qing looked at the beautiful back, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Are vampires also afraid of loneliness? But before he could think about it, Uncle Luo called him. The blood servants have already set off. You can move now. The location is Chapter 14 Live Broadcast. At 1 in the morning, the streets were dark and quiet, deserted. On the low rooftops, Lu Qing was running at full speed, like a shadow. According to the coordinates provided by Uncle Luo, he successfully arrived at the designated location and happened to appear on the route of the blood servants of the Lizenba tribe, successfully attracting their attention. Ever since being embraced by Su Lingwei for the first time, Lu Qing naturally has the aura of Su Lingwei. In the eyes of the hostile vampires, he was automatically classified as a member of Su Lingwei's family. So, the moment they noticed his appearance, the blood servants chased after him without hesitation. There are 18 in total this time, 10 to the east and 8 behind us. There are also 3 with stronger auras, which should be the 2 last generation vampires and a baron. It seems they have a strong lineup this time. Lu Qing's special royal bloodline gave him a perception far superior to that of ordinary vampires, allowing him to quickly discern the power level of the pursuers behind him. However, Lu Qing didn't know that, a little further behind him, Uncle Luo was following him like a nimble bat. Uncle Luo was wearing an elegant tuxedo, white gloves, a small bow tie, and a silver-inlaid tang sword slung across his back. He had a small camera on his chest, transmitting real-time images to a certain vampire lord. On the 3rd floor of the quiet villa in Seahorse Manor, the entire floor was opened up and there was only one huge room. In the center of the room was a large bed, with a strange pink coffin placed next to it. This coffin was obviously customized to satisfy a special hobby. It was pink all over and huge in size. It could not be an exaggeration to say that it was a small house. The inside of the coffin was covered with a soft and delicate lining. Su Lingwei leaned against the pillow, holding a blood bag in her hand and sipping it. A tablet was placed on her curled knees, on which was the picture sent by Uncle Luo. The picture showed vaguely the figures chasing in front, which was like a weird live broadcast. There is also a baron and 2 last-generation vampires coming this time. Lu Qing seems to be planning to lead them to the park. Uncle Luo's steady voice came from the tablet. Lu Qing is only the last vampire now. If he encounters danger, I will take action at any time. Su Lingwei listened calmly and responded indifferently. Watch first, and then take action when he is almost dying. Yes, miss. Su Lingwei decided to watch this live broadcast on a whim, because she always felt that the guy she was hugging for the first time was a little strange. Although judging from his breath, he was just an ordinary last-generation vampire, she had never seen a devouring method like Lu Qing's, devouring 20 blood servants at a time, as if he was not worried about eating too much at all. And what exactly is that strange aura that emanates from Lu Qing from time to time that fascinates her? Lu Qing eagerly and proactively searches for the blood servant, tears it apart and devours it. This behavior shows that he is very confident in his own strength, but where does this confidence come from? Now Su Lingwei felt that Lu Qing was like a mysterious existence hidden in the darkness, and even she couldn't help but be curious. But he's only been a vampire for a few days. Su Lingwei took a sip of blood from the blood bag with a straw, frowned slightly, and glanced at the label. 80% sugar? Too sweet, not tasty. She opened the small cooler next to her, carefully selected, and finally chose a blood bag marked almond flavor, tore open the package, inserted a straw and drank it. Her seductive and calm expression, coupled with the girlish straw-sucking action, formed a strong and strange contrast. In the video, Uncle Luo's magnetic voice continued, "Miss, when I was following Lu Qing before, I found traces of fighting under the streetlights near his community. There were about 12 blood servants' body parts at the scene. I arrived a little late and didn't see the battle, but it seems that Lu Qing and the blood servant had a battle." Uncle Luo looked at the figure running in front of him. In just a few days, the originally thin and pale young man had perfectly adapted to the power and control of the vampires. No, not perfect, but completely adapted. Although he did not witness the battle with his own eyes, judging from the remaining traces, the battle seemed to be over in an instant. The young newborn vampire seemed to have torn and devoured 12 blood servants at once. He had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that Lu Qing had awakened a special ability? But the special abilities of the vampires usually only appear after they evolve to the count. As Su Lingwei's most loyal butler, Uncle Luo is highly vigilant about everything that comes close to the young lady. For hundreds of years, the young lady has been cold and aloof, rejecting everything. But this time, it seemed that even the young lady herself was happy to let Lu Qing get close to her, and even let him live in her villa. Let me see what you can do. Uncle Luo sped up and approached the team in front like a ghost, because they had arrived at the hunting location. Chapter 15. The aura disappeared at the same time? This is a park that has stood the test of time. The vegetation in the park grows wildly and is extremely lush, giving the entire environment a gloomy atmosphere. Lu Qing stood steadily on the horizontal branch of a big tree, waiting quietly. He intentionally split the pursuing blood servants into 3 parts. There are 8 in the front, 10 in the middle, and a baron and 2 last-generation vampires at the end. There is about a 10-second interval between each section. He did this not because he was afraid that the blood servants' joint attack would put him under tremendous pressure, but because he was afraid that they would slip away. After all, in his eyes, these blood servants are precious evolution points. Even if one runs away, it will be a loss for him. Especially the last 3, he didn't want to let them go at all. The Baron of the same level as him, he was curious about how many evolution points he could get after swallowing. Here it comes. Lu Qing, who had been motionless, suddenly squatted slightly, and then kicked the branch hard. Just at this moment, a bloody servant pounced towards where he had just stood. However, the next second, Lu Qing stepped hard on the blood servant's head. Pop! A sound like a watermelon breaking was heard, and the blood servant's body fell weakly from the tree. After Lu Qing dispatched the blood servant with a kick, he swooped down behind the tree trunk like a cheetah. He looked at the other 7 blood servants that were parked nearby, and a strange smile appeared on his face. ×0. Outside the park, among the last 3 vampires, the Baron's eyes flashed red and he said, "The prey has stopped ahead, and the 8 blood servants have already surrounded it. Speed up." This blood baron from the Lisenba tribe was considered to be one of the more outstanding of the new generation under the earl who was in charge of controlling Jiang City, so he was sent to harass the female earl from the Brook tribe. Although it is said that the earl has left the Brook clan, the blood of that clan still flows in her body. As 2 hostile clans, even if they are in the eastern branch, the battle must continue to the end. What's more, this female countess stepped into the territory of the Lisenba tribe without permission, which was a great provocation to the clan. When the earl is free, he will definitely take good care of her. Now, let us collect some interest first. The Baron stared at the front with a grim gaze. Judging from the breath of the fleeing vampire, he was just a last-generation vampire. He also guessed that this was a newborn that had just been transformed. He felt that he didn't need to do anything himself to deal with such a newborn. Those blood servants and the 2 last-generation vampires he brought this time could tear it into pieces. But then, the Baron frowned. Huh? What's going on? In his perception, the aura of the 8 blood servants that had already rushed in suddenly disappeared in an instant. And almost at the same time. The dense vegetation blocked the Baron's view, and also made it impossible for Uncle Luo, who was hiding in the shadows, to see the situation in the garden clearly. Miss, Lu Qing ran into the park. The trees are too dense and we can't see inside for the time being. But just now, the auras of the 8 blood servants chasing us disappeared almost at the same moment. Su Lingwei looked at the blurry image on the tablet and felt a little unhappy because she couldn't see anything, but she remembered Uncle Luo's words. The 8-headed blood servants must have been killed by Lu Qing. Judging from his current aura, killing the 8-headed blood servants should theoretically be no problem. But killing them all in an instant? That's a bit strange. Uncle Luo, let's go in and take a look. Su Lingwei's tone was flat, but her curiosity was growing little by little. The Baron was full of doubts and slowed down unconsciously. Let those 10 blood servants go in first, we'll wait. He ordered the 2 last-generation vampires beside him. It is easy for the Lisenba tribe to create blood servants. As long as they do not go too far, their superiors will not pursue the matter. After all, in their eyes, the lives of those wandering humans are worthless. Just as the Baron slowed down, the 10 blood servants also entered the wooded park. In his perception, the 10 blood servants quickly found the location of the vampire, and then rushed forward to attack. But the next moment, the aura of the 10 blood servants disappeared again. What's going on? Disappearing at the same time again? The Baron couldn't understand why, even if the vampire inside was about to break through to the Baron level and could easily kill the blood servants, there shouldn't be any signs of fighting. Could there be other vampires hiding in the park? Impossible. He had carefully investigated before, and found that the Countess of the Brook family had never converted anyone except a housekeeper. She even rarely sucks blood, which is why she is the weakest vampire count. But what is going on now? The Baron looked at the park in front of him and suddenly felt that it was a monster that could devour everything. The Baron stopped at the edge of the park and pointed at the two last vampires beside him and said, "You, and you, both of you go in and take a look." Chapter 16 Welcome to Hell. Call. Lu Qing slowly withdrew his hand, the red light on his hand gradually dimmed, and the body of the last blood servant turned into a pile of ashes before his eyes. Although the red light on his hand was extinguished, the red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Abundant power surged in his body, causing his breath to overflow uncontrollably. Under the influence of the special effect of talent isolation, Lu Qing exists in two states. When the royal bloodline is not activated, his physical strength is almost the same as that of an ordinary vampire. Although he can use the ability of time zero at this time, his pupils will only show red. However, once the royal bloodline is activated, his strength will instantly double, and his silver pupils will release a powerful and oppressive aura. However, Lu Qing would never reveal the secret of possessing the aura of royal blood unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, pure royal blood is like a deadly poison to those powerful and long-lived old vampires. If they absorb the royal blood, their bodies, which have long been unable to bear the burden, will be revitalized. Therefore, once Lu Qing reveals this bloodline, he will definitely attract the covetousness of many old monsters, and they will even come from afar to devour him. Without the protection of a powerful clan, possessing pure royal blood is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing. Ding! Absorbed 18 blood servants, gain 9 evolution points. Evolving to Viscount requires 12 more points. 18 blood servants only give 9 points, this speed is a bit slow. Lu Qing muttered to himself, but, fortunately, 2 more last-generation vampires have arrived. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked to the side, where he saw the leaves swaying gently, and then 2 figures jumped out. The last generation of vampires are the lowest level of vampires who have gained intelligence after being transformed. Compared with those poor fellows who have become blood slaves, they are considered luckier. After these 2 last-generation vampires stepped onto the battlefield, they quickly glanced around, as if looking for the blood servants who had entered here before. However, to their disappointment, there was nothing around except the last vampire who was staring at them quietly. "You are definitely not an ordinary last-generation vampire," one of the vampires said in a hoarse voice. The strange scene before them made them feel puzzled. This last generation of vampires who seemed to be at the same level as them must have something wrong with him, as he could kill so many blood servants in an instant without leaving any trace. Lu Qing didn't respond, but just looked at them quietly. His eyes seemed to irritate the 2 last vampires. "Let's go together and tear him to pieces." One of them growled and rushed towards Lu Qing first. Although these 2 last-generation vampires are not of high level, they have survived for decades and their strength has long reached the peak of this level. And the guy in front of me is just a newborn who has just been transformed. Even if it is a little weird, it is definitely no match for them when they join forces. Besides, even if they really encountered any difficult situation, they were confident that they could escape. How could they be stopped by this last generation of vampires? Lu Qing looked at the 2 slightly cautious last-generation vampires without moving. He just spoke slowly and said with a smile, "Welcome to hell, brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of the 2 vampires in an instant with crushing force like a gust of wind. The 2 last-generation vampires only felt a flash before their eyes and subconsciously wanted to escape quickly. But the next second, they were horrified to find that their bodies seemed to be frozen, unable to move, and even their thoughts seemed to have stopped functioning. Isn't he the last vampire? How could this be? This was the last doubt in their minds. Then, their heads exploded, and their bodies glowed with a faint red light before gradually dissipating. Ding! Devoured 2 last vampires, evolution points +2. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. Fortunately, each last-generation vampire can give 1 evolution point. But after I evolve to Viscount, I guess my evolution points will decrease again. While wiping the blood off his hands, Lu Qing thought to himself, "I wonder how many evolution points I can get by devouring a baron of the same level." Thinking of this, he looked into the distance excitedly. Before this, he sensed that the only remaining vampire baron seemed to have noticed something unusual and stopped outside the park without entering. Lu Qing thought, "Since you 1T come in, I'll go find you." So he ran quickly. But then, he frowned, because he found that after the baron sensed that he was approaching, he also moved quickly and tried to escape. "You want to run away? I can't let you run away. I finally met a baron. Lu Qing instantly increased his speed to the extreme and chased after the fleeing Baron. At this time, in the park, Uncle Luo rushed to the battlefield. Looking at the various traces left on the battlefield, he couldn't help but be shocked. The first time, I killed 8 blood servants instantly, and the second time, I killed 10. The third time, he instantly killed 2 of the last vampires. Now he's chasing the Baron again. Uncle Luo murmured to himself, "Miss, I think something is wrong with Lu Qing." Uncle Luo, who was always elegant and calm, could not hide his shock at this moment. The battlefield situation before him was beyond his understanding. Even if he was a count, it would be impossible for him to kill so many people in an instant without using his special abilities. Follow him and see if the Baron will be swallowed by him too. Su Lingwei's slightly excited voice came from the headset. Chapter 17: The Baron of the Lasenba Tribe. Under the pitch-black night, a figure was running away in panic. The Baron of the Lasenba tribe was filled with fear at this moment, because he clearly sensed that the guy behind him, who looked like the last generation of vampires, was approaching rapidly, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. A demon seemed to be roaring madly in the Baron's heart. No! There is no way he is just a last generation vampire. His speed and strength are completely superior to mine. In order to escape the pursuit behind him, the Baron has tried his best and pushed his body functions to the extreme. Hurry! We must not be caught. Is he a mutant? The aura is that of the last vampire, but the actual strength has reached the Baron level? Mutants are extremely strange existences among the vampires. No one knows the conditions under which each mutant was born, and the powers gained through mutation are also bizarre. They often possess various unimaginable abilities, but are also more likely to get out of control. For the family, the emergence of mutants is both an opportunity and a potential huge crisis. Because once they grow up, they usually have extremely powerful combat capabilities. It is for this reason that the Baron determined that Lu Qing was an extremely rare mutant. If this is true, he must report this news to the family as soon as possible, and the Lasenba tribe must do everything they can to eradicate it before it grows up completely. Unfortunately, however, he guessed wrong. The real reason was far more terrifying than he could imagine. Swish! The sound of the air being cut sharply suddenly rang out. The Baron subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. A fist-sized stone whizzed towards him at a speed faster than a bullet and pierced his knee joint directly. The Baron lost his balance instantly and crashed heavily into a big tree on the side of the road. Bang! A tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters was broken in half. This shows the powerful kinetic energy contained in the 2 vampires when they were running. No! I can't die. I'm an immortal vampire. The Baron struggled to stand up, his blood burning violently. For the vampires, such injuries are not fatal. They can fully recover in just a dozen minutes. But unfortunately, he no longer has the time. Still want to run? A slightly teasing voice came from behind him. Lu Qing casually threw away another stone in his hand, gently patted the dirt off his hands, and looked at the Baron, who slowly turned around and looked at him. You dare not kill me. I am from the Lasenba tribe. If you kill me, you will be subjected to crazy revenge from your family. The Baron tried to threaten Lu Qing. Lu Qing shook his head calmly. It has come to this point, there is no point in talking about this. Besides, from a certain perspective, I would rather your people come and seek revenge on me. Seeing that this negotiation was ineffective, the Baron's eyes instantly turned blood red, then dye. His powerful body functions erupted instantly. Although his left leg was injured, he rushed towards Lu Qing like a cannonball. His fingers had turned into sharp claws, piercing straight into Lu Qing's heart. Although you are strong, I am not completely powerless. As long as we fight with all our might, there may not be no hope at all. This was the only thought left in the Baron's mind at the moment, and he was still gambling that this new vampire would not dare to really kill him, and would not dare to provoke the anger and revenge of the Lasenba tribe. The Baron's sharp claws were getting closer and closer to Lu Qing's chest. If he stretched it a little further, he could pierce his heart and give himself a chance to breathe. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that his hands could not move. The entire outstretched right arm seemed to be stuck in another static space. Ha! You've actually awakened your abilities? No. Only a count can awaken abilities. You absolutely cannot be a count. Endless fear instantly occupied the Baron's mind. He looked at Lu Qing's calm eyes, as calm as if he was looking at a corpse. No. You can't kill me. The Baron felt the strong murderous intent and was completely frightened. It's true I'm not an Earl yet, but I will be soon. Too bad you didn't get the chance to see it. Times 0. As Lu Qing spoke calmly, the frozen space began to spread outward until it completely enveloped the Baron's entire body. With Lu Qing as the center, within 3 meters, the breeze, light, time, space, everything is still and frozen. Lu Qing's eyes also turned completely silver at this moment. The Baron, who was frozen in mid-air, suddenly understood. He knew why those blood servants and the 2 last-generation vampires were killed in an instant. It was not just because of this strange ability, but also because of the pair of silver eyes he saw. The next moment, the Baron's consciousness completely dissipated, and his body began to turn into blood-red light, slowly flowing along a slender and pale hand. Ding! Devoured Vampire Baron X1, Evolution Points +2. Evolve to Viscount, 8 more points are needed. Hint, after the host evolves to Viscount, he will gain new abilities. In my mind, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded, and this time there was an additional prompt. After evolving to Viscount, you can also comprehend an ability? Lu Qing's eyes lit up. You know, for ordinary vampires, only when they evolve to the Earl can they comprehend a special ability, and they usually only have this one ability in their lifetime. Even if there are extremely rare vampire geniuses, the abilities they awaken will not exceed 2, and 2 is the limit. But I can comprehend abilities every time my evolution level increases. Moreover, the times 0 law he comprehended when he evolved into a Baron, this ability to control time and space, is one of the most powerful top abilities among all clans. Then the abilities gained when evolving to Viscount will definitely not be inferior to this. The days are really becoming more and more promising. After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little happy. Then he took out his cell phone and called Uncle Luo. Hey, Uncle Luo, where are you? The battle is over here, but there are some traces left at the scene. Uncle Luo's voice sounded a little strange on the phone. I'm not far from you. Don't worry about what's happening at the scene. I'll send someone to handle it. Go home directly. The lady asked you to go find her. Campus Beauty? What did she want to talk to him about? Lu Qing hung up the phone, full of confusion. Chapter 18 Senior Sister, you feel very good. On the other side, Uncle Luo hung up the phone and looked at the battlefield from afar. To avoid being discovered, he carefully kept a distance and saw the entire process of the battle. From tracking to completing the kill, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. The strength and speed displayed by Lu Qing far exceeded that of an ordinary Baron. And at the final moment of the kill, he obviously used some special ability. And, for a moment, I sensed a breath that even made me feel afraid, but that breath disappeared in a flash. My lady, I think you may have given birth to a truly extraordinary monster. Uncle Luo finished his report, and the footage was transmitted to the villa in Seahorse Manor in real time. After a long time, Su Lingwei's response came from the headset, I know. I'll ask clearly later. In the Seahorse Manor, Lu Qing strolled leisurely in the quiet community. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was no one moving around in the community. He quite enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. When he was a human in the past, he almost never went out at this time. Now that my identity has changed, I feel that the world is particularly peaceful and harmonious. He walked slowly to the depths of the community. He looked up and saw that there was a window on the 2nd floor of the villa that was not closed. He simply imitated what the school beauty senior did. With his great strength, he jumped directly to the 2nd floor and got in through the window. Walking straight up the stairs to the 2nd floor, he knocked lightly on the door. Senior, are you looking for me? Click. No one answered, but the door opened by itself. He walked in and found that the entire 3rd floor had been connected into one large room. In the center of the room was a huge bed with no one on it. Next to the bed was the particularly eye-catching pink coffin. She looks cool on the outside, but she's a girl on the inside. From this slightly weird arrangement, he could already sense the unique bad taste of the school beauty senior. Since there is no one on the bed, it is most likely in the coffin. He walked forward and leaned into the pink coffin. Su Lingwei was leaning against the wall of the coffin, looking up at him. The red light in her eyes seemed to turn into substance and flow out. At the same time, a strange invisible energy surged towards him like a tide, penetrating into every pore of his body. Lu Qing frowned. What was going on? However, the one who was more confused than him at the moment was Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei raised her pale face, the red light in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion. You can actually resist my hypnosis? The hypnosis she was performing at this moment was not the kind that ordinary vampires were born with, but a special ability that she awakened when she evolved to the Earl. It was much more powerful than ordinary hypnosis. But when I used it on Lu Qing just now, I found that it had no effect. After understanding the situation, Lu Qing protested, "Senior, you're going to hypnotize me right after I got back?" As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the tablet in the school beauty's hands. The image on it was exactly the scene of him fighting with the Baron. Not only did he try to hypnotize me, he even hid here and watched. Can we as a family be more trusting of each other? It seemed that the three words family touched Su Lingwei, and she rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, for the vampires, since they have accepted the other party as a member of the family, they should not monitor them in this way. After all, every vampire has his or her own little secrets. But Su Lingwei decided to put this aside for the time being, because she was now filled with intense curiosity about this newbie she was embracing for the first time. You're not the last vampire now, right? And you've already awakened your abilities? Su Lingwei and Lu Qing looked at each other, one sitting in the pink coffin and the other standing beside it. Uncle Luo must have secretly filmed me, and you saw it. But there's nothing to hide. My actual strength right now is probably at the peak of the Baron level. Lu Qing said with a smile, and saw with his own eyes that Su Lingwei's beautiful pupils gradually dilated after hearing the answer. The campus beauty was obviously shocked. Yes, how can you not be surprised and astonished when a newborn vampire who has just been embraced suddenly tells you that he is already a Baron? Then what is the ability that you awakened early? Asked the school beauty senior. Lu Qing thought for a moment. This is hard to explain, I'll just show it to you directly. Facing the senior's curious gaze, he whispered, "Time 0. In an instant, everything stopped. Under the moonlight, Su Lingwei looked like a still and beautiful statue. This was the first time he looked at the campus beauty so closely and carefully. Su Lingwei, in a state of stillness in time and space, is breathtakingly beautiful. Although she was still cold and pale, he now had a feeling that he could easily touch her. So, he really reached out and gently pinched the school beauty's cheek. Since you can't move, let me pinch it. It feels pretty good." However, the next second, he was horrified to find that Su Lingwei's big eyes flickered, and her scarlet little mouth slowly moved. "Do you want to die?" Chapter 19, Earl of Fengming Mountain, I will come to see you this afternoon. Do you want to die? The voice of the senior school beauty came slowly as if in slow motion, but there was no doubt that she was already able to speak and move. Oh my god! Lu Qing exclaimed, it turns out the level gap is too big. There's no way to completely stop the other party. He quickly withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, only to see the school beauty senior staring at him. Although the murderous intent in her eyes came slowly, it had already quietly emerged. He's gone. Faced with this situation, Lu Qing decisively chose to run away. The space freeze created by Time 0 lasted for less than 5 seconds before it shattered on its own after losing his support. In just 5 seconds, Lu Qing rushed to his room on the second floor, quickly turned on the faucet and started taking a shower. He knew in his heart that the school beauty would definitely not chase him if he looked like this. After the field disappeared, Su Lingwei slowly stood up from the pink coffin. With her keen hearing, she could already hear the sound of water splashing from the room on the second floor. The newbie who was so bold just now has actually started taking a shower. Humph, you're asking for death, she grumbled. Do you think that with the power of a baron, you dare pinch my face? Although her words were filled with murderous intent, the murderous intent and anger in her eyes were gradually dissipating. She stood quietly in the coffin, unconsciously raised her hand, and gently touched her beautiful face that had just been pinched by a daring guy. The moonlight shone down, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow. She slowly took off the pendant that she never took off from her neck. Inside the pendant, 2 white and sharp fangs lay quietly. She held the 2 fangs gently, her eyes filled with sadness, as if she was lost in memories. Mom! Her voice was like a dream. I think I embraced a very powerful guy for the first time. Do you think he can avenge you? On the outskirts of Zheng City, there is a low hill called Fengming Mountain. There is a series of mountain villas on the mountain, among which there is a manor with the largest area. The estate was surrounded by high iron fences, and at first glance, it seemed to have no guarding force other than these fences. But in reality, anyone who attempts to break in or sneak in here will inexplicably disappear without a trace. Under the manor, there is an extremely large space. In the center of the space was a square pool filled with scarlet liquid. Next to the pool stood quietly an extremely thin middle-aged man. His skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, his fangs were exposed without any cover, and his pupils reflected a blood red. He is the devil entrenched in the dark world of Jiang City, and he gave himself a seemingly elegant name, Earl of Fengming Mountain. He belongs to the Lazenba clan, one of the 13 clans, but he is not a core member of the clan. The power of the Eastern vampires has always been weaker than that of the West, because most of the core members of the clan are in the West, and the Eastern side is just a branch of the clan. So even though he had become a vampire count, it was still difficult for him to obtain more resource support from the clan, and he had to rely on himself for everything. The blood pool before him carried all his hopes of breaking through to the rank of Earl and evolving into a Marquis. As long as I can evolve to the Marquis, I can truly become a core member of the clan. His voice was hoarse and gloomy. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he instantly appeared behind a blood servant. With a click, he easily broke the blood servant's neck and threw it into the boiling pool of blood in front of him. The blood servant's body was quickly dissolved by the scarlet blood, and the color of the blood became darker red. In this underground space, hundreds of blood servants stood quietly, waiting to be thrown into the abyss-like blood pool. There was no fear in their eyes, for their souls had long since vanished. Not enough, not even close to enough. The Earl roared angrily, the blood servant's essence is too little. Damn it! He has cultivated this blood pool for decades, and it is now at a critical stage. However, the essence contained in the blood servant is too little. If only we could obtain the essence of the Countess of the Brute clan, and the one called Su Lingwei has now left the clan. The Earl's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. At this moment, a vampire exuding a murderous aura slowly walked over. Your Excellency! Speak! The Count was interrupted in his thoughts and seemed quite angry. The vampire said respectfully, most of the blood servants who had been monitoring the Countess of the Brute tribe were attacked and killed. But it wasn't the Countess who attacked, but one of her newly converted vampires. At his hands, we've already lost over 30 blood servants, 2 last-generation vampires, and a baron. Oh? The Earl turned his head instantly and looked at his capable subordinate. Didn't you just say it was just a newborn cub? After all, a newborn cub could never have such strength. Yes, Lord Earl. Judging from his aura, he is indeed a last-generation vampire. But the power is a little strange. The vampire was also full of doubts. The news from his subordinates showed that it was indeed just a newborn. The Earl was obviously very interested. After a moment's thought, he directly ordered, since he is the Countess's subordinate, bring him here for me to see. When I have time, I will personally capture the Countess and throw her into this pool of blood. Now that you are a Viscount, you will make the journey yourself. Have fun. Yes. My Lord Earl. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the young vampire Viscount. How could he play with the newborn? Of course, the Earl wanted it alive, but nibbling on its limbs bit by bit would be fine, right? Oh yeah. That newborn looks like it came from an orphanage? Great. It's been ages since he's tasted a human cub. Which one are you going to drive? In the spacious garage, Su Lingwei pointed at the row of luxury cars, all worth more than 10 million yuan, and asked Lu Qing. Lu Qing raised his hand and scratched his head, looking troubled. Where's Uncle Luo? Can't we just ask him to drive us to school? Uncle Luo has something to do today. And you don't need him to send me home in the future. I can't drive, so you have to come. Su Lingwei looked calm, as if it was normal to live for hundreds of years and still not be able to drive. Lu Qing looked at the school beauty and secretly complained. Okay, I'll give it a try. He replied nonchalantly and chose the RR. After all, he had ridden it before and was somewhat familiar with it. Lu Qing has a driver's license, so driving is no problem for him, but he has never had the opportunity to drive such a luxurious car before. It's just a luxury car, how difficult can it be? With this thought in mind, he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, while Su Lingwei sat in the passenger seat. Today, Su Lingwei was wearing a dark lace dress and a thin black collar around her slender neck. She still looked cold and charming. Perhaps because she is a vampire, her skin is so smooth and delicate that all women envy her. Her pores are almost invisible and it feels cool and soft to the touch. Lu Qing had a deep understanding of this the night he was bitten, but Su Lingwei's body was extremely hot at that time. After getting in the car, Lu Qing studied it for a while, then sighed helplessly and looked at Su Lingwei shyly. Senior, where is the gearshift? Su Lingwei looked at him quietly. Her eyes seemed to say, "Do you think I would know?" Lu Qing sought help but to no avail and could only figure it out on his own. It took me a while to figure out the location of each controller. When the RR started slowly, he found that Su Lingwei had already fastened her seatbelt silently. "Don't be nervous, just drive it, and if you crash it, buy another one." Su Lingwei comforted with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but complain in his heart, "I'm not nervous, but you look quite nervous." Both of them tacitly agreed not to mention what happened last night, and Lu Qing just let it go. "It's just a pinch of the face, how big a deal can it be?" Although Su Lingwei didn't mention it again, Lu Qing always felt that there seemed to be a hint of expectation in her dark red eyes that he couldn't understand. The journey was smooth and they arrived at the school. Lu Qing first sent Su Lingwei to the teaching building, then parked the car and went to his classroom for class. He felt strange when he recalled that Su Lingwei said inexplicably, "I'll come to see you in the afternoon," before getting off the car. Didn't she have classes in the afternoon? There were no other activities during the day, so why did she want to see her? At first he was full of doubts, but it was not until the afternoon class that he understood what Su Lingwei meant. Chapter 20, Crazy Little Wolf Cub. During the break, the counselor rushed into the classroom with a smile on his face. "Announce to everyone, dear classmates, there is a transfer student in our class today. I believe you all know this person. Especially the boys in our class. I hope everyone will cherish the time we spend together in the days ahead. Come on, applaud and welcome us." Immediately afterwards, under the eager gazes of the counselor and the whole class, Su Lingwei, dressed in dark clothes, slowly walked into the classroom. The moment she stepped into the classroom, all the boys in the class became excited and their male hormones surged wildly in their bodies. "Oh my god, school beauty? I'm not dreaming. The school beauty senior is actually coming to our class? Isn't the campus beauty a junior? Why is she here as a sophomore? Why bother with so much? I feel like my spring is coming. School beauty, sit here. I'm the class monitor." The boys in the class clapped like crazy, their hands turning red. Everyone stared eagerly at the beautiful girl on the podium, whom they could only watch from afar, their eyes full of hope. "Student Su Lingwei, you." The counselor greeted her warmly, but was interrupted directly by Su Lingwei. "Thank you, I'll find a seat myself." As she spoke, under the gaze of the whole class, Su Lingwei walked towards the location she had sensed long ago. Lu Qing looked helplessly at Su Lingwei, who was approaching him, and asked, "Senior, aren't you a junior? What's the matter with you coming to attend classes as a sophomore?" Su Lingwei said calmly, "It's too troublesome to take classes in different places, so I asked Uncle Luo to arrange for me to repeat a grade. I wouldn't pass the exam anyway." Well, this reason does make sense, but it's still a bit embarrassing to tell others that you voluntarily repeated the grade from junior year to sophomore year. The school beauty, you don't have the awareness that a school beauty should have. Su Lingwei had naturally sat down next to Lu Qing, leaning on the table, looking at him lazily. "And I asked Uncle Luo to donate 5 million to your department. So your counselor will definitely be happy to have me here." Lu Qing was speechless after hearing this, and said hesitantly, "Isn't this a bit too wasteful? After all, that's 5 million. It's okay, our family is rich." Su Lingwei smiled happily. On that day, the news that the school beauty Su Lingwei had voluntarily applied to be demoted from junior year to sophomore year quickly spread throughout the college. At the same time, there was also a piece of gossip that broke the hearts of countless male compatriots. After the school beauty Su Lingwei changed classes, she took the initiative to sit next to a boy, and she has been inseparable from him in class ever since. Even going to and from school, the two of them rode in the same car. For a time, all kinds of rumors were flying around, along with countless heartbroken voices. And on this heartbreaking night, a sharp and angry howl suddenly came from the sky above the academy. The sound was like a wolf howling. That howl was undoubtedly that of a wolf. On the rooftop of the academy building, Lu Qing punched the werewolf brick, sending him flying. Just as Su Lingwei had said before, this little wolf cub was indeed at the critical peak of its development. Only a few days had passed, and this guy's vitality was obviously much stronger than the last time we met. Ever since learning that Su Lingwei had transferred to their class and was inseparable from Lu Qing all day long, this little wolf cub has gone completely crazy. "Make an appointment with Lu Qing to duel on the rooftop of the college tonight." Lu Qing arrived as promised and knocked the little wolf cub down with just a few punches without much effort. After all, the wolf cub grows quickly, and Lu Qing's own growth rate is not inferior at all. In the past few days, he went out to hunt blood servants every night and saved up a lot of evolution points. He was about to evolve into a vampire viscount. However, for some unknown reason, the blood servants of the Lasenba tribe have significantly reduced their activity frequency recently, making it extremely difficult to find their traces. Even if he was lucky enough to encounter one, it would only be a small group of 4 or 5, which would slow down his pace of devouring evolution to a certain extent. At this time, Brick had completely transformed into a giant brown wolf with a mouth full of scarlet blood. It lay on the ground, glaring at Lu Qing fiercely and roaring, "Stay away from Su Lingwei. Otherwise, I will tear you apart sooner or later." Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. This little wolf cub is really stubborn. Even after being beaten so badly that he couldn't even get up, he was still here spouting harsh words. And why was a foreign wolf speaking with such a Beijing accent? Lu Qing couldn't help but ask curiously. Your mark appeared on Su Lingwei, but she's a vampire. Your family has no objection to you protecting a vampire? Brick comes from a small country in the west, but his tribe is huge and is the werewolf lineage with the purest bloodline. This guy seems to be the real direct descendant of their family. You know, werewolves and vampires are mortal enemies, but the mark appears on a vampire, which is really dramatic. Brick struggled to stand up and uttered human words from his wolf mouth. Mind your own business, just stay away. Otherwise, I will bite your neck off. Lu Qing looked at it with a smile and said, with your current ability, if you want to bite my neck off, you still need to practice for a few more years. Until then, you better stay away from us. Oh, and remember to take a shower more often. You smell really bad. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Bye. After saying that, he jumped straight down from the rooftop. Now, the height of dozens of meters poses no threat to him at all. Oh whoa! Just as Lu Qing landed on the ground, an angry and shrill wolf howl came from the rooftop. I guess this little wolf cub's howl will make the academy nervous for a while. Maybe everyone should call the police to see if there's a wolf that's escaped from the zoo. Lu Qing sighed leisurely. This little wolf cub is still too young and impatient. Although the little wolf cub was persistent and unfriendly, Lu Qing could feel that it did not seem to have any intention of killing him, it just wanted to beat him up. This is also the reason why Lu Qing did not use any harsh force just now. Otherwise, the wolf cub would have been dead long ago. After all, werewolves are still quite fragile before their powers are fully awakened, but once awakened, their strength will be extremely strong, especially when dealing with vampires. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can kill them one by one. Downstairs of the teaching building, the luxurious RR was parked quietly. Lu Qing opened the car door and got in. Su Lingwei in the passenger seat asked lazily, "Are you done?" Of course, a complete victory. The little wolf cub is no match for me now. Lu Qing responded easily. Then let's go. I finished drinking the blood bags and I'm a little hungry. Su Lingwei curled up in the comfortable and soft leather seat. She was so lazy at the moment, not because she was really lazy, but because she had finished drinking the blood bag this morning and had been hungry for the whole afternoon. Ever since she sucked Zhang Tianhao's blood in front of Lu Qing last time, Lu Qing has never seen her suck other people's blood again. She has always drunk blood from labeled bags. Although drinking blood bags can meet the body's needs, for vampires, if they only rely on blood bags without sucking human blood, their strength will gradually weaken. No wonder Su Lingwei became the weakest vampire count. However, the school beauty senior didn't seem to care about it and drank the blood bag happily. However, Lu Qing himself did not encounter this situation due to the system. So tonight, he and Su Lingwei are going to a place to purchase. Half an hour later, RR stopped quietly in a remote corner. Lu Qing and Su Lingwei both opened the car door and got out, looking at the iconic glowing words on the building not far ahead: Red Cross Blood Center. This is the largest blood storage institution in Jiang City, and it is also the place where the school beauty senior has always purchased goods. In the past, Su Lingwei had always done the task of selecting blood bags herself, because she would choose blood of different flavors according to her mood, and Uncle Luo naturally could not do it for her. However, this time, the school beauty also brought Lu Qing along, as if she was training him to do this. Should we sneak in or jump in directly? This was Lu Qing's first time participating in such an event, and he was not very familiar with the process. Su Lingwei turned her head and glanced at him, then led the way towards the building and said, "Let's go in." Chapter 21: Blood Theft Incident. Tonight, the atmosphere at the Red Cross Blood Center is particularly tense. The people who were supposed to get off work had already left, but those on the night shift were looking around vigilantly as if they were facing a great enemy. It is clearly noticeable that the defense strength of the entire building has increased to 3 times its original strength. Security guards armed with batons can be seen patrolling everywhere, and cameras in every hidden corner are turned on. The air is filled with a suffocating tension. Since about last year, the staff of the Red Cross Blood Center have discovered something strange. On this day every month, a blood theft incident always occurs at the blood center on time. A heavily guarded blood bank is bound to lose a batch of precious blood samples. The amount lost each time was not much, but where the blood was lost, there would always be a small silver box filled with golden gold. The amount of gold depends on the rarity of the stolen blood, but each time the value of the gold far exceeds the value of the lost blood. This has put the heads of blood institutions in a difficult position. Blood theft is undoubtedly a bad thing, but every time there is such a high amount of gold compensation, enough to buy several times the amount of blood, it is really tangled. What's even more bizarre is that no matter how many defensive forces are deployed, blood will still be lost from the blood bank on this day every month. They tried various methods, including checking surveillance footage, but no one could figure out how the blood was lost. Because there was gold compensation, the head of the agency did not choose to call the police, but instead organized more defensive forces on his own. At the lobby front desk, there are 2 sweet-looking girls on duty tonight. They stared nervously at the half-closed door, and one of them said, "Today is the 15th again. Do you think someone will come and steal blood again?" Of course it does. It happens on this day every month without fail. It's even more punctual than my period, another responded. But who is this guy, anyway? He's so bored that he comes here to steal blood, and he always leaves behind so much valuable gold. Who knows? No one's ever seen it. Look, there are 10 more security guards tonight than last time. I think it's probably useless. Do you think there might be a ghost? One of the little girls said with lingering fear, but then she denied it herself. Why would a ghost steal blood? Ghosts don't need blood. Besides, there are no ghosts in this world. They are all lies. The 2 continued to whisper to each other. No one would come at this time, so although they were nervous, they had some free time. Suddenly, a little girl saw 2 people walking in through the door. One is a beautiful girl in black, exuding a breathtaking elegance. The other is a slightly pale and thin young man with 3-dimensional and handsome features, especially his eyes, which seem to have a kind of magic that makes people unable to help but fall into them. Compared to the girl next to him, the man has a slightly gentler temperament, with a faint smile on his face, but also a hint of evil charm. The little girl was stunned for a moment. With so many security guards outside, how did these 2 people get in? Hello, where is the blood bank? Lu Qing smiled and politely asked one of the girls. At this time, Su Lingwei's cold voice came, "Don't ask, I know where it is. Let's go through the process anyway." Hasn't the process already been completed? We've already hypnotized those security guards in the monitoring room. All right. The little girl looked at the 2 people who were chatting as if no one was around, and her brain was a little confused for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she saw the handsome man carrying 2 small silver boxes in his hands. A small silver box? Looks so familiar. She was about to speak, but the next second, she met a pair of red eyes, and a voice full of magnetism and temptation rang in her ears. "You didn't see anything, forget everything today." Then, she sat down blankly as if she had lost her soul. "I didn't watch anything. Forget everything that happened today." After both receptionists were hypnotized, Su Lingwei suddenly reached behind the reception desk and took out 2 lollipops. She peeled one and ate it, then stuffed the other one into Lu Qing's mouth. He said proudly, "Every time I came here before, this little girl was on duty. She especially liked to hide 2 lollipops under the table. They tasted pretty good." Lu Qing had a candy stuffed in his mouth. He looked at the unconscious little girl with some sympathy, thinking to himself, "How pitiful." Lu Qing and Su Lingwei moved forward unhindered, hypnotizing every person they met. Later, a faint red light appeared on Su Lingwei's body, and this light spread to every corner of the building like mist. With her special ability, she successfully hypnotized everyone in the building. "Senior, so this is how you used to get blood." At this moment, Lu Qing felt that the senior sister looked quite cute. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of the scene where this cold-blooded vampire girl sneaked into the building on a dark and windy night and hypnotized everyone in order to get blood to drink. And she always chooses the same day. The school beauty has quite a few bad tastes. As Su Lingwei opened the blood bank door, she corrected him, "This isn't called stealing blood. We're here to buy it. I'll pay for it." The door of the blood bank opened and a gust of cold air hit me in the face. Ordinary people might feel bone-chilling cold, but the two of them squinted their eyes comfortably. There are rows of freezers in the blood bank, each labeled with various models. Su Lingwei checked these marks one by one. Occasionally, when she came across a blood bag that she liked, she would stop, take out a bag, tear open the bag and take a small sip. If he was satisfied, he would take out a marker and mark the bag, then hand it to him and say, "Take 2 bags of this." Lu Qing glanced at the mark made by the campus beauty senior on the blood bag in his hand-strong fragrance. He took a sip out of curiosity. It did have a slight fragrance. And this cabinet, this one, take 2 bags each. At this moment, Su Lingwei was like a little girl picking snacks in a supermarket. When she saw something she liked, she would ask him to take it down and put it away. Even Lu Qing could feel her happiness. Following the instructions of the school beauty senior, Lu Qing kept taking out blood bags from the freezer and putting them into the small silver box in his hand. Sweet and sour, light fragrance, 3 parts sugar. Each blood bag has a unique mark made by Su Lingwei. When the small silver box was almost half full, Su Lingwei pulled him to the innermost part of the blood bank and stared at the largest freezer in front of her with shining eyes. Said, "There are usually good things hidden in here. Last month I found a bag of panda blood here." The so-called panda blood is just a popular name. Its real name is Rh-negative blood, which is extremely rare, hence the vivid name. Lu Qing looked at the freezer. It was written on it, "Special storage cabinet for rare blood types." He thought it was a place dedicated to storing various rare blood samples. Sure enough, there's another bag. Su Lingwei stretched out 2 slender fingers, picked up a blood bag with a special mark, and smiled like a child who found a treasure. Looking at Su Lingwei's smile, Lu Qing suddenly felt that when the school beauty senior smiled, there was a different kind of warmth. If you ever meet someone with panda blood, Lu Qing suggested with a smile, just kidnap him and bring him home. I'll give you some of his blood to drink every day. This made Su Lingwei smile even brighter. It's not impossible. Chapter 22. The hunt begins. They raided the cabinet and took away about 5 or 6 blood bags. The small silver box was already full. Su Lingwei looked at the box full of blood bags of various flavors, and her eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. Let's go. That's enough for today. Come back next month. The school beauty senior walked out of the blood bank contentedly. Lu Qing placed another silver box in his hand on the metal table in the center of the blood bank. Inside was half a box of gold, which was the money the school beauty senior student used to buy blood. Considering the value of this gold, the blood center definitely made a profit this time. No wonder the person in charge here is so reluctant to call the police. After losing a bag of panda blood last time, he even released another bag this time. How smart. Su Lingwei had already returned to the car. Her straw was in the car. She was a little hungry, so she must be sucking the blood bag with the straw in the car. Lu Qing, on the other hand, had to complete the remaining finishing work. When he left, he found that the 2 girls at the front desk were still dazed, as if they hadn't seen him at all. In fact, they were lucky to have encountered a blood thief like Su Lingwei. If it were any other vampire, they would probably just rob people violently and suck their blood. As I walked out the door, my phone rang in my pocket. I opened it and saw a message from Uncle Luo, saying that some traces of blood servants had been found in the South City and that we could go and hunt them. Looking at the news on the screen, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. He finally found the whereabouts of the blood servant again. It seems that he can evolve to Viscount tonight. In the deep and dim subway tunnel, 2 vampire barons were running wildly along the railway tracks. With the powerful strength of the vampires, their figures were like flickering black shadows when they ran. Behind him, 7 or 8 blood servants followed silently. From the tattered clothes on these blood servants, it can be seen that most of them were beggars wandering the streets or poor workers who drifted around. People like this can be found everywhere in such a big city. Even if they disappear silently, it is difficult to attract the attention of others. The newly transformed 8-headed blood servant must be sent back quickly. One of the barons quickly glanced back as he ran. The Earl's plan is at the most critical stage. These blood servants who were just transformed tonight must be sent to Fengming Mountain and handed over to the Earl immediately. Although they didn't know what the Earl wanted these blood servants for, they understood that once these blood servants were sent to the manor on Fengming Mountain, they would never come out again. Even some of the last vampires, or barons like them, would be sent to that manor and disappear from the scene if they made the slightest mistake. They were relatively lucky because they had to keep searching for and transforming blood servants, so they didn't have to stay in the manor with an increasingly terrifying aura. They have been doing this for a long time, but recently there have been a lot of problems. Several teams transporting blood servants were intercepted and killed. Those teams seem to have evaporated out of thin air, just like the team that had harassed the Countess before, which disappeared without a trace. The culprit behind all this seems to be a new vampire named Lu Qing. Moreover, I heard that the Earl is quite angry because the number of blood servants sent recently is too small. That's why they chose to take the subway tunnel route tonight. This is the last batch of blood servants to be transported. After this batch is delivered, we have to go to that welfare home tomorrow. The Viscount summoned us personally, apparently to deal with that vampire named Lu Qing. Oh, I've been exhausted these past few days. I hope I can find something delicious to eat at the welfare home tomorrow. The two barons kept walking without slowing down at all while complaining to each other. Those newly transformed blood servants ran tirelessly, but their speed could not keep up, so the two barons had to stop and wait from time to time. Why is one missing? When the blood servants caught up again, one of the barons suddenly discovered that the original 8 blood servants had become 7. What's going on? The baron looked into the dark and deep tunnel, but the missing blood servants seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, with no trace left. Call out. Suddenly, a loud sound of breaking through the air was heard in the silent tunnel. A small stone, rubbing against the air while flying at high speed, ignited a blazing light and accurately hit the body of a blood servant. The powerful force directly smashed the blood servant's head into pieces. Bang! The blood servant's body fell heavily to the ground. Run! The baron's pores tightened instantly, and he turned around and fled desperately towards the front of the tunnel. Because he had already noticed that deep in the dark tunnel, something was approaching at a very fast speed. He could not sense the presence of the pursuer behind him, but judging from the sound of the air exploding, it was a creature with far greater power than theirs. It must be him. That's the new vampire who's been trying to kill us recently. The two barons fled frantically, without the courage to turn back and fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the heads of 2 more blood servants were shattered. Due to inertia, the corpses rushed forward for more than 10 meters before falling down. And every time a blood servant was killed, the vampires behind him seemed to pause for a moment, and then continue running. With every pause, the aura of the vampire would slightly increase. Damn it! How can he be so fast? The two barons no longer cared about the blood servants. At this moment, they just wanted to escape quickly, but the vampires behind them were closing in on them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This time, 3 blood servants fell one after another, and the fall of each blood servant seemed to be a fatal knell. Call out. Another bloody servant fell. One of the barons looked back in horror and found that only the last blood servant was left. Once this blood servant dies, will it be their turn? But he guessed wrong. Because this time the stone shot out, after smashing the last blood servant, still had a powerful force and directly shot off his knee. Save me! The baron lost his balance instantly and called for help to his companions in front of him the moment he fell to the ground. But he discovered in despair that his companions in front of him didn't even turn their heads, but just kept running away desperately. The next moment, he felt a breeze coming from behind him. Then, with a click, his neck made a crisp breaking sound, and his head turned 180 degrees, revealing an expressionless pale face. The next second, his body turned into ashes. Call. There's only one baron left. After devouring him, I should be able to evolve into a viscount. Lu Qing looked at the darkness farther into the tunnel and chased after him calmly. Chapter 23, Evolving Viscount, Awakening New Blood Clan Abilities. In the dark and deep tunnel, the only remaining baron was fleeing for his life. The cry for help from his companion just now hit his heart like a heavy hammer, but he did not dare to stop at all. He knew in his heart that if he hesitated for even a second, death would follow. If he had known that this mission was so dangerous, he would not have accepted it. At this moment, fear was like a raging fire, as if it was going to ignite his entire body. Even the little blood left in his body seemed to be boiled by the flames of fear. However, the terrifying aura from behind him was slowly approaching like a leech on his tarsal bones, and the sacrifice of his companions only bought him a few extremely short seconds of breathing time. These few seconds were enough for him to run hundreds of meters. There's an exit up ahead, and there's a bar right outside. The baron screamed madly in his heart, as long as I can get out, I can survive. He was thinking that as long as he rushed into the bar, replenished his strength with blood, and used those ignorant humans to block the demons behind him, he would be able to escape death. At this moment, he had already thrown the rules of the vampire clan out of his mind, and his only thought was to survive. Driven by extreme fear, the Baron increased his speed again. He had vaguely seen the small exit not far away that seemed like a life-saving straw. However, fate did not seem to let him go. "Do you think you can escape from my control?" A calm but cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The Baron turned his head in horror, only to see a pale, angular profile. The devil-like being had already come to his side and was running side by side with him. "No," the Baron roared in despair, trying to launch a final attack. "Don't waste your energy struggling," Lu Qing said coldly, then stretched out his hand, accurately pinched the Baron's neck, and pulled him to a stop. Lu Qing's mind changed, and a strange red light appeared on his hand, which quickly and completely enveloped the Baron's body. Soon, the red light began to flow back, and along with the red light returned to Lu Qing's body. It was full of energy and essence. The Baron's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at the exit that was right in front of him yet out of reach. He knew that he could no longer move forward there. "No," the Baron shouted at the top of his lungs, "the Viscount will not forgive you. Orphanage. You're dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the Baron's body turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Orphanage? Could it be that these vampires have found out his background and are preparing to attack the orphanage? In an instant, an uncontrollable violent emotion surged in Lu Qing's heart. The innocent children in the welfare home and the amiable old director are the few things he cares about in his heart. If these guys really dare to do anything bad to the welfare home, he will make them pay a heavy price for their stupid behavior. Ding. Devoured Vampire Baron X1, evolution points +2. Ding. Evolution conditions met, evolution begins. The sudden system prompt interrupted his thoughts. A powerful force surged out from deep within his body cells. Compared to the energy he had obtained from devouring the vampires before, this force was purer and more powerful. At the same time, a piercing pain followed, as if every cell was being repeatedly tempered and reshaped under the influence of this force. This painful process lasted for a full 10 minutes. As that power gradually disappeared into his body, his already pale face became even more bloodless, like a piece of white paper. Ouch! This pain is unbearable. His voice trembled uncontrollably due to the pain. Since becoming a vampire, his tolerance for pain has improved qualitatively, but this time the pain was too intense. It spread from deep within his cells, as if his entire body was completely crushed and put back together again. Ding! The host has evolved to Viscount. Awakening the vampire ability, Deep Red Blood. Crimson Blood Rage can stimulate the blood energy of the whole body and double the body's strength in a short period of time. The current duration is 30 seconds. After use, the body will fall into a short state of weakness. After evolving to Viscount, he really has awakened a new ability. What a domineering name! You know, among the vampires, even a genius can only awaken 2 abilities at most, and every time he advances a level, he can awaken a new ability. In addition to his noble bloodline of the pure-blooded royal family, as long as he doesn't encounter those old monsters that have gone through thousands of years and the level gap is not too great, he will basically not be in danger of his life. How about trying this new ability? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. He stared at his hands and whispered, "Crimson Bloodshed." In an instant, his blood seemed to be ignited, becoming boiling hot, like molten iron rushing through his veins. Boom! A faint red mist suddenly spurted out from his pores. It was the blood mist formed after the blood boiled. He slowly raised his head, the red light in his eyes had completely condensed into substance, and the surging power in his body made him feel as if he was filled with endless energy. At this moment, he was like a terrifying demon waking up from a bloody mist. This state lasted for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the red blood mist gradually retreated into his body, and a slight feeling of weakness came over him. Phew! Fortunately, the weakened state after the power was removed isn't too serious. I can probably still maintain about 60% of my strength. And it seems that the stronger the body, the faster the recovery. The double strength bonus, coupled with the advantage of recovery speed during the weak period, is undoubtedly an extremely powerful ability in combat. He took another look at his current personal information. Personal information panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Blood Clan. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline. Family, none. Level, Viscount of the Blood Clan. Points required to evolve to the next level, 040. Ability, ×0 Crimson Bloodshot. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, evolution achieved by devouring fellow vampires. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, can infinitely hide one's vampire level, undetectable. Chapter 24, Encountering the Fanatics Again. In the quiet and deep subway tunnel, a new vampire viscount was quietly born. For vampires, the evolution of levels often requires a long period of sedimentation and accumulation. However, Lu Qing broke the rules. In just 1 month, he grew from a fledgling vampire newborn to a vampire viscount whose strength should not be underestimated. Such a speed of advancement is a miracle. But Lu Qing knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. Above the viscount, the hierarchy of the vampires is like a pyramid reaching into the sky. Powerful beings such as Earl, Marquis, Duke, Prince, etc. are arranged in order, and there are also ancient and mysterious second-generation and first-generation species. They command the awe-inspiring 13 clans, like dark masters lurking in the shadows of the world. He understood that he still had a long way to go. However, as long as he can continue to devour, he will have the opportunity to continue evolving. If you are lucky enough, perhaps one day you will be able to evolve to the level of the first-generation species. By then, he might have enough strength to establish his own family, and even make his family stand out among the 13 clans and become the strongest. Lu Qing stood in the darkness, as if he was one with the shadows around him. With each evolution, the sinister aura around him became stronger, and his temperament seemed to be changing subtly. To evolve to Earl, 40 evolution points are needed. Lu Qing thought to himself, according to the previous rules, I can get about 2 evolution points by devouring a viscount, 1 by devouring a baron, and 0.5 by devouring the last blood. As for the blood servant, it should be of no help to evolution. After evolving into a vampire viscount, Lu Qing had already noticed it. Devouring blood servants can no longer bring any strengthening effect to his body. The minimum standard for devouring now is to at least be the last generation of vampires. The number of vampires is already small, and their advancement speed will probably slow down. It seems we need to find as high-level vampires as possible to attack. He pondered silently. As his evolutionary needs increased, he would inevitably devour more high-level vampires. However, each high-level vampire has been accumulated over a long period of time and their number is extremely limited. Unless you go west. The west has always been the core area of the vampires and the foundation of each clan. The number of high-level vampires is far greater than in other places. Most of the ancient vampires who have been sleeping for thousands of years are also hiding there. But that's a matter for the future, until you're strong enough. It's too early to think about it before you evolve to the Duke. Just as Lu Qing was deep in thought. Click. Suddenly, a slight sound was heard in the silent tunnel, followed by a flash of white light. Lu Qing was dazzled by the white light and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He looked towards the source of the sound and couldn't help laughing. At some point, a person was standing there, holding his cell phone and staring at him blankly. I guess I was too focused on my thoughts just now and didn't notice this person approaching at all. Alas. Lu Qing sighed helplessly, feeling both amused and helpless. Look at you, you had to deliver yourself to a vampire when you were fine. An ordinary person insists on getting close to a vampire. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Moreover, this is a hidden subway tunnel. This guy is so lucky to have met me. You don't come over here. The man said in a trembling voice when he saw Lu Qing walking towards him, I'm recording. Although he was scared, he still stubbornly held up his phone and refused to put it down. This courage is really extraordinary. At this time, instead of running away, he is still obsessed with recording. Lu Qing walked slowly to a lamp emitting a faint green light, and then he realized that the person in front of him looked familiar. Dressed in camouflage, carrying a huge backpack, and fully equipped, isn't this the vampire fanatic we met at the Gate of Sunshine community before? I think his name is Ayu? Why are you here? Lu Qing found it a little funny. After seeing Lu Qing's face clearly, Ayu was delighted at first. It's you? Then he was horrified. Oh my god, you really are a vampire? Yeah, didn't I tell you last time that vampires might look like me? Lu Qing said, opening his mouth and revealing 2 sharp fangs. Now it is certain that this guy named Ayu must be looking for traces of vampires again. I don't know how he came into this subway tunnel and happened to meet me. This fate is really wonderful. Fortunately, there is no signal here, so it should just be a recording, not a live broadcast. Did you see everything? Lu Qing deliberately showed a ferocious expression, his fangs flashing coldly in the dim light. Yu was so frightened that he took several steps back. Look. I saw it. You killed another vampire. Alas. That can only mean that you have very bad luck. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. You can either have your neck twisted or have your heart ripped out and eaten. You choose one. Yu's face was full of struggle. He didn't want to choose either of these two ways of dying. Today, he had wanted to try his luck in such a secluded place to see if he could find a vampire, so he sneaked into the tunnel, but he didn't expect to actually run into him. If this scene could be broadcast live, it would prove that vampires really exist. Lu Qing looked at this guy who was obsessed with vampires and didn't react for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking, so he prepared to take action. Just then, Yu suddenly shouted. Wait a moment. Elder brother. Can we talk about this? I don't want to die yet. Considering our fate. A determined look suddenly appeared on Yu's face. Brother, can you turn me into a vampire too? How about biting me? As he spoke, he suddenly opened his collar, exposing his neck, with a look of fearlessness in his face. This action made Lu Qing stunned for a moment. This proposal is not very good. Lu Qing shook his head. Just be a normal person. Come, look into my eyes. Lu Qing's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he used his innate ability hypnosis on this fanatical vampire fan. Then he went up and deleted all the videos and photos from Yu's phone. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone to take a selfie of Yu, who was in a trance, then retreated into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. After a long time, Yu's eyes gradually became clear and he stared blankly at the dark tunnel in front of him. Ha! Didn't I come here to explore? Why are you standing here in a daze? Why is there suddenly a selfie of me on my phone? Who took it? How strange. He stared at the photo on his phone, stood there for a while, and suddenly muttered to himself. Vampires can hypnotize people. My intuition tells me that I was probably hypnotized by a vampire just now. When Lu Qing returned to Seahorse Manor, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Since becoming a vampire, Lu Qing's need for sleep has dropped significantly. On weekdays, he would only take a short nap during the day. After all, for a vampire, a good night's sleep was a luxury. Chapter 25. The vampire world is about to usher in the true king, the welfare home. Most vampires have difficulty falling asleep and are more likely to be in a dormant state. And the best way to sleep, in their opinion, is to lie in a coffin. In fact, it is not necessary to sleep in a coffin, but this special hobby has been passed down since ancient times. Most vampires will have a coffin at home and lie in it in their spare time, which will make them feel safe. Perhaps the ancestor of the Blood clan originally slept in a coffin, and over time, the genes of this habit were passed down from generation to generation. In fact, there is no essential difference between lying in bed and lying in a coffin. Just like Su Lingwei, she never sleeps in the pink coffin in her room, but instead uses it as a closed little play area. There was also a coffin in Lu Qing's room on the second floor. It was specially customized for him by Su Lingwei, but he had never used it. As soon as Lu Qing returned to the courtyard, he noticed a gaze falling on him. The gaze came from the balcony on the third floor. He exerted a little force with his legs and jumped lightly to the third floor. Su Lingwei was seen wrapped in a black blanket, curled up on the spacious balcony, with her arms around her body, holding a piece of transparent crystal in her hand. Her long red hair was wet, with water droplets dripping from it from time to time. It looked like she had just taken a shower. She was wrapped in only this blanket, with her white feet, smooth legs, and slender pale neck all exposed. Why are you here? Lu Qing asked softly. He felt that the school beauty seemed to be a little sad at the moment. Look at the moon here. Su Lingwei raised her face, and the moonlight sprinkled on her face, making it look white. Lu Qing squatted down and squatted with her. Neither of them spoke for a while. The moon tonight is particularly round, and all vampires love such nights. I used to watch the moon like this with my mother. Under the moonlight, Su Lingwei said slowly, Mom is very beautiful, but unfortunately she is not a pure blood. To that man, she was just a temporary plaything. So even if she gave birth to me, she would not be recognized by the family. In the moonlight, Su Lingwei narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was lost in distant memories. Next to her were 4 or 5 boxes of red wine, all of which were empty. As soon as Lu Qing arrived, he knew that the school beauty had drunk a lot of wine tonight. I didn't inherit that man's bloodline, and he was mad. The same thing happened to my brothers and sisters. Back then, my life was a little difficult. Later, my mother died at the hands of that man. I was sent to an orphanage and grew up slowly before being found by Uncle Luo, who transformed me into a vampire. Su Lingwei's voice became lower and lower, until it was almost inaudible. She turned her head and looked directly into Lu Qing's eyes with her bloodshot eyes. Lu Qing, today is the day I'm thirsty for blood. I just went out to suck blood from a human, and this time I couldn't control myself and sucked all the blood from him. You see, I can become strong, but it's useless. Su Lingwei slowly lowered her head. She seemed drowsy, perhaps due to excessive alcohol or weakness from thirst for blood. Lu Qing stared at her for a long time. It turned out that today was the day when she was thirsty for blood. This day last month was the night when she embraced him for the first time. He didn't expect that a month had passed. He reached out and gently put his arm around Su Lingwei's cold and pale shoulders. With his other hand, he passed through her knees, bent down and picked her up. He chuckled softly. I'm so glad you killed that human instead of transforming a new member. 3 vampires are enough for our family. He carried Su Lingwei towards the room. At this moment, she was like a sleeping kitten in his arms, except that she had no breathing and no heartbeat. It doesn't matter if you're not strong, I'll be there for you in the future. Lu Qing gently placed Su Lingwei on the big bed in the middle, took off the only blanket on her, looked at her for a while, and then covered her with the quilt. Su Lingwei, who seemed to be fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes again at some point, looked at him for a while, and then closed her eyes again. Lu Qing, if you become very powerful in the future, can you do something for me? He gently pinched Su Lingwei's face, his eyes smiling. Okay. Even if you want the world to be destroyed, I will agree to it. On the rooftop terrace of the villa next door, Uncle Luo, dressed in an elegant tuxedo and white gloves, gently raised his hand and took a sip of coffee. Looking at the figure disappearing on the balcony, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and then the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. The vampire world will soon welcome a true king. 3 figures in black walked in front of the slightly remote and dilapidated door of the Boi welfare home. A well-dressed butler wearing gold-rimmed glasses held a black umbrella steadily in his hand, and under the umbrella was a beautiful girl in a black dress. Next to them stood a thin and handsome man. This welfare home is in a remote location and few people come here, so it looks a bit shabby. I have lived here for 12 years, and the old dean has always treated me like his own grandson. After I left, I often came back to visit, and the children there were all familiar to me. Lu Qing said as he led Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo to the welfare home. Su Lingwei looked around curiously and added casually, over the years, you have donated your extra money to this welfare home every year, which is about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. The children in the orphanage receive gifts from you every year. However, you were not well off financially before, so most of the gifts were made by you yourself. The children love them very much. Hearing these details from Su Lingwei, Lu Qing cast a resentful look at her. You even found out all this before? I even suspected that there were vampires following me every day during those first few days after I was converted. Su Lingwei had a blank expression on her face and immediately passed the buck. This isn't my fault, it was Uncle Luo who did it. Lu Qing turned to look at Uncle Luo, who reached out and adjusted the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses. Again, it's my job to know everything about the new family member. And you're wrong. I only monitored you for 2 days at the beginning. On the 3rd day, I realized that your perception ability could already detect my presence, so I withdrew. Lu Qing curled his lips helplessly and was too lazy to pay any more attention to this peeping duo. The reason why he came to the welfare home so early in the morning was because when he killed the Baron in the tunnel last night, he heard some information related to the welfare home and he was really worried. If those guys dared to do anything bad to the welfare home, he would definitely get furious on the spot. Brother Lu. You're here. Just as the 3 of them walked a short distance into the welfare home, a clear and joyful voice suddenly rang out. Under the big tree in front, a mischievous little guy poked his head out. When he saw Lu Qing, a bright smile instantly broke out on his face. The little guy stretched out his hand and shouted in one direction, "Everyone come quickly. Brother Lu is here to see us again." Chapter 26. Are you Brother Lu's girlfriend? Brother has to wait for Xiao to wake up. Following the shout, countless childish and surprised shouts suddenly rang out from around the corner. Ah! Brother Lu is here? Quick! Stop playing! Run faster! Let's go see Brother Lu! Along with the shouts, a group of cute children appeared, and a dozen cheering children suddenly rushed out from the corner. Su Lingwei was slightly stunned when she saw this scene, and then a smile appeared on her face. it seems that you are very popular in the welfare home. Lu Qing smiled proudly. Of course, I used to be the king of children. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. Don't be anxious, run slowly, don't fall. The children ran up to him, surrounded him, and chattered non-stop. Brother Lu, why did you come to see us so early this year? I missed you so much. Brother Lu, why are your hands so cold? Do you have a cold? Brother Lu, do you think I've grown taller? I listened to you and ate a lot. Brother Lu, hug me quickly, otherwise you won't be able to hold me when I grow up. Lu Qing was overwhelmed by the constant calls of Brother Lu. However, he had experienced this kind of welcome scene dozens of times, so he handled it calmly. He hugged this one, patted the head of that little guy, and smiled gently. Zixiao, why are you so tanned? Do you always sneak out to play? Xiaohua, you must eat more so that you can grow more beautiful in the future. Brother doesn't have a cold. He's just wearing less today, so his hands are a little cold. Come, Dandan, let your brother hug you. After touching all the children's heads, Lu Qing distributed the big bag of snacks in his hand to these lively little ones. Su Lingwei stood not far away, quietly watching the lively scene here, not daring to step forward to join in. In this world, apart from Lu Qing, there is probably no other vampire who can treat these children so gently after being transformed. Sister, you are so beautiful. A crisp voice suddenly sounded beside Su Lingwei. She looked down and saw a little girl with pigtails, looking up at her. Su Lingwei squatted down and gently pointed at the braids on the little girl's head. You are very beautiful too. After being praised, the little girl thought about it seriously and said, I am pretty, but not as pretty as my sister. Sister, are you Brother Lu's girlfriend? The little girl asked innocently. Su Lingwei was stunned for a moment, and did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked, do you know what a girlfriend is? I know. A girlfriend is the kind you can kiss on the lips. Sister, if you were Brother Lu's girlfriend, I would give you candy. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the little girl stretched out her hands, which had been behind her back, holding 2 lollipops in her hands. Eat candy. Su Lingwei took it gently with a smile and patted her little head. If I weren't Brother Lu's girlfriend, would I have no candy to eat? The little guy shook his head and said with a sly smile, that's not the case. If you were my girlfriend, I could give you 2 candies, but if you're not Brother Lu's girlfriend, I can only give you 1. The little guy stretched out his other hand behind his back, and this time there was only a lollipop in his little hand. Each child received exclusive gifts and snacks from Lu Qing. But these children were not like other children who would run away after receiving the gifts. Instead, they surrounded Lu Qing even more closely and shared their snacks with him. Brother Lu, this is delicious, come and try it. And this, you have to eat this too. In a short while, Lu Qing's mouth was stuffed full of the little guys. The little guys were like cheerful elves, but Lu Qing felt a little uneasy in his heart. Something is wrong. His eyes swept across the children's faces one by one, and his heart suddenly moved. Yes, it was wrong. 3 children were missing. Where is Qiuqiu? Why isn't Qiuqiu here? Lu Qing suddenly stood up. Although there was still a smile on his face, his eyes had gradually turned cold. Huh? Really? Why isn't Qiuqiu here? The children finally realized what was happening and started looking for him in the crowd. However, they couldn't find Qiuqiu. Strange, I saw Qiuqiu this morning, how come he disappeared? Ball, the children shouted anxiously. Just then, a white-haired old man hurried over. Old Dean. Lu Qing hurried forward and was slightly relieved when he saw the old Dean. Fortunately, the old Dean was fine for the time being. But then, he became worried again because the old Dean was in a terrible condition. The old Dean's eyes were bloodshot, his eye sockets were dark and gray, his gray hair was messy, he walked with a limp, and from time to time he rubbed his left leg with his hand. As soon as the old Dean arrived, he grabbed Lu Qing's arm tightly with his dry hands. His lips trembled, but he couldn't speak for a long time. Looking at the old man who used to be so elegant despite his advanced age, now in this state, Lu Qing felt an inexplicable rage in his heart. Don't be anxious, take your time. Lu Qing patted the old Dean's dry hands and comforted him. The old Dean glanced away and finally spoke in a hoarse and trembling voice. Last night, 2 children were taken away. I saw it with my own eyes. Those guys took the child away, and when I tried to stop them, they lifted me up and threw me out. Those guys looked so weird. No, it's like a monster. As the old Dean spoke, Lu Qing's face became more and more gloomy. It was those vampires. They finally took action against the children in the orphanage. Yesterday must have been just the beginning, which is why they only took 2 children. 2 children? That's not right. There are 3 children missing. Lu Qing tried hard to suppress his emotions and asked, Old Dean, are you sure those 2 children were taken away yesterday? Is Qiuqiu among them? The old dean seemed to still be immersed in the fear of last night, slowly recalling. He rushed forward regardless of everything, but was unable to shake those guys at all. He also heard those people say, you are old and not as delicious as these little guys, you are lucky. Among the 2 children who were taken away yesterday, Qiuqiu wasn't one of them, they were 2 older ones. Qiuqiu was eating breakfast in the yard this morning, the old dean muttered to himself, and suddenly came to his senses, looking around anxiously. Qiuqiu is gone too? Where did Qiuqiu go? Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo in the distance also seemed to notice the strange atmosphere here. They clearly felt that Lu Qing's aura was somewhat out of control, as if it was about to explode. What's going on? Su Lingwei patted Lu Qing's arm gently, as if to comfort him. Those people took away 2 children yesterday, and another child is missing. Lu Qing looked at her, and there seemed to be angry magma surging in his eyes. Then, he whispered to the old dean, Dean, don't look for it anymore. I know where the ball is. With his powerful perception, Lu Qing had just searched the entire welfare home and sensed a faint heartbeat and breath on a piece of grass. It should be Qiuqiu. Although she could sense that Qiuqiu had not been captured, her heartbeat and breath were terribly weak at the moment. Let's go. Lu Qing took the lead and ran towards the direction of perception, while Su Lingwei followed closely behind, supporting the old dean. Please don't get into any trouble with Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu is Lu Qing's favorite little girl in the welfare home. She is lively and cute. Every time Lu Qing comes, Qiuqiu will give him a small gift made by herself. She also often said that when she grew up, she wanted to live and eat with Brother Lu. When she said this, Qiuqiu's eyes were full of joy and seriousness. The welfare home was not big, and Lu Qing arrived there quickly. There was a little girl lying on the green grass, looking like a porcelain doll. She seemed to be suffering from great pain, her small body curled up into a ball, her chubby little face pale and bloodless. Qiuqiu. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward, gently picked her up, and found that Qiuqiu's body temperature was incredibly hot. What made him even more angry was that there was a deep bite mark on Qiuqiu's arm. Su Lingwei handed the old dean to Uncle Luo, walked forward to take a look, and explained in a cold voice, this is a delaying venom. The person bitten will experience long and painful periods, and then their body will slowly rot and finally, die. They did it on purpose. Su Lingwei frowned, looking reluctant. I understand. Lu Qing's voice was surprisingly calm, and he looked quietly at the ball in his arms. Qiuqiu seemed to have noticed something and struggled to open his eyes. Brother Lu, come and see, Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu is sick. Looking at Qiuqiu's forced smile, Lu Qing showed a gentle smile on his face. Brother knows you are sick, does it hurt? No. It doesn't hurt. Lu Qing kissed Qiuqiu lightly on the cheek. Be good, you'll be fine after a good sleep. Okay, brother has to wait for Qiuqiu to wake up. Good. Qiuqiu's beautiful eyes slowly closed, and her breath became weaker and weaker. Chapter 27. Fuck you. You pervert. Lu Qing held the sleeping ball in his arms, standing there quietly, motionless. Behind him, Su Lingwei's dark red pupils had dilated extremely, and her eyes were full of horror. In her eyes, Lu Qing was surrounded by a thick layer of red blood mist at this moment. The dark and cold aura made her shiver slightly. Although Lu Qing was just standing there quietly, she could clearly feel that Lu Qing's body was filled with endless violent power. She had never seen Lu Qing like this before. He was like a tyrannical king about to awaken. His powerful aura made her breathless. Senior, please take care of Qiuqiu. Then take all the children and the old dean and leave here first. Lu Qing turned around calmly and handed the ball in his arms to her. And you? I'll just stay alone. Su Lingwei silently took the ball without asking any more questions. Lu Qing turned his gaze to Uncle Luo and said, Uncle Luo, please lend me your Tang sword. Also, please help me clear the field. Finally, everyone evacuated the orphanage. As they left, they all felt that this familiar orphanage seemed to have changed. An endless chill began to spread slowly in the yard. As the sun gradually sank, the icy air became stronger, and the air was even filled with a sweet smell of blood. Su Lingwei turned her head at the last moment and took a look at the figure standing quietly with the Tang sword in hand. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, she seemed to witness the arrival of a bloodthirsty king. Tonight, this place might become hell. Miss, the preliminary detection results are out. There are 40 blood servants, 18 last-generation vampires, and 8 barons. Led by a vampire viscount. Given Lu Qing's condition, he might be in danger. Should we go and provide support? Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, from where they could vaguely see the situation inside the welfare home. Uncle Luo has already found out the strength of the Lisenba tribe this time, and the viscount leading the team is said to be a newly promoted vampire under the Earl of Fengmingshan. He is bloodthirsty and likes killing. This viscount seemed to treat the welfare home as a battlefield for a game. Miss, this viscount planned the attack on the welfare home, and his target was not just Lu Qing. It was done on purpose for us to see. Uncle Luo still said in a calm tone. Although his young lady is not good at analyzing this kind of situation, as a wise butler, he will select the most critical information to report. Although Su Lingwei is not good at analysis, it does not mean that she is not smart. She naturally understands the intention of the current fight. I know they are demonstrating. These guys from the Lisenba tribe are trying to tell me that this time they're targeting Lu Qing, and next time it might be my turn as the Earl. But Uncle Luo. Su Lingwei looked straight in the direction of the welfare home. Even though her vision was a little blurry, she could still clearly feel the violent and oppressive atmosphere. I think they might have miscalculated this time. Lu Qing was really angry just now. There was even a moment when I felt fear. Su Lingwei recalled the scene just now. At that moment, even though she was a vampire count, she was suppressed by an inexplicable force. The breeze was blowing gently and the bright moon was hanging high in the night sky. In an instant, countless black shadows rushed out from various dark corners like ghosts. They moved silently, their sharp fangs and claws already extended, surrounding them from all directions. On the trees, rooftops, lampposts, vampires appeared one after another. In the dark night, their blood-red eyes stared at the man standing alone in the open space. Ha ha! An extremely feminine voice sounded. Is he really alone? A figure covered in a black robe appeared on the tallest tree in the welfare home. It was the Viscount. His eyes were full of teasing. Little guy, who gave you the courage? How dare you wait here to die alone? I hope your blood is tasty enough. My men are starving and thirsty right now. Ha ha! The Viscount showed off his self-righteous elegance to the fullest. In his opinion, this was just a game, and since it was a game, he had to enjoy it to the fullest. So he didn't intend to tear the other party into pieces immediately, but was ready to slowly enjoy this feast. Fuck you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Who are you calling a little guy? You pervert. The Viscount's originally good mood was instantly like being poured with a bucket of cold water. He couldn't believe what he heard. Swearing? So vulgar? Then he heard the same sound again. You pervert, I'm asking you, where are those 2 kids you kidnapped? Hearing this, the Viscount's mood instantly became cheerful again, because the answer he was about to give would surely cause great pain to the guy who dared to scold him. Ha ha! Those 2 little devils? Of course they were eaten. Not even a bone was left. Oh, right. It seems there's another little ghost who will soon die in extreme pain. The Viscount became more and more excited as he spoke. He was intoxicated by the pleasure of torturing the other person bit by bit. He was looking forward to the other party's reaction. However, the next second, he saw the man who had been lowering his head slowly raise his head. Complex black lines appeared on the man's face, and the blood red in his eyes seemed to turn into substance. A faint blood mist lingered, like a blazing flame. At the same time, a strong atmosphere of tyranny instantly filled the entire venue. The Viscount suddenly felt as if a demon king had awakened. In that case, then all of you, go to hell. Chapter 28. Miss, you have already recognized him. Crimson Bloodstorm. Lu Qing let out a low roar, and in an instant, all the pores on his body opened up, and his originally cold blood instantly became boiling hot. Immediately afterwards, countless blood mists surged out from his pores, wrapping him tightly. These blood mists seemed to have life, and with every breath they took, they leaped like ferocious red flames. The red flames came with great force, instantly burning all the clothes on his upper body. Even the tang sword he was holding tightly in his hand was stained with a rich layer of red. Die! With this loud shout, Lu Qing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a blood servant. With a sharp "chee" sound, the sharp sound of a blade cutting through the air suddenly came, and the blood servant didn't even have time to react before his entire body was neatly split in half. At the same time, Lu Qing's figure disappeared without a trace again. The next second, the head of another bloody servant squatting on the fence suddenly rolled down from its neck. Until the moment his life faded away, the blood servant was unable to see clearly when the vampire had quietly come behind him. After entering the blood rage state, Lu Qing gained twice the strength bonus, as if he had completely transformed into the cold-blooded god of death and the darkness. He ran through the crowd like the wind, and every time he swung the Tang sword in his hand, he would take the life of a bloody servant. Either chop it into pieces with a single blow, or chop off its head cleanly and efficiently. In less than half a minute, more than a dozen of the 40-plus blood servants had fallen silently to the ground, unable to get up again. This power is actually comparable to that of the Viscount. A vampire baron widened his eyes, trying his best to catch the figure moving as fast as a ghost, and a strong sense of fear surged in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a terrified roar, "Run!" He subconsciously turned around and met his companion's frightened gaze. Run? What on earth had happened? However, before he could react, a sharp pain came from his chest. He lowered his head in a daze, and saw a pale hand passing through his chest, and in that hand, it was tightly clutching a dark red heart. Is this my heart? He thought blankly. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the heart was crushed by that hand. At the same time, a faint red light began to emanate from his body, and eventually turned into ashes, slowly dissipating. When the ashes cleared, Lu Qing's figure appeared. At this moment, his naked upper body was already covered with countless blood. The blood slowly flowed along the intricate patterns on his body, and then was slowly absorbed by his body. The first blood burst has ended, and as soon as the blood burst ended, Lu Qing killed the Baron in front of him in seconds and swallowed him. The essence devoured is constantly making up for the weakness brought by deep red violent blood. Lu Qing raised his head and looked straight at the vampire Viscount standing at the highest point, and clearly caught the hint of surprise in the Viscount's eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, made a gesture of wiping his neck towards the Viscount, and said coldly, "Wait for death." The Blood Clan Viscount was enraged by his provocation and roared angrily, "Go! Tear him apart!" In an instant, all the blood servants, the last generation of vampires, and the Baron rushed towards Lu Qing like a tide. For a moment, the entire welfare home was filled with loud rumbling noises, which were the sounds made by vampires smashing through the walls while running at high speed. "Today, none of you can leave." Lu Qing looked at the vampires that were surrounding him, and with his backhand, he grabbed the last vampire that was already very close behind him and pulled it in front of him. This last vampire was unable to break free from his powerful strength and could only allow his body to be smashed to the ground. Roar! The last vampire howled in pain. Lu Qing then stomped down hard, crushing his chest. The powerful force stomped out a deep pit on the ground. Then, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight again. Crimson Bloodstorm. The blood burst ability was activated again. Lu Qing carried a blood mist like a red flame and rushed towards the vampires who were attacking him. In an instant, an endless aura of brutality was completely released, and the entire welfare home seemed to be drenched in blood. Master Lu Qing's strength is truly formidable. He has already surpassed me. On top of the building, Uncle Luo put his hands behind his back, looking at the fierce battlefield from afar and exclaimed in admiration. Su Lingwei was slightly startled, then turned her head expressionlessly, staring straight at Uncle Luo and asked, "When did Lu Qing become a young master?" Uncle Luo turned around and faced Su Lingwei, placed one hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Master Lu Qing has been recognized by me. As the housekeeper, I can naturally call him master. Besides, miss, didn't you already approve of him a long time ago?" As he spoke, Uncle Luo's eyes fell playfully on the lollipop in Su Lingwei's mouth. Pooh! Su Lingwei immediately puffed up her cheeks and spat out the lollipop in her mouth. The lollipop drew a graceful arc in the air and fell towards the bottom of the building. But just when it fell halfway, it was caught by a slender little hand. It turned out that Su Lingwei regretted spitting it out. With the powerful hand speed of the Blood Clan Earl, she instantly retrieved the lollipop and stuffed it back into her mouth with an expressionless face, muttering, "Young master is young master, it doesn't matter." Uncle Luo watched his young lady's series of actions, and the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. "My young lady has become even more arrogant now." Inside the orphanage, the brutal hunt continued. With the exception of the vampire Viscount, all the other vampires were trapped in this brutal battlefield. Lu Qing tightly gripped the Tang sword and began to kill with an expressionless face. Under his sword, no vampire could leave a complete corpse. Only when he was tearing apart the last vampire or the Baron would he pause and devour it. The originally flat ground of the welfare home was now broken beyond recognition, with huge pits of varying depths scattered everywhere. In this thrilling hunt, the identities of hunter and prey have already quietly exchanged. The original 40 blood servants, 18 last-generation vampires and 8 barons, now only the last 6 barons are left. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and terror. However, the Viscount did not give the order to retreat, so they had no choice but to continue this almost fatal battle. Let's go together. The remaining 6 barons gathered all their strength and instantly transformed into 6 blurry shadows, surrounding and killing the terrifying vampire in the center, Lu Qing. But in the next second, a cold voice seemed to suddenly ring in their ears. Chapter 29. You are not qualified to be my slave. Time 0. In an instant, they felt that everything around them was still. Some were still in the pouncing posture, some were hanging in the air, and some had sharp claws about to touch the target, but without exception, they were all frozen. And Lu Qing, as if taking a leisurely stroll, crushed their hearts one by one. Wouldn't it be nice to be an ordinary person in your next life? If you still have a next life. As the essence of the last Baron turned into red light and flowed into his body, Lu Qing's physical fatigue and wounds instantly recovered. Killing and devouring 6 barons at once allowed his previously consumed strength to return to its peak state. Phew! There's only one left. Lu Qing turned his gaze to the Viscount, who had never taken any action. The Viscount was also looking at him with an expression of disbelief on his face. Impossible. This is impossible. That static space just now must be a special ability. He's not even a count, how could he possibly awaken his abilities? At this moment, the Viscount was filled with regret and just wanted to die. Although he is cruel and bloodthirsty, he is not stupid. A vampire of unknown rank, whose ability has been awakened before he even reached the rank of Count, how could he possibly provoke such a being? Thinking back to those ridiculous thoughts he had before, the Viscount wanted to slap himself hard. Why would I want to provoke this devil? This time, all the men he brought with him were annihilated. If he went back like this, even though he was now a favorite of the Earl, he would surely have his neck twisted and be thrown into the pool of blood. However, he also clearly realized that in front of this terrifying vampire, he would also end up being torn to pieces. No, we have to run quickly. Go back and tell the Earl that we encountered a suspected mutant this time. Yes. That's what I said. Only mutants can possess such terrifying strength. The Viscount's mind was racing as he stepped back. However, the next second, a hoarse voice sounded behind him. What? You want to escape now? You? The Viscount turned around in horror, but before he could see when Lu Qing came behind him, he was kicked out hard. Lu Qing's kick was so powerful that it sent the Viscount flying from the roof to the open ground like a cannonball. I've already told you that you will all die here. Don't even think about escaping. Lu Qing stood where the Viscount had been before, looking down coldly. The Viscount had just struggled to get up from the deep pit he had created, and he ran away without looking back. But Lu Qing, who was in a state of violent blood, appeared next to the fleeing Viscount almost instantly. The field of time 0 unfolded again, and the time and space in this area were completely frozen. Swish! Lu Qing swung the Tang sword in his hand lightly and directly cut off the Viscount's 2 legs. In the realm of time 0, even the flowing blood is frozen. Swish! 2 more knives fell, and the Viscount's arms were separated from his body. Lu Qing retracted the Tang sword, stretched out a hand, slowly pinched the Viscount's head, and then lifted the effect of time 0. The moment the freezing effect disappeared, the piercing pain made the Viscount let out a shrill scream. No! Don't kill me! I am willing to be your slave. I swear on my soul. The Viscount begged for mercy frantically, his face distorted with fear and pain. Lu Qing looked at him coldly and said slowly, "You are not worthy to be my servant. Besides, you've already lost your soul." Bang! A huge force exploded, crushing the Viscount's head into a ball of flesh. The next moment, a red light flashed, and the Viscount's body quickly dried up, and then turned into ashes bit by bit. This vampire Viscount, who may have lived for many years, had his last traces completely vanished. Ding! Devoured Vampire Viscount X1, evolution points +3. Ha! Viscount Devourer actually gave 3 evolution points? It seems that as the evolution level increases, the evolution points gained by devouring vampires of the same level will also increase. At this time, Lu Qing had advanced to Viscount, so this was considered a swallowing of the same level. Ding! This time, a total of 18 last vampires, 8 vampire barons, and 1 vampire viscount have been devoured. A total of plus 20 evolution points obtained. You still need 2040 to advance to the vampire earl. After this battle, Lu Qing obtained almost half of the evolution points needed for advancement. It seems that as long as I go through a few more battles, I will be able to advance to the vampire earl soon. By this calculation, I will soon be on the same level as the school belle. The school beauty senior has lived for 300 years, and I have only been a vampire for more than a month. Inside the orphanage, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei slowly approached. Looking at the potholes of varying sizes on the ground and the densely packed holes on the walls, Uncle Luo couldn't help but sigh. Young Master Lu Qing's destructive power is truly astonishing. They had a general understanding of the battle just now, and only vaguely felt that Lu Qing defeated his opponent with an overwhelming momentum. It was not until I was there in person that I truly realized how fierce and cruel the previous battle was. Lu Qing stood alone in the rubble, took a deep breath, and tried to slowly calm the violent emotions that remained in his heart. The strange patterns on his naked upper body had gradually faded. This kind of pattern appeared naturally when he cast deep blood violence. Especially when his emotions were fluctuating violently, those strange patterns seemed to come alive and almost showed signs of penetrating his body. When he exerted his strength to the extreme, all the patterns gathered on his back, forming a shape similar to strange wings. As for what other functions this pattern has, it is not yet known, but as the evolution level increases, these secrets will eventually come to light. Just like now, after he advanced to Viscount, the duration and range of the ×0 field have been improved. Now it can cover an area of about 6 meters around it, and the duration has reached an astonishing 1 minute. What's more amazing is that the freezing power of ×0 has also been greatly enhanced. For example, when he used his domain on Su Lingwei before, although Su Lingwei's movements were restricted, she was still able to make some slight movements and speak. But if we release it on the school beauty senior now, I'm sure she will be completely imprisoned. After all, the school beauty is just one of the weaker vampire earls. Ha! The blood red in Lu Qing's eyes completely dissipated. He turned to look at Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei who were walking towards him and said, "Uncle Luo, I'll trouble you to clean up the mess." He failed to control his strength during the fight just now and almost destroyed the entire welfare home. Uncle Luo looked around and bowed slightly in response, "Okay, Master Lu Qing. But this place is too badly damaged. Instead of repairing it, it would be better to rebuild it. After all, this is where you lived as a child." Lu Qing did not refuse and replied, "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Luo. I'll return this Tang sword to you." As he spoke, he tossed the clean Tang sword to Uncle Luo and added, "This sword is pretty good, but it's a little light." In battles between vampires, they usually tear each other apart with their claws, but in the battle just now, he found that it would be more convenient to have a weapon when facing many enemies at the same time. It was unknown what material Uncle Luo's Tang sword was made of, but it was jet black all over, strong and sharp. However, for him, the only drawback was that it was too light, and he always felt powerless when using it. Chapter 30. Sorry, I couldn't help it, it's human nature. Su Lingwei looked at him with a slightly strange look and said, "Each of the 13 clans has its own sacred weapon. Those sacred weapons are considered the most powerful weapons in the world, and each one has unique abilities. The sacred weapon of the Brute tribe is a weapon called the Execution Axe. Legend has it that the strength of the person holding it can be increased by more than 10 times, but it will be accompanied by the side effect of excessive bleeding. I know the whereabouts of this holy weapon." Su Lingwei's voice seemed to carry some temptation. Lu Qing's curiosity was piqued. Execution Axe? Just by hearing the name, he could imagine that it must be a huge axe. An image of myself holding a super cool axe in both hands, blood all over my body, appeared in my mind. It seemed pretty cool. But he was not blinded by fantasy and said rationally, "Since it is the sacred weapon of the Brute tribe, they will definitely not let me get it easily. I will wait until I am strong enough." A flash of red light flashed in Su Lingwei's eyes, and she nodded with some anticipation. "Okay. Let's go, take me to see how Qiuqiu is doing." Lu Qing said, slowly walked out of the welfare home, casually draped over his body. The old director and other children have been placed elsewhere by Uncle Luo and can only return after the welfare home is rebuilt. Qiuqiu was sent to the Seahorse Manor alone by Su Lingwei. When Lu Qing returned home, he saw Qiuqiu's small body curled up in a ball, his heartbeat and breathing so weak that it seemed as if they would stop at any time, and his skin had ulcerated and cracked. The originally cute little girl now looked very scary. The chronic venom has begun to erode Qiuqiu's body. My blood can't stop her condition from worsening, so Qiuqiu may not be able to hold on for much longer. Su Lingwei seemed unable to bear to look any longer and gently moved her gaze to Lu Qing's profile. Lu Qing picked up Qiuqiu, looked at the little guy's face full of cracks, and called him softly a few times. Qiuqiu, who was in a semi-comatose state, actually opened his eyes slightly and shouted weakly, "Brother Lu, Qiuqiu, it hurts so much." Seeing the little girl like this, Lu Qing's eyes were a little red. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in her ear, "It doesn't hurt, dear." "Qiuqiu, do you want to be with Brother Lu forever?" Qiuqiu struggled to open one eye, looked at his face clearly, then stretched out her little hand with great effort to touch his chin and asked, "Forever together?" Okay. Qiuqiu wants it. "Okay, then Brother Lu will always be with you." As he spoke, Lu Qing's fangs slowly protruded from his lips. Su Lingwei instantly understood what he was going to do, and distressfully dissuaded him, "It's useless. The blood of the vampires cannot prevent the venom injected by their own kind. You will only make Qiuqiu weaken faster." Lu Qing slowly shook his head, and deep in his pupils, a silver flame gradually expanded, occupying the entire pupil in the blink of an eye, and a pair of silver eyes were fully revealed. His voice was low and firm, "My blood can." As soon as he finished speaking, his fangs gently pierced Qiuqiu's arm. At the same time, that familiar, devilishly tempting aura instantly spread. Su Lingwei's eyes suddenly became blank, and she murmured, royal bloodline?" At this moment, Su Lingwei completely lost her usual cold appearance. She had just come back to her senses from her trance, but her body couldn't stop shaking. This is suppression at the bloodline level. The pure-blooded royal bloodline has an innate suppressive power over the pure-blooded vampires. Royal blood has been passed down from ancient times to the present day and has become extremely rare. Even if one awakens only a trace of royal blood, they will be regarded as treasures by the clan. But what Lu Qing exudes now is clearly the aura of pure royal blood. She trembled, but couldn't help wanting to get closer. The aura of royal blood was like the temptation of the devil, making it difficult for her to resist. She moved closer unconsciously until her face was pressed against a broad back, and even opened her mouth involuntarily and bit the solid muscles on the back. Lu Qing had just retracted his fangs and injected his own blood into the ball when he suddenly felt a pain in his back. He reached out and hugged the school beauty with dazed eyes into his arms, frowned and stared at her, and asked, "Why did you bite me?" As the silver pupils disappeared, the aura of royal blood also dissipated. Su Lingwei came back to her senses, looked at the handsome face in front of her, and couldn't help but look away, saying, "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Su Lingwei stood up from his arms, straightened her clothes, and said seriously, "Although I don't know why you awakened the royal bloodline, you must remember that the royal bloodline has a fatal attraction to all vampires. Once they sense the presence of royal blood, they will involuntarily want to get close to you, and even want to eat you, just like I did just now." Su Lingwei stuck out her tongue and licked her scarlet lips. Although the scent of royal blood in Lu Qing's body had disappeared, the air seemed to still linger with the scent that fascinated her. "I didn't bite through the skin just now, I really want to take another bite." This sudden thought made Su Lingwei blush slightly. Lu Qing looked at her strangely. The school beauty's behavior at the moment was really weird, as if she was in heat. "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Lu Qing has always been cautious about awakening the royal bloodline and has never revealed it. Moreover, he has not yet started to develop and utilize his bloodline, mainly because he is afraid of leaking his aura and accidentally attracting high-level vampires to hunt him down. After all, he doesn't have a strong clan to back him up now, so he should develop cautiously first and make other plans after he becomes strong enough. After Qiuqiu injected his blood, the cracks on his body finally stopped spreading. But the heartbeat continued to drop and the body temperature dropped to an alarming level. But Lu Qing understood that this was normal. When Qiuqiu is embraced by him for the first time, he will experience death and then rebirth. When Qiuqiu is resurrected again, he will become a vampire. However, Qiuqiu's body will always remain at the age of 5 and will never grow up. Both Lu Qing and Su Lingwei could feel that there was a unique blood slowly flowing in the ball's body, which was the breath of royal blood. However, this aura is temporarily dormant and may not fully awaken until later. Because he was worried about Qiuqiu, Lu Qing stayed by the bed, and Su Lingwei also stood quietly beside him. Until the first ray of sunlight penetrated the early morning mist, Qiuqiu's eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened, and she called softly, "Brother Lu?" Lu Qing looked into Qiuqiu's clear eyes and asked nervously, "Qiuqiu, how do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" No, I just feel like everything around me has become strange, and Brother Lu looks even more handsome. Xiaoqiu looked at him innocently. Even if a 5-year-old child is transformed into a vampire, his or her cognition may not be clear. At this moment, Xiaoqiu's body has fully recovered, and because it was transformed by Lu Qing, it seems to have inherited more of his physical characteristics. One of the most obvious points is that they are not afraid of the sun. As for other characteristics, we need to observe slowly. Brother! Xiaoqiu climbed up from the bed, hugged his arms with her chubby little hands, kissed him lightly on the face, and said a little embarrassedly, "Xiaoqiu is hungry, I really want to eat." Lu Qing was so adorable by the little girl's innocent and cute behavior that he quickly kissed her on the cheek and said, "Then you play with this sister for a while, I'll go make you some food." After saying that, he ran to the kitchen. Since Su Lingwei hardly eats at home, there are very few ingredients in the refrigerator. Soon, he made a bowl of egg noodles and a bowl of egg custard with the few ingredients he had. When he walked into the room with the prepared food, he saw Su Lingwei and Xiaoqiu already huddled together. The big one and the small one looked as if they had known each other for a long time. "Xiaoqiu, come and eat." He put noodles and egg custard on the table and called Xiaoqiu. The little fellow came over skipping and looking at the food on the table, frowned slightly and said, "Brother, have your cooking skills gotten worse? Why doesn't it smell good?" Seeing the little guy frowning, Lu Qing's heart moved and he asked, "Don't you want to eat?" Xiaoqiu nodded awkwardly, "Well. Xiaoqiu is so hungry, but I don't want to eat this." Lu Qing was slightly stunned, thinking, could it be that Xiaoqiu wanted to suck blood? Chapter 31 Full Sugar Milk Tea. On the second day after transformation, vampires often develop a strong desire to suck blood, and some even kill indiscriminately because they cannot suppress this desire. Although Xiaoqiu's characteristic is not very prominent, her big eyes still reveal resistance when facing the fragrant food in front of her. "Come, sister will take you to eat delicious food." Su Lingwei gently took Xiaoqiu's little hand. Xiaoqiu raised her head and looked at Lu Qing. After receiving his nod, she followed Su Lingwei to the side. "Wait a moment." Su Lingwei asked Xiaoqiu to wait for a while, and then she got into the pink coffin and opened the small silver box. Xiaoqiu stared at the large coffin in front of him curiously and asked, "Beautiful sister, what is this big box?" Su Lingwei's slightly dull voice came from the coffin, "This is a small room for sleeping, do you like it?" Xiaoqiu nodded hurriedly, "I like it." "Then ask Uncle Luo to make one for you and put it next to mine." Hearing Su Lingwei's words, Xiaoqiu smiled happily, revealing 2 cute dimples on her fair and tender face. She stretched out her chubby little hand and pointed, "Can Xiaoqiu also have this color? The pink one." At this time, Su Lingwei had picked out 2 blood bags from the silver box and crawled out of the coffin again. Looking at Xiaoqiu's cute appearance, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Xiaoqiu has great taste. Lu Qing felt a headache watching from the side. Pink coffin, why did Xiaoqiu like this style? "Come, try this." Su Lingwei opened the 2 blood bags in her hand, inserted straws, drank from one, and handed the other to Xiaoqiu. "What is this?" Xiaoqiu held the blood bag in her 2 little hands. The blood bag was really a bit big for her. However, the smell coming from the straw made her swallow her saliva involuntarily. It smelled so good. Xiaoqiu carefully took a sip, her long eyelashes trembling constantly, and then she cheered in an instant, "Wow! It tastes so good." "What is this?" Xiaoqiu held the blood bag tightly in both hands and drank it in big gulps, with a trace of scarlet liquid overflowing from his little mouth. While helping her wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, Su Lingwei said expressionlessly, "This is milk tea." "Oh, it's delicious. What the hell is going on? It's called milk tea." Sometimes the way of thinking of the campus beauties is really hard to understand. Is it really appropriate to deceive children in this way? However, considering Xiaoqiu's current situation, it is okay to do so for the time being. "Brother, take a sip, it's really delicious." Xiaoqiu held the blood bag in both hands, trotted to Lu Qing, and handed him the milk tea with great anticipation. Lu Qing first gently pinched the little guy's chubby cheeks, then took a sip. It's really delicious." Xiaoqiu snuggled in his arms, pointed at the 2 words written on the blood bag and asked, "Brother, what's written on it?" "Full sugar." "What does full sugar mean?" "Full of sugar, there's a lot of sugar in this milk tea." Oh. Lu Qing carefully felt Xiaoqiu's physical condition again and found that except for being a little weak, his previous injuries had completely recovered. Even the scars left after the cracks on his body healed had all fallen off and disappeared. Now Chocho's skin is getting whiter and whiter, just like an exquisite porcelain doll. But Chocho is no longer that ordinary little human girl. Go, let your sister take you to take a bath. From now on, Chocho will live with your brother. Okay. Chocho kissed him on the face and then ran to Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei took her hand and walked towards the bathroom. One big and one small held hands, each holding a blood bag and sucking slowly with a straw, while walking and talking in low voices. Sister, can Chocho drink this kind of milk tea often in the future? Sure, as long as you listen to me, you can drink as much as you want. Okay, but Chocho has to listen to her brother first, then her sister. Can't you just listen to your sister? No. Beautiful sister? Are you angry? No. The content of the conversation between the adult and the child reached Lu Qing's ears word for word. It can be seen that the campus beauty seems to like Chocho particularly, otherwise she would not let Chocho live in her room. Just watching the interaction between the two, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Would Chocho be led astray by the school beauty? Sometimes, even he feels speechless about the school beauty's ideas. But he never expected that his worry would actually become a reality in the future. In the distant future, the entire vampire world has completely changed, and the 13 clans have surrendered to another powerful family. When the man who had become the king disappeared, a little girl whose body always remained around 5 years old became the new ruler of the entire dark world. She has many strange habits and her temperament is unpredictable. She has many titles, including Queen of the Night, Iron-Blooded Thornflower, and Holy Child of Judgment. However, there is only one person who can stroke her head and call her Chocho. Chapter 32 I Remember Your Words. The original small family of 3 now unexpectedly has the addition of the little girl Chocho. Her arrival has brought a lot of joy to the family. Especially Su Lingwei, no matter where she goes now, she always holds the little one's hand tightly. Not only did she customize a small pink coffin for Chocho in her room, she also generously took out a large portion of her collection of blood bags of various flavors and placed them in a small box specially made for Chocho. However, what makes the school beauty senior quite depressed is that no matter how many good things she gives Chocho, every time she asks her, "Who do you like more?" the little guy always answers seriously, "I like my brother." Faced with Su Lingwei's resentful eyes, Lu Qing could only helplessly say that he was helpless. Although Chocho's physical development has stagnated, his intelligence is still growing. In order to ensure her healthy growth, the small family specially hired a top tutor. Every time the tutor gave Chocho a lesson, Su Lingwei would listen in. However, as a vampire, the cold temperament she exudes inadvertently always brings an inexplicable pressure to the tutor. So much so that every time the teacher left after class, he was pale and sweating all over. If the salary wasn't so incredibly high, this teacher would have quit long ago. During this period, Lu Qing often visited the old dean. Ever since the last time the vampires attacked the welfare home, the old director, who was already old, witnessed 2 children being kidnapped that night, and his health suddenly collapsed. In order to recuperate, he even temporarily used a wheelchair. Lu Qing could clearly feel that the vitality was gradually fading from the old dean's body. The old man who has watched him grow up since he was a child has not much time left. Although Lu Qing now has the ability to stop the natural law of birth, aging, sickness and death, he does not want the old dean to become anything else, so all he can do is to spend more time with the old man in the days to come. The old dean's memory of that night has been modified by him, and the relevant personnel have also been hypnotized one by Uncle Luo. In other people's memories, the 2 missing children were abducted by human traffickers. But sooner or later, Lu Qing will have to seek reconciliation from the Earl on Fengming Mountain. The old director and the dozens of children in the welfare home are currently being temporarily placed by Uncle Luo in an idle manner. The renovation of the welfare home is also progressing in a tight and orderly manner and should be completed soon. When Lu Qing went there that day, he saw staff from the community where the welfare home belonged asking the old director about the situation. 2 community workers, 1 male and 1 female. Old director, the community received news last time that there was a loud noise coming from the welfare home that night. What exactly happened? The old dean has been in a much better mood since his memory was erased. However, when faced with the questions of the 2 staff members, he did not answer for a while. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face, but he found that his memory of that night was a little vague. Uncle Luo, who had been standing by, stepped forward with an elegant smile and explained, "We were the ones who caused the noise that night. We needed to repair the welfare home, so we did some basic measurements of the grounds ahead of time. I apologize for the noise we made that night and for disturbing the surrounding residents." The two staff members looked at each other. They had received reports about the renovation of the welfare home a long time ago, but the extremely elegant middle-aged man in a tuxedo in front of them made them inexplicably convinced. So they had no other questions about this explanation. One of the staff members asked cautiously, Sir, we heard that you will not only renovate the welfare home, but also donate some funds to the community? Uncle Luo nodded and responded in a very magnetic voice, yes, in addition to rebuilding the welfare home, we will also donate 1 million to the community for the renovation of community infrastructure. Someone will be assigned to contact you about this fund soon. Well, thank you so much. Uncle Luo shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, You don't need to thank me. All of this is donated in the name of our young lady and Master Lu Qing. Master Lu Qing once lived in an orphanage, so he was happy to do this. The two community workers showed longing in their eyes. They renovated the welfare home and donated 1 million to the community. What a rich family they must be. I wonder where the young Master Lu Qing you mentioned is. Young Master Lu Qing often comes to visit the old dean. Oh, he's here. Uncle Luo moved his eyes slightly. The two community workers looked in the direction and saw a slightly thin young man slowly walking towards them. Mr. Lu, on behalf of the community, we thank you for your generosity. Two community staff members immediately came forward warmly. Lu Qing looked at Uncle Luo with some doubt. Uncle Luo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up, smiling, and said, Master Lu Qing, the 1 million yuan donated to the community in your and Mrs. names will arrive soon. I'm following up closely. Lu Qing immediately understood what was going on. Oh, that's good. Then he smiled at the two community workers and said, It's not much money, don't worry too much. I hope you can take care of the welfare home in the future. Don't worry, that's for sure, the community worker assured, patting his chest. They have an extra million in construction funds, and the welfare home can be renovated for free. How could they not care about such a good thing? The welfare home is so lucky to have such a young, promising, handsome, and wealthy young man. After the two community workers were taken away by Uncle Luo, Lu Qing came to the old director, pushed the wheelchair naturally, and said, Director, can I push you for a walk? The old director patted the back of his hand with his dry hands and said distressfully, Xiaolu, if you are busy with work, you don't have to come to me every day. With Mr. Luo taking care of us, the children and I are doing well. It's okay, I'm not busy. We'll assign you a few assistants in the orphanage so you don't have to work so hard. Xiaolu, what exactly happened that night? Why can't I remember it? It wasn't a big deal. A few bad guys broke into the yard, and we chased them away. Oh. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of her. But the girl next to you is so beautiful, you should cherish her. I know, don't worry. And Xiao, she'll be living with you guys from now on. Remember to bring her back often. The little girl used to be the darling of our courtyard. Yeah, remember it. Chapter 33 To Inherit the Inheritance. At this moment, a creepy and oppressive atmosphere permeated Fengmingshan Manor. This terrifying aura originated from the basement of the manor. Whether it is the vampires who were originally stationed in the manor or their kind who came here by chance, they have all been shrouded in great fear recently. Because from that gloomy underground space, the Earl's angry roars could be heard from time to time. Not enough. Far from enough. Blood. I need more blood. Along with this angry roar, batch after batch of newly transformed blood servants were sent to the underground space. At first, only blood servants were sent there, but gradually, the last generation of Blood Clan was not spared, and even 1 or 2 Blood Clan barons were ruthlessly thrown into that place of no return. Such a horrific situation made many barons terrified, fearing that misfortune would befall them one day. Under extreme fear, the vampire baron actually defected. These barons who attempted to escape completely angered the Earl. In front of all the vampires, the Earl personally broke the necks of the defectors, then dragged their broken bodies into the basement. Now, except for the Earl and a few trusted viscounts, other vampires are strictly prohibited from entering here. Even if they had permission to enter, they probably just wanted to get as far away from this horrible place as possible. In the underground space, the previous pool of blood was now filled with boiling blood. The blood seemed to be ignited, emitting an eerie red light. Just a wisp of breath emanating from it can make people feel the tremendous power contained in it. However, the Earl still frowned and put his pale hand into the pool of blood. The moment his hand touched the blood, it made a sizzling sound. When he pulled his hand out, the flesh and blood of his entire hand had been corroded, leaving only the hideous hand bones. But in the blink of an eye, flashes of blood appeared, and the new flesh and blood on the hand bones began to wriggle, and soon it returned to normal. This is the unique ability awakened by the Earl of Fengningshan, the ability to recover physical damage extremely quickly. It was for this reason that he dared to adopt the method of absorbing the blood pool in an attempt to evolve to the position of Marquis. The Earl waved his hands and ordered a Viscount beside him, "It's not enough, go and catch another Baron." "Yes." As his orders were given, a Baron was soon captured. The Baron didn't even have a chance to struggle before the Viscount broke his neck and threw him into a pool of blood. In an instant, the scarlet blood completely corroded and devoured the Baron's body. After swallowing it, the aura of the blood pool became stronger. "Even if we throw all our current men in, there still won't be enough energy." The Earl gnashed his teeth and muttered to himself, "It's all that kid named Lu Qing's fault. He killed so many of my men. Otherwise, the blood pool would have been much more energetic. The blood pool has merged with my blood essence, but now I can't go and capture Lu Qing and the Countess myself. It seems that I can only absorb this blood first, and then devour the Countess. This may help me break through to the Marquis. The Earl looked at the seething pool of blood, his heart filled with anger and calculation. "Just wait. Woman of the Brook tribe. You will pay a heavy price for trespassing into my territory. Go and call back all the vampires. Once I have absorbed all their blood, I will tear them apart with my own hands." The Earl gave the order coldly, then waved his hand to let all the Viscounts leave. As the Viscounts left, they couldn't help but look back again and again at the pool of blood in the center. Compared to those unlucky vampire barons, they can more clearly feel the abundant energy contained in the blood pool. If these energies can be used by oneself, it is likely that one can evolve directly on the spot. But it was just a thought. After all, this blood pool, which had been thrown into by countless vampires, was extremely corrosive. With their bodies, they would be melted completely if they stayed in there for a few seconds. Moreover, if they had any improper thoughts about the blood pool, they would be thrown in by the angry Earl. After all, this was something the Earl spent decades of hard work to build. As long as the Earl can evolve into a Marquis, he will be praised by the family and will also gain more territory and resources. By then, these Viscounts will also be expected to have the opportunity to evolve. Everything had to wait until the Earl came out of the blood pool and led them to devour the Countess of the Brook tribe. After all his men had left, the Earl closed the heavy iron door of the basement. The robe on his body automatically broke into pieces and he stepped into the boiling pool of blood. There was a constant sizzling sound as his flesh was rapidly corroded by the boiling blood, and he instantly turned into a horrible skeleton. But the next moment, flesh and blood slowly regenerated on his body, then were corroded again, and then regenerated again. Every time this process is repeated, the energy of the blood in the blood pool will be integrated into his new flesh and blood, and his aura will gradually become stronger. However, even though his breath grew stronger, the pain also grew more intense. The Earl's body could not help but tremble violently. Finally, he could no longer bear it and let out a shrill howl. Roar! "Hello? This is the Matewan Takeaway Control Center. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Qing?" At this time, in the Seahorse Manor Villa, Lu Qing was eating a bucket of instant noodles with relish, when suddenly a gentle female voice came from the phone. "No takeaway control center?" Lu Qing felt a little puzzled. After swallowing the noodles in his mouth, he replied, "It's me. What can I do for you?" The person on the other end of the phone continued, "Well, you registered as a delivery driver on our platform before, and your positive reviews have always been quite high. However, the back-end data shows that you haven't accepted any orders since May 6th. Is this true?" May 6th? Lu Qing recalled that it was the day he delivered takeout to Su Lingwei and was bitten by her. Since then, he really didn't accept any more orders and never paid much attention to this matter. He didn't expect that the control center would call him specifically to ask about it. "Ah, yes, I haven't taken any orders since that day. Excuse me, did you encounter any problems with the delivery that day? If you encounter difficulties or personal harassment, you can report to the backstage at any time. We will definitely do our best to help you solve it. You know, with such an excellent delivery driver like you, the company really wants to keep you." The young lady's voice on the phone was gentle and sincere, which made Lu Qing feel a little touched. "Unfortunately, it's hard to say. Personal harassment?" The image of the school beauty, naked, that day flashed through his mind. It seemed like it could indeed count. But this is different from ordinary personal harassment. I can't tell others that I was bitten by Su Lingwei. Yeah, thank you, but I really don't plan to continue delivering food. Oh. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little regretful, and then asked, "Excuse me, what made you leave this warm and loving family of our company and stop pursuing this glorious career as a food delivery driver?" Ha, this little girl speaks in an interesting way. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then tried to use a regretful tone to give an irresistible reason. There's no other reason. It's mainly because my family asked me to go back and inherit the inheritance. It's several million. Chapter 34: A Werewolf Visits. There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and then the other person said, "Okay. I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. By the way, since you have inherited an estate, if you want to order takeout in the future, please use our Matewan takeout more often. After all, our delivery guys are the most professional and dedicated." "No problem. Thank you." Lu Qing hung up the phone speechlessly and recalled the days when he was a delivery boy. At that time, he ran around a lot in order not to exceed the time limit and receive bad reviews. It was not until he was bitten by Su Lingwei that he officially bid farewell to his original life. Alas, I can only say that things in the world are unpredictable and everything changes. He sighed, drank the remaining noodle soup in one gulp, and then went downstairs to the living room on the first floor. The living room on the first floor is a place for the whole family to relax and entertain. These days, he and Su Lingwei did not go to school and stayed at home. At this time, Su Lingwei should be drinking blood bags and watching TV with Qiuqiu in the living room. After going downstairs, Lu Qing found that the atmosphere in the living room seemed a little off today. Su Lingwei and Qiuqiu did not squeeze on the same sofa as usual, but sat far away, each holding a blood bag. Su Lingwei was wearing a cool home suit. Under the white long t-shirt, her two long white legs were casually resting on the sofa. Qiuqiu was wearing a black dress, holding a blood bag in both hands, drinking angrily, and secretly glancing at Su Lingwei from time to time. This scene is just like two best friends who are arguing about something and are sulking. But one is 300 years old and the other is only 5 years old. How could they quarrel? Lu Qing walked between the two of them, looked around, and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Su Lingwei looked up at him, moved her little mouth, but didn't say anything. Qiuqiu rushed over, hugged his calf, and said angrily, "I had a quarrel with my beautiful sister." Lu Qing squatted down and touched the little guy's head. It turned out that a 5-year-old kid would also quarrel. He asked patiently, "Why are you arguing with your sister?" "I had milk tea with my beautiful sister at noon today." Qiuqiu held up a blood bag in one hand, with the words "full sugar" written on it. "My pretty sister said that the full sugar version doesn't taste good, only the 50% sugar version tastes good. But I think the 50% sugar version doesn't taste good, only the full sugar version tastes good." Qiuqiu looked very determined and took a big sip of the milk tea in his hand as he spoke. "Just because of this?" Lu Qing was stunned and subconsciously looked at Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei seemed dissatisfied with his look and snorted coldly. "The full sugar one is too sweet, the one with 50% sugar tastes just as good." Then he murmured softly, "Humph. Who isn't a baby?" The school beauty senior's arrogant look gave Lu Qing a headache. "What is going on? I feel like the campus beauty is being too girly lately. Could it be that I've been too nice to Qiuqiu recently, and someone is jealous, so they have to compete with me on this matter?" Lu Qing knew in his heart that in this situation, it was inappropriate to say who was right or wrong. So, he cleverly took the blood bags from the two people, took out a cup, poured the 2 bags of blood with full sugar and 5-point sugar into the cup, stirred them, and then divided them into 3 cups, one for each person. "Both full sugar and 5-point sugar are not tasty," Lu Qing said, picking up one of the cups, took a big sip, and gave a thumbs up. "Come on, let's try the 8-point sugar one. It's super delicious." Qiuqiu and Su Lingwei both looked at him in bewilderment, and then Qiuqiu said, "Brother is still the best." With Lu Qing's clever mediation, the adult and the child quickly stopped arguing about which one tastes better, full sugar or 5-point sugar. They each held a cup of blood with 8% sugar, and then gathered together intimately and drank it happily. Lu Qing also held the remaining half cup and drank while paying attention to the news on TV. To him, all the blood tasted the same, so how could he tell the difference between full sugar and half sugar? However, if the owner of the blood had diabetes, he might be able to detect something unusual. Suddenly, a piece of news on TV caught his attention. Our latest news: during this city inspection, our reporters discovered that all the homeless people on the streets of this city seem to have disappeared, and relevant personnel have not yet found out the reason for their disappearance and whereabouts. At the same time, there have been many cases of missing outsiders recently. According to reports, the disappearance is very likely related to a large transnational human trafficking organization. The police have now intervened in the investigation. We also urge the general public to report any relevant clues in a timely manner. Then, the news showed a series of missing people's information, most of which were only given names because it was difficult to obtain more identifying information for those people. But the moment Lu Qing saw the news, he realized that these missing people were all caused by the Earl of Fengming Mountain's men, including the Earl's current subordinates and the blood servants who had been sent to attack him before. Moreover, the Earl seems to be plotting something recently, because in recent times, Uncle Luo has found it difficult to detect the traces of the blood servants, as if those blood servants and vampires have all disappeared overnight, or have all been recalled. This also caused Lu Qing to not devour vampires for a long time, and his evolution level has been stuck around the intermediate Viscount level. The Earl on Fengming Mountain had long been included in Lu Qing's kill list, but his current strength was not strong enough, so he did not take the initiative to go to him for the time being. But if the Earl really intends to attack him and Su Lingwei personally, a fierce battle is inevitable. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang in the living room. "I'll go open the door." Xiaoqiu suddenly jumped out of Su Lingwei's arms, holding the cup, and ran happily to the yard to open the door. This little girl has been full of energy recently, as if she has endless energy. As soon as the door opened, Xiaoqiu saw a man who seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. "Ha? Why is your hair brown? It's different from mine. Ha? Why is your skin so dark? Eh? You smell, ugh, so bad." Xiaoqiu wrinkled her nose and stared at the person in front of her warily. She had just smelled a strange smell, not a bad smell, but it made her inexplicably disgusted. "Tell me, who are you?" Xiaoqiu put on a fierce look, and with a pop, his other little hand crushed the glass in his hand. Werewolf Brick looked at the little girl in front of him in a bit of a daze, especially when he saw that her chubby little hands could easily crush a cup. He couldn't help but sigh, how brutal. Then, his nose twitched, and his golden pupils instantly revealed an expression of extreme surprise. "You are not a human? You are actually a... Bah! You're not a human being." Xiaoqiu was angry and waved her chubby little fist. At this time, Lu Qing came from behind and picked her up. Chapter 35. After the founding of the country, no spirits are allowed. "What are you doing here?" Brick glared at Lu Qing angrily. "So you live here too? Ah! I'm so pissed. You're living with the person I branded. Are you even sleeping in the same bed?" Werewolf Brick felt his blood boiling. Lu Qing said with a stern face, "If you are okay, I will close the shop." Then he was about to close the door and kick people out. Although he had a good impression of the little wolf cub, he didn't want to pay much attention to it. After all, both sides were disgusted by the smell of each other. "Wait." Brick saw that he was really about to close the door, and reluctantly glanced into the room. Not seeing the person he wanted to see, he had no choice but to say, "That vampire from Fengming Mountain, from the Lisenba tribe, you should know him." Lu Qing nodded and waited for him to continue. "The Earl has been smelling a bit strange these past few days, as if he is performing some kind of ritual, and his aura is increasing very quickly. After all, you are in their territory, and I am worried that the Earl might do something bad to Lingwei. I have called a few brothers over here. If Lingwei is in danger, you can notify us immediately." Brick stared straight into Lu Qing's eyes. "Of course, all this is not for you nasty vampires, but for my Lingwei. Also, you damned vampire, move out of this house immediately, or I will." Before Brick could finish his harsh words, the door in front of him slammed shut. Lu Qing's slow voice came from behind the door, "Okay, got it, please go back." "Damn it." Brick looked at the closed door, feeling so depressed that he just wanted to howl to the sky. In the yard, Lu Qing carried Xiaoqiu into the living room. Xiaoqiu put her arms around his neck and asked worriedly, "Brother, is there any danger at home?" Lu Qing smiled and pinched the little girl's cheek. "Yes." "So what should we do?" "What else can we do? If bad guys come, we just beat them away. Then you and your pretty sister should do your best. Xiaoqiu will cheer you on." "Yeah, brother is very good, don't worry. By the way, when will you and your beautiful sister be together?" You should ask the pretty sister about this." Xiaoqiu asked. "Pretty sister asked me to ask you." In Jiang City, in recent days, people often feel an inexplicable chill for no reason, accompanied by a strong sense of fear and depression. This feeling came without warning, but was extremely obvious, especially to the residents living at the foot of Fengming Mountain, who felt it even more deeply. At the foot of Fengming Mountain, an old man in his 60s was leisurely sipping tea in his own courtyard. He looked at Fengming Mountain, and his eyes were not cloudy. In the old man's eyes, there was a faint blood mist lingering above the top of the mountain, almost blocking out the sunlight. Crack! A red lightning as thick as an arm flashed across the air, followed by a rumbling echo. The sound startled the old man so much that he trembled violently. He murmured to the younger generation beside him, "Red thunder in broad daylight. I'm afraid the heavens are going to strike the monster to death." However, the younger generations obviously do not believe in such stories about monsters and demons. A young man who looked like the old man's grandson stepped forward to refill his cup of hot tea and said jokingly, "Grandpa, since the founding of the People's Republic of China, spirits have been banned. There are no such things as monsters. It's just that the weather has been bad and humid lately, so your legs keep hurting." The old man's grandson's words were unanimously agreed by several other descendants, who all had nonchalant smiles on their faces. In fact, they had all seen the red lightning just now. Someone said, "But that lightning just now was quite interesting. It was actually red. I have never seen it before." Hurry up and take out your phone, maybe you can capture someone going through a tribulation, huh? Quick! Another lightning. Oh my god, this lightning is really big. Crack! Another red blood thunder flashed across the sky. This prompted a group of younger generations to quickly take out their mobile phones and chase after the strange sight. The old man looked at these little guys who had lost their reverence for heaven and earth, shook his head helplessly, and sighed, "Alas, the young people nowadays." On that day, all the residents living at the foot of Fengming Mountain were shocked by this strange sight. One after another, red lightning flashed across the sky. With the appearance of lightning, the originally light mist in the sky became thicker. More than one elderly person sighed in surprise at the scene before them. "I haven't seen anything like this in ages." Could this be the monster becoming a spirit? In the manor on Fengming Mountain, all the vampires hid in various dark corners, lying dormant quietly, like silent corpses. But they all had an evil red color in their eyes. The red lightning outside pierced their chests like sharp blades. Facing the power of heaven and earth, they felt unprecedented oppression. Moreover, this feeling of oppression not only came from the sky, but also came from under the manor. Waves of breath continued to surge out from the ground, letting all the vampires in the manor know clearly that their Lord Earl was about to emerge from the blood pool. All vampires! The figures of the two viscounts suddenly appeared on the roof of the manor, and their long voices reached the ears of the vampires hiding everywhere. "The fog has obscured the sun, and your movements will no longer be restricted. The Earl will break out soon. Tonight, we will follow the Earl into battle. So now, you need to eat. Go, fill your belly, and come back." As the Viscount finished speaking, low roars rang out from every corner, and then hundreds of black shadows shot out like arrows. They couldn't wait to rush out of the manor and ran towards the foot of Fengming Mountain. The smell of humans has already made their eyes become redder. It won't be long before these vampires can sink their fangs deep into the soft necks of humans and enjoy the delicious blood. Eating before battle is an ancient tradition of the vampires. It not only allows the vampires to maintain their strongest combat capabilities, but also greatly boosts the morale of the members. At the Seahorse Manor, Lu Qing stood on the balcony on the second floor, with Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo beside him. He looked towards Fengming Mountain, which was not far away. In their perception, the mountain was emitting a terrifying and evil aura, and a powerful vampire seemed to be slowly awakening. "Once the Earl wakes up, he will surely come to us immediately. This aura has already reached the peak state of an Earl," Su Lingwei said expressionlessly. Today, she seemed to have transformed back into the incomparably cold and arrogant queen, ignoring everything with an icy attitude. Uncle Luo was still wearing the same black tuxedo and white gloves, but this time he carried his tang sword on his back and had an exquisite silver badge on his chest. It was the badge of Su Lingwei's mother's family. Uncle Luo reached out to adjust the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses and said gently and firmly, "Protecting the young lady is my life's creed. Before I fall, I will definitely protect the young lady with my own body." Lu Qing took a look at the elegant and loyal butler. He knew that Uncle Luo was left by Su Lingwei's mother to accompany her. From the moment Uncle Luo was transformed, he was destined to live and die for her. He looked outside the villa and saw several figures flash by. At the same time, he also saw Brick's iconic golden pupils. Brick and his werewolf brothers had arrived. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei's cold little hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Lingwei let him hold her hand, turned her head to look at his profile, her eyes complicated and difficult to read. Crack! An extremely thick red lightning flashed across the dark sky. It's raining! Voila! A heavy black rain began to fall from the sky. Chapter 36. I'm thirsty. A torrential downpour as dark as ink, like a huge black curtain, tightly covered half of Jian City. In that dark and deep underground space, the most eye-catching thing is the pool in the center. Once upon a time, the blood in the pool was boiling like water, but now it has dried up, leaving only a thin layer of thick plasma. In this layer of plasma, there lies a human-like object quietly. Looking at the exposed part, there is no flesh and blood, only white bones. It is clearly a lifeless human skeleton. After an unknown amount of time, a painful sigh suddenly rang out, ugh. Immediately afterwards, the humanoid skeleton trembled slightly, and then let out a hoarse howl. It hurt so much. Roar! As it moved, the remaining plasma in the blood pool began to boil again, as if driven by some powerful force, rushing towards the skeleton's body, making gurgling bubbling sounds, and slowly seeping into the skeleton's body. As the plasma continued to seep in, flesh and blood began to grow on the skeleton, and its aura continued to rise, soaring from the last vampire, Baron, Viscount, until it broke through to the Earl level, and this aura continued to strengthen. This rising aura did not stop until it reached the peak state of the Earl. At the same time, the plasma in the blood pool had been completely absorbed, and complete flesh and blood had grown on the skeleton. When his body moved, the blood clots that had formed into scabs on his body fell off piece by piece like broken ice, revealing the pale skin of Earl Fengmingshan. At this moment, the Earl seemed a little younger, with more elastic skin. At first glance, he looked like a man in his 30s, but his actual age was close to 400 years old. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar, the figure of Earl Fengmingshan disappeared instantly, turned into a black shadow, and rushed out of the dark underground space rapidly. Thirsty. I'm so thirsty. I'm dying of thirst. In an instant, a strange voice echoed throughout the manor. The vampires who had returned from their meals suddenly changed their expressions upon hearing this voice. Run! Except for the viscounts in the manor, all other vampires began to flee frantically. But they didn't dare to jump out of the manor and could only run desperately around the huge manor. The moment a baron heard the strange sound, his body shot out like an arrow. Just as he was about to jump onto the roof, he felt as if his feet were being tightly pulled by something, and then a huge and irresistible force pulled him down. He turned his head in horror and saw those blood-red eyes and the terrifying aura that made him extremely frightened. The Earl roared hoarsely, I'm thirsty. The Baron wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, he could only let out a shrill scream, because the next second, the Earl had bitten his neck. The Baron struggled desperately, but was held tightly by a pair of hands like iron pliers. All the blood in his body flowed out continuously along the sharp fangs. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and all the blood in his body was sucked away, along with his life essence. It's not enough. I'm still thirsty. The Earl threw the shriveled and gray corpse in his hand away as if it were garbage. Then his body turned into a black shadow again and shuttled back and forth in the manor. My Lord Earl, I am your most loyal servant. My Lord Earl, please let me go, ah. My Lord Earl, my Lord Viscount, save me. Accompanied by miserable howls, the vampires had their throats bitten open by the hungry and thirsty Earl, and all their blood was sucked out. In the end, there were only 18 viscounts and 29 barons left in the entire manor. All other low-level vampires were slaughtered. The Earl finally suppressed the murderous intent boiling within him, and emerged from the courtyard, letting out a satisfied sigh, I'm finally full. Then, he glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground and smiled with great disdain, these low-level trash, just kill them. It's their honor to quench my thirst. The remaining viscounts and barons stepped forward cautiously after seeing the Earl stop killing. A vampire at the peak of the viscount rank asked respectfully, My Lord Earl, have you made a breakthrough? Earl Fengmingshan took a handkerchief as white as snow, carefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, Not yet. Once I eat that female countess, I can truly evolve into a marquis. Where is that female countess now? He couldn't wait any longer. The blood in the blood pool could only increase his strength to the peak of Earl. Just a little bit more and he could evolve into marquis. As long as I can eat the countess of the Brook tribe, I will eat her. My Lord Earl, the female countess seemed unwilling to influence humans, so she took the initiative to go to the forest north of Fengming Mountain, bringing only 2 vampires with her. One of them should be at the peak of Viscount status, and we have been unable to successfully kill the other one many times before, so we cannot accurately judge it from its aura. After listening to the report from the Viscount beside him, Earl Fengmingshan sneered, "Humph, if you can't tell, then ignore them. They're just small fry. Leave the female countess to me, and you can do whatever you want with the remaining two." Earl Fengmingshan glanced at the remaining vampires. At this time, the moon had reappeared in the sky above his head. Well, a night like this is perfect for killing. Let this cool night breeze play a hymn of praise for his promotion to Marquis. Servants, let's go. Earl Fengmingshan waved his hand happily, and with dozens of black shadows, like demons in the dark, they rushed towards the forest. The night is deep, like a huge piece of black silk, quietly wrapping everything in the world. Under the cover of the inky night, 3 figures shuttled back and forth through the dense forest like ghosts. Lu Qing took the lead and was in the center of the front. Su Lingwei followed closely on his right side, while the school beauty senior was wearing a black tights, hot pants, and boots. Her 2 slender white thighs showed the muscle lines faintly as she ran, showing a unique strength and beauty. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This was the first time he saw the school beauty senior in such a fighting posture. Compared to usual, she didn't seem to have changed much, except that her expression became more cold. If I hadn't been able to feel that powerful aura, it would have been hard to imagine that this cold and beautiful girl was actually a real vampire count. Among the 3, Su Lingwei's movements were the most relaxed and comfortable. She just lightly touched the tree trunk with her feet, and her figure instantly shot out dozens of meters away like an arrow. But she did not rush to the front, but followed Lu Qing slowly. While running, Lu Qing turned his head to the right and saw 6 figures running fast. They were 6 werewolves, the family brothers summoned by Brick. This operation was essentially private in nature, and Brick could not participate in the battle in the name of his family. He could only call on a few close werewolf brothers to help. Lu Qing had told them in advance that if they encountered danger, the werewolf brothers could retreat first and there was no need to take risks for them. The little wolf cub also nodded in agreement. After all, what they were about to face was a powerful earl and a large group of vampire subordinates whose strength should not be underestimated. He didn't want the 5 brothers who were willing to come to help to be seriously injured because of this battle. However, the little wolf cub firmly stated that if necessary, he would stay and fight alone. Lu Qing felt helpless about this. The wolf cub's brand fell on Su Lingwei by accident, and the wolf cub really couldn't be blamed for this. But as far as the current situation is concerned, whether or not there is this mark, the little wolf cub has no chance of winning when facing such a powerful enemy. Fortunately, Brick was purely out of protection and had no other messy thoughts. Otherwise, if it were someone else, Lu Qing would probably have driven him away long ago. When the 3 of them ran to a hillside, Lu Qing raised his hand and pointed at a tall signal tower in front of him, then jumped onto the tower first. Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei followed closely behind. After a while, the 3 of them were standing on a signal tower more than 200 meters high, overlooking the lush mountains and forests below. "Let's do it here," Lu Qing said softly. He stood on the beam and looked into the distance at the city. From this angle, the whole picture of Jiang City is clearly presented before your eyes. Against the backdrop of the night, the lights in Jiang City are bright, like a brilliant Milky Way lying across the earth. So beautiful. The lights were reflected in Su Lingwei's blood-red pupils, and she stared at Jiang City in the distance in a trance. Yes, these beautiful views are often only enjoyed by those of us who walk in the dark. A strange light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Chapter 37, Build Your Own Family and Fight. This place and the outside world seem to be 2 completely different sides of the world. On one side, some people are singing and laughing in the light, while on the other side, some people are walking silently in the darkness. They are wandering on the edge of light and darkness. As he spoke, Lu Qing put his arm around Su Lingwei's thin shoulders, looked at her pale face, and gently reminded her, "If you feel you can't hold on any longer, come to me. I can support you." Su Lingwei turned her head, looked into Lu Qing's eyes stubbornly, and shook her head slowly, "No. I can do it." Then, she saw Lu Qing frowning slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "Don't forget, I'm the Earl. I'm more powerful than you." Lu Qing looked at the sudden smile on the campus beauty senior's face and felt that there was really no need to persuade her anymore. After all, this decisive battle is a life or death battle. Although Lu Qing's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved with the 2 abilities of Time Zero and Crimson Blood Rage, his opponent this time is a vampire earl who has already stepped half a foot into the Marquis realm. Even Lu Qing is not completely sure of victory. Therefore, they had already formulated a battle plan for today. Su Lingwei first went to entangle the Earl of Fengming Mountain, using the Earl against the Earl. Lu Qing and Uncle Luo were to eliminate the Baron and Viscount level vampire minions as quickly as possible. Afterwards, the three of them would reunite and together they would surround and kill the Earl of Fengming Mountain. There are two key points in this plan. One is how long Su Lingwei can hold back the Earl of Fengming Mountain, and the other is how many vampires there are and how long it will take Lu Qing and Uncle Luo to hunt them all down. However, Lu Qing was most worried about the former. In his perception, the Earl of Fengming Mountain was very powerful, while Su Lingwei was relatively weak among the vampire earls. He was even prepared to unleash his royal bloodline at the critical moment. If only there were more time. Lu Qing felt secretly annoyed. He has only evolved to the middle level of Viscount and is not yet able to defeat the peak level Earl. But time is running out and they cannot afford to delay any longer. This time they were a small group of three, going against an entire family of the other side, and were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. One day, we will establish our own family and make all those who dare to challenge us bow down before us, even the 13 clans. A silver light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, and he looked at Su Lingwei firmly. Our own family. Su Lingwei was a little confused at first, then blinked. Okay. Uncle Luo, who had been standing quietly by the side, bowed gracefully and said, "It's my honor." Lu Qing's hair fluttered gently in the night wind. At this moment, his blood was boiling. Suddenly, his expression changed. Here it comes. In the forest, there were faint and sporadic sounds, and in an instant, dozens of strong and cold auras came rapidly like ghosts. Suddenly, a wolf howl like thunder suddenly sounded in the mountains and forests. Brick and his werewolf brothers instantly rushed down the mountain like tigers and started an extremely fierce battle with the vanguard of the vampires. At the same moment, Lu Qing let out a low roar from the depths of his throat, and then he jumped down from the 200-meter-high signal tower. With a loud bang, a deep hole was instantly smashed into the soft ground. Lu Qing didn't hesitate at all. Relying on his own powerful strength, his body rushed to the other side like a cannonball. He crashed into the big tree in front of him and broke it in half, sending wood chips flying all over the sky like snowflakes. At this moment, his sharp claws accurately pierced through a vampire baron who was running quietly and stealthily. So fast. The baron's eyes were full of horror. He couldn't believe that the vampire in front of him could burst out with such astonishing speed and strength in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qing ruthlessly crushed the baron's heart. Then, he rushed to the front left without stopping, aiming directly at the two barons running side by side. With Lu Qing's current strength, as long as these vampires do not gather together, he can almost kill a single baron instantly. At this moment, his only thought was to race against time and kill as many vampires as possible. There was another loud bang, and the two barons were thrown out to the left and right as if they were hit by a huge hammer. Their heads were shattered while still in the air. Immediately afterwards, their bodies transformed into a burst of red light, and then fell like ash. When the red light completely dissipated, Lu Qing's figure reappeared. Ding! Devoured Vampire Barons X3, Evolution Points plus 1.5. That's right, while fighting, Lu Qing was also constantly devouring the vampires that he had torn apart. As long as he devours enough vampires in this battle, he will be able to advance to the Vampire Earl in one fell swoop. At that time, the Earl of Fengmingshan will no longer be able to escape his hunting. A large amount of blood and flesh essence continuously flowed into his body, causing the power in his body to surge like waves. A layer of blood mist gradually filled his body, and the clothes on his upper body were quickly corroded cleanly. Those strange black lines quietly emerged again, covering his back, cheeks, neck, as if they had life, wriggling strangely. With a little perception, Lu Qing determined the locations of several vampire viscounts. He licked his lips slowly, and the red light in his eyes was like a burning flame. Crimson Bloodstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving behind only a huge deep pit that was burned and emitting black smoke. On the battlefield in the east, Uncle Luo, holding a tang sword, moved freely through the mountains and forests like a ghost. At this moment, he no longer had the extremely elegant temperament of the past, and was replaced by a state of near madness. His tuxedo had been torn to pieces, revealing his exaggerated muscles, which were as hard as rocks. He tore off his torn shirt and ripped it into strips of cloth. Then he used the strips to tie the tang sword tightly to his right hand, and put on a posture of fighting to the death. The gold-rimmed glasses were still on his face, but they could not hide the rich red light in his eyes. He had a ferocious and fanatical expression on his face, and he kept growling. He. Kill. You stinky bugs. How dare you come and kill the young lady? Ha, tear it apart. Tear it all apart. Uncle Luo roared and ran non-stop, slashing with the Tang sword in his hand like a storm, chasing after a vampire viscount and attacking him fiercely. At this moment, he seemed to be in a strange state of frenzy, full of fanaticism and anger, without any fear. To the west, it was the battlefield of Brick and his werewolf brothers, who had already completely transformed into wolves. On the battlefield, 6 giant wolves, each more than 2 meters tall, ran around like lightning and successfully intercepted 2 viscounts and 4 barons. Werewolves fight with great cunning, and before a fight, they will quickly assess their opponent's combat power. If the opponent is stronger than themselves, they will rush forward and kill collectively. If the opponent is slightly weaker, they will hunt alone. 2 viscounts and 4 barons, this is the most appropriate number that the werewolves think they can hunt with their current strength. These werewolves have an innate hatred for vampires. This hatred stems from racial opposition, so when hunting, they are merciless and extremely ferocious. Once a vampire is bitten by a werewolf, not only will the wound not heal, but it will also gradually fester under the erosion of the venom, and eventually die completely in the ever-increasing weakness. Werewolves are also afraid of the sharp claws and fangs of vampires, especially the strength and speed of powerful vampires, which often far exceed theirs. Soon, 4 vampire barons were bitten to death, leaving only 2 viscounts still fighting fiercely with the werewolves. After all, both sides are ancient races that have been passed down in darkness, which makes this battle full of a strong sense of tragedy. The 3 battlefields of Lu Qing, Uncle Luo, and the werewolf are far apart. The purpose of doing this is to disperse the Blood Clan forces under the Earl of Fengming Mountain and prevent them from completing the encirclement. Otherwise, once those viscounts and barons rushed forward, even someone as strong as Lu Qing would find it difficult to fight them head-on. A total of 18 viscounts and 29 barons. Lu Qing had successfully torn apart 2 vampire viscounts. When killing these 2 viscounts, he used the 2 abilities of Violent Blood and Time Zero at the same time. He looked up at Su Lingwei, the only one who did not jump off the signal tower. On the tall signal tower, Su Lingwei's thin figure was like a blooming black flower, beautiful yet evil. And at some point, a figure wrapped in a black robe was standing silently opposite Su Lingwei. Chapter 38. You are really noisy, idiot. Earl Fengmingshan's eyes were full of mockery, and his gaze was fixed on the silent girl opposite him. He took a deep breath slowly, an intoxicated expression instantly appearing on his face, and then he murmured softly, "Ah. What an alluring girlish scent. My lady, your taste is intoxicating." He leaned closer, his voice full of greed. "I'm so excited that I can hardly control myself." The unique smell of blood and power emanating from Su Lingwei caused ripples in the heart of Earl Fengmingshan. He thought to himself that as long as he devoured her, he would be able to evolve. He was so excited that he couldn't express it in words at the thought of breaking through to the coveted Marquis realm. However, his series of words did not elicit any response from the countess opposite. Su Lingwei just stared at this disgusting old pervert quietly, thinking that this guy was too nagging, noisy and annoying. But for a moment, she couldn't think of any appropriate words to refute. If Lu Qing were here, he would definitely scold him to death. Su Lingwei couldn't help but think of Lu Qing. She turned her head slightly and looked at the battlefield below. Lu Qing was seen fighting hard on the battlefield, using almost all his strength, and was in a stalemate with a group of barons and viscounts. It was obvious that he wanted to defeat his opponents as soon as possible and rush to help her. But Su Lingwei knew in her heart that with Lu Qing's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat the Earl of Fengming Mountain. Because the strength of the Earl of Fengmingshan exceeded their expectations, the powerful sense of suppression that emanated from him showed that his ability was far superior to their own. Su Lingwei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have sucked more human blood instead of relying on blood bags every day. Otherwise, her strength would not be so weak. Moreover, I was too lazy before and never took the initiative to practice. Now it's really a bit tricky. While Su Lingwei was still distracted, the Earl of Fengming Mountain was still immersed in his own excitement. "I will give you the most elegant way of death. I'll let you watch me devour you bit by bit. Your flesh and blood will merge into my body, becoming the perfect nutrients for my evolution into a marquis. This is the supreme honor I bestow upon you. Enjoy this wonderful death, girl." The Earl of Fengmingshan grinned cruelly, and finally realized that the countess opposite him was distracted, and he became very angry. Could it be that she didn't listen to the speech that I just gave, which I thought was brilliant? Su Lingwei returned her gaze to the Earl of Fengming Mountain, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "You're really noisy." Lu Qing said that villains usually lose their lives because they talk too much. So today, you will definitely die. Su Lingwei's unceremonious attitude made the Earl of Fengming Mountain even more angry. Humph, what a ridiculous delusion. Lu Qing? That weird little kid, right? Don't worry, when I finish you off, I'll tear his limbs off with my own hands and keep him in captivity like a slave. Now, I'm going to enjoy my prey. Go to hell. The Earl of Fengmingshan finally stopped talking nonsense. His dark robe instantly turned into a black shadow, and his sharp claws grabbed Su Lingwei's neck like lightning. Su Lingwei's mind suddenly flashed back to a curse word Lu Qing had used earlier. She raised her snow-white middle finger slightly unnaturally and cursed softly, "Idiot." Then, instead of dodging, she suddenly hugged the arms of Earl Fengmingshan with both hands, and wrapped her whole body around him, holding him tightly. Then, she gently exerted force with her calves and fell straight down from the signal tower over 200 meters high with the Earl of Fengmingshan. This sudden action left Earl Fengmingshan stunned for a moment. Does this woman not want to live anymore? You know, the consequences of jumping from a height of more than 200 meters and falling without any preparation are completely different. With the strong body of the Blood Count, he might be safe if he jumped down on his own initiative, but it would be hard to say if he just fell straight down. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire battlefield like thunder. A large hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters was instantly created under the signal tower, and dust flew all over the sky. Cough cough. Su Lingwei was the first to climb out of the big pit with difficulty. Her face was covered in blood, one of her arms was twisted beyond recognition, and her internal organs were ruptured due to the violent impact. However, thanks to the powerful strength of the Blood Count herself, her body is recovering rapidly. She took a deep breath and muttered softly, "It really hurts a little." At the bottom of the pit, Earl Fengmingshan was lying there covered in blood. Just now in mid-air, he wanted to break free from Su Lingwei's restraints, but was temporarily suppressed by her hypnotic ability, and ended up becoming a human sandbag. Damn it! Earl Fengmingshan roared angrily, and the flesh and blood on his body began to surge rapidly. His injured body was recovering at an extremely fast speed, and the recovery speed was obviously much faster than Su Lingwei. So your awakened ability is repair, that's a bit troublesome. Su Lingwei stood silently at the edge of the pit, reaching out to tie her hair into a ponytail. The next second, she rushed towards the Earl of Fengming Mountain in the pit without hesitation, shouting, "I'm going to tear you to pieces." The Earl of Fengmingshan let out an angry roar, and without waiting for his body to fully recover, he stood up and rushed towards Su Lingwei. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Qing was slowly shifting the battlefield towards the side after successfully killing a Viscount. Why are you trying so hard? Lu Qing had already noticed that something was not right with Su Lingwei. According to the original plan strategy, the school beauty senior sister only needed to try her best to delay the Earl of Fengming Mountain, and then surround and annihilate them together after they gathered. But now Su Lingwei's fighting style seemed like she was fighting for her life, using her own pain in exchange for the opponent's injury. Could it be that she saw that there were a large number of vampires attacking this time? Lu Qing was thinking while staring intently at the battlefield. He used the time-zero field to trap a Viscount. At this moment, he no longer hunted the Barons, but focused on dealing with the Viscount. After all, there are a total of 18 Viscounts here. Uncle Luo and Brick are enough to deal with the Baron, but if they face 2 or more Viscounts, they will be in danger. Therefore, Lu Qing must eliminate as many Viscounts as possible. In his perception, Su Lingwei was like a tireless black moth, flying continuously. With every attack, she could leave deep scars on the Earl of Fengmingshan, but she would also suffer even more serious injuries and be knocked away again and again. Poor Earl. Ha ha. You sympathized with those humans, but who will sympathize with you now? Just lie down and let me eat you. Earl Fengmingshan kept shouting, and the wounds on his body healed quickly in the blood-red light. Su Lingwei was covered in red mist, which was her hypnotic power and blood essence. Her originally smooth skin was covered with horrible and hideous scars, making her look like a broken doll. She reached out and touched her back. When she attacked just now, she had thrust her hand into the Earl's chest, but her hand's sharp claws also left 3 deep scratches on her back. She felt blood on her hand, pursed her lips, and felt aggrieved it hurt so much. She had never been injured so badly. In fact, she could foresee that if she continued to fight, the outcome would be death. But she could choose how to die. She would never let herself be eaten by that disgusting Earl. The worst that could happen was that she would explode herself. Then let Uncle Luo take Xiuqiu and escape quickly. Thinking of this, she rushed towards Earl Fengmingshan again, with the image of a certain guy in her mind. Chapter 39. This chapter gives you candy, no knife. Ouch! A shrill wolf howl came from the west. It was Brick's voice. He seemed to have noticed something. The imprint between him and Su Lingwei was in a strange state. When he finally bit off the neck of the vampire in front of him, he kicked his strong limbs hard and rushed towards this side, but was blocked by another Viscount and Baron. Die. Brick, transformed into a werewolf, had bloodshot eyes. At the same time, Lu Qing also rushed towards Su Lingwei. As the first vampire embraced by her, Lu Qing could feel her determination even more, a determination that was unswerving. Are you stupid? It's not time for that yet. Bang! As Lu Qing was walking forward, a figure was thrown heavily against a big tree. It was Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo had completely lost his former elegance. His skin was covered with cracks and his left arm was torn off, but the hideous and excited smile was still on his face. Pooh! Uncle Luo spat out a mouthful of black blood, took off the pair of gold-rimmed glasses with his only remaining right hand, threw them on the ground, and stared straight ahead. Master Lu Qing, please go and save the young lady. I will hold off the remaining guys. Uncle Luo didn't look at Lu Qing and tied the Tang sword tightly again. He was only at the peak of the Viscount's strength. Even if he rushed to the battlefield between the two earls, he would not be able to take Su Lingwei away, so he could only place his hopes on Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked back at Uncle Luo. 6 Viscounts were chasing him from behind, and there were 7 barons in the other direction. He whispered, Uncle Luo, you will die like this. Uncle Luo smiled grimly and bowed slightly. From the moment I was born, I was destined to die for the young lady. Master Lu Qing, there is no need to hesitate. From now on, the young lady will be in your care. After saying this, the always elegant middle-aged butler turned into a crazy beast and rushed in the opposite direction without hesitation. Su Lingwei, don't die. Lu Qing roared, his eyes covered in silver light. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from him. After entering a blood-rushing state, the surrounding red blood mist instantly transformed into silver flames. Bang! Lu Qing's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second he appeared 100 meters away, steadily catching the weak body that was knocked away. Su Lingwei lay in his arms, her body covered with thick blood plasma, her little face as pale as paper, without any blood color, and there was a horrifying bloody hole on her stomach, and her flesh and blood had no extra energy to heal. The red light in Su Lingwei's eyes gradually dissipated. She blinked and looked at his face. She sniffed his scent hard and said with a mischievous smile, "You smell so good. I really want to eat you up." Lu Qing gently stroked her cold little face. He appeared calm on the surface, but endless violence surged in his heart. Su Lingwei seemed to understand what he was thinking, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. You can't beat him now. Give me your hand, little rookie. Su Lingwei gently held Lu Qing's hand. She closed her eyes and felt it for a moment, so powerful. I'm just a little bit away from evolving to the Earl. During the battle just now, Lu Qing was fighting and devouring the vampires at the same time. Now he was almost evolving into a count, but unfortunately he was still one step too slow. Since you're only a little short, then, eat me. Su Lingwei's weak and dreamy voice sounded in Lu Qing's ears. The next moment, she tightly grasped Lu Qing's hand, then inserted it into her chest, and the sharp claws directly tore open her heart. Eat me and you'll win. Lu Qing's sharp claws pierced Su Lingwei's heart. In an instant, bright red light gushed out, flowing along his arms and slowly into his body like a trickle of water. This power is pure and surging, and compared with the power obtained when he devoured the Viscount and Baron before, it is a world of difference. It is the true flesh and blood essence of the Earl level. As the essence continued to dissipate, Su Lingwei's body shriveled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Qing subconsciously wanted to interrupt the swallowing process, but was horrified to find that all his efforts were in vain. Because Su Lingwei's action was completely voluntary and was dominated by her own will, it was more like a heroic sacrifice. Her life force was like a candle in the wind, constantly dissipating until the last ray of essence merged into Lu Qing's body. Su Lingwei had turned into a dried corpse. After all, it is the body of an Earl. Even if all the essence in his body is devoured, it will not turn into ashes like the Viscount. Ding! Devoured vampire count x1, evolution points +5. Ding! Host evolution conditions met. Ding! The host begins to evolve and advances to the vampire Earl. Roar! Lu Qing, kneeling on the ground, raised his head and let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests. His flesh and blood instantly cracked like dry earth, and the evolutionary process deep within his cells began. The rich blood red light turned into dazzling silver in the blink of an eye, tightly wrapping his entire body. An extremely powerful pressure swept through the entire forest like a storm in an instant, and all the vampires trembled under this pressure. At this moment, the Earl of Fengmingshan was strolling leisurely. Just now, he had knocked the Countess back heavily, and sensed that she had lost the strength to fight again and was so weak that she was on the verge of death. He was in no hurry at all, just waiting to go and reap the fruits of victory with his own hands. Even though he noticed that another vampire whose rank could not be sensed came to the Countess's side, he did not care too much. After all, there are still 6 viscounts and 12 barons in this forest, and he is sure that they will not be able to escape even if they have wings. However, at this moment, Earl Fengmingshan seemed to have sensed something, and an expression of extreme anger instantly appeared on his face. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and he turned into a shadow and rushed forward at a rapid speed. Damn it! How dare you? How dare you sacrifice yourself? No! You belong to me. No one can take you away. Earl Fengmingshan has gone completely crazy. He clearly felt that the Countess's flesh and blood essence was rapidly disappearing, which made him so angry that he almost lost his mind. He would never allow the tonic that allowed him to evolve into a marquis to be taken away by others. Damn it! I will tear you apart with my own hands. Earl Fengmingshan roared and rushed forward, but the scene before him almost made him want to turn around and run away. I saw that the vampire whose level was previously undetectable was emitting silver light all over his body, and the terrifying aura of blood suppression almost ignited his blood. Royal bloodline? The Earl's aura? The Earl of Fengming Mountain stood frozen on the spot, his body shaking violently, fear, greed, anger, all kinds of emotions intertwined wildly in his eyes. He could clearly feel that under the silver light, it seemed as if a sleeping king was about to wake up. Run! In the end, fear completely defeated greed, and Earl Fengmingshan turned around and ran away. At this moment, the idea of devouring the Countess and evolving into a marquis had long been thrown out of his mind. In his heart, nothing is more important than his own life. Royal blood. What an alluring aura! And he's a vampire without any family to protect him. Too bad I can't eat him now. We should tell the family. This is a huge achievement. The Earl of Fengmingshan was running as fast as he could while calculating rapidly. Discovering a vampire with royal blood is an achievement even more glorious than successfully evolving into a marquis. The ancestors of the family who are sleeping underground will surely be eager to suck the blood of this vampire. When he thought of this, Earl Fengmingshan suddenly felt that there was nothing to regret about not being able to successfully eat the female countess and evolve into a marquis. As long as you inform the family, you will definitely receive a huge reward. The Earl of Fengmingshan misstepped and prepared to change direction, rushing back to his family's place overnight. However, the next moment, bang! He crashed directly into an invisible barrier. The empty air seemed to instantly transform into an indestructible barrier, causing him to feel dizzy. This strange situation made him alert instantly. Then, he heard an extremely cold voice. Want to run? Are you running so fast to be reborn? Immediately afterwards, Earl Fengmingshan realized that the barrier in the air was constantly moving forward, instantly wrapping him up completely. The surrounding space and time were frozen. Freeze, time, space? Within the realm, the voice of Earl Fengmingshan was infinitely stretched and delayed. Then, he saw a pair of silver pupils, staring at him mercilessly and coldly. Chapter 40. Very good, I admire your ability. Lu Qing stared at the Earl of Fengming Mountain, who was imprisoned by Time Zero, with cold eyes. There was no emotion in his silver eyes. From the moment Su Lingwei sacrificed herself, you were already dead. No matter where you are, I will tear you into pieces. Lu Qing walked with elegant steps in this frozen space and time. Su Lingwei's sacrifice helped him evolve into a count. The radius of the Time Zero field expanded to 300 meters, and its duration increased to 2 minutes. Even though Earl Fengmingshan was a peak earl, he was now firmly imprisoned and could only make indistinct sounds. No. Respected King. Please, let me go. Earl Fengmingshan looked at Lu Qing with horror on his face. Lu Qing was surrounded by silver blood flames and was slowly approaching. Let you go? You are just dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sharp claws and instantly cut off a piece of flesh from the thigh of Earl Fengmingshan. I told you long ago that I would tear you into pieces bit by bit. His voice seemed to come from the endless abyss. With a swish, his fingers waved again, and another piece of flesh fell. Ah! The Earl of Fengming Mountain let out a painful roar, and the sound was infinitely prolonged in the area. His face was distorted by severe pain, the agony was like being tortured by slicing. In order to survive, he had to use all his strength to stimulate his body's repairability. The wound that had just lost flesh and blood was surging with blood and flesh, eager to recover. Seeing this, Lu Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Very good. I really admire your ability. This way, you can feel the pain endlessly. Let's see whether you recover faster or I tear it apart faster. After saying this, his figure danced around the Earl of Fengming Mountain like a light butterfly. Every dance took away a piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing. Soon, a layer of flesh and blood accumulated under the body of the Earl of Fengming Mountain, and his entire body was riddled with holes by Lu Qing. It hurts so much The Earl of Fengmingshan stared with horrified eyes. New flesh and blood kept rolling on the bloody skeleton, but was ruthlessly peeled off the next moment. Devil! You are a devil! The Earl of Fengmingshan suddenly realized that he could speak more fluently. After a moment of distraction, he immediately realized that the time for the confinement area had come. He let out a roar of ecstasy and fled as fast as he could in his life. Lu Qing calmly watched the Earl running away madly, lowered his head slightly, and looked at his blood-stained fingers. I told you long ago, you can't escape. Why are you still hoping for luck? At this moment, Lu Qing was in a strange state. After evolving into an Earl, the royal bloodline was fully released, giving him an inexplicable sense of supremacy, as if everything in the world could be easily torn apart by him, and everything was as small as an ant. Stupid vampire! With a bang, the strange patterns on his body slowly swam like a black snake awakening, and finally gathered on his back. The complex black lines kept wriggling, eventually forming a pattern resembling wings. First form, King's arrival. Open! A ruthless and cold voice sounded, and pure blood power surged into his back. The wing pattern twisted wildly and stretched outward. Bow! Bow! There was a slight sound of bones cracking, and finally, a pair of ferocious wings grew on Lu Qing's back. The sharp bone spurs are covered with black fascia, and the wingspan reaches a terrifying 3 meters. Wisps of black mist continued to evaporate along the bone spurs, forming a strange and sharp contrast with the silver blood flames emanating from his body. The black wings flapped gently, lifting him off the ground. With a whoosh, he spread his wings and a powerful force instantly pushed him to fly rapidly. Earl Fengmingshan fled desperately. Even though his flesh and blood had not yet recovered and he was bleeding all the way, he did not dare to stop for a moment. Even so, he still felt a tremendous aura approaching rapidly from behind. This speed! He turned his head in horror and saw a black shadow flash by. The next moment, his 2 legs were cut off by the sharp bone knives on his wings, and his body was unable to move again. Lu Qing flapped his wings, hovered in front of the Earl, and looked down at him condescendingly. You are the first vampire to witness the king's form. I can die with this honor. After saying this, he gently held the Earl's head with one hand, and countless red lights flashed. This vampire count, who had lived for more than 400 years, began to shrink and dry up, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and eventually he turned into a mummy. Ding! Devoured vampire count x1, evolution points plus 5. 550 is still needed to evolve to the next level of vampire marquis. Let's get rid of the remaining vampires first. He carried the mummified Earl, flapped his wings again, and turned into a black lightning, shuttling through the mountains and forests. Viscounts, barons, almost at the same moment, their heads were cut off by the wings, and the essence of their flesh and blood was devoured, turning into black powder on the ground. When Lu Qing stopped again, there was no vampire left alive in the forest. He landed slowly, the form on his body gradually dissolving. The royal bloodline status is lifted, the crimson blood state is lifted, and the reigning form is also lifted. The black wings surged like liquid and retracted into the body. The reigning form is not an ability that he awakened when he advanced to Earl, but a change in his body that occurred when his pure-blooded royal blood was stimulated. The ability he awakened when he advanced to Earl was called King's Chosen Servant. Annotation: servant chosen by the king, a vampire is bound by a contract with his own bloodline, making him the king's personal servant. The person under the contract cannot betray, the contract object is not restricted, and even dead vampires can be awakened to become personal servants. Once betrayed, death will occur immediately if the contractor dies, the servant will also die. Chapter 41. If you don't obey me next time, I will spank you. In the open space in the forest, Su Lingwei's dry body lay quietly in the grass. Uncle Luo knelt beside her, his head buried between his knees, as if he was in endless grief. Werewolf Brick led 5 blood-soaked werewolves, standing far away and howling miserably, as if venting his sorrow. Seeing Lu Qing coming, Brick rushed towards him like a madman. Its huge body leaped high, and its bloody mouth opened, trying to bite Lu Qing's neck. This little wolf cub was expressing his anger towards Lu Qing for failing to protect Su Lingwei in this way. However, before the little wolf cub could get close to Lu Qing, he was violently bounced away by a powerful force. Its body slammed heavily into a big tree, smashing it to pieces. But even so, it still did not give up and struggled to pounce on Lu Qing again. Lu Qing looked calm. He just glared at it coldly and said 2 words expressionlessly, "Get out of here." The icy breath released in an instant made the little wolf cub freeze in place. Lu Qing no longer paid attention to Brick, threw away the earl's body in his hand, and quickly walked to Su Lingwei's side. He first patted Uncle Luo's shoulder, who already had no signs of life, and said softly, "Uncle Luo, you've worked hard." Then, he slowly picked up Su Lingwei. The school beauty, who had lost all her flesh and blood, was now as light as a piece of thin paper. Lu Qing stared at Su Lingwei's tightly closed eyes, suddenly smiled slightly, and sighed softly, "Alas, you are really disobedient. If you do this again next time, I will spank you." As he spoke, he gently patted Su Lingwei's cheek, then lowered his head, slowly extended his fangs, and gently bit her neck. Unlike ordinary vampires who suck blood, this bite was to inject his own blood into Su Lingwei's body. The pure royal blood slowly flowed along the fangs into Su Lingwei's body, and a faint blood color spread. The abundant power of her blood circulated throughout her body, awakening those dried up and dead cells, and gradually filling her body from the inside out. The skin that had lost its vitality became elastic again, the gray hair regained its luster. With the continuous infusion of royal blood, Su Lingwei's body miraculously recovered its vitality, and a new vitality quietly emerged in her body. "Ha! It's finally okay. You are such a naughty little guy." Lu Qing slowly retracted his fangs and breathed a sigh of relief. In order to resurrect Su Lingwei, he injected 1/3 of his blood essence into her body without reservation. After this, the bloodline originally belonging to the Brook clan in Su Lingwei's body had disappeared, leaving only Lu Qing's royal bloodline. Although Su Lingwei has regained her vitality, she has not yet woken up. Lu Qing placed her back on the grass, and then injected his own blood into the deceased Uncle Luo in the same way. The blood power injected into Uncle Luo's body this time is slightly less than that of Su Lingwei. Resurrecting the 2 people almost exhausted half of his bloodline power. Fortunately, vampires have a strong physique as a foundation, otherwise if it were a human, they would have fallen into a coma after losing such a large amount of blood. Lu Qing shook his dizzy head and finally walked towards the earl who had turned into a mummy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the mummy's neck, lifted it up, and then bit the mummy's neck. Unlike the resurrection of Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo, this time he only consumed a very small amount of bloodline power. The power of the blood flowed along the mummy's body, outlining intricate patterns in its deepest part. This was the power of the contract with the king's chosen servant. A stream of strange energy began to emerge, and the mummy gradually became plump again. After just a few minutes, it returned to the appearance of the count. But Lu Qing knew in his heart that the Real Earl had completely disappeared, and the new creature in front of him was his personal guard created with the help of the king's chosen servant. This personal guard possesses a small amount of spiritual consciousness and retains all the power of the Earl of Fengming Mountain. He is a personal guard at the peak of the Earl's power and has the utmost loyalty to him. "Master." The guard knelt on one knee and bowed his head reverently. Lu Qing ignored him and began to carefully study the new power he gained after evolving into the Earl. First of all, the royal bloodline was deeply stimulated, opening up the first form, Rain. The biggest advantage of this form is that it gives him a pair of wings. These wings not only help him fly freely, but also have extraordinary attack power. Secondly, the ability awakened after evolving to the Earl, servant of the king's choice, can force a contract with vampires, and the contracted person will never betray. There is no doubt that this will become the most critical help for him to establish his own family. He secretly decided that all his personal guards in the future must be at least at the level of Earl. They didn't need to be too many, but they had to be strong enough. In addition, the 2 abilities, Times 0 and Crimson Blood Rage, have also been significantly strengthened, with both the duration and the amplification effect being greatly improved. At this moment, his information panel looks like this. Personal Information Panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Blood Clan. Bloodline, Royal Bloodline. Family, none. Level, blood count evolutionary points, 550. Abilities, ×0 Crimson Bloodshed the King's Chosen Servant. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Bloodline Devouring, can devour fellow bloodlines to enhance evolution. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, infinitely hides one's own vampire level, undetectable. First form, King-S arrival. Very good, this power is strong enough. After evolving into the vampire Earl, Lu Qing truly possessed the powerful strength to stand on his own feet. With the ability of King's Chosen Servant, he can definitely build a strong enough family. And all it takes is some time. It's finally over. I'm so tired. After completing this fierce battle, Lu Qing's body gradually relaxed. However, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him. He was caught off guard and fell straight down. Before falling down, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Su Lingwei and happened to meet her tearful eyes. A hint of surprise suddenly arose in his heart, because he actually heard a strong beating sound coming from Su Lingwei's chest, which was clearly the heartbeat of a human. But at this moment he had no time to think and fell to the ground. Lu Qing woke up slowly, and the familiar scene that came into his eyes made him stunned for a moment. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his powerful senses, and only after confirming that everything was alright did his heart finally settle down. Seeing that Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei were both there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he found himself in a black coffin in the second-floor bedroom, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This coffin was specially customized by Su Lingwei and had been placed in his bedroom. However, he never had the habit of getting into the coffin when he couldn't sleep, so the coffin had been idle before. At this moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw the half-open heavy coffin lid. Just sleep in a coffin, why do you have to dress me up so neatly? He looked at his neatly dressed suit, which was obviously carefully prepared by someone. A straight black suit, white gloves, a small bow tie, and shiny leather shoes. If coupled with a serene expression, it would be like being dressed for a funeral. Brother, you can't die. Xiuqiu hasn't grown up yet, why are you leaving? Xiuqiu is so sad. Lu Qing stood up from the coffin with a dark face, only to see Xiuqiu squatting on his bed, crying and wiping her tears with her little hands. Xiuqiu was stunned when she saw a person suddenly emerge from the coffin. Then her expression changed from sadness to joy. She jumped off the bed and threw herself into Lu Qing's arms, rubbing her little head against his chin. Brother Lu, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Ha ha. Xiuqiu knew that the pretty sister was lying. Chapter 42, Really Sweet. Lu Qing helplessly picked up the little girl with one hand and wiped her neck. It was covered with her tears and snot. It seemed that she had cried really hard before. You mean Su Lingwei told you that I'm dead? He pointed at his face and asked in a feigned fierce tone. Xiuqiu nodded vigorously, snuggled into his arms again, and hugged his neck tightly with her two chubby arms. Yes, yes. Beautiful sister said you were dead, but Xiuqiu didn't believe it. The beautiful sister said, if you don't believe me, just touch your nose and see if you are still breathing. As a result, Xiuqiu touched it and found that it was really not breathing. Xiuqiu thought that brother was really dead. Beautiful sister is so mean. Then who gave me this dress? Lu Qing asked again. It was bought by Pretty Sister, and Xiuqiu is wearing it. Pretty Sister said that people should be dressed decently after they die. Hearing Xiuqiu's babyish answer, Lu Qing immediately became furious. He could fully imagine the scene of a 5-year-old child wiping tears and sobbing as he put on this morning dress. Let's go. Let's go settle the score with her. Lu Qing was holding Xiuqiu and was about to go find Su Lingwei to confront her, but Xiuqiu suddenly stopped and pointed to the corner of the room with some fear. No, brother, there has always been a strange guy over there, and it seems to be guarding you. Let's go see him first. Only then did Lu Qing notice that in the darkest corner of the room, there was a person standing silently. It was the Earl of Fengming Mountain, who was transformed by him using the King's Chosen Servant. I guess this guy has been guarding here while he was sleeping. Don't be afraid, it's okay, he's our servant. Lu Qing comforted Xiuqiu softly and walked to the Earl with her in his arms. The Earl's stiff eyeballs moved slowly with his footsteps, which did look a little scary. No need to guard it anymore. Go to sleep in the coffin. Do not wake up without my order. Yes, master. Following his command, Earl Fengmingshan turned into a shadow and crawled into the coffin. Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, from now on, your name will be Yi. Besides, your face is not very pleasing to the eye. I'll ask Uncle Luo to make you a silver mask. This face belongs to the Earl of Fengmingshan, and it makes people uncomfortable just looking at it. The name is easy to remember, just call it E. If the second head is transformed in the future, it will be called Heir. Maybe there will be 17, 23, 561 and so on, and so on. After closing the coffin, Lu Qing walked out of the room holding Qiuqiu. Judging from the aura I just sensed, Uncle Luo and Su Lingwei are both safe and sound. Uncle Luo is still a vampire, but the blood flowing in his body now is that inherited from Lu Qing. But Su Lingwei was quite strange. Although his blood was flowing in her body, she had strangely turned into a human being. Not only could she breathe, but her heartbeat could also be heard. Be good, go down and play with Uncle Luo for a while. I'll go find my pretty sister and teach her a lesson. Lu Qing put the ball on the ground and asked her to go to the living room on the first floor to find Uncle Luo. Qiuqiu waved his little fist and said in a baby voice, "You'll have to teach me a lesson. If you don't listen, you'll get spanked." Spanking? Lu Qing smiled helplessly and watched the little girl jump away. Then, he went up to the third floor alone to where Su Lingwei was. When I opened the door, I saw Su Lingwei sitting on the balcony, basking in the warm sunshine, with her face tilted up, looking very enjoyable and lazy. Hearing the noise of him coming in, she turned her head and looked at his well-tailored suit with a playful smile. "You look quite handsome in this suit. I have good taste, don't I?" The vision is indeed good, but the way it is used is really laughable. Lu Qing walked up to Su Lingwei with a dark face, and just as he was about to teach her a lesson, Su Lingwei suddenly threw herself into his arms. He looked down and met her beautiful eyes. The coldness of the past was gone in her eyes, and instead they were shining with a soft light. Then, his lips were gently kissed by a pair of warm lips. Well, after she apologized like that, who would still have the heart to blame this beautiful girl? The sunlight gently fell on Su Lingwei's profile. She closed her eyes and kissed him wholeheartedly. At this moment, her lips were warm, completely devoid of the paleness and coldness of the past, and instead overflowing with vigorous vitality. When she slowly opened her eyes again, she happened to meet Lu Qing's smiling eyes. Lu Qing lowered his head slightly, pecked her lips lightly, and asked gently, "How does it feel?" Su Lingwei tilted her head, thought for a moment, and finally gave an answer, "Very warm, and a little sweet." Although she has now transformed into a human, she has gone through 300 years after all. She is not like an ordinary girl who would blush and feel shy after being kissed. She stared straight at Lu Qing's lips, licked her lips gently, and said, "I want to kiss you again." Okay. Su Lingwei immersed herself in the joy of becoming a human being until a dizziness suddenly hit her. She stopped and ran to the balcony to enjoy the sunshine like a lazy cat. Since returning last night, the whole world seemed to be relit in her eyes, becoming quiet and peaceful. She was able to taste food she had never tasted before and was no longer bothered by the noise. This feeling was both strange and wonderful to her. As a descendant of vampires, she has been a vampire since birth. After reaching adulthood, she underwent the first embrace, and her vampire abilities awakened, and her body stopped growing and developing. However, at this moment, she unexpectedly regained her human body. This might be a special phenomenon caused by the dual effects of the pure-blooded royal bloodline in the king's chosen servant. It is probably unprecedented in the long history of the vampire clan. Lu Qing stood quietly in the shadows, staring at the sweet smile on Su Lingwei's face. He knew in his heart that those things that seemed ordinary to ordinary people had extraordinary and precious meaning to Su Lingwei. He really couldn't bear to disturb this beauty and just wanted to watch it quietly. But there is one question that cannot be avoided: will Su Lingwei choose to continue living as a human being, or turn back into a vampire? If you like the current state, you can continue like this. Lu Qing said softly, implying that if Su Lingwei was in love with life as a human being, she could stay like this forever, continue to stay in this warm little family, and spend her life with him and Uncle Luo. However, Su Lingwei refused without hesitation. "I don't want it." Lu Qing looked at her in surprise. After all, Su Lingwei seemed to enjoy this feeling so much, why would she refuse? Why? He walked over to her and basked in the sunshine with her. Su Lingwei leaned her head against his chest and said calmly, "Because I will grow old and die eventually. I don't want to become an old woman one day and you still look the same as you do now. That would make me very sad." Hearing this, Lu Qing carefully turned her head around so that she was facing him, and said with a smile, "Classmate Su Lingwei, you suddenly said such touching words of love in such a calm tone, which made me a little." Su Lingwei took over the conversation with a smile. "What do you want me to do?" "Makes me want to kiss you again. Come on." After a long time, the two separated and sat on the balcony, leaning against each other. Su Lingwei leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "Let me experience the feeling of being a human being for a few more days, and then you can hug me for the first time." It was she who gave Lu Qing his first hug, and now she needs Lu Qing to give her his first hug. The world is really full of drama. In this way, it seems that his blood is flowing in this small family. Qiuqiu was embraced by him for the first time. Uncle Luo's blood flowed into his body due to his death, and the same is true for Su Lingwei. Not only do they possess his bloodline, but more importantly, this bloodline belongs to the royal bloodline of the vampire clan. Although they only possess partial royal blood, every member of this small vampire family has royal blood. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause a huge shock in the vampire world. That's true. Su Lingwei said half-jokingly, "Now you've become the ancestor of our family." Normally, in a vampire family, the person who inherits the most bloodline would be honored as the head of the family, but in Su Lingwei's case, he became the ancestor. Now, the small vampire family, except for Qiuqiu and the Earl's personal guard, is not large in number, but the strength of each member should not be underestimated. And as long as they continue to transform the contract with the help of the king's chosen servant, one day, this family will grow to be extremely large and powerful enough to make the ancient 13 clans bow their heads in submission. Chapter 43, House Confiscation. Originally, Lu Cheng planned to spend the next few days accompanying Su Lingwei to experience human life. However, an unexpected incident disrupted his plans. Among vampires, if you kill another vampire, you can inherit all of their property. Uncle Luo respectfully brought Lu Qing a cup of coffee in the living room and said, "So, all the wealth accumulated by the Earl of Fengming Mountain over the past few hundred years nominally belongs to you, young Master Lu Qing." Under the influence of Lu Qing's blood, although Uncle Luo has been resurrected, the scars on his body have not yet healed. The once elegant butler now only has one right hand left. Lu Qing was not unfamiliar with this rule of the vampires. After all, it was he who personally dealt with the Earl of Fengmingshan. According to the unwritten rules of the Blood Clan, he did have the right to take over all of the other party's property. A powerful vampire that has survived for hundreds of years must have accumulated considerable wealth. However, Lu Qing was still a little confused. He took a sip of coffee and asked, "Besides treasures and items, the vampire's wealth must also include a considerable amount of assets circulating in the human world. Who manages these vast assets?" Uncle Luo stood up straight and responded with a smile, "Of course there are specialized professionals like financial officers and lawyers. Every vampire family will train a group of humans to be responsible for managing their own wealth. When these people grow old, their descendants will continue to serve the family. Naturally, our family has also raised a group of such people." Lu Cheng nodded. He never understood the underlying operations very well. After all, he started from a high point. "Just a few days after being embraced for the first time, I became the core of this small family and had no chance to get involved in these matters. Fortunately, we have a perfect butler like Uncle Luo. Then let's go to Fengming Mountain tonight. I'm quite curious about the Earl's wealth." Lu Qing finally made a decision. Uncle Luo immediately left the villa to make arrangements for the evening trip. Su Lingwei never said a word about these things, as if she had completely handed over the dominance of the family to Lu Qing. She curled up lazily on the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, listening quietly to Lu Qing's words, her heart filled with peace. Qiuqiu squatted aside, staring at Su Lingwei's face with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The little girl always felt that her beautiful sister seemed a little different now, different from herself, her brother and Uncle Luo, but she couldn't tell what had changed. She had no choice but to gently poke Su Lingwei's shoulder with her chubby little hand and asked softly, "Pretty sister, would you like some milk tea?" Su Lingwei opened her eyes, smiled, pinched the little girl's cheek, and said, "You can't drink it for the time being." Qiuqiu felt a little lost, so she ran to Lu Qing, grabbed his clothes and climbed onto his shoulders to sit. She drank a bag of blood herself and handed another bag of blood with a straw inserted to Lu Qing. "Pretty sister, I don't want to drink it anymore, brother, you drink it." Lu Qing took the blood bag and drank it in a few gulps. Then he warned, "My pretty sister has been weak recently. When you play with her, you have to be careful not to hurt her." After the little girl was embraced by Lu Qingchu, her physical strength increased rapidly. It was easy for her to crush a glass with one hand and kick through the bed with one foot. Now that Su Lingwei has become a human, if Qiuqiu accidentally uses too much force, he might beat her to the point of vomiting blood and breaking bones. Qiuqiu frowned and snorted in a mature manner, "Humph. Brother underestimates Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu is not such an ignorant child. How could he possibly hurt his sister?" The two vampires, one big and one small, were making a fuss for a while, and Uncle Luo just happened to get the car ready. Lu Qing took Su Lingwei's hand and walked out the door, while Qiuqiu continued to sit on his shoulders. Since there are more people in the family, we no longer drive the RR when we go out together. Instead, we have switched to a business car so that there is enough space for the ball to move around. Number 1, who was sleeping in the coffin, was also awakened by Lu Qing and taken along. After all, with number 1 around, those hidden treasures are easier to find. It feels really weird to just search the house in front of the original owner and ask him to help lead the way. Number 1 sat in the passenger seat like a cold corpse. It wore a silver mask on its face. The mask was very simple, with only 2 round eye holes, and its name was engraved in the center of its forehead. The mask has grown together with its skin. If it is torn off, the flesh and blood will be torn off along with it. To a certain extent, the Earl of Fengming Mountain has completely disappeared. From now on, there is only one. When they arrived at the manor owned by Earl Fengmingshan, there was no trace of any vampires there. All the vampires were devoured by Lu Qing in that battle. Lu Qing asked number 1 to lead the way to the basement of the manor. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and a huge treasure house appeared before our eyes. Lu Qing looked at the treasures piled up like a small mountain in the center of the treasury and couldn't help but smack his lips and chuckle. This guy is really rich. Chapter 44 Master, this way please. On the underground floor, there is a huge treasure house made of alloy, which is as wide as a football field. In the center of this space, a golden hill rises from the ground. It is made up of palm-sized gold blocks stacked layer by layer. Roughly estimated, its total weight may be measured in tons. After Su Lingwei walked around the golden hill, she returned to Lu Qing and couldn't help but sigh, he's indeed richer than our family. Lu Qing laughed heartily and said confidently, from now on, all of these will belong to our family. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the other side, where he saw rows of large boxes neatly arranged, divided into several different areas. Uncle Luo stepped forward, casually opened a few boxes, and began to introduce them. These boxes are filled with various securities, the specific value of which is currently difficult to estimate. Here are ancient gold and silver coins, here are jewelry, and here are cultural relics. Among them are some national treasures. He walked around and finally couldn't help but adjust his pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The light reflected from the lenses seemed to smell of money. This Earl of the Lasenba tribe must be someone who is keen on accumulating wealth. He is truly too rich. Lu Qing watched with a smile on his face. In addition to gold, those well-made gold and silver coins had reached extremely high collection standards. The cultural relics exude an ancient atmosphere, and each one is of high quality. The gorgeous jewelry is full of precious brilliance. After carefully selecting from the jewelry box, he took out 2 exquisite pieces of jewelry. Then, he took one of them and walked towards Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei already understood his intention and stretched out her hand with a smile. Said, help me put it on. Lu Qing gently put the bracelet inlaid with tiny diamonds on her wrist and looked at it carefully. She nodded with satisfaction, it looks really good. Su Lingwei reached out and stroked the bracelet, obviously very satisfied with it. At this moment, Qiuqiu's coquettish voice came from the side, Qiuqiu wants one too. Lu Qing rubbed the little girl's head lovingly and said, you will have it too. He spread out his palm, on which was placed a small longevity lock. The longevity lock was inlaid with various small gems. The style was simple and exquisite, and it contained the beautiful meaning of peace and longevity. Although Qiuqiu already has a long life, Lu Qing still hopes that she can be safe and sound. As soon as Qiuqiu saw the small lock, her little face immediately lit up with a smile. She stretched her neck and looked at Lu Qing eagerly. Her meaning was obvious, she wanted to put it on quickly like her beautiful sister. Lu Qing smiled helplessly as he put a longevity lock on her, and then earnestly reminded her, Qiuqiu, you must be safe and happy in the future. Yeah. The little girl shook her head happily and kissed him hard on the face. Finally, Lu Qing turned to Uncle Luo and said, Uncle Luo, you can handle these golden treasures as you see fit. The financial power of our family has always been in your hands. As for those cultural relics, there's no use for us keeping them. Turning in the valuable ones later would be our family's contribution to society. Okay, young Master Lu Qing. Uncle Luo responded. After making all the arrangements, Lu Qing looked at Yi and asked, apart from these, is there anything else? Yi responded respectfully, Master, please follow me. After that, Yi led Lu Qing to the deepest part of the treasure house, where there was an alloy door. After collecting fingerprints, the door slowly opened. The space inside the door was much smaller than the outside, but it was filled with a strange atmosphere. What was placed here was not treasure, but huge bronze coffins, quietly placed in the secret room. In addition to the 8 huge bronze coffins, there is also a wooden box placed on the central platform. As soon as Su Lingwei stepped in, she couldn't help but shiver, and her little face instantly turned pale. With a human body, it was really difficult to withstand the cold atmosphere here. Lu Qing had no choice but to let the others stay outside and go in to check alone. He first came to one of the coffins, and the cold and dark aura emanated from inside the coffin. Open! He gave the order and immediately pushed open the coffin. Shie! A stream of black air gushed out, revealing the dried corpse inside. Lu Qing reached out and touched the mummy, and was stunned. This is actually the body left behind by a vampire count after his death? Yes, master. The hoarse voice seemed particularly abrupt in the silent space, but Lu Qing smiled happily. After the death of a vampire, it is difficult for their body to remain intact. Most of them are either torn apart, devoured completely, or reduced to ashes by restraining weapons. Only vampires of the rank of Earl and above can have their bodies preserved permanently after death. Lu Qing looked at the other 7 huge bronze coffins excitedly and asked, "Are all these coffins filled with the bodies of vampire counts?" "Yes, master." Yi's voice was still harsh, but it sounded beautiful to Lu Qing. He patted Yi's shoulder gently and praised, "Yi, you really are a cute pervert. You actually like to collect the corpses of vampires." "Ha ha ha. But I like it." These 8 corpses of vampire earls were collected by Earl Fengmingshan over hundreds of years and with countless efforts. As to why he was keen on collecting the corpses of these earls, no one knew, not even he could remember. Perhaps it can only be attributed to the unique hobby of Earl Fengmingshan. After all, every vampire who has survived for such a long time has more or less some strange habits, just like Su Lingwei. These corpses, which have lost all their essence and become dried up. Lu Qing said, for other vampires, they are useless except for viewing and collection. But to me, they are truly priceless. He was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together, his eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. Xiuqiu, who was secretly peeking out from outside, said to Su Lingwei with some concern, "Brother is smiling so happily at the corpse in the coffin. It feels so weird." Su Lingwei gently touched her head and comforted her with a smile, "Your brother has many hobbies. You are still young and don't quite understand." The little girl nodded, not quite understanding. Uncle Luo on the side took out a few silver masks from somewhere, and these masks were exactly the same as the one on Yi's face. Holding a tang sword, he carved words on the mask, smiling elegantly as he carved, "It looks like there will be 8 more members in the family." In the secret room, Lu Qing excitedly gave an order to Yi, "Open all these coffins." As he spoke, he picked up the count's body from the coffin in front of him, shook it vigorously to shake off the debris on the mummy, and then bit the mummy's neck, his sharp fangs digging deep into the dry skin. The king's chosen servant is activated instantly. With the infusion of royal blood, this mummy that had been sleeping for who knows how many years began to emit fluctuations of aura again. Crack! Crack! There was a subtle cracking sound, and the debris on the mummy kept falling off. The new vitality made the shriveled body gradually plump up, and the flesh and blood tissue began to regenerate. 10 minutes later, the mummy had turned into a slightly thin but fully awake vampire count. "Master! Master!" The vampire count said in a dry voice, then knelt on one knee and lowered his head quietly. Lu Qing slowly circled around the vampire earl. Judging from its aura, it should be at the mid-level earl level after its resurrection. He took the silver mask handed to him by Uncle Luo, a silver light flashed in his eyes, and he ordered, "Raise your head." The vampire count raised his head obediently, and the silver mask covered his face. "I have given you a new life, and you should follow me forever. From today on, your name will be Heir." "Yes." Lu Qing touched Heir's head with satisfaction and was very satisfied with this new member. Then he walked towards the other 7 coffins. One had already opened them all and was standing quietly by, looking at the newly born number 2 curiously. "All contracts." Lu Qing was extremely excited. He rushed to the remaining coffins and activated King's Chosen Servant on these dead vampire earls one by one, injecting his own blood into them. As one vampire earl after another woke up from their slumber, the cold and gloomy atmosphere in the secret room became more and more intense, making people tremble with fear. Su Lingwei had already retreated dozens of meters with Xiuqiu, but she still felt as if all the blood in her body was frozen. She looked towards the secret room in surprise and said, "It's really possible to transform 8 vampire earls. And the most powerful one is even about to break through to the marquis level." It's really terrifying. Even though she had already witnessed many of Lu Qing's magical qualities, Su Lingwei was still deeply shocked at this moment. It seems that I really embraced a monster for the first time. In the secret room, the 9-headed vampire counts stood quietly in front of Lu Qing. They all wore silver masks on their faces, and their respective numerical names were marked on their foreheads. Among them, Yi and Jiao have the strongest aura. They are at the peak of the Earl state and are just a little bit away from being promoted to Marquis. Unfortunately, these two powerful vampire earls eventually died. From this moment on, these bodyguards who have been transformed into contracts will only obey Lu Qing's orders forever. Even if he orders them to self-destruct, they will execute it without hesitation. In fact, even Lu Qing himself had not expected that the 9-headed blood clan guards who had transformed into contracts by chance today would grow to a terrifying level that would be enough to destroy an entire clan in a long time. All the subjects of the entire vampire world know that the Dark Lord Qing Wang is always followed by a mysterious and strange hand of death. That is a powerful existence who accompanied the Green King and killed gods. This is a grand dark world and story, and there will be even bigger chapters to come. I hope you like it. Chapter 45 Ancient Battlefield. Under the gaze of the 9-headed vampire count, Lu Qing's eyes fell on the last black box in the secret room. This black box looks inconspicuous and dirty at first glance, but it is actually made of an extremely rare black mineral. It is not large in size but has extremely high density, and can completely block all auras. From Yi's answer, Lu Qing learned that even Earl Fengmingshan himself did not know what was in the black box and what its purpose was. This black box was accidentally discovered by Earl Fengmingshan a long time ago in an ancient battlefield of the vampires. After bringing it back, he studied it for decades but was never able to uncover the mystery. However, Earl Fengmingshan relied on his intuition to determine that this thing was definitely not ordinary, so he kept it in a secret room. The ancient battlefield of the vampire clan? Lu Qing paced to the side of the stone platform, and countless war scenes in the long history of the vampires emerged in his mind: the struggle for power between clans, the fierce conflict between the vampires and werewolves, and the desperate struggle between the vampire ancestors and the gods in ancient legends. These wars left behind many ancient battlefields. Among them, the 9 largest ancient battlefields were controlled by 13 clans, and each was located in a mysterious forbidden area of the world. In Lu Qing's memory, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle is one of them. These battlefields often contain relics of ancient vampires, and may even reveal mysterious and powerful weapons. Half of the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans were excavated from these ancient battlefields. Every clan Shui Yi has a chance to step into the ancient battlefield when he advances to Duke. The Earl of Fengmingshan brought back this black box from one of the battlefields when he was promoted to Earl. The black box was not locked. Lu Qing opened the lid with a slight lift and saw the objects inside clearly. A stone? He stared at the pitch-black stone in the box with a little doubt. It was the size of a fist, completely black, with an irregular shape. It looked ordinary on the surface, just like an ordinary stone. However, when he reached out to pick it up, he was surprised to find that the stone was incredibly heavy. With Lu Qing's current strength, lifting thousands of pounds with one hand is no problem, but in front of this stone, he felt a heavy pressure. Hiss! So cold! As the time he held the stone increased, the stone emitted a bone-chilling chill that penetrated directly into his blood, as if being pricked by countless needles. Just as he was about to put the strange stone back into the box, the system prompt sounded suddenly: ding! Host has discovered the blood of Cain. The sound was like thunder, extremely shocking. The blood of Cain? The blood of the ancestor of the Blood Clan? Cain, as the ancestor of all blood races, is honored as the Ancient One or the first generation, and modern vampires are all his descendants. It is recorded in the ancient books of the Blood Clan: the ancestor of blood, Cain, disappeared in an unknown place. In order to protect his descendants, he left 3 drops of his ancestor's blood in the world and made the supreme oath of the vampire clan. When the 3 drops of ancestral blood merge and appear in the world, all vampires can honor him as their king. Countless descendants of the Blood Clan have frantically searched for these 3 drops of ancestral blood, but no one has succeeded, so that in the eyes of the new generation of Blood Clan, this has become a legend. However, there are still many powerful old vampires exploring in secret, hoping to evolve to the highest level of vampires. The luck of Earl Fengmingshan is simply incredible. Lu Qing held the black stone in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He was able to find something that only appeared in ancient books. It's a pity that he still didn't discover the secret. Lu Qing glanced at Yi, who had a calm expression, and felt a little emotional. Ding! After consuming Cain's blood, you can evolve into the ancient bloodline. The system's voice sounded again. Ancient bloodline. It's definitely more powerful than my current royal bloodline. I just don't know what changes it will bring. Lu Qing looked at the black stone in his hand with a firm gaze. Now that he had embarked on the path of the vampire clan, he would move forward courageously towards the peak. The silver light symbolizing the royal bloodline quietly emerged. Lu Qing used all his strength to activate the bloodline power in his body, and a ball of silver flame ignited in his hand. Wrapped in this ball of silver flame, the black stone began to melt slowly. The hard shell turned into black liquid and slowly flowed through his fingers. As the stone melted, an extremely oppressive atmosphere spread in the secret room. Finally, when all the shells disappeared, a drop of black blood quietly appeared in his palm. Boom! At this moment, an invisible force suddenly erupted from the entire narrow secret room, and the 9-headed blood count was instantly smashed into the air by this force. At the same time, the drop of black blood instantly corroded a bloody hole in Lu Qing's palm and quickly merged into his body. Chapter 46: Qiuqiu's ability. Outside the secret room, Su Lingwei suddenly felt a sense of oppression that was almost fainting. She instinctively wanted to rush into the secret room, but was suddenly grabbed by Qiuqiu. Beautiful sister, it's dangerous. Qiuqiu's face was tense and his expression was serious, as if he had sensed an ancient ferocious beast lurking in the secret room. Uncle Luo, come here quickly. Qiuqiu stretched out his other hand and waved it hard towards Uncle Luo. Boom! A powerful gust of air suddenly rushed out of the secret room and rushed towards the three people. Without thinking, Su Lingwei subconsciously wanted to use her body to protect the ball, and Uncle Luo also quickly rushed forward. But what surprised Su Lingwei was that Qiuqiu rushed to the front at a speed faster than both of them. Su Lingwei couldn't help but be stunned. Qiuqiu. The little girl stood at the front, her brows furrowed and her lips tightly pursed. At the moment when the turbulent airwave hit, a crisp yet childish voice suddenly rang out, Ananda, dustless land. Then, Su Lingwei was surprised to see that as the ball made a sound, a transparent barrier appeared out of thin air in front of their eyes. Boom! The raging wind wave slammed into the barrier like a tidal wave, but was completely blocked by the barrier. At the same time, Su Lingwei, who was inside the barrier, felt a strange energy, as if she was in this world, and her physical strength was instantly suppressed. Crack! After the gust of air receded, the barrier began to crack, and then shattered into transparent pieces like glass, dissipating into the air. Huff! I'm so tired. Qiuqiu supported his knees with his little hands, breathing heavily, and the tip of his cute little nose was covered with dense beads of sweat. Su Lingwei quickly bent down and picked up Qiuqiu, took out a silk scarf and gently wiped the sweat off her face. She smiled and asked, Qiuqiu, was the dustless land you just saw your awakened ability? This ability can block such a powerful shock wave, the level is definitely not low. Besides, Qiuqiu is so young, and he has awakened his ability just a few days after being embraced for the first time? Generally speaking, only the Duke level can awaken abilities. That's right. Qiuqiu nodded with a bright smile in her arms. After waking up a few days ago, a lot of things suddenly came to my mind. And then Qiuqiu knew this. It seems that Qiuqiu has indeed awakened his ability. Su Lingwei was a little helpless. Why did this family feel unusual? The culprit must be that person. Let's go see our brother. Qiuqiu urged, breaking free from Su Lingwei's arms and pulling her towards the secret room. When I arrived at the door of the secret room, I saw a row of powerful vampire earls guarding there. They were the 9-headed guards who were rushed out of the secret room by the airwave before. Out of the instinct to protect their master, they wanted to rush back to the secret room as soon as they regained their mobility, but found that they were blocked outside and could only guard the door diligently. The door to the secret room was covered in a thin black film. Uncle Luo walked over, stretched out his finger, and gently pressed it. A burning sound was heard, and his finger was instantly corroded. Miss, we can't get in. Su Lingwei nodded and brought Qiuqiu closer to the black film. The 9-headed Earl's personal guards sensed that they carried Lu Qing's bloodline, so they did not attack. See? Brother is over there. Qiuqiu pointed inside the secret room and said, but why did brother turn into a cocoon? Through the black film, you can see a strange scene inside the secret room. The entire secret room was covered with a layer of pitch black liquid, which seemed to have life and kept moving on the ground and walls. In the center of the secret room, Lu Qing had his eyes closed and was motionless, as if he was in a deep sleep. The black liquid shuttled back and forth on his body, even penetrating into his body. Some of the liquid surrounded him, slowly forming a cocoon, wrapping him tightly. The cocoon became thicker and thicker. In the end, Lu Qing's figure could no longer be seen in the secret room. All that could be seen was a huge, inky black cocoon. And at the last moment, Su Lingwei clearly saw a pair of ferocious black wings spread out on Lu Qing's naked back. His eyes seemed to open for a moment, no longer red, nor silver, but an extremely deep black, as if they could swallow up everything in the world. This breath is so terrifying. Su Lingwei looked at the black film in front of her with some trembling. Even though she has now transformed into a human, she can still feel the tremendous and powerful force in the secret room. If this power were to erupt, no, if even a tiny bit were to leak out, I'm afraid all the lives present would be wiped out in an instant. Xiaoqiu asked with a worried look on her face, "Pretty sister, will something happen to my brother?" Su Lingwei thought for a moment and forced a smile. "Don't worry, Lu Qing will be fine. He should be evolving. Let's wait here for brother to come out, okay?" "Okay." In the giant black cocoon, Lu Qing curled up like a baby, and his black wings unconsciously opened and tightly surrounded him. He fell into a deep sleep, but his body seemed to be breathing rhythmically. That drop of black blood decomposed into countless complex gene chains in his body, transforming his blood vessels step by step. The Magic City, this bustling and noisy metropolis, accommodates countless people of all kinds. However, beneath its bright and beautiful appearance, there is a dark corner hidden, which ordinary people are completely unaware of. Whenever night falls, the entire city seems to be shrouded in darkness, becoming the sphere of influence of the eastern branch of the Lazenba tribe. On the top floor of a skyscraper with a superb river view, a ceremony with an eerie atmosphere is quietly taking place. At the scene, there was a bald man in a red robe with complex runes painted on his face. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his body was shaking violently uncontrollably, his eyes were pale, and his original pupils had disappeared. Beside him, the head of the eastern branch of the Lasenba clan, Leisure Lasenba, a vampire duke with the purest blood, was standing quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright lights downstairs. However, Leisure's gaze would occasionally turn to a silver coffin next to him. This coffin was airlifted from the main branch of the Lazenba tribe in the west, and faint sounds of painful groans and heavy breathing could be heard from inside the coffin. "Peeper, what exactly did you see?" Leisure asked in a low and majestic voice. This bald man is a vampire who has awakened a special ability, the Eye of the Sky. With the help of a specific medium, he can see what happened in extremely distant places. At this moment, he was clutching a broken family emblem in his hand, his body trembling even more violently, and he let out an unconscious growl. I saw it. I saw the Earl of the Lasenba tribe imprisoned, unable to move, his flesh and blood peeling off piece by piece. It hurts. Ouch. Lost in the scene being spied on, the voyeur seems to be experiencing the pain suffered by the person being spied on. What he witnessed was the final scene of the Earl of Fengming Mountain being tortured to death by Lu Qing, as if it was not the Earl who was being stripped of flesh and blood, but himself. Ah! The Count of the Lasenba tribe has broken both legs. There is a dark shadow like a night ghost. His bloodline power is rapidly fading, someone is devouring him. The peeper trembled as he described it incoherently. Hearing this, Leisure Lazenba fell into deep thought. Just yesterday, a coat of arms in the family church suddenly shattered, which meant that an earl in the family had unfortunately passed away. In the past, he would not care too much about such situations. After all, the death of a count was not uncommon in the long history. He only needed to send someone to investigate and then eliminate the enemy. But this time the situation was different. The adult in the silver coffin learned about it. This young man holds a highly respected position in the main branch of the family. Even Leisure, as the head of a branch, has to be in awe of him. The lord originally came to the east for a trip. When he heard that a count in his family branch had been killed, he immediately became curious, so Leisure summoned the peeper to find out what happened. Judging from the situation described by the peeper, the vampire who killed the earl seemed to have completely overwhelmed the earl in terms of strength. But when had such a powerful vampire who could overwhelm the earl ever appeared in the land of Zheng City? Chapter 47 10 Days Appointment. Leisure was indifferent to the peeper's pain and ordered coldly, "See who killed him." After the peeper gasped for a while, his eyes turned pale again and he activated the Eye of the Sky. In an instant, he seemed to be in a forest, and saw that the count had turned into a mummy, and the essence in his body dissipated in an instant. At this moment, a terrifying aura was quietly brewing behind him. He turned his head hurriedly, but only saw endless darkness and a dark outline floating in the darkness. He couldn't make out the outline at all. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, as if looking straight at him. At the same time, an extremely majestic voice came, "You ant who dares to peek, leave your eyes." Endless fear surged in the peeper's heart. He only had time to catch a glimpse of the brute girl lying on the lawn before he was torn apart in an instant by a powerful force. On the top floor of the building, the peeper covered his eyes with his hands, howled miserably, and rolled on the ground in pain. His eyes had turned into two bloody holes, his skin began to crack, and his breath became very weak. Leisure asked coldly, "What did you see?" The peeper replied painfully, "Endless darkness, slaughter, power and blood, and a young girl from the Brat tribe. This kind of scene never appeared the last time I spied on the holy son of my family." Then, he desperately pleaded with Leisure for help, "Master, save me." However, Leisure snorted coldly and mercilessly crushed his head with a kick. "Humph! Trash! You even told me about the time you spied on the family's holy son last time. You must be tired of living." After Leisure crushed the peeper with one foot, he glanced at the silver coffin with lingering fear. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his fluctuating emotions, and then said, "The deceased earl in the family must be related to the Brute clan." The voyeur spotted their presence at the scene. Leisure did not explain in detail about the abnormal behavior of the peeper, because he knew in his heart that the noble vampire in the coffin would not care about it at all. Those vampires from the main line of the Western family have always been extremely disdainful of the Eastern branches, even if they belong to the same family bloodline. As expected, after Leisure finished speaking, there was no movement in the silver coffin for a long time. After a few minutes, the coffin slowly slid open a gap, and two corpses flew out and landed on the soft carpet without hesitation. They were two naked young girls, their delicate skin covered with bite marks of varying depths, and all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out. However, even in death, they still had a creepy, intoxicated smile on their faces. "Oh ha ha! The eastern branch of the Brute tribe? Those weak fellows!" A lazy and playful voice emanated from the coffin, like the cold venom of a venomous snake. "I had hoped to travel to the east for some fun, but I didn't expect to encounter something so interesting. To secretly murder a descendant of my own clan is a serious crime. Send me there." After he finished speaking, the silver coffin closed again, and no sound was heard anymore. Leisure stared at the silent coffin for a long time. From beginning to end, he could not see the true face of the noble being in the coffin. But he knew very well in his heart that even as the head of this family, he would never dare to provoke the person in the coffin. He is a descendant of the royal bloodline with supreme glory and a rare treasure of the Lazenba tribe. "Come here, take the master on his journey," he ordered decisively. At the same time, on Yanjing Mountain in the imperial capital, there is a breathtaking Chinese-style palace built entirely with private funds. Large tracts of forests around here are also leased for a long term. Although they are called leases, they are actually no different from private territories. This is the family residence of the eastern branch of the Brute clan, a powerful family with a 1,000-year heritage. As one of the most prominent families among the 13 vampire clans, the Brute clan is a natural enemy of the Lazenba clan. The war between the two clans had been raging for thousands of years, and it was not until the last few hundred years that some kind of peace agreement was reached, but the hostility between them remained deep-rooted. Unlike the Lazenba tribe, the individual vampires of the Brute tribe are extremely powerful, but their branches are complex. The eastern branch is just one of them, and its combat power is not even comparable to that of the eastern branch of the Lazenba tribe. As a result, over the past few hundred years, the Brute have rarely gained the upper hand in subtle skirmishes. However, due to the constraints of the armistice agreement, the Lazenba tribe could not openly attack the Brute tribe. However, in recent decades, under the leadership of Leisure Lazenba, the eastern branch of the Lazenba clan seemed to be showing signs of stirring. At this sensitive moment, a silver coffin suddenly appeared in front of the Yanjingshan palace, carried by 4 vampire earls. These 4 earls all have blonde hair and blue eyes, and they are obviously from the west. They are commonly known as Pathenbearers and are usually the most loyal servants in the family. The fact that 4 vampire earls could carry the coffin was enough to show that the vampire in the coffin was of extremely noble status. The appearance of this silver coffin alarmed almost half of the high-level vampires in the family. Leading the group was none other than Suli Brook, the patriarch of the eastern branch of the Brute clan. He stared at the motionless silver coffin with deep apprehension and asked in a deep voice, "Noble descendant of the Lazenba clan, we have not invited you to our presence." Judging from the other party's style, it is obvious that he is a vampire from the main lineage of the West, and even Leisure is not qualified to accompany him. It can be seen that the person in the silver coffin has an extremely respected status. Disputes between branches are usually handled by the branches themselves, and the main blood clan rarely intervenes. After all, they simply look down on the fights between branches. But why did this big shot show up in person this time? There was no response from the silver coffin, but the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became weird. A faint scarlet mist slowly diffused from the silver coffin, and Su Lai smelled a sweet scent. Behind him, the vampires below the rank of Earl were affected by this sweet scent, their skin instantly flushed, their breathing became rapid and heavy, their breath became disordered, and their eyes were filled with strong desire. Disperse! Su Lai roared in a low voice, suppressing the boiling blood in his body and asking the vampires below the rank of Earl to retreat. He was secretly terrified in his heart. The sweet and fishy smell must be the special ability of the vampires in the silver coffin. It can actually evoke emotions and ignite blood. It's really terrifying. Su Lai is also a duke of the vampire clan, but he is still affected by this aura, and the blood in his body is surging. At this moment, the being in the silver coffin finally spoke, Eastern branch of the Brute clan. A vampire from your family secretly hunted down a descendant of the Earl of our clan. That's a beautiful girl, oh. And a strange little guy. I want to get them. I will come back in 10 days, and I hope I can see those two little guys then. The voice from the silver coffin was like a poisonous snake crawling through the hearts of all the vampires, cold and evil. Although it does not explicitly state the consequences of not being able to see it, this silent deterrent is even more frightening. A parchment scroll with a portrait of a young girl slowly floated in front of Su Lai. He recognized the person in the portrait at a glance, and his face instantly turned as pale as gray. The silver coffin was carried away by 4 earls. Chapter 48 Junior, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Su Lingwei frowned and stared at the picture in her hand, her expression full of hesitation. After thinking for a moment, she simply put the picture down and whispered, "Let's wait for Lu Qing to come out. Then let him make the decision." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden in an instant. She wrapped the blanket tightly around her body, reached out to grab a lollipop from her little follower Qiuqiu, and squinted her eyes comfortably. Uncle Luo was standing aside, his eyes full of kindness, and he sighed to himself, the young lady seems to have become more and more lazy since she met young Master Lu Qing. Although one of Qiuqiu's lollipops was snatched away, he didn't care at all. Instead, he put the other lollipop into his mouth with a smile. Then, she suddenly jumped up on the spot, quickly turned her body 180 degrees, faced the direction of the secret room, and shouted in her childish voice, "Brother, when will you come out? Qiuqiu misses you so much." The crisp sound continued to echo in the empty underground space. As if the cry of Qiuqiu was heard, the secret room, which had been quiet for 2 days and 2 nights, suddenly became noisy. Qiuqiu heard the sound and showed a hint of surprise on her face. She turned to look at Su Lingwei and asked curiously, "Brother, did you really hear me?" Su Lingwei stood up with a smile, gently took Qiuqiu's little hand, stood behind her, her eyes full of anticipation, staring closely at the direction of the secret room. A dull and loud breathing sound came from the secret room, as if it was sucking up all the air in the entire space. Wisps of black mist, as if summoned by some mysterious force, rushed towards the secret room like a tide. Immediately afterwards, a crack quietly appeared in the giant black cocoon in the secret room. With a cracking sound, the crack gradually expanded, and finally the giant cocoon completely shattered, revealing a naked and strong body. Lu Qing's body is like a fine crystal sculpture, with smooth and distinct muscle lines, and every curve seems to have undergone countless times of careful carving and tempering. In his body, blood was surging like a torrent, and a powerful blood aura permeated every inch of his flesh and blood. His sharp nails dug deep into his palm, and a drop of black blood slowly dripped down, emitting a strange and chilling aura. At this moment, his pupils were no longer blood red or silver, but burning with black flames. The flames seemed to have endless devouring power, capable of devouring everything in the world. Behind him, a pair of huge black wings with a wingspan of more than 5 meters spread out proudly, looking ferocious and sharp. If Lu Qing grew 2 more horns at this moment, he would be like a demon king awakening from the abyss. Ha! I finally woke up. Lu Qing looked down at his brand new body. Under the magical effect of Cain's blood, every cell in his body was reborn. What made him even more delighted was that at the moment he emerged from the cocoon, the system's prompts rang in his ears one after another. Ding! The host absorbs Cain's blood 1-3. The host's bloodline evolves into ancient blood. The source of darkness and evil, the symbiosis of death and life. For vampires, the ancient blood is both an irresistible deadly poison and the sacred fruit that initiates evolution. Ding! The host has advanced to a vampire marquis. After Lu Qing absorbed Kane's blood, he directly advanced to the Marquis of the Vampire Clan. This shows that the energy contained in this drop of blood is amazing. This is an ancient bloodline that is more ancient and noble than the royal bloodline. Only the first generation is worthy of possessing such an ultimate bloodline. As the system suggests, his blood has a fatal attraction to all vampires. After all, ancient blood can drive other vampires to evolve. Come here. Lu Qing summoned the 9-headed Earl's personal guards who had been waiting outside the door. Master. The 9-headed Earl's personal guard knelt on one knee with his head lowered, not daring to look directly at Lu Qing. They truly felt the supreme majesty emanating from Lu Qing. Lu Qing walked up to number 1, extended his hand gracefully, and said, "Raise your head." Number 1's body trembled violently, and a roar came from his throat. Under the tremendous pressure, he finally raised his head with great difficulty. Accept more powerful power. Lu Qing showed an evil smile, and a drop of black blood appeared on his fingertips. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, number 1 instantly lost consciousness, with only endless darkness left in his eyes. His instinct created an irresistible desire for this drop of blood. Shie. A sound like water dripping into an oil pan was heard, and the blood from Lu Qing's fingertips dripped into number 1's left eye. Number 1 immediately put his hands on his head and fell to the ground, making a hoarse roar in his throat as if he was in severe pain. The pain lasted for about a minute, and number 1's body began to change. His aura continued to rise, and finally broke through a shackle. Roar! Number 1 let out a roar of both pain and joy. Just this one drop of blood allowed it to successfully evolve to the Marquis realm. Lu Qing retracted his finger and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, you have also advanced to the rank of Marquis. This is the power of the ancient bloodline, which can continuously improve the strength of the vampires through feeding, but the upper limit should not exceed my level. You were at the peak of the Earl level before, so you took advantage of this opportunity to evolve to the Marquis level. I'll feed you a few more times in the future. Number 1 returned to the kneeling position on one knee, with a powerful aura surging from his body. Lu Qing came to number 2 again and fed it in the same way. Number 2's reaction was similar to number 1's. He screamed in pain at first, and after the pain subsided, his physical aura suddenly increased, but he did not break through in the end. He was still a vampire Earl, but his aura was much stronger. Lu Qing looked at number 2 and said thoughtfully, "It seems that we need to feed it more. The improvement we can get at once is limited." He continued, "Fortunately, I now have the King's chosen servant, who can transform them into contracted personal guards. With the help of the ancient blood in my body, they can continue to grow and grow. In this way, I can even create a terrifyingly powerful vampire army. Moreover, this army will be absolutely loyal to me and will continue to grow in strength under my care." Thinking of the possibilities of the future, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel excited. He used the same method to feed the remaining vampire Earls. Number 9 was the same as number 1. Since he was originally at the peak of the Earl, he evolved to the Marquis with the nourishment of the ancient blood. Although the other 7 were still Earls, their aura had become much stronger, and it was only a matter of time before they evolved into Marquis. In this way, Lu Qing had 2 Blood Clan Marquis guards and 7 Earl guards in his hands. Even if he faced some branches of big families, he had the confidence to confront them head-on. After feeding the 9-headed guards, Lu Qing's body became a little weak, the breath of ancient blood retracted, and the wings behind him automatically retracted into his body, leaving only a complex set of black lines. The weakness brought on by using the ancient bloodline is getting stronger. It seems feeding is not easy. Lu Qing rubbed his dizzy head and slowly walked out of the secret room. "I came here originally to inherit the wealth of Earl Fengmingshan, but unexpectedly I got so many unexpected surprises." In addition to wealth, he also had 8 Blood Clan Earl guards, one of which had evolved into a Marquis, and he himself had evolved from royal blood to ancient blood, becoming a Blood Clan Marquis in one fell swoop. Personal Information Panel. Host, Lu Qing. Race, Blood Clan. Bloodline, Ancient Bloodline. Family, none. Level, Vampire Marquis 160 points for the next evolutionary stage. Abilities, ×0 Crimson Bloodshed, the King's chosen servant. Evolution sequence, highest sequence, Bloodline Devouring, can devour fellow bloodlines to enhance evolution. Evolutionary sequence, highest sequence, innate isolation, infinitely hides one's own vampire level, undetectable. First form, King S arrival. Second form, Emperor Flame. It's a pity that I evolved to Marquis this time because of the ancient blood, so I didn't awaken any new abilities. Lu Qing felt a little regretful, but soon he was relieved. But after the bloodline advanced, the second form, Emperor Flame, was activated, which is also a good compensation. Emperor Flame, black flames descend, burning the void. This brief introduction exudes dominance. When Lu Qing walked out of the secret room, Su Lingwei was already waiting outside with Xiuxiu. The moment she saw him, Xiuxiu quickly covered her eyes with her hands. "Shame on you." Su Lingwei was stunned at first, her eyes dodging for a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she walked forward and handed him the blanket she was wearing. "Hurry up and put it on, little brother, don't catch a cold." She tilted her head, not daring to look him in the eye, not only because he was naked, but also because Lu Qing at this moment seemed to be emitting an irresistible charm. Chapter 49. People can die, but the box must be protected. It was daytime when they came out of the manor. Therefore, the 9-headed vampire guards were temporarily placed in a dark basement, so that they could guard the countless treasures in the basement. Uncle Luo has arranged for someone to liquidate the Earl of Fengmingshan's property, and it will soon be transferred to Lu Qing's name. As for how much assets he has, Lu Qing doesn't care. As long as there is money in the card for him to spend, it's fine. Afterwards, Uncle Luo handed Lu Qing a golden black card and said in a very calm tone, "Master Lu Qing, there are 800 million on this card. Just think of it as your daily pocket money. You can accompany the young lady to buy clothes and so on." 800 million in pocket money, how much does his total assets really have to be? I dare not even think about it. Anyway, I just hope he can't spend it all. In addition, after Uncle Luo counted the antiques and cultural relics in the basement, he also made a list for Lu Qing. Most of the items on the list were priceless and basically came from every dynasty. Lu Qing waved his hand without hesitation and decided to donate all these antiques and cultural relics to the country. These things are of no practical use to him, so it would be better to let them go to the right place and play their due value. Of course, the way of donation is quite special. After all, so many antiques, no matter under what name they are donated, will attract attention. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, under Lu Qing's special instructions, Uncle Luo chose a dark and windy night and placed the boxes of antiques neatly in front of the gate of the municipal museum. The next day, the director of the museum came to work. As soon as he walked into the gate, he saw a mountain of boxes. He suddenly thought that the logistics vegetables were placed in the wrong place. It wasn't until he opened one of the boxes and saw the objects with simple shapes and exquisite craftsmanship that the dean, who was nearly 70 years old, had a heart attack on the spot. As he was being loaded into the ambulance, he stretched out his hands towards the pile of boxes, shouting, "People can die. The boxes must be protected. These are national treasures." After shouting this, he fainted with peace of mind. The incident quickly made it onto local and national television news. It is understood that late last night, a large number of wooden boxes suddenly appeared in front of the Jiang City Museum. After inspection by experts, it was found that the wooden box was full of important cultural relics that had never been discovered before, with the lowest level of protection being first class, and some even being national treasures. This batch of precious cultural relics is of epoch-making significance for archaeologists in their study of history. However, after investigation, no one knew how these cultural relics appeared in front of the city museum. Experts speculated that they may have been donated anonymously by a patriotic individual. The Newsday Night spent a full 10 minutes reporting the incident, which quickly caused an uproar across the country. Countless people are searching for the person who donated the national treasure anonymously, and some even issued appeals on the entire internet for him to speak out, but no one has come forward to claim this honor. However, no one could have imagined that the protagonist of this whole incident was actually a vampire hiding in the darkness. At this moment, the vampire was leisurely choosing a house with a beautiful girl. "Let's choose this one. It's nestled in the mountains and next to the water, and the environment is fantastic." Lu Qing accompanied Su Lingwei as they stood on the terrace of a manor, overlooking the lush woods below and the magnificent river not far away. In the past 2 days, Su Lingwei seemed to be obsessed with looking at and buying houses. She dragged Lu Qing to look at almost all the top properties in Jiang City, immersed in it and never tired of it. When they finally saw the place in front of them, they both felt quite satisfied. Su Lingwei fell in love with the scenery and tranquility here, while Lu Qing was attracted by the spacious 2-story basement of the manor. When houses become expensive to a certain extent, they are all pretty much the same. The key is to have a large enough basement space to accommodate enough coffins. The underground space of this manor is the largest, as big as 2 football fields, and it has 2 floors, so Lu Qing likes it very much. Now that the house has been chosen, he doesn't have to worry about the rest. The elegant housekeeper will arrange everything. On that day, all the furniture in the new home was replaced with new ones. Large trucks slowly drove into the quiet mountain villa along the winding mountain road. One of the trucks was covered with a black cloth, and underneath the cloth was a sealed container, which was transported directly to the basement of the manor. After everyone left, Lu Qing went to the basement alone. In the originally spacious basement, he saw 9 huge bronze coffins neatly arranged. In each coffin lay a personal guard with a completely restrained aura. Ever since he discovered that sleeping could help the guards maintain their strength, Lu Qing decided to let the 9-headed guard sleep in a giant bronze coffin. "Wake up!" he called out to the 9 huge bronze coffins. The 9-headed guards opened their eyes instantly, sat up in unison, and looked at him respectfully. "Master, I'll feed you blood again tonight." Lu Qing walked forward and fed blood to the guards in each coffin in turn. Sensing that their breath had become slightly stronger, a strong sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. "I deliberately chose such a large basement. One day, it will be filled with my giant bronze coffins." After coming out of the basement, Lu Qing found Su Lingwei lying on the table in the living room, writing something with great concentration. He walked over curiously, gently put his arm around her waist from behind, and asked, "What does this say?" Su Lingwei turned her head and leaned against his cheek. She handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is my wish list as a human. Once I fulfill these wishes, you will hug me for the first time." Chapter 50: A Simple and Honest Wish. Lu Qing picked up the paper in his hand and began to look at it carefully. As soon as he saw it, he felt that Su Lingwei's handwriting was really not very good. It was crooked and looked like ants crawling around. He is over 300 years old, but his handwriting is still no different from that of a child. Wish list. There were 10 items listed on the paper, all of which were things Su Lingwei longed to do. Lu Qing unconsciously read out loud. The first one, go shopping and watch a movie. Second, sunbathe on the beach or by the river. The third one is speed racing. Number 4, watch the fireworks. Number 5, get first place in the exam. When reading the 5th item, Lu Qing paused, thought for a moment, and then said, "The previous items were relatively easy, but this 5th item is quite difficult to achieve. After all, you always rank last in the exams before." Su Lingwei nodded in agreement. "That's right. So you have to work harder." Lu Qing was stunned for a moment before he realized that this problem obviously had to be solved by him. "Okay, keep watching." Lu Qing continued. Number 6, eat barbecue and drink beer. Well, this isn't difficult, just give it a try. Number 7, bungee jumping. Not too difficult. I guess you want to feel the adrenaline rush, right? Arrange it. Lu Qing read out the items one by one until he reached the 9th item. Item 9, get a room. Get a room? Su Lingwei met Lu Qing's slightly strange gaze and explained calmly, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted to experience what it's like to book a room. I've never stayed in a hotel before." Well, Su Lingwei saw that Lu Qing seemed to have a look of regret, and she chuckled to herself, then said, "There are a total of 10 wishes here. After I complete them all, you can give me your first embrace." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Giving her the first embrace meant that Su Lingwei would be transformed into a vampire once again. In fact, Lu Qing knew in her heart that these wishes must be what she longed to realize deep in her heart. Things like shopping and watching movies may be commonplace for ordinary people, and may even be done every day, but she has never had such an experience. She didn't want to age prematurely in front of him, so she planned to turn back into a vampire after doing these things. How about being a human for a while longer? Lu Qing felt a little reluctant. Su Lingwei smiled and shook her head. "No need, just accompany me to finish these 10 things." Seeing her stubborn look, Lu Qing had no choice but to give up and look at the last wish on the paper, but he was a little confused. The 10th wish, 2 circles, 2 crosses, what does this mean? Su Lingwei looked at him with a smile, and gently rubbed his chin with her head, like a cunning little witch. "Guess." "No guessing. Forget about guessing. I'm going to sleep." Su Lingwei broke free from his arms and skipped upstairs. Lu Qing looked at her back as she left happily, and could truly feel the joy in her heart. After turning back into a human, Su Lingwei's emotions became more and more varied. Although her previous cold temperament was still there, when the two were alone, that coldness would completely disappear, and she would be like a real human girl. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly as he thought of his last wish. Circles and crosses. How could he not understand the meaning? Just as Su Lingwei was about to go upstairs, Lu Qing suddenly walked up and picked her up by the waist. Su Lingwei looked up in his arms like a kitten and asked with a smile, "What are you going to do?" Lu Qing hugged her, and his eyes instantly turned as dark as ink. Swish! Along with the sound of clothes tearing, 5-meter-long black wings suddenly stretched out from his back. "Let me help you fulfill a wish first," he said with a domineering and evil smile. The black wings flapped vigorously, and they took off in an instant, arriving several hundred meters above the manor. Noticing that Su Lingwei's breathing was gradually becoming rapid, Lu Qing rushed forward. "Hold me tight." Under the pitch-black night, on the winding road between the mountains and forests, a black figure was flying at high speed along the road, and in a blink of an eye, the speed reached more than 200 kilometers per hour. Lu Qing held Su Lingwei in his arms, flapped his wings and flew close to the ground. The scenery on both sides of the road quickly retreated like lightning. He just slightly shielded her from the strong wind so that she could fully experience the thrill brought by the extreme speed impact. Su Lingwei hugged his neck tightly with both hands, her little face flushed with excitement, and her eyes seemed to be shining. "How is it? Is it more exciting than racing?" Lu Qing lowered his head and kissed her forehead lightly, feeling her heart beating violently. "Aha! Look at the road, we're going to get hit." Su Lingwei suddenly let out a quick shout, which then turned into a happy laugh. "Hee hee! This is so fun!" It was not until Lu Qing felt that Su Lingwei was a little tired that he carried her back to the manor and gently placed her on the soft bed. Su Lingwei seemed to still be immersed in the wonderful feeling of accelerated heartbeat just now. Her eyes were bright, and she hugged his neck and refused to let go. "What's the matter?" Lu Qing kept his posture and asked softly. "Nothing." Su Lingwei smiled slightly, then took the initiative to peck him lightly on the lips. "Thank you. You must try your best to help me fulfill the remaining 9 wishes." Only after Su Lingwei fell asleep did Lu Qing come out of the room and gently close the door. Although Su Lingwei became more lively in her human state, she was also more fragile and could no longer stay up all night like before. However, being able to experience the feeling of dreaming after falling asleep must be what she is looking forward to. After Lu Qing came out of the room, he found Uncle Luo waiting for him downstairs. Uncle Luo was still dressed in a tuxedo and white gloves, but his usual elegant smile was gone, replaced by an extremely serious expression. Seeing Uncle Luo like this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel strange. "What's wrong?" Uncle Luo lowered his head slightly, a bright light reflecting off his gold-rimmed glasses. "Master Lu Qing, a vampire earl has arrived at the foot of the mountain. He claims to be from the Brook tribe and wants to take the young lady back to his family for trial." Lu Qing stopped in his tracks instantly, his sharp fangs slowly protruding from his lips, a playful smile on his face. "Oh? That's what it said? Then I'll have no choice but to twist its head off." Chapter 51, to put it nicely, it is called youthful recklessness. At the foot of the mountain, a young and energetic vampire count looked up at the only manor with lights on halfway up the mountain. He had a contemptuous smile on his face and muttered, "Humph, what's the point of living in a shabby place like this? Could it be that you're so incompetent that you're hiding here? You're worthy of being my good sister." This young vampire count from the Brook clan had deliberately dyed blonde hair, wore a neat suit, and held a pure gold cane in his hand. Beside him, there were 3 vampire earls with strong auras, and the strongest among them was on the verge of evolving into a marquis. No matter where these 4 vampire earls go, ordinary vampire families dare not provoke them easily, not to mention that they come from the ancient Brook clan. 7th Young Master. The peak-level earl with the most powerful aura reminded in a deep voice, "The head of the family has instructed that this time, Miss Su must be brought back unharmed. That Western tycoon only gave the family 10 days. Let's hurry in." The earl snorted impatiently, I know. I just keep pushing. And don't call her Miss Su. She left the family long ago and is now a traitor. Once she's brought back to the family, even if that Western guy doesn't pursue the matter, I'll have to get close to this sister." As he spoke, a hideous and evil smile appeared on his face. The old vampire shook his head secretly, thinking, how come each of the 9 direct descendants of the patriarch is less clever than the last? The vampire from the Lasenba clan who was killed earlier was a genuine peak earl. He had been entrenched in Jiang City for many years and had so many vampires under his command, but in the end he was still killed. It's not that easy to take Miss Su Lingwei away. It's very likely that the mysterious vampire next to Miss Su is also a powerful peak earl. This time, the patriarch specially sent the 3-headed earl along. It only takes a little thought to figure it out. Oh, that is not right, the 7th young master has no brains at all. Among the 9 direct descendants of the patriarch, Miss Su, who ranked 9th, was the smartest, but she inherited her maternal bloodline. Alas, what a pity. Thinking of this man who has been in the family for hundreds of years. The old earl felt a little regretful. As the old man pondered, the seventh young master beside him grew impatient. I've been reporting for ages and still haven't received a response. How dare they keep me waiting this long? Don't those guys up there want to die? As the direct descendant of the family, he has been respected by all vampires since birth. With the nourishment of abundant resources, he quickly grew into a powerful vampire earl. This is his pride. Just now, he was about to go up the mountain, but was stopped by a viscount who looked like a butler. What made him even more angry was that after the viscount learned that he was from the Brooke clan, not only did he show no respect, but he coldly told him to wait where he was, saying that he would only let him go after informing the head of the family. Originally, he wanted to rush up and forcibly take Su Lingwei away, but after the old man's persuasion, he patiently waited for 2 minutes. But now, his patience has run out. No need to wait, let's go straight up. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a black shadow and ran rapidly along the mountain road, reaching the extreme speed in an instant. At the same time, he released a powerful aura of a vampire count, announcing his arrival in a high-profile manner. Seeing this, the other 3 vampire counts could only follow closely, while also carefully sensing the dark mountains and forests on both sides of the road. The 7th young master glanced around and didn't detect any vampire aura. He snorted disdainfully, "Humph, so poor that you don't even have a vampire subordinate to guard the door? How miserable you are, my dear sister. Your life is so simple that I can't stand it." From the moment Su Lingwei awakened her bloodline, which was not her father's, she was ostracized by her other brothers and sisters, who were used to bullying her. It was not until her half-blood mother was killed by her father that she took the initiative to leave the family. Being born in a noble family but failing to inherit noble blood is a fault in itself. If you feel your life is miserable, I can help you get out of it. The 7th young master showed an evil smile. Although your blood is not very delicious, it can still make me excited, sister. He then looked at the possible vampires beside Su Lingwei and speculated, what rank could they be? Viscount? Duke? Are they as weak as you? Ha ha. He was extremely excited at the thought of seeing his sister whom he hadn't bullied for a long time. The peak-level earl who followed behind him noticed his constantly fluctuating aura and couldn't help but sigh, I hope that the 7th young master will not go crazy and kill all the vampires above. Then try your best to save Miss Su and the vampire that the master specifically requested. However, this place is indeed a bit shabby, there isn't even a vampire guarding it. The old man scanned the dark forest again and confirmed that there was no vampire hidden in it, which showed that this territory was defenseless. However, less than 300 meters away from them, 9 vampires with completely restrained auras were moving through the mountains and forests. The rugged rocks and trees seemed non-existent in their eyes. They were like the silent shadows of death, their blood-red, cold eyes fixed on the 4 Brooke vampires on the mountain road. As long as their master gives the order, they will tear these 4 ignorant vampires into pieces in an instant. In less than a minute, the young earl of the Brooke family arrived at the manor on the mountainside. He climbed over the wall and stood in the courtyard, leaning on a pure gold cane in one hand. He shouted in what he thought was an elegant tone, I am a son of the noble bloodline of the Brooke clan. Is there anyone alive here? On the top floor of the manor, Su Lingwei appeared. She looked at the vampire count in the yard, frowned slightly, and asked coldly, what are you doing here? The young earl cast a playful look at her and said with a smile, of course I'm here to take you away. Long time no see, my dear sister? He suddenly seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and the elegant smile on his face froze instantly, then turned into a ferocious and crazy laugh. Ha! You are not a vampire? Ha ha ha! My dear sister, you turned into a human. How disgusting! Ah ha ha ha! Not only did you betray your family, you also betrayed the great honor of the vampire clan. He laughed almost crazily, and seemed to be roaring in anger. The 3 vampire counts also showed extremely shocked expressions. How is it possible? In this world, there is a way to turn vampires into humans? This strange phenomenon caused a hint of fear to flash in the eyes of the old vampire. Su Lingwei did not respond, but just looked at this former brother coldly, her heart filled with sadness and hatred. The young earl continued, come with me. The people of the clan will surely be delighted to see you like this. It's truly amusing. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he suddenly burst out with great strength, ready to rush directly to the top floor. However, the next second, with a bang, he was kicked back from mid-air like a ball, creating a deep hole in the yard. Who? He stood up from the deep pit in a mess, his eyes bloodshot, roaring angrily. Chapter 52, Go through the main door, don't damage my wall. Who on earth is so bold as to kick me? The shame and anger in the young earl's heart were like a surging tide, almost drowning him completely. As far as he knew, no vampire had ever dared to be so rude to him. In an instant, the 3 vampire counts beside him burst out with a powerful aura, sending out a warning to the surroundings. There are 4 vampire counts standing here, who dares to act rashly? However, immediately afterwards, the aura they released seemed to encounter an icy sharp blade and was ruthlessly cut. A majestic and cold aura, like an overwhelming tidal wave, forcibly pressed the momentum they emitted back into their bodies. What on earth is going on? The young earl felt as if the blood in his body seemed to solidify in an instant. He turned his head and looked behind him with full vigilance. The next second, he was stunned on the spot. Less than a meter behind them, 9 figures were standing quietly, each wearing the same silver mask on their cheeks. The terrifying aura of strength and coldness emanated from these 9 figures. When did they appear? Why did their aura make me feel so oppressive and suffocated? Before the young earl could react further, he was gently tapped on the shoulder. He turned his head stiffly, and what came into view was a handsome face with a gentle smile. The man said, "Before you came here, I said I would twist your head off. Now, I am ready to fulfill that promise." Crack! Just when everyone was still in shock, their minds blank, Lu Qing suddenly ripped off the head of the young earl, a direct descendant of the Brute clan, with lightning speed. The whole process was so fast that it was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Even Su Lingwei couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The other 3 vampire earls stood there in a daze, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. This is the precious youngest son of the head of the Brute family. I rushed here from far away, and before I could even see the other person's face, my head was torn off like that. Lu Qing still had that gentle smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and threw the head towards the 3 Brute earls, saying, "I'll give the head back to you, but I'll keep the body." In fact, considering all aspects, it would be best if a complete corpse could be left. After all, one can use the king's chosen servant to transform it into a personal guard. But unfortunately, I had already threatened to tear his head off. Alas, what a mistake. If I had known this earlier, I would have said it differently, at least the body could have been left intact. The old earl of the Brute clan looked at the dull head in his arms, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long time. This. The 2 vampires beside him, who were at the middle level of earl strength, let out a shrill howl and rushed towards Lu Qing desperately. My blood is boiling. The scars won't heal. 2 strange powers emerged instantly. These were the unique abilities of the 2 earl vampires that had awakened. However, just as they were about to move, the 9 guards behind them, who had been silent like corpses, also moved. Yi's figure disappeared in an instant like a ghost, and when it reappeared, it was already holding 2 shriveled hearts in its sharp claws. Bang! 2 dull sounds were heard, and the bodies of the 2 vampire counts fell heavily to the ground, losing their vitality forever. Well done. Lu Qing cast an approving look at Yi and thought to himself, this kid knows how to keep the body intact. Now the basement can accommodate 2 more giant bronze coffins. At this moment, the only survivor, the old man, took one look at the 2 corpses lying on the ground and was so frightened that he dared not move. He lowered his head slightly, and with a touch of awe and fear, he said respectfully, "Respected and great being, please forgive our previous offense." This old man, who was at the peak of the vampire clan, only woke up from his dream at this moment and realized how stupid his previous thoughts were. This manor is not without vampire guards because of its weak strength, on the contrary, it is because it is too powerful and does not need guards at all. Those 9 mysterious beings exuded a terrifying aura, and each one was stronger than him. Even the aura emitted by 2 of the vampires made him feel a deep fear from the bottom of his heart. The old man couldn't help feeling dizzy when he thought about the time when he was running wildly on the mountain road. Maybe these 9 powerful vampires were hiding in the darkness, staring at them coldly. Moreover, this 9-headed mysterious existence was so respectful to this young-looking vampire who did not reveal any aura, just like a slave. How terrifying must the power of this existence be to be able to command so many vampires at the peak of the Earl level or even the Marquis level to serve him? I'm so stupid. When did I become so brainless? Fortunately, when the 2 vampire earls rushed forward, his reasoning stopped him in time, slowing down his actions. It was this crucial step that luckily pulled him back from the brink of death. You're lucky. Lu Qing looked at the old man with a hint of regret. If you hadn't hesitated just now, you would probably be lying on the ground like them. What a pity. Lu Qing snapped his fingers, and only one of the 9 personal guards stayed, while the other 8 returned to the bronze coffins underground and continued to sleep. After the guards left, the old man still didn't dare to slack off or relax. He could only nod respectfully. Okay, I will definitely convey this to the head of the family. Then, he gritted his teeth, mustered up the courage, and struggled to say, however, Your Excellency, if it is convenient, I implore you and Miss Su to return to the family. The family is currently facing a crisis, and Miss Su was once a member of the family after all. If Su Lingwei and you don't return to the family, then in 10 days, the man from the west will surely be furious. By then, the family will be in a desperate dilemma. After all, the old man was concerned about his family, so even at the huge risk of angering Lu Qing, he still gritted his teeth and said a few more words. He was even mentally prepared to have his body torn apart and thrown out. But after waiting for a long time, he found that there was no movement on the other side. He looked up secretly with confusion in his heart, and saw that the noble vampire was squatting in front of the headless corpse, seemingly looking at something carefully. The head is gone. If I devour it again without the head, will it lose some evolution points? Probably not. When I devoured it before, even if I lost a leg, it didn't seem to have any effect. So should I keep the head as well? Listening to the slight murmur coming from the other side, a drop of cold sweat rarely appeared on the old man's temple. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone act so strangely. Noticing the old man's gaze on him, Lu Qing smiled slightly and said, Just a friendly reminder, if you don't leave quickly, you might not be able to leave. I have a little girl at home who hates the brooks. If she wakes up later, she might ask me to tear your head off too. Although he didn't quite understand the deep meaning of these words, the old man still felt panic for no reason. Little girl? Do you really hate the brook? Could it be another powerful and strange vampire? We shouldn't stay here for long. Thinking of this, the old man didn't dare to say another word. He bowed respectfully on the spot, turned around and wanted to slip away quickly. Wait. The old man's body suddenly stiffened and he stood there obediently. After you go back, don't reveal any information about this place to anyone except your family head. Lu Qing said seriously. Okay, the old man responded quickly. Hold the head in your hand firmly. Consider it my return gift to you, Lu Qing continued. I will follow your instructions. The old man glanced at the head in his arms and gently closed the eyes that were still open. He asked with great respect and caution, Do you have any other instructions? Lu Qing stood up, pointed in the direction of the manor, and said with a smile, When you go out, go through the main gate. Don't damage my wall. Okay. The old Earl of the Brook family walked out of the main gate honestly, taking every step very carefully, for fear of accidentally stepping on a flower or a blade of grass in the manor. After the old man left, Lu Qing reached out and devoured the 3 Earl corpses on the ground, then used the king's chosen servant to transform 2 of them into his own personal guards, and had he carry them into the basement. Lu Qing named these 2 newly born vampire guards 10 and 11 respectively. Chapter 53, Beautiful Sister Also Eats People? Ding! Devoured 3 blood clan counts, evolution points plus 12. 1360 away from evolving into the next level of Vampire Duke. When the system prompt sounded, Lu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and murmured, Fortunately, even though the Earl lost his head, the evolution points he gave were still enough. But then he frowned again, thinking to himself, Now, devouring a vampire Earl only gives 3 evolution points. This level suppression is really strong. He was somewhat glad that he had gained some evolution points this time, but he also felt a little helpless because of the level suppression. Fortunately, he added 2 Earl level vampire guards. As long as they continue to be fed with blood, they will gradually grow. Except for Yi and Zhou, the other 7 guards are also growing very fast. It is estimated that after feeding them for a while, they will be able to officially advance to Marquis. These transformed guards still retain their previously awakened abilities. Just like Yi, its special ability is physical recovery. This ability still exists after the transformation, but it requires more blood energy. Every time the bloodline power is overconsumed or seriously injured, it has to be repaired by feeding blood again. As for the 2 newly transformed Earls, Lu Qing handed them over to Yi to take care of. And the arrogant vampire who had lost his head was thrown directly to Uncle Luo. As for how Uncle Luo would deal with it, Lu Qing didn't care. He only knew that in the human world, there was a group of people who were extremely obsessed with vampires. There was even a rumor that eating vampire flesh could eliminate all pain and disease. Lu Qing stood in the yard, looked up at Su Lingwei, and asked softly, Are you going back? Su Lingwei nodded without hesitation and responded, "Go back." Okay. Whether for Su Lingwei's sake or for his own development, Lu Qing felt that he must go to the Brute tribe. There are no more vampires in Jiang City for him to devour to increase his strength. If he wants to become stronger, he must go deeper into these clans. Since Su Lingwei is full of hatred towards the family, that's perfect. Those guys can become nutrients for him to improve his strength. Moreover, according to the information just conveyed by the old man, the last time he devoured the Earl of Fengming Mountain, he attracted the attention of the Lazenba clan, and it was a vampire from the western main lineage of the Lazenba clan. Lu Qing couldn't help but wonder, would the effect be different if he swallowed the blood of these western main blood clans? The most important thing is the blood clan's sacred artifact. Each of the 13 clans has its own sacred artifact, and the Brute clan's sacred artifact is in the eastern branch of the imperial capital. The main vein in the west has always been coveted and wanted to be taken away, but failed for various reasons. Su Lingwei had mentioned before that the sacred weapon guarded by the family was an axe called the punishment axe. The person holding it can increase their strength by more than 10 times, but at the same time they will bleed profusely. Lu Qing would be really worried if such a holy weapon fell into the hands of other vampires. We must obtain the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans. And if we have the chance, we must also venture into those ancient blood clan battlefields. Thinking of this, a dark light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. He firmly believed that the future world would be wonderful. At this moment, a small figure suddenly rushed out of the living room. Where is it? Where is it? What's the matter? What's the matter? Xiaoqiu was wearing black pajamas with a bear pattern and ran over like a round ball. The little girl must have fallen into a deep sleep just now, and was then woken up, so she hurried out to join in the fun. Ever since Xiaoqiu learned about her family's past from Su Lingwei, she has been extremely disgusted with the vampires of the Brute tribe. She even declared that when she grows up, she will beat up the Brute guys to vent her anger for her beautiful sister. But this little girl probably won't have this chance, because she will never grow up. Lu Qing hugged the running Xiaoqiu in his arms, smiled and pinched her little face, and said, "Nothing." Xiaoqiu wrinkled her little nose and sniffed, smelling a different scent in the air. She sighed maturely in his arms. "Oh. Brother lied to me again. Xiaoqiu is late and has already seen all the fun. I'm so angry." Looking at the little girl's regretful expression, Lu Qing was so touched by her cuteness. Since this lovely little guy came into our family, our originally cold life has been filled with a lot of joy. Lu Qing glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Since Su Lingwei and Xiaoqiu were both awake, he might as well not sleep tonight. Let's go out and play. Without saying anything, he picked up the ball, went upstairs, and pulled Su Lingwei to the garage. A moment later, boom! A very stylish Bugatti Veyron sped out of the garage like a beast and rushed down the winding mountain road. The car was moving at an extremely high speed, almost reaching its limit. Now with the vampire's powerful body control ability, no matter how fast the car was, it seemed to be moving slowly in Lu Qing's eyes. The silver Bugatti Veyron looked like a roaring beast in his hands. In the passenger seat, Su Lingwei was holding the ball, her eyes bright with excitement. 20 minutes later, at Jiang City's most famous Nanan Barbecue Plaza, Lu Qing slowly pulled his sports car to the side of the road. This impressive Bugatti Veyron instantly attracted countless people's attention, with some even cursing in envy. "Damn, driving such a nice sports car to eat at a roadside stall? Which young master is this to experience life?" After cursing, he stared at the gorgeous sports car fiercely for a few more seconds, and opened several more bottles of beer in indignation. Lu Qing found a spot closest to the river with ease and waved to the owner. "Give me a case of beer, 30 grilled beef and mutton skewers, a kidney, a plate of crayfish, 2 servings of oysters, give me a little of everything else, and grill some more vegetables." Okay. The boss took the menu and went to make the arrangements with a smile on his face. Su Lingwei curiously surveyed the lively drinking scene around her, sniffing the various aromas in the air. She licked her lips coquettishly and asked, "Did you come here often before?" Lu Qing smiled and nodded, then opened 3 bottles of beer. "Well, I'm a regular customer here. There are a lot of people eating supper here, so I'll bring you here to experience it. Come, Xiaoqiu, this bottle is for you." He placed one of the opened bottles of beer in front of Xiaoqiu. The little girl cheered, hugged the bottle and took a big gulp, then nodded her head vigorously, just like a chicken pecking at rice. "It's so delicious." Ha ha. This scene happened to be seen by the people eating at the next table. They were all stunned. "Look at that table, that kid is drinking. Wow, this little girl is really amazing." She looks like she can drink a whole bottle. Xiaoqiu held the bottle tightly in both hands and drank it down with gulps. For the little guy who has become a vampire, digesting this amount of alcohol is no problem at all. The barbecue we ordered was served quickly, and the table was filled with various kinds of food. Su Lingwei looked at the table full of food, feeling a little confused. She didn't know which one to eat first, but she kept swallowing her saliva. Seeing this, Lu Qing pointed to a plate of crayfish on the table with amusement and said, "Let's eat some crayfish first. The last time you ordered takeout, it was crayfish, and I delivered it. In the end, you didn't get to eat the crayfish, and you almost ate me." Su Lingwei glared at him somewhat arrogantly, then concentrated on dealing with the crayfish in her hand. She also took a sip of beer. The cool feeling instantly spread throughout her body, and she squinted her eyes comfortably. Xiaoqiu was holding a chicken wing and chewing it happily. Although she was no longer fond of ordinary food, the chicken wings tonight were particularly delicious. After hearing what Lu Qing had just said, the little girl asked curiously, "Pretty sister, are you still cannibalistic? When did that happen?" Lu Qing rubbed her little head. "That's not true, it was really fierce. But that happened a long time ago." Xiaoqiu was about to continue asking questions when he suddenly wrinkled his nose and threw the chicken wings in his hand angrily. "Brother, I smell that stinky smell. That annoying guy is here again." Lu Qing didn't turn around, but just held a glass of beer and drank quietly until Brick sat down at the table carelessly. The little wolf cub first glanced at Su Lingwei, who was busy peeling crayfish and completely ignoring him. He then glanced at Xiaoqiu, who was glaring at him, but he didn't dare to provoke her. Finally, he looked at Lu Qing and said slowly with some melancholy, "I'm leaving." Chapter 54, Get Lost, Don't Die, Get a Room. I'm leaving. Brick's words were full of resentment, like a blunt knife, slowly cutting through the air. He casually pried open a bottle of beer, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Under the light, the little wolf cub, who looked as handsome as a sculpture, now had a face full of sorrow. Lu Qing just curled his lips slightly and asked, "Is it because after Su Lingwei became human, the mark you had on her disappeared?" In response, Brick let out a muffled from his nose. The brand dissipated completely, and even the last trace of its scent could not be detected. But that's not the only reason. Brick raised his hand to wipe the beer foam from his mouth and continued, "The family has been in chaos recently, with several tribes fighting each other. As the Orthodox bloodline, I must return to join the battle." As he spoke, a warlike fire ignited in his eyes. This wolf cub had a natural love of battle. When they first met, he had dared to lunge at Lu Qing and challenge him to a duel. Recently, his strength had grown rapidly, and he was only one step away from adulthood. Now that the mark of protection had disappeared, there was no reason for him to stay. Moreover, he knew in his heart that whether the mark was there or not, Su Lingwei's gaze would not linger on him for a moment. Lu Qing stared at him for a long time, then suddenly spoke softly, his voice as sharp as a knife, "There's something wrong with your bloodline. You'd better be more careful in fighting next time." Brick was instantly like a firecracker, his hair stood on end, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his muscles tensed. "How do you know?" "I've always been very sensitive about bloodline matters." The bottle in Brick's hand creaked, and finally he lost his grip and let his shoulders slump. "Yes, something else has been mixed into my blood. It has been dormant, but it is slowly eroding my original bloodline. So I'm weaker than my peers, but once I unleash my full power, that thing will awaken, driving me crazy and ignoring my relatives." This was a secret he had always kept strictly, and none of the elders in the tribe knew about it, but tonight he couldn't help but tell it out. Actually, Lu Qing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "I'm quite curious about what werewolf blood tastes like." Brick was instantly like a frightened bird. He jumped up suddenly, took several steps back, and held the bottle across his chest. His tail almost exploded, like a dandelion. With Lu Qing's current strength, if he really takes action, he probably won't even have the chance to transform into a wolf. "I'm just kidding," Lu Qing shook the cup in his hand, "even if I really wanted to suck your blood, I wouldn't choose you." As he spoke, he threw out a small ball of pure gold. "There's a drop of my blood and a drop of venom in this. Use it when you're about to die. Go away, don't die." As soon as the golden bead came into his hand, a cold and powerful aura spread from his palm, and Brick couldn't help but shiver. This evil aura is completely different from the rumored vampire aura. He silently put the gold beads into the secret pocket next to his body. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If one day I become the patriarch, I will come back to find you." With one last look at Su Lingwei, Brick turned and left, his back as sharp as if cut by a knife. Lu Qing looked at his receding back, tapping the rim of the cup lightly with his fingertips. What happens if werewolf blood and vampire blood are mixed together? He raised his head and drank the remaining wine in the cup, but he did not expect that this small golden bead would later trigger a terrible bloody storm in the far north. The western werewolves, on the verge of extinction, were led by a mysterious wolf king to break out of the siege and lie dormant in the cold plains. When he reappeared before the world, he had already swept across the entire werewolf world. Rumor has it that the wolf king is immortal and extremely evil. Burp, I'm so full. Su Lingwei slumped lazily in the chair, her cheeks a faint pink from drinking beer. She completely ignored Brick's eager look just now and was only focused on enjoying the skewers in her hands. As the alcohol gradually took over, she narrowed her eyes and suggested without hesitation, since we're already out, why not go back? How about getting a room? When the big men at the next table heard this, they choked on their wine. Ahem. This girl is too bold. Why are you envious? Haven't you seen the car he drives? Lu Qing sighed deliberately, I forgot to bring my wallet when I went out. Su Lingwei proudly took out a gold card and smiled like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. Sister, I'll treat you. The hotel suite was filled with steam. Su Lingwei was lying on the edge of the bed wrapped in a bathrobe, holding a pen and crossing out the items barbecue, racing, and getting a room on her wish list. Lu Qing wiped his hair and said with a smile, it's okay to cross out the first two items, but booking a room is not considered complete. Then what else do we need to do? She turned sideways, and her bathrobe inadvertently slipped down an inch, revealing her amazing curves. Guess? Lu Qing approached slowly with a wicked smile. At this moment, a little head suddenly popped out from under the quilt, with sparkling eyes. What else do you want to do after getting a room? Tell me quickly. Lu Qing's face suddenly froze, and he quickly picked up the remote control. What else can I do with this little girl here? Of course, watching TV. Chapter 55, Little Devil. In order to prevent the clever little girl Chocho from suddenly showing up to cause trouble again, Lu Qing immediately called Uncle Luo as soon as he left the hotel and sent the little girl back home safely. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove Su Lingwei straight towards the college. Lu Qing counted on his fingers and realized he had missed a lot of classes during this period. He had been so busy fighting with all sorts of things lately that he could barely remember what the classroom looked like. Coincidentally, today happened to be the final exam for the department, which would help Su Lingwei complete the next item on her campus bucket list. Hand in hand, the two of them quietly slipped to the classroom door. The classroom was already filled with the sound of pens rustling on the test papers. Teacher, I'm so sorry we're late. Lu Qing nodded politely. The invigilator raised his head, his gaze lingering on Su Lingwei's face for 2 seconds, and said calmly, come in and answer the questions quickly. Their seats were in the front and back rows, so they could see each other by just turning their heads slightly. The test paper was spread flat on the table. Su Lingwei took a quick glance at it and her brows instantly furrowed tightly together, like a twisted knot. This question is too difficult, she can't understand it at all. Lu Qing tapped her shoulder lightly from behind, handed her 2 pens, and said in a low voice. Student Su, work hard and get first place in the exam. Su Lingwei bit her lower lip and said helplessly, I can't do any of these questions. I can do it. I'm a top student here. Lu Qing winked proudly and teased, it's your fault that you always skip classes. On the podium, the invigilator looked over coldly and said sternly, students over there, no whispering. Of course the teacher knew that this was the pretty girl whom the principal had greeted, but special treatment did not mean that she would be lenient in the exam, since she was always late and left early. After being called by the teacher, Su Lingwei had no choice but to lower her head and behave like a quail. Lu Qing also withdrew his gaze, picked up the pen and began to answer the questions quickly. Although he skipped classes quite a few times, he was a top student when he was still a human, so these basic questions were no problem for him. What was the prevailing trend in the 19th century that emphasized the expressive function of literature? A classicism B realism C romanticism D modernism. 19th century, this is an easy question. Lu Qing checked C without hesitation. Blazing sunlight streamed into the classroom. The former academic genius, now a vampire marquis, was wrestling with his final exam paper with great interest. If other vampires saw this scene, they would probably cover their faces in disbelief. There are only 10 minutes left. The invigilator knocked on the table to remind everyone. Lu Qing raised his head. The test paper was almost filled out. He left the questions he didn't know the answers to blank. It was better than making them up at all. He looked at Su Lingwei in front of him again, only to see that most of her test paper was still blank, and her heartbeat was accelerating so rapidly that even Lu Qing could hear it clearly. So you get nervous too? Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh softly. Su Lingwei kicked him lightly, turned her head slightly, and complained in a low voice. Copy it for me quickly. It's embarrassing to be ranked last in the exam. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Qing's paper. Just as her fingertips touched the edge of the paper, Lu Qing held her hand and kissed the back of her hand, saying with a smile, "No." The invigilator glanced over sternly again and said, "Quiet." Su Lingwei straightened up immediately, but secretly kicked Lu Qing under the table. Lu Qing held up his chin, his eyes full of tenderness, like a pool of soft lake water. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Clatter. Lu Qing tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. In an instant, the ×0 field unfolded. The flying dust seemed to be frozen, the second hand stopped moving, and the dust floating in the sunlight also stopped in mid-air. Lu Qing stood up slowly and walked around to Su Lingwei, with a mischievous smile on his face. "Let's go and copy the answers." Su Lingwei blinked, revealing the same devilish look, and asked, "Who has the best grades in the class?" "Squad leader, third row by the window." "Rush." Su Lingwei picked up her test paper, squatted in front of the monitor's desk, and began to copy it quickly. Lu Qing was walking around the classroom with his hands behind his back, and his eyes suddenly stopped at a corner of the classroom. Zhang Tianhao, the unlucky guy who fell seriously ill after Su Lingwei sucked his blood, was also taking the exam. "Wow, you actually got so many correct answers?" Lu Qing picked up the pen with a wicked smile and corrected the answers on his paper. "Change this question's A to C, delete the answer to this question. Well, leave 2 questions, just don't let him get a 0. On the other side, after copying the class monitor's answers, Su Lingwei ran to other students' desks and corrected a few questions. Finally, she jumped up to the podium and drew 2 big moles on the invigilator's face before she stopped with satisfaction. She trotted over to Lu Qing, stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and urged, "The freeze is almost over, kiss quickly." Then, a gentle kiss fell on the corner of Su Lingwei's lips. At the moment when time resumed its flow, the classroom was still quiet, with only the sound of pens writing on the test paper. No one noticed that the fate of several test papers had been quietly changed. Chapter 56: Young People's Love. There are only 3 minutes left before the end of the exam. Please check your answer sheets carefully again. The invigilator's voice was like a piece of cold iron, weighing heavily on every student's heart. With many years of experience as an invigilator, she knew that the closer the exam got to the end, the more people would become impatient and want to take risks. Especially the pretty girl by the window who often skips classes. In her opinion, she will most likely face the fate of failing the course again. The teacher's eyes flashed towards Su Lingwei, but was surprised to find that she was sitting upright with a smile on her face, so well behaved that it was hard to believe. "It seems that you have finally given up and decided to hand in the paper obediently?" The teacher thought to himself and nodded slightly. However, she vaguely felt that the eyes of the students around her were looking at her with an indescribable strangeness, as if something strange had inexplicably grown on her face. In the corner of the classroom, Zhang Tianhao let out a long sigh and put down the pen in his hand. Last semester, he failed 2 courses in a row and was grounded by his father for a whole month. This time, his father even made a bold statement, saying that as long as he could pass the exam, he would reward him with a limited edition sports car. In order to get his dream sports car, he spent every day in the library and even neglected social activities. His friends laughed at him and said he seemed like a different person. "Humph, wait until I drive the sports car home, and then we'll see if you can still laugh," he thought smugly while checking the rather tricky fill-in-the-blank question. He had memorized this question, so the answer must be C. But when his eyes fell on the test paper, he froze. The C he had originally filled in was filled in black, and an A was written brightly next to it. Is this a ghost? He was panicked and quickly changed the answer back to C, his heart pounding like a drum. Glancing at the entire test paper again, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. A full 70% of the answers were written in handwriting he didn't even recognize. "Hand in the paper," the teacher ordered, and took the test paper from his hand without saying anything. In an instant, the classroom seemed to explode. "I clearly chose B, how come it became D?" "Me too. Did the answer grow legs and run away? Look, the invigilator suddenly has 2 big moles on his face." Zhang Tianhao stood there in a daze, his soul drained out of him. He muttered to himself, "The sports car is gone." He then stormed out of the classroom in a state of despair, leaving behind the words, "I'm going home to find a master to exorcise the evil spirit." At the same time, Lu Qing took Su Lingwei's hand and strolled on the campus's tree-lined path. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the branches, casting a golden glow all over the ground. Su Lingwei held his arm affectionately, her smile as bright as the warm spring sun. She excitedly took out her wish list and neatly crossed out the item, "Get first place in the exam." "This doesn't count as actually getting first place." Lu Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and teased with a smile. "I don't plan to take the next few exams." Su Lingwei shook her head and said nonchalantly, "It's enough to experience the feeling of taking an exam. In that test just now, I definitely got the highest score in the class." "You have paused time. It is hard not to get a high score." Lu Qing smiled secretly in his heart. "In the afternoon I want to go see a movie first, then go shopping. In the evening I want to go bungee jumping, and then go to the riverside to watch the fireworks. Let's change the sunbathing to moonlight bathing, the beach is too far from here." She spoke like a machine gun, her speech speed was so fast that it seemed as if she was racing against time. Lu Qing suddenly stopped, gently put his hands around her shoulders, and said seriously, "Don't worry, we won't miss anything you want to do. Sunbathing at the beach will be arranged as usual." As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Uncle Luo's number. "Bring the servants in the basement and prepare to handle the follow-up matters. Anyone who sees me will be hypnotized." After hanging up the phone, he put his arm around her waist and whispered softly, "Hold me tight." His accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing, black wings suddenly stretched out from behind him. A gust of wind swept past, and the two of them rushed towards the sky 10,000 meters high like arrows, and quickly flew towards the sea. On the forest path, several students happened to look up and saw this scene, and were stunned. "Oh my god! Are those wings? That looks like senior sister Su and senior brother Lu." The next second, a middle-aged man named Uncle Luo, dressed in a tuxedo, suddenly appeared. His blood-red eyes shone slightly as he whispered, "Forget everything you just saw, you saw nothing." After the hypnosis was complete, 11 figures in black robes and masks quickly dispersed in all directions. Uncle Luo looked up at the sky, a kind smile on his face, and muttered to himself, "Young people falling in love is quite a big deal." Chapter 57. Catch Me, Take Me. On that jewel-like blue coast, there is a coconut tree standing quietly, casting mottled shadows. Lu Qing was half lying on the sand, looking lazy. His eyes were half closed, letting the sunlight dance happily on his eyelashes. His eyes followed closely the black figure that shuttled through the waves. Su Lingwei was wearing a black bikini that looked like it was carefully cut out of the night. But her skin shone with a charming luster, as if reflecting the light from the sky. She was once a vampire. Every inch of the body's texture is condensed with the charm of 300 years of cold moonlight. But now she is like a shell that has just been gently kissed by the waves. It exudes a fresh breath and is so dazzling that people can't take their eyes off it. Lu Qing was so mesmerized watching this. Until Uncle Luo slowly walked out from the darkness of the trees. "It's been a long time since the young lady has laughed so heartily." The old butler bowed slightly, the edges of his gold-rimmed glasses gleaming with tiny glints of light. "This is the first time in 300 years. Thank you, Master Lu Qing." Lu Qing did not respond to Uncle Luo's thanks. Just shook the green coconut in his hand gently. He asked, "How many people saw you on the way here?" When he came, he spread his wings and flew across the sky at high speed with Su Lingwei. Even if you are high in the sky and the wind is howling, you can't guarantee that you will not be caught by a few eyes. So Uncle Luo led 10 personal servants, running along the ground with all his might. Erase the memories of all witnesses one by one. 36 people in total. Uncle Luo answered clearly and concisely. Their memories have all been cleared, not a single one is left out. He smiled bitterly. "Master, you're flying so fast that my old bones are almost falling apart." At this moment, his blood is still surging in his veins. "It's like I just finished a marathon." Lu Qing handed another coconut with a straw inserted to Uncle Luo. "I will give you a drop of my blood later, when you are promoted to Earl. If you chase the wind again, you won't be out of breath." The ancient bloodline he possesses. For the vampires, it is undoubtedly a ladder to a higher realm. Uncle Luo and Xiuxiu had both gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain of fusing their blood. The old butler's veins bulged at the time, but he remained silent as iron. The little girl jumped up and down in the house, crying, "Brother, it hurts. But as long as you get through it, The breath will undergo a complete transformation. Now Uncle Luo is only one step away from becoming an earl. The old butler placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. His only remaining right hand was as steady as iron. I will definitely not let you down. Lu Qing waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Only he was left in the dark to keep watch. The rest of the attendants followed Uncle Luo back. Su Lingwei returned on the fine waves. Crystal clear water droplets slowly rolled down her collarbone. She walked straight to Lu Qing and sat on his waist. Her long legs wrapped around him. It's like a cat has found the warmest and most comfortable nest. Enough sunbathing. I also want to go bungee jumping. She pointed to the other side of the cliff. His black eyes were filled with eagerness to try. Lu Qing picked her up with one hand. Like picking up a lazy kitten. Then he lifted her steadily onto his right shoulder. The sand under my feet was scorched by the sun. But he walked briskly, as if walking on flat ground. Along the way, many couples cast envious glances at me. Look! This is someone else's boyfriend. I also want to sit on my boyfriend's shoulders. There is a tall iron tower standing on the edge of the cliff. At this time, there was only the last group of tourists preparing to bungee jump. The staff's skin was tanned by the sun. When he looked up, he was dazzled by Su Lingwei's brilliant smile. But when he bent down to tie the rope, he found that the girl had retreated to the end of the diving platform barefoot. Miss! The ropes haven't been tied yet. Before he had finished his exclamation, Su Lingwei leaned back and fell straight down. Her black hair and black bikini fluttered freely in the wind, like a rose blooming in the dark night. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled inside. This girl is naughty again. He took a step forward. Beneath that deep abyss, the girl's voice was shattered by the wind. But it reached his ears clearly. You must catch me. On the clear blue cliff, exclamations suddenly exploded, like a pot of boiling water. Oh my goodness! This is going to get someone killed. The staff member leaned half of his body out of the diving platform, his face as pale as paper. 7 or 8 tourists also swarmed over. The girl screamed in fear, and the boys couldn't help but swear. He jumped. He really jumped. They all believed that the beautiful girl was extremely desperate and wanted to commit suicide. How many seconds will it take for a free fall of 200 meters to hit the ground? Various physical formulas flashed through Lu Qing's mind, but he couldn't figure out the answer. I think when he was in physics class, he was probably playing chess with Zhou Gong in his dream. Anyway, the speed must be astonishingly fast. King's first form was activated in the blink of an eye. A black shadow was running madly along the cliff, and wherever it passed, the debris it kicked up splashed like a waterfall. In midair, Su Lingwei was like a butterfly with broken wings, being tossed around by the strong wind. Just then, whoosh bang! The first blood-red fireworks suddenly rose from the cliff on the opposite bank. Then colorful fireworks exploded one after another. It was as if the night sky was torn into cracks that emitted light. So beautiful. She spun in the wind, her eyes lit up by brilliant fireworks, like 2 lakes filled with stardust. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh softly. This guy, the timing he chose is quite romantic. He increased his speed again, and before the girl hit the reef, he suddenly swung his arms, and with a loud bang, he landed steadily on the ground. Click! The rock platform beneath his feet shattered instantly, and the seawater exploded, forming a silver curtain of water. Su Lingwei curled up in his arms, her breath hot, and the smile on her face was like a child who had stolen candy. Hey, you actually caught me. You're awesome. Lu Qing gently pinched the tip of her nose and said in a faint anger. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. If you do this again, I'll spank you. The girl rubbed his chin with her head and said in a soft and sweet voice. No, I know you will come to save me anyway. I don't want to be cold and indifferent like before. Lu Qing's heart instantly became like melted spring water, filled with helplessness and pampering. He carried Su Lingwei onto a high rock and pointed at the brilliant fireworks that were still blooming in the distance. Just stay here and watch the fireworks. I'll go deal with the witnesses. Su Lingwei reached out and grabbed his fingertips, blinking her big eyes. Lu Qing immediately understood what she meant, leaned over and gave her a gentle kiss, then reached out and rubbed the top of her head. Be good. After saying that, the black shadow flew up the cliff again. At this time, those 7 or 8 heads were still stretching out their arms, searching everywhere for the corpse. Suddenly, I saw a wet head popping out from the cliff. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and yelled in unison, "Ghost!" "Don't panic," Lu Qing rolled over and landed on the ground, his tone very gentle. "The girl who jumped is safe and sound. She is enjoying the fireworks below." Everyone looked at each other, their eyes clearly showing. "I'm afraid this guy has lost his mind." Lu Qing was too lazy to waste words with them. The ×0 domain instantly spread out. In an instant, the air seemed to stagnate and the dust stood still. Lu Qing hypnotized them one by one. "Forget the girl who just jumped. Just remember that there is a fireworks display full of love here." After finishing the work, he jumped and returned to Su Lingwei. Just as the last heart-shaped flame went out, Su Lingwei turned around and gently held his cold hand. "There's only one item left on my wish list. Let's go home." The black wings slowly spread out, as if cutting a hole in the night. Back in the bedroom of the manor, the light was as soft as moonlight. Under the light, Su Lingwei's skin glowed like pearl. Lu Qing slowly leaned over, his fangs gently touching the side of her neck. Ancient blood and vampire venom were injected into her body at the same time. A hot shiver instantly exploded down her spine. Her eyes became blurred, and she whispered in a voice as thin as a gossamer, "I want you." Chapter 58. Slowly leaving her body. The moonlight was quiet and silent, and the nightingale's song was especially gentle. Lu Qing slowly left Su Lingwei's body. He kissed her lightly on the forehead. "Looking at this beautiful girl in front of me, a faint sense of satisfaction arose in my heart." Su Lingwei was stubborn and wanted to hand it over to him. And at the last moment, he also kissed her neck with his fangs, hugging her for the first time in a true sense. The girl at this moment was as quiet as a still painting. Her body temperature gradually rose, but her heartbeat slowly stopped. The human heart was completing its final mission. Immediately afterwards, a new breath of blood slowly spread in her body, just like spring buds breaking through the ground under the ice, full of new life force. "Last time you gave me your first embrace, now I give this to you in return. We're even now." Lu Qing murmured softly, his voice as gentle as falling feathers. As for what Su Lingwei will look like after waking up, no one can predict. After all, she originally contains Lu Qing's royal blood, and now she has been injected with a wisp of ancient essence. If she were to inherit a trace of true ancient blood, her evolutionary trajectory would undoubtedly be completely rewritten. Lu Qing called Yi and told it to protect Su Lingwei, then he slowly stepped into the deep underground with his upper body naked. 11 huge bronze coffins lay quietly in the basement. Except for one, the other 10 personal servants were still immersed in deep sleep. The huge alloy chair was chilly. Lu Qing sat on it lazily and said in a low voice, "Wake up, my shadows." In an instant, 9 dark auras opened their eyes at the same time, and 10 black shadows moved instantly like ghosts, and then knelt down in an orderly manner, the silver masks on their faces flashing a cold light in the dark. Lu Qing looked at the personal servants in front of him. 7 of them were at the peak of the Earl level, 1 and 9 had reached the middle level of Marquis, and only the 2 newly converted Brook vampires were still in the process of adapting and adjusting. "It's time for you to advance." Lu Qing's fingertips cracked, and black blood formed into tiny snakes. He first placed his fingertips between Air's eyebrows, and the blood instantly seeped in. It felt like thousands of knives scraping against his bones. Air trembled violently, but he forced himself to remain motionless. "Hold on until it's absorbed. Today is different from usual." Lu Qing plans to let his servants absorb to the limit. Su Lingwei has returned to the Blood Clan, and the journey to the Brook Clan is imminent. The axe must be obtained, but without the combat power of the Marquis level, I am afraid that they cannot even touch the threshold of the Brook Clan. "I haven't devoured my own kind for a long time." Lu Qing licked his lips lightly, with a dark light in his eyes. "Those bastards from the western branch of the Lasenba tribe, just wait and see." Air fell to the ground with a roar, his breath surging wildly until it reached a critical state and slowly subsided. Lu Qing walked towards the next attendant and said calmly, "Continue." An hour later, an invisible storm erupted in the basement. 10 of the personal attendants simultaneously raised their heads and roared, shaking the alloy walls with a humming sound, as if they too were resonating with this evil and powerful force. The air was so thick with evil and power that it was almost liquefied. Uncle Luo arrived at the entrance of the basement in an instant, with his tang sword half drawn out, but was forced to stop by the powerful pressure coming towards him. Lu Qing walked out of the darkness with a slightly pale face. He said, It was a bit noisy, sorry. Master, what happened in there? The personal servants have just completed their promotions. Lu Qing smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. It's time for you to be promoted to Earl. Since you can make it today, there's no need to pick a date. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingertips, and a drop of black blood sank into Uncle Luo's forehead. The old butler's pupils turned blood red in an instant, his fangs popped out suddenly, and the blood in his body surged like boiling magma. If it hurts, just scream it out, don't hold it in. Xiuqiu is hiding from me because he's afraid of pain. Lu Qing waved his hand and said, Go to the basement and bear it. We'll see tomorrow morning. Uncle Luo bowed stiffly and stepped into the darkness with his blood burning. The door of the basement opened a crack, and 10 terrifying auras of the marquee level came out like a solemn formation from the underworld. The Tang sword in Uncle Luo's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Uncle Luo couldn't stop trembling and exclaimed, 10 marquises? He looked back and saw that slightly tired figure had disappeared at the end of the corridor. So this is the good day that the young master was talking about. A feeling of awe spread in the old butler's heart like a tide. Chapter 59, Word Spirit, lasting, I don't need it. Lu Qing walked slowly back to the bedroom with tired steps. He had just transfused blood to 10 vampire servants, which drained away almost 1/3 of his blood volume. Fortunately, the vampires have strong hematopoietic abilities and are rapidly making up for these losses. What made him particularly satisfied was that after absorbing his ancient royal bloodline, these 10 personal servants broke through their own bottlenecks and were successfully promoted to Marquis. Together with one who was always hiding in the dark, he now has 11 loyal Marquis-level strongmen under his command. A Marquis is considered a high-ranking figure in any vampire clan, and is able to rule over a large territory on his own. An Earl can already form a family, and the status and power of a Marquis are self-evident. Most of the dukes above them are heads of branch families, hiding in the darkness of their respective countries and controlling countless resources. As for the prince, he is the real ruler of the 13 clans, sleeping in the deepest darkness and dominating everything. One day, he will face off against those cunning guys. In the dark room, one stands quietly in the corner, without a sound. Lu Qing walked forward, raised his hand and placed his fingertips on the forehead of E, and the ancient blood as black as ink slowly injected into it. Go to sleep and digest this power. One endured the severe pain that felt like being torn apart, and turned into a black shadow and gradually dissipated. Lu Qing exhaled and looked towards the big bed. The blood-red satin made Su Lingwei's skin look even paler than snow. Her heartbeat had stopped, her breathing had long ceased, but under the infusion of dark vitality, she was rapidly transforming. From the last vampire, he advanced all the way to Baron, Viscount, and Earl. Only when he reached the peak of the Earl did his aura slowly stabilize. Lu Qing sat down on the edge of the bed, smiling, and quietly appreciated all this. Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Otherwise, I'll have to take action. Su Lingwei's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a gentle smile. I feel like I've been reborn. Experiencing the first embrace again, she was less cold than before and more lively and gentle than when she was a human. Lu Qing gently held her in his arms and asked softly, in addition to royal blood, I also gave you a special gift. Did you notice it? Su Lingwei closed her eyes, felt for a moment, then suddenly raised her snow-white arm and put it to his lips. There is a very strange power. Would you like to try it? Lu Qing took a light bite and let the tip of his tongue slide gently across the tiny drop of blood. Yeah, my blood sugar seems a little low. Su Lingwei gave him a reproachful look. Seriously, this is the special bloodline you gave me, right? It feels even more domineering than the royal bloodline. This is a benefit that belongs only to you. She smiled sweetly and said, this benefit is amazing, and I even awakened a new ability. Show it to me. Su Lingwei sat up straight, and opened her red lips slightly, spirit of words, charm. In an instant, the blood in Lu Qing's body suddenly boiled, and desire surged like a surging wave. The Su Lingwei in front of him seemed to have instantly turned into the most irresistible poison in the world. Word spirit, imprisonment. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and his joints seemed to be tightly bound by invisible chains. Word spirit, 5 senses separation. Word spirit, violence. Word spirit, stiffness. Word spirit, flame. As each syllable falls, the corresponding effect is truly revealed. Lu Qing was frozen in place, with dancing flames igniting on the back of his hand. Su Lingwei smiled evilly and pinched his cheek. Bad guy, you bullied me just now, and now you can't move, right? She was so proud of herself that she didn't notice that the pair of eyes that had originally lost focus suddenly turned and looked at her with a smile. Click. Lu Qing pinched lightly, extinguishing the flame on the back of his hand, shattering the ice that was imprisoning him, and stepped out of the confinement in one step. You little naughty boy. Su Lingwei was stunned. How could it be ineffective? I'm a marquis, a whole rank higher than you. How could I be so easily locked up by you? As he said this, he pulled her into his arms, raised his hand and patted her buttocks twice as a small punishment. Although he seemed to be disgusted, he was secretly amazed in his heart. This word spirit ability is almost equivalent to making things happen as soon as you say them. If used for auxiliary purposes, its value can be comparable to his times 0. The only drawback is that the effect will be greatly reduced when facing high-level vampires, and the blood power consumed is very astonishing. You dare to set fire? You are so cruel. Who made you hurt me just now? You can't be burned anyway. Su Lingwei stuck out her tongue playfully, and the next second she kissed him on the side of the cheek seductively. It's late, let's go to bed. As she spoke, she opened her red lips and uttered a word with some evil meaning. Word spirit, persistence. Lu Qing's face suddenly darkened. Quickly take back your word spirit, I don't need this. In the Magic City, in the ancient castle of the Lazenba branch. Leisure Lazenba slowly raised his head from the side of the girl's neck. The teeth marks on the girl's neck were dark purple, and blood was slowly rolling down her skin. He simply picked up a snow-white silk scarf and wiped away the remaining blood from the corner of his lips with an elegant gesture. At this moment, the girl's eyes were empty, like a porcelain doll with its soul taken away, lifeless and could only be manipulated by others. The blood of a virgin does taste sweeter. He narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the sweet taste lingering on the tip of his tongue, and then waved his hand gently. From the shadows, a servant immediately stepped forward and led the girl away. From then on, she would become one of the cannibals and continue to be imprisoned. For Leisure, who is a duke, the blood of ordinary humans can no longer help him increase his strength. Now it can only give him some luxurious enjoyment in terms of taste. The Lazenba tribe has always taken pleasure in manipulating people's hearts. The cannibals they raise are divided into two categories. One is playthings that voluntarily give their blood, and the other is prisoners who are forced to serve as sacrifices. Every year, the business empires secretly controlled by the Lazenba tribe would send large quantities of fresh goods as tribute. If they were not afraid of the vampire rules and the strict laws of the Judgment Hall, they would have turned the entire city into their own private blood bank long ago. The servant led the girl away, the footsteps gradually faded away, and the heavy secret door slowly closed. Leisure turned around and stepped into a deeper secret room. In the center of the secret room, the last peeper was sitting cross-legged. His whole body was twitching violently and his skin was as dry and cracked as a dry riverbed. What did you see? Leisure put his hands behind his back, his voice as cold as ice. The peeper's eyes rolled back, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his cheeks, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. The woman from the Brute tribe is on her way to the airport. With every word he uttered with difficulty, the cracks on his body grew deeper, and black mist escaped from those gaps. Is there anyone else around her? There was an impatient red light flashing in Leisure's eyes. The last time, the peeper only caught a glimpse of a blurry figure, and then his eyes exploded and his life was cut off. Now, he only wants to find out what kind of mysterious person that is. I can't see clearly, his aura is completely blank. The peeper's voice had become a hissing sound like a bellows. But he was on the plane with her. Leisure leaned forward slightly, his face almost touching the cracked face, and asked word by word, what does he have on him? However, all he got in response was his head tilting weakly to one side. In an instant, the black fog exploded, and the peeper turned into a charred corpse in the blink of an eye. Waste! Leisure angrily kicked the mummy away, anger burning in his chest. In order to spy on the mysterious vampire, he has teamed up with the last 2 remaining peepers of the branch, but he couldn't even see a single hair of the other party. I can't sense her presence. It must be that she was just embraced for a short time, but she can still counterattack the power of peeping? He gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white from the effort. His anger had not yet subsided, so he called in his own confidants. Has there been any news from the Lord in the silver coffin? The confidant's head almost dropped to his chest as he whispered, that Lord has gone out for a trip and hasn't returned yet. Leisure's eyes flickered. The Lord personally came to the Brute branch last time and ordered that the target person be handed over within 10 days. Now the deadline is about to expire, and the target is flying towards the west. Once that adult sees us in person, all our excuses will be in vain. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. The private plane that takes off from Jiang City at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Send a marquee there, and never let it reach its destination. The confidant accepted the order in a low voice and then quietly retreated. Lei Shi raised his head and looked at the inky night outside the window, his smile revealing cruelty. If the Brute tribe perishes, I will be the only one left in the east. By then, the sacred artifact Blood Elegy will surely fall into my hands. Thinking of this, he felt that everything was so beautiful. Chapter 60, Too strong a constitution is not good. In Jiang City, the dawn of dawn quietly arrived. At the end of the runway, a silver-white luxury business jet was parked quietly, like a dormant giant beast, its smooth fuselage reflecting the faint mist. Next to the gangway, 2 flight attendants, each over 1.7 meters tall, stood tall and graceful. They were dressed in custom-made uniforms that perfectly outlined their graceful curves, and their legs were covered in the most expensive, sheer stockings, which gave off a subtle luster in the morning light. As the exclusive flight attendants of this plane, they have never really started their flight journey. For several months, I've been just sitting around with a high salary, which is really boring. So today, they dressed up carefully, put on their best lipstick, and put on smiles on their faces, all wanting to meet the mysterious employer. A black business car slid up silently and stopped steadily. The car door opened, and the first thing that came into view was a black umbrella, followed by the person holding the umbrella. A one-armed middle-aged butler, his tailcoat straightened, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed monocle revealing warmth and restraint. His only remaining right hand firmly grasped the umbrella handle, with a small piece of snow-white skin exposed at the cuffs, and he looked extremely gentlemanly. The 2 flight attendants secretly exchanged glances. When this uncle was young, he could probably max out his credit card just by smiling. Immediately afterwards, the little princess jumped out of the car. She was wearing a Lolita dress and shiny little leather shoes. Her porcelain white skin formed a sharp and strong contrast with her dark pupils. She smiled sweetly at the housekeeper, her eyes curved, then turned her head and urged anxiously into the carriage, "Hurry up." A third figure then appeared. Her dark red curly hair was like a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, and her black tutu skirt perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The moment she raised her eyes, the air around her seemed to drop to 0 degrees in an instant, but it was filled with a sweet and enchanting scent. The 2 flight attendants involuntarily held their breath. This is the instinctive reaction of prey facing a predator. The last person to get off the car was the male owner. He was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, and his complexion was slightly pale. Although there was a smile on his lips, his eyes were as deep as 2 deep wells, as if even the sunlight falling in would be swallowed up mercilessly. The flight attendants only stared at him for half a second before looking away in panic. Their intuition was sounding the alarm like crazy. He was definitely not someone they could dream about. The red-haired girl affectionately took the man's arm, the frost on her face instantly melted away, and her voice was as soft as the finest velvet. "Aching, let's go." The butler bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Master Lu Qing, Miss, the flight to the imperial capital has been approved. The 11 personal attendants will depart in batches by land, and we will meet in the imperial capital." Lu Cheng nodded and responded, "Uncle Luo, be careful on the road." Uncle Luo is now promoted to Earl thanks to the nourishment of Lu Qing's blood. Although he is missing an arm, it does not affect his elegant temperament at all. "Let's go." The little girl Qiuxiu cheered excitedly and jumped onto the gangway first. The hatch slowly closed, and the engine emitted a low humming sound. This steel behemoth costing hundreds of millions of dollars lightly raised its nose and plunged straight into the sky. Inside the cabin. It is fully equipped with facilities such as circular sofas, bar counters, projection walls and temperature-controlled cigar cabinets. The overload generated during takeoff is perfectly offset by the active shock absorption system, making people feel as if they are in a stationary cloud. Lu Qing lazily sank into the soft leather sofa, gazing at the sea of clouds rolling like waves outside the porthole, and fell into deep thought. Su Lingwei leaned lazily on his shoulder, gently shaking the blood-red wine in the crystal glass in her hand. The lives of rich people are indeed extravagant. She chuckled softly, suddenly raised her arms to hook them around his neck, gently covered his with her cold lips, and slowly passed a mouthful of red wine into his mouth. Lu Qing was forced to swallow it down helplessly, and said with a wry smile, "This kind of treatment is indeed hard to buy no matter how much money you spend." After experiencing resurrection, first embrace, and rebranding, the vampire count from 300 years ago has now completely become his partner. After the seal was lifted, her inherent charm and cunning were fully released. The result of having such a strong constitution is that once love is ignited, the lingering feelings are like a surging river, stretching endlessly. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a headache, but he also had a hint of anticipation. At this moment, Flight Attendant A was enthusiastically playing Lego with Chocho in the mini play area. Stewardess B was standing under the bar, ready to respond to calls at any time. The little girl was so excited that she kept squeaking when she was on a plane for the first time. The well-trained flight attendants can always respond cleverly to her every new idea. In another place at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a business jet with an equally low-key appearance is quietly hovering in the air. In the cockpit, the captain's forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat. On the radar screen, a red dot kept flashing the target's altitude, speed and coordinates had been synchronously locked. He gritted his teeth and reached out to dial the intercom. Target confirmed, distance 3,000 meters, requesting further instructions. A hoarse voice came from the headset, short and cold, with only one word. Collide. The captain took a deep breath, fastened the parachute tightly, and pressed the red button hard with his thumb. The cabin suddenly lost pressure and the alarm sounded suddenly. He flung open the hatch and leaped into the thin blue sky. The nose of the plane, which had lost control, dived rapidly, the engine making a deafening roar, and rushed towards the target like a giant missile. 10, 9, 8. Boom! The raging flames bloomed like angry flowers, and the two steel planes collided violently in the clouds, instantly turning into a rain of fire all over the sky. Thousands of meters below, the captain, who was in free fall, looked back. The burning wreckage of the plane was reflected in his pupils, and a crazy smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 61. Who does this lineup look down on? Time goes back 3 seconds. At that time, a stewardess was bending over slightly, playing a game of house with Chocho. Another flight attendant was about to come forward to ask something. Su Lingwei lazily took a sip of red wine. Lu Qing held her in his arms, and his long legs and black scale-covered knee-length pants were inadvertently exposed. Sudden. A sharp whistling sound that seemed to tear the air apart exploded right next to my ears. 10,000 meters above the sky, the roar that had come without warning was now so close that it seemed to be right next to him. A passenger plane was falling towards them in an extreme dive, like a cannonball. Time 0. With Lu Qing's low shout, everything in the world instantly froze and stopped. The stewardess maintained a half-squatting position. The charming smile in Su Lingwei's eyes was also frozen. Chocho had just pulled off the doll's head, and her little hand was hanging in the air. The flight attendant who was playing with me still had that funny stiff expression on her face. However, the speed of the crash was so astonishing that Lu Qing's time 0 field was also crumbling. The steel fuselage weighing more than 10 tons carries enormous kinetic energy, which is enough to easily crush the static barrier. King's arrival first form. The black wings suddenly spread out, filling the entire cabin. Lu Qing turned into a shadow, first quickly hugged the still Chocho in his arms, then returned to his seat. He folded his huge wings and wrapped Su Lingwei and Chocho in darkness. The next second, the still state was broken. Excuse me. Before the stewardess finished her gentle words, her pupils suddenly dilated. Under the black wings that blocked out the sun and sky, the dark pupils smiled at her and said, "Feel sorry." Boom! The two planes collided violently, and the sky was instantly turned into a sea of fire. The steel frame broke, the flames danced wildly, and the wreckage of the plane hit Lu Qing's wing membrane like a rainstorm. It left behind burn marks so deep that the bones could be seen, but they were then healed by rapidly growing flesh and blood. Such a violent explosion could kill a vampire earl in an instant, and even a marquis would be seriously injured. If he fell from a height of 10,000 meters again, it would be difficult for the marquis to avoid being smashed into a pulp. Fortunately, the 11 marquis-level attendants were not on the plane. Otherwise, today's losses would be incalculable. At this moment, Lu Qing could only protect Su Lingwei and Chocho with all his strength. The rest of the crew members were killed in the explosion. It's simply courting death. A sharp pain like burning came from his wings, and murderous intent surged in Lu Qing's eyes. To be able to orchestrate such a killing game in the middle of the game. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the Brook or Lazenba tribe. No matter which side you are on, you must be prepared to bear his tremendous wrath. Boom! The wreckage of the plane exploded violently for the last time and completely disintegrated. The sphere formed by the black wings was thrown far away by the shock wave. It fell towards the river below like a meteorite. On the river bank, there were jagged rocks and more than a dozen figures were waiting quietly. Leading the group was a Marquis Lazenba, whose expression was as calm as the surface of a lake without ripples. An earl withdrew his gaze from the sky and muttered softly. Even a marquis would have a hard time surviving an explosion like this. As soon as he said this, he realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly slapped himself lightly on the mouth, and said in a flattering manner, "Of course, my lord, you are blessed with a long life and a golden body that is intact. Those two brute bastards are definitely dead." The marquis was not interested in such flattery at all and said indifferently, "No, you're right. Even I couldn't handle a fire like that. Fire is, after all, the natural enemy of vampires. So they really have no way out." The count was flattered and took the opportunity to say, "Then why are you waiting here for so long? Why not go back home and rest? After all, the war is about to begin. It's so noisy." The marquis's eyes were as cold as ice, and the earl was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. The marquis looked up at the night sky. The flames gradually died down and the wreckage continued to fall, trailing black smoke. But a shadow inexplicably surged in his heart, as if he was being slowly swallowed by endless darkness. At this moment, a soft sigh came from high in the forest. "I know what you're waiting for. Waiting to die." That extremely cold voice was like thunder exploding from the depths of the soul, exploding directly in the soul of every member of the Lazenba blood clan. On the river bank, more than a dozen vampires seemed to have their throats strangled by an invisible hand. Their breathing stopped abruptly, and the deadly silence spread rapidly like a tide. The marquis turned his head slowly, his body stiff, his pupils shrinking sharply, his face full of disbelief. "A vampire with wings? Can he even fly in the sky?" A thought vaguely emerged in his mind. The ancient scroll in the secret room depicts the vague silhouette of the ancient ancestor. There are huge wings growing on its back, and its eyes are as deep as the eternal night. Absolutely impossible. The ancestor's bloodline had long been annihilated over the long years, but the person in front of him seemed to be walking slowly from 10,000 meters in the sky. Didn't he, the patriarch, say before that the other party had just completed the first embrace? He became a marquis directly after the first embrace, and was able to awaken such a strange and powerful form? Before Marquis Lazenba could give any order, the entire scene had fallen into deathly silence, like a frozen block of ice. The count beside him lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "Sir, that winged creature is the target of our airstrike?" "Yes, it's him." The marquis's dry response made the earl's heart tighten suddenly, as if it had stopped suddenly. He saw the black wings in the air fluttering slightly, as if burning with the flames of the underworld, burning his soul so hard that it caused a dull pain. In mid-air, Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze from the wreckage of the plane. The burning body was now turning into a shower of flaming meteorites, and was destined to be reduced to ashes in the end. At this moment, he looked a little embarrassed. The huge wings were already burnt and curled up, exposing the muscles and bones inside, but they were healing at an extremely fast speed. His shirt had been torn into strips, exposing his sturdy, knife-like torso. His gaze fell on the group of vampires by the river, and he spoke softly, as if he was slowly settling accounts. 6 crew members, a private plane. How do you plan to compensate?" The marquis was stunned. At this critical moment of life and death, the other party actually brought up compensation first? A strong sense of humiliation instantly surged into my heart, covering up the original fear. "Tear him apart for me," the marquis finally shouted angrily. More than a dozen vampires had been on full alert, and in an instant, they rose from the ground like arrows. Although they were unable to fly, they tried to kill the enemies in the air with brute force. Lu Qing just glanced at it lightly and began to count lazily. 3 are earls, and the rest are viscounts. Who are you looking down on? He licked his lips lightly, with a hint of bloodthirstiness. I haven't eaten for a long time. I feel so thirsty. Bang! 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 Black shadows flashed in the air, and the vampires that jumped up were like fireworks that bloomed and then shot down. One by one, they were kicked back to the ground, leaving behind huge holes like meteorite craters. The earl, who was the last one to fall behind, hurriedly stopped and sweat poured down his face. Oh my god, it almost turned into fireworks. He stared at his companion, whose chest collapsed in the pit, and secretly thanked God that he had rushed slowly. But in the next moment, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Hey, actually you are the most unlucky one, little Earl. A hoarse voice sounded against his ear. The Earl didn't even have a chance to struggle before the sharp fangs pierced his throat. Roar! The howl suddenly stopped and a dried corpse fell straight to the ground. Lu Qing smacked his lips and said with some disdain, "Hypoglycemia? He's already a count, yet he's still so malnourished." His wings vibrated violently, and a strong wind swept over in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to the side of another big pit, looking down at the Earl whose sternum was crushed. "Don't waste your energy healing the wound. You'll die sooner or later anyway." The Count's face turned pale as death, and he turned and ran away. But after running 2 steps, Lu Qing grabbed him and lifted him back into the air, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a dried corpse. The third Earl's fate was even worse. He jumped the highest and was hit the hardest, his skull twisted and deformed. When Lu Qing fell in front of him, he had already closed his eyes, waiting to die. Very sensible. As the tusk fell, the Earl's suffering ended. None of the Viscounts escaped. One after another, they were harvested by Lu Qing and became a help to his evolution. Ding! Devouring Earl x3, evolution points plus 12. Ding! Devour Viscount x13, evolution points plus 13. Promotion to Duke, 3860. Even though it's as small as a mosquito leg, it's better than nothing. Lu Qing lightly brushed off the ashes on his hands, smiled, and fixed his eyes on the only surviving Marquis. He stretched out his fingertips and gently stroked the side of his neck. This is a provocative throat-smearing gesture. On the river, the Marquis stood quietly. The raging waves under his feet were rapidly freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a huge ice mirror. Chapter 62 Extreme Winter. This is a roaring river, the water flowing violently between the peaks on both sides. Where the water is most turbulent, white foam surges endlessly, as if there is no end. However, at this moment, the originally deafening roar of the waves gradually faded away, and the waves seemed to be pressed down by an invisible big hand, and fell into silence. Click, click, click. A cold blue air began to spread from the center of the river to the surrounding areas, and the surface of the river solidified inch by inch. The last remaining Marquis of the Lasenba tribe stood quietly on this newly formed ice field. A cold, pale air seeped from every pore of his body, causing the surrounding air to condense and define, blade like frost. Extreme winter. This was the ultimate killing realm he had awakened 200 years ago when he was promoted to Earl. The name sounded elegant, but it contained a cruel power capable of burying everything in the world. Come over. The Marquis's blood-red eyes pierced the air like sharp blades. Even if you are also at the pinnacle of the Marquisate, do you dare to step into my realm of extreme winter? Lu Qing was looking down at all this from high above, his eyes lingering for a moment on the gradually spreading ice surface. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, "So it's a freezing ability? It seems you're quite confident." As he spoke, he slowly folded his black wings and then hid them into his back. Then, he stepped onto the frozen ice with his bare feet and walked forward step by step. A biting chill crept up his feet, and the icy crust spread rapidly, enveloping his bare chest in an instant. His movements became slow and stagnant, as if time had slowed down. But he always had a smile on his face, and this smile made the veins on the Marquis' forehead throb uncontrollably. "You're courting death." The Marquis growled angrily, and the blood power in his body began to boil wildly. Click. The deeper river water instantly turned into black ice. The water vapor in the air also condensed into thousands of sharp ice spikes, with the sharp blades pointing directly at Lu Qing. At the same time, the ice beneath Lu Qing's feet climbed upwards frantically. From the ankles and knees, all the way to the waist. In just a few seconds, he was like being sealed in a crystal-clear prison statue. Broken! The Marquis shouted. In an instant, the ice spike shot out of the air like an arrow, whistling towards Lu Qing, and the sound was like the flapping of bees' wings. The Marquis himself dragged out a 3-meter-long ice sword, stepped on the flying ice chips, and rushed towards Lu Qing. In this area, the temperature dropped sharply, as if even the blood flowing in the veins was about to be frozen into glass. Buzz. Just when the ice spike was only an inch away from the ice prisoner statue, time seemed to suddenly stop. All the frost blades were suspended in the air, as if they were gently pinched by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. The Marquis' heart suddenly jumped, and without hesitation he quickly retreated 300 meters. Countless ice crystals were shattered on the back along the way. It's actually twin abilities. He gasped for air. There was a mixture of jealousy and fear in his eyes. Escape! Once this idea appeared in my mind, it grew wildly like weeds and could no longer be suppressed. The Marquis once again activated the frost power, and the ice layer became thicker. He threw a huge ice spear towards the cage with all his might. I just hope I can delay the other party for a few more seconds. After doing all this, the Marquis turned around and ran away recklessly. Every step you take leaves a frozen ice lotus on the water. Click! A ball of black flame suddenly ignited from the heart of the ice-sculptured prisoner statue. The flame was dark and blazing, like a solar eclipse spewed out from the abyss, emitting a chilling aura. Second form, Nightmare Flame. Lu Qing murmured softly. As the words fell, black flames instantly tore through the ice prison like a surging tide. The flying giant spear was instantly steamed into a drizzling mist. The ice sheet collapsed, and white steam shot up into the sky. The originally cold area instantly turned into a scalding steamer. The Marquis turned back in horror, and what was reflected in his pupils was the overwhelming black fire and the figure approaching step by step with bare feet on the flames. The fog on the river surface was instantly burned into a vacuum under the high temperature. No! The end of the Marquis's desperate cry was ruthlessly swallowed by the surging black flames. Along with his body, the ice beneath his feet, and the flowing blood, they were all burned into nothingness. Chapter 63, Aftermath. On the mountainside, a gentle breeze blows slowly. Su Lingwei held Xiuqiu by the hand, quietly overlooking the swirling white mist and blazing black flames at the foot of the mountain. Xiuqiu's young face was filled with shock, and she muttered to herself, "This is too terrifying." Xiuqiu stood on tiptoe, peering towards the area where the mist and flames intertwined, but she couldn't find the familiar figure. Despite the thick smoke and dust, it didn't affect her clear laughter at all. "Brother is amazing." Su Lingwei smiled and reached out to rub her soft hair, agreeing, of course. The child was still young, not yet understanding the uniqueness and power of her own bloodline, much less the cruelty and terror of the vampire world. In her mind, as long as her brother took action, no matter how shocking the scene, it was perfectly normal. Xiuqiu took out 2 bags of plasma from his small bag. She handed one bag to Sister Su Lingwei, and pierced the seal of the other bag, sipping it in small sips. "Is Uncle Luo coming to pick us up soon?" Su Lingwei bit the straw, looked towards the tree line, and replied vaguely, "Soon. Those bad guys destroyed our plane." "How annoying." "Don't worry, your brother will make them pay the price and bankrupt them." "That'll cost more money." "Well, he will definitely get his money back with interest." Su Lingwei did not tell the little guy. "What my brother is pursuing is not just money, but also their lives." At this moment, the river's surface and the rocks had been completely engulfed by the inky black sea of fire. The river water boiled violently under the high temperature, and billowing white mist rose straight into the sky. The hard rocks could not withstand the high temperature and exploded, melting into boiling magma. If it weren't for this deserted mountain area, such a horrifying scene would be enough to terrify people in the world. "No! This black fire is going to devour me. Monster! You're a monster! I don't want to die." Followed by a scream, the sound stopped abruptly. The black flames retreated in an instant like the receding tide of hell. Only scorching air and steaming river mist remained. The fog gradually dissipated, and Lu Qing was seen standing quietly in the center of the huge charred pit. The river water quickly flowed back in, and the surrounding soil and rocks melted into glass under the high temperature. This second form of Emperor Flame is truly beyond imagination. He looked around the ruins and sighed softly. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the second phase of Emperor Yan's power. The black flames covered his entire body, not only bringing a sharp increase in temperature, but also a huge surge in strength. What is even more amazing is that he can transform into fire and become one with the flames. What is even more outrageous is that these black extinguishing flames condensed from the Emperor's flames can actually devour the enemy directly. Recalling the scene just now, as soon as he had a thought, black flames instantly ignited around his body, turning it into a flaming cage that trapped the Marquis inside. While burning, the flame can actually extract the essence of the opponent's flesh and blood, and nourish itself in turn. This is completely different from one-on-one power absorption. This is mass harvest. Compared with single absorption and group absorption, there is a world of difference in efficiency. If he encounters a group battle in the future, he only needs to activate the Emperor Flame. Those enemies who cannot withstand the flames will all become nutrients for his evolution. In this way, his evolutionary path will undoubtedly be greatly accelerated again. This is truly outrageous. Lu Qing smiled, recalling the last location of the Marquis. He ran on the water, and every step he took was accompanied by a loud explosion. In the blink of an eye, it dived into the muddy river bottom. A charred human-shaped body was fished out from the bottom of the river. Fortunately, the body was left intact, although it was burnt. A broken arm is not a big deal, it can be resurrected. If he hadn't deliberately controlled it, the other party would have been reduced to ashes long ago. After getting ashore, Lu Qing activated the ability of the king's chosen servant. The charred corpse began to twitch, and the broken bones gradually reset. A personal attendant of the marquee level was thus given a new life. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Devoured Vampire Marquee X1, Evolution Points +4. Promoted to Duke, 4260. Only 4 points. Lu Qing curled his lips, but was not too depressed. After all, the two major clans will soon come to the door. There must be many opponents at the marquee level. Lazenba tribe, are you ready to pay the price? Brook tribe, please don't let me down. The new marquee's personal attendant's breath gradually stabilized. Lu Qing casually fed the other party another drop of ancient black blood. Give you some extra food to improve your strength quickly. Now the power of the Earl level can no longer play a big role in the next battle. Only combat power at the marquee level can be used. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking wind in the distance. Uncle Luo arrived at the scene with 11 marquee level attendants. Looking at the huge molten pit in front of him with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 feet. Uncle Luo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and sighed elegantly. Master, this is equivalent to dropping a miniature nuclear bomb, right? This aftermath is really troublesome. Chapter 64 Mother's Fangs. Yanjing Mountain, a mountain range located north of the imperial capital, has been completely sealed off by a mysterious force. Any mortal who crosses that invisible boundary disappears from the face of the earth, and no further news of them is ever heard. The night was deep and thick as ink. Deep in the forest, hundreds of vampires were lurking quietly. In the central square in front of the palace, Brook and Lazenba, two bloodlines with a long heritage and prominent status in the east, are in a tense confrontation. On both sides of the square, hundreds of high-level vampires stood in neat rows, and in the dense forest farther away, there were countless low-level bloodthirsty people hiding. Occasionally, a few rays of scarlet pupil light flickered in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisp, flickering and making the dead forest seem even more eerie and terrifying. The center of the square belongs to the Lazenba camp. Leisure walked out slowly. His blood-red eyes swept over the silver coffin held high by 4 pallbearers. Then, his oppressive, cold voice echoed throughout the square. Su Lai. The 10-day deadline has expired. You must hand over the 2 murderers who secretly murdered our Earl today. Leisure turned his eyes, and the blood in his eyes suddenly surged. He knew very well in his heart, the 2 vampires had already died at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the master in the silver coffin today was destined to never see a living person, and this was exactly the fuse that he had been waiting for to trigger the conflict. Across from here, where the Brook tribe is. The head of the family, Su Lai, also took a step forward, his body emitting murderous aura, cold and intimidating. The Blood Clan's rules clearly stipulate, live in seclusion and refrain from killing. The Lazenba tribe has come out in full force this time. Could it be that they want to openly break the rules and provoke a war among the vampires? Leisure sneered at this. Of course I dare not disobey the commandments. But for the crime of murder, someone must pay with their life. Hand him over, and I will immediately lead my troops to retreat. If you don't, that would be a blatant disrespect to my clan and that lord. He changed the subject, bowed towards the silver coffin, and his tone instantly rose. If the Brew tribe insists on shielding the murderer, it would be an insult to me, the supreme Lezen Baxamai. The silver coffin was silent for a long time, and finally, a cold voice seeped out from the crack of the coffin. I've said it before, I need to meet people. Master Dongfang of Brook, please don't make me angry. Su Lai's face became increasingly gloomy. He had already sent a call for help to the main vein, but distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Moreover, the main branch has always harbored resentment towards this eastern branch. It's just because the holy weapon that symbolizes Brook's supreme authority has been firmly nailed to this ancestral mountain for hundreds of years. The main vein has tried to take it away many times, but all failed. If this side branch were destroyed today, the sacred artifact would naturally return to the main lineage. Thinking of this, Su Lai suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and said to the silver coffin, Your Excellency, our clan has issued a decree, but has not yet recalled those 2. Besides, Earl Su Lingwei left the family 136 years ago, and the vampires accompanying her are not members of our clan. This is the only explanation he can give, even if it means sacrificing his former daughter. Lei Shi pressed forward step by step, showing no mercy. Su Lingwei, she's your biological blood, right? That's right. Su Lai did not deny it. But she is no longer my daughter. This matter has nothing to do with the Bru tribe. Lei Shi sneered 3 times, then suddenly asked. Has the bloodline been taken away? Has the name been removed from the family tree? Has the emblem been recovered? These 3 consecutive questions are like 3 sharp blades, each one hitting the vital point. Su Lai's face turned ashen, and he could only utter 2 words. No. Ha ha ha. Lei Shi laughed wildly and turned to fan the flames at the silver coffin. My lord, did you hear everything? The so-called leaving the family is just an excuse. It's clearly an attempt to shield a blood relative and mock you, the honorable lord. Before the laughter died down, Lei Shi suddenly groaned and blood flowed out of his nose uncontrollably. The voice from the silver coffin was indifferent and full of danger. Lei Shi, don't think I'm as stupid as you. If you dare to use my name to avenge your personal vendetta again, you will be the first to die. Lei Shi lowered his head, and drops of blood fell onto the stone surface. Yes, sir. The voice from the silver coffin continued. Su Lai, I don't intend to interfere in the internal strife of the Eastern Branch. But I must find those 2 vampires. If you can't hand over the person today, you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin lid opened slightly. A wisp of scarlet blood mist that was so thick that it was almost tangible slowly dissipated and covered the entire square in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with a sweet yet corrupt aroma, as if people's souls would be drawn away by this blood. On the shady side of Yanjing Mountain, there is an ancient trail that has been abandoned for a long time. Su Lingwei lifted her skirt and ran with Lu Cheng. Uncle Luo followed them slowly, carrying the chubby ball on his back. When we reached the cliff, the road came to an end. Su Lingwei stretched out her fingertips and gently stroked the cold stone wall, her expression a little dazed. When she was a child, her mother once carried her here and pointed at the rock wall and whispered. Wei Wei, the portal to the 2nd ancestral mountain is hidden here. When you grow up, mommy will give you the key, but don't tell your daddy. At that time, she understood that her father married her mother just for this key. However, it was not handed over until the mother died. Lu Qing reached out and felt around on the rock wall, but couldn't find any mechanism. How do I get in? Su Lingwei put away her sad expression and smiled faintly. You need a key. She took off the crystal pendant hanging around her neck and held it gently. The crystal shattered into dust in an instant, leaving only 2 snow-white fangs in the palm of his hand. In my mother's fangs lies her last drop of blood that is the real key. She inserted the fang into the hole in the rock wall, twisted it gently, and the fang turned into powder. A drop of almost dried dark red blood slowly fell into the darkness. Boom! Accompanied by a low mechanical sound, the rock wall slowly slid to the sides, revealing a deep corridor. Su Lingwei poked her head inside and said with a forced smile. If you want to steal the Hallows, you have to take this route. Don't die in there. Lu Qing pulled her into his arms and gave her a passionate kiss on her slightly trembling lips. Wait for me. After saying this, he turned around and resolutely stepped into the darkness. The stone door slowly closed. Uncle Luo gently called back Su Lingwei, who was in a trance. Miss? Su Lingwei looked into the distance there, the breath of death was surging like a tide. She smiled sweetly and ordered. Leave a personal servant to accompany Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu rubbed obediently to the feet of the Marquis's personal servant and squatted there waiting. Uncle Luo. Su Lingwei raised her finger and pointed to the center of the storm. It's our turn. Chapter 65 High technology is good. In the deep stone corridor, Lu Qing walked slowly forward step by step. Water droplets oozed from the stone wall, quietly rolling down the cold, hard rock surface. Such damp corners have always been a favorite breeding ground for vampires. As he went deeper, Lu Qing became more and more certain that he had accidentally entered the legendary Land of No Beginning. The so-called beginningless does not refer to the lack of a beginning in time, but to the folding and compression of space. From the outside, the entrance is just a palm-sized gap, but when you really step into it, you will be surprised to find that the internal space is larger than you can imagine. He had been walking in the tunnel for nearly an hour since entering the stone gate, but still had not reached the core area of Bruxa Mountain. Before setting off, Su Lingwei briefly mentioned the structure of Zushan. The entire ancestral mountain is divided into 4 layers. The two outer levels are open to clan members and are used as places for trials and advancement. Only elders and direct descendants can enter the third floor. As for the bottom floor, that's where the holy artifacts are stored. Even the prince doesn't dare to enter rashly. I heard that it suppresses something extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, she was not favored in the clan back then and had never entered the place in person, so she only knew the basics. How exactly does this trial proceed? Lu Qing pondered to himself. In the empty tunnel, the only sounds were his footsteps and the occasional flash of a bat's shadow. Another half an hour later, the end of the tunnel finally appeared in front of us. A stone wall with a dark red sheen undulated and bulged slightly like a living object. Lu Qing reached out to touch it, and his knuckles were instantly swallowed by the stone wall. It seems that it can indeed pass through. He no longer hesitated and plunged straight into the stone wall. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a magnificent underground square. At the end of the square stood two ancient bronze doors. Inside the doors was pitch black, as if it could swallow up all light. "Hey, kid, what are you wandering around for?" A sudden questioning voice suddenly rang in my ears. Lu Qing turned his head and saw two counts of brute guarding the door, their scarlet eyes flashing strangely in the darkness. One of them came forward, looked Lu Qing up and down, and sneered disdainfully. "Is the Viscount also here to join in the fun?" Lu Qing intentionally restrained his aura, releasing only the faintest fluctuation on the surface. The other party naturally regarded him as a Viscount who had just been promoted. "Come and broaden your horizons," he responded with a smile. The two guards did not stop them. The trial field on the first two levels of the ancestral mountain was open to the public, and the huge bronze gate was branded with ancient bloodline restrictions, so outsiders couldn't even get in. "If you want to take the trial, go now and don't run around." Recently, the Lazenba tribe has been causing trouble outside the ancestral mountain. If you're looking around, be careful, you might be mistaken for a spy and torn to pieces. The older earl lectured with a stern face, seeming quite dissatisfied with the young man's lack of reverence. Lu Qing took the opportunity to put on a humble attitude and responded gently. "I just got promoted, and this is my first time here, so I can't help but be curious." Seeing his respectful attitude, the guard's expressions softened slightly. One of them raised his hand and pointed at Ju Men. "Go in. Remember two things. First, don't disturb your fellow tribesmen who are evolving, or you will bear the consequences yourself. Second, if you can't hold on any longer, get out immediately. Don't let the blood suck you dry and turn you into a mummy." "Thanks for the reminder." Lu Qing thanked the guard and walked towards the giant gate. "Blood devouring," he murmured softly, "sounds like the key." The surface of the giant gate is covered with a thick layer of plasma, which is the body of the blood restriction. Lu Qing inserted his fingertips into it. The blood plasma gently wrapped around his fingers, not only without any sense of rejection, but even revealing a hint of closeness. The ancient bloodline is indeed flowing freely. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but a bolder and crazier idea emerged in his mind. This layer of plasma seems to be able to absorb as well? As soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt a subtle sucking sensation in his palm, and a strand of pure blood power flowed along his arm into his body. "It tastes good, but now is not the time to enjoy it." Lu Qing withdrew his hand and decided to save this delicacy for the return trip. Then he passed through the layer of plasma. Only after his figure disappeared did the two earls look away. "Hey, do you feel that this kid has an indescribable weird feeling? Indeed, when I was scolding him just now, he looked at me as if he was looking at a corpse. Come on, he's just a Viscount. Being able to enter this door means there's nothing wrong with his bloodline. I guess he can only wander around the first floor at most." After they finished talking, they returned to the monitoring station. On the huge screen, projections of 4 layers of space unfolded one after another. The first layer is densely covered with red dots, representing the tribesmen who are undergoing trials. The number of red dots on the second layer is significantly reduced. The third layer is empty and the fourth layer is dead silent, and no instrument can detect it. Technology is truly a wonderful thing. The elderly earl crossed his legs and watched a new red dot light up on the first floor. "Look, that guy's in. Let's see how long he can hold out." After passing through the plasma, Lu Qing stepped into a wider underground world. Above the head, tens of millions of vampire bats were hanging upside down, each with a bulging scarlet belly, and the aura they exuded was comparable to that of low-level vampires. Lu Qing finally understood what blood devouring meant. "It's these bats." Rows of brute tribesmen hung upside down from the cave ceiling. bats pierced their veins with their fangs, greedily sucking blood. When their bellies swelled to their limit, they fed the blood back to their hosts. Every time blood flowed back, the host's aura rose ever so slightly. Humans and animals coexist, and the cycle continues. This scene. Lu Qing opened his mouth, but couldn't find the right words to describe it. In the end, he could only murmur. It's really disgusting. Chapter 66 Getting Rich. The deeper you go into the ancestral mountain, the denser the upside-down Brook vampires become. Without exception, they were all wrapped in layers of blood-eating, that is, vampire bats, and turned into wriggling black masses. These bats frantically tear at the blood vessels of the vampires, purify the blood they suck, and then feed it back to the host. Using this almost cruel punishment method, they promote the evolution of the vampires. The whole process is long, painful, and full of dangers. Once the number of bats is too large, the dormant vampires will be instantly sucked dry and turned into dry skin. If the blood energy injected back is too strong, the host will bang and explode into a blood mist like a balloon. Along the way, mummies were lying all over the place. A rough count showed that there were dozens of them. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze and evaluated in a low voice. Most of the first-level players are novices below the Earl level. For those stronger than that, this blood-devouring evolution method is not very effective. He slightly spread out his perception and continued to speculate. The so-called trial actually tests one's ability to withstand blood devouring. The second and third levels are nothing more than bats being more powerful and their numbers being more precisely controlled. As for the fourth level, he raised his eyes, a glint of curiosity flashing in them. It is said that the holy artifact is hidden in there. Even the prince went in but returned empty-handed. What powerful thing is hidden there? Before he could finish this thought, a fat blood-eater suddenly pounced towards his nose, chirping loudly. Strangely enough, Lu Qing actually understood what it meant. Come on, let me take a sip. I guarantee you'll be so good it'll make you feel ecstatic. The hallucinogens secreted by blood devourers when biting are more powerful than any drugs. Just look at the ecstatic grins on the faces of those vampires and you will know. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm just afraid you can't bear it. As he spoke, he extended his finger. The little bat eagerly grasped his fingertip and stabbed down fiercely with its sharp fangs. Puff! In an instant, the blood mist exploded, and the bat didn't even have time to make a complete cry. I told you long ago that you don't have the good fortune to enjoy the ancient bloodline. Lu Qing waved his hand gently to disperse the blood mist and continued walking forward. As the blood devourers gathered more and more, he simply released a wisp of original breath. In an instant, the top of the cave became empty. Even the bats that were gnawing on the brute vampires were frightened and fled in panic. Outside the ancestral mountain, two earls were guarding the surveillance crystal screen. They saw the red dot representing Lu Qing on the crystal screen moving non-stop. Is that kid crazy? The depths of the first floor are literally where the Viscount was buried. Maybe he's been under the influence of hallucinogens and lost his mind. If you die, then die. That's the rule. Zushan never shows mercy to the cowardly. The two of them were talking coldly, but suddenly they froze in place as if they were under a spell. The red dot on the crystal screen flashed suddenly, and it actually penetrated the boundary membrane and jumped into the second layer. The second floor is quite similar to the first, but it is so quiet that it makes people feel uneasy. There are fewer bats here, but each one exudes the pressure of a baron. A rough estimate is that there are probably tens of millions of them. No wonder only earls and marquises are allowed in. If they were surrounded, it would be like being besieged by tens of millions of barons. Lu Qing continued to release blood pressure. Although the bats were drooling, they did not dare to act rashly. The marquises and earls hanging upside down at this time were like delicious dishes on a plate. Lu Qing couldn't help licking his lips, but finally suppressed the urge to devour them. After all, finding the holy weapon was the top priority, and it would be too unprofitable to alert the enemy because of a momentary impulse. In the monitoring room, the two counts were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. I saw the red dot on the crystal screen jumping again, directly jumping to the third level. Is the monitoring array broken? Should we report this to the Patriarch immediately? The Patriarch is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Lasenba tribe. Let's wait and see for a while. When did such a freak appear in the clan? The third floor. As soon as Lu Qing's feet touched the ground, two Earl-level blood-eaters attacked him from the air. Even their ancient bloodlines only made them hesitate for half a breath. Emperor Flame. The black flames surged past, and the two bats turned into ashes in an instant. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lu Qing's mind. Ding! Devour 2 vampire bats and obtain trace blood essence. Accumulate enough points to redeem evolution points. Lu Qing was stunned for half a second, then slapped his forehead. Oh no! The Emperor Flame can devour a large group of people. I just endured it all the way for nothing. He looked up and saw bats on the 3rd floor flying all over the sky. In his eyes, these bats had turned into piles of golden evolution points. I'm going to make a fortune now. He rubbed his fingers excitedly, and the black flames danced happily on his fingertips. Chapter 67, Just like you handed over your mother, hand me over. In the central square of Brooks, the night was as heavy as cast iron. As time passed, the pressure on the shoulders of clan leader Su Lai was rising rapidly at an extremely terrifying geometric rate. The blood-red mist that overflowed from the silver coffin had already swallowed up most of the square. All the tribesmen below the level of Earl were surrounded by this strange and bizarre blood energy. Their pupils all turned blood-red like fire, their breathing became rapid and heavy, and their rationality was like a candle in the wind, shaky and on the verge of collapse. The mist was like a sharp hook, ruthlessly pulling out all the bloodthirsty desires hidden in their hearts. Lei Shi, the leader of the Lazenba clan, saw this scene from afar, and a cold sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. Su Lai, you still can't hand over those 2 little characters after all. Today is the day that the Brook family will be removed from the blood family tree. The mysterious being within the silver coffin seemed to have lost its last bit of patience. Its deep voice, like rolling thunder, heavily crushed the entire square. If you don't hand them over, your clan will be exterminated. Blood as thick as ink quickly gathered at the bottom of the coffin, slowly lifting the coffin 3 feet off the ground. The strong murderous intent was about to break out. At this critical moment, from the darkest and most remote corner of the square, a female voice as clear as a cold spring suddenly broke the suffocating silence. The person you are looking for is me. Su Lai followed the sound and his pupils contracted sharply in an instant. Su Lingwei and her old servant Uncle Luo calmly walked through the layers of blood shadows and stood firmly in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 tribes. Lei Shi's face instantly turned gloomy, and his fingertips trembled slightly involuntarily. The ambush failed? This countess is really brave enough to show up. Then he sneered, it's good that she's here. I'll bury her here today. There was also an uproar on Brooks' side. Beside Su Lai, an Earl in peak condition, his eyes bloodshot as if about to burst under the fierce burning of blood and energy, roaring at the top of his lungs. Su Lingwei. This disaster is your fault. Go and confess your crime. Don't drag the whole family down with you. This person was once her brother. Su Lingwei just glanced at him coldly without making a sound. The elder brother took several more steps forward, his sharp claws instantly ejected, his voice distorted with anger. Father didn't deprive you of your bloodline back then. It was a gift to you. How dare you now sully the family bloodline? His nostrils flared wildly, as if he smelled something. He froze for a moment, then burst into a maniacal laugh. There's not even a hint of Brooks' scent on you. You changed your bloodline? Su Lingwei remained silent as she slowly scanned the surrounding tribesmen. Some of those faces were as cold as ice, some were full of disgust, but no one stood up to speak for her. After her mother passed away, this clan became to her like a dark abyss with its lights extinguished. Her lips were slightly parted, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, but her face was as pale as frost. Word spirit, kneel down. Boom. My brother's knees slammed heavily onto the stone slab, shattering it instantly. He was bewildered at first, then filled with rage, and struggled to get up. Word spirit, get out. The air seemed to turn into a huge hammer weighing thousands of pounds, and it slammed out violently. My brother flew backwards into the crowd like a kite with a broken string, and was stopped by Su Lai. Su Lai also noticed something strange. The daughter could no longer feel the rhythm of Brooks' blood in her body. Moreover, what she displayed was definitely not the slightly weak enhanced hypnosis ability of the past. However, the current situation did not allow him to delve into these matters. Su Lingwei slowly raised her eyes and looked into her father's eyes. Her voice was as gentle as falling snowflakes. Have you made up your mind? Are you going to push me out again, just like you handed over my mother back then? Su Lai's eyebrows trembled slightly, and his tone was as flat as a pool of stagnant water. You killed the Earl of the Lazenba clan, so the blame should naturally be borne by you. Su Lingwei suddenly curled up the corners of her lips, and her smile was like a flash in the pan, disappearing in an instant. Well, I was wrong. It turns out that the only person in this world who will protect me is him. Su Lai stopped looking at her and turned to face the silver coffin in the air and declared loudly, "Your Excellency, be wise. This woman's bloodline no longer belongs to the Brook family. The crimes she committed have nothing to do with our clan. Leave it to the adults to deal with." Leisure couldn't help but smack his lips and sighed, "How heartless." The voice from the silver coffin grew deeper and deeper. "Where is the vampire that was traveling with you?" Su Lingwei raised her eyes, not afraid of the powerful pressure. "He is busy. I was the one who killed the Earl of the Lasenba clan." The mysterious man in the coffin seemed to be angered by her contemptuous attitude and snorted coldly, "In that case, then come with me. Your blood smells delicious." The silver coffin slowly fell to the ground, and the lid opened another inch, like a sharp fong. Su Lingwei poked her head in and looked inside. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, so she shook her head slightly and smiled faintly. "No, he asked me to wait for him here." A playful chuckle came from the coffin. "Then I will suck your blood dry first, and then slowly go find him. Call." The blood mist rushed out like a living creature, wrapping her layer by layer and trying to penetrate into her blood vessels. However, they were blocked by a mysterious force and could not move forward. Su Lingwei lowered her head, gently touched the red blood mist with her fingertips, and said with a bit of mischief, "Sister, your blood mist has no effect on me." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes instantly turned into a dazzling silver light. An ancient, pure, and overwhelming royal pressure exploded like a tidal wave. The blood mist rolled back like a tide, and the entire square fell into deathly silence in an instant. Then, the next second, extremely horrified gasps rang out one after another. "The royal blood is actually pure blood?" Chapter 68. It's my honor to bloom with you. Su Lingwei lowered her silver eyes, her slender figure like a furled sword, standing steadily in the center of the square. Although it is the peak state of the Earl, it makes everything silent and all is still. All the vampires held their breath in an instant, as if an invisible hand was strangling their throats. His blood roared involuntarily, and his soul trembled uncontrollably. The pressure that belonged only to the supreme royal family spread rapidly like a tide, first flowing over his ankles and then completely submerging his heart in the blink of an eye. "Did you see that?" She whispered softly, more like she was talking to herself. "This is the blood you gave me. A blood that can drive the entire vampire clan crazy." The memory flashed by like lightning. Once, she was proud of the name Brook. Now, what really makes her proud is only the blood flowing in the veins belongs to him. Su Lingwei slowly raised her head, her silver eyes sweeping around calmly yet fiercely. "Whether it is the Brook tribe or the Lazenba tribe." All the vampires who were swept by her gaze lowered their heads. Those pairs of scarlet pupils dodged like bats afraid of the scorching sun. They really are royalty. They're pure-blooded royalty. Why? How can she possess? All kinds of doubts, greed, and fear turned into a series of thorny gazes. However, it was unable to penetrate the seemingly indifferent but actually indestructible aura in front of her. She turned her head slightly and looked at Uncle Luo, who was standing quietly in the shadows. The old man responded with an elegant gesture, gently tapping his chest with his right fist, bowing respectfully and saying, "It is my supreme honor to shine with you. This is also the glory of young Master Lu Qing." As soon as the words fell, the old man's exquisitely tailored tuxedo burst into pieces instantly. Rock-hard muscles were exposed in the moonlight. His pupils, one red and one silver, were like two cold gemstones. A royal aura similar to Su Lingwei's rose majestically from his body. Although he is not a pure-blooded royal, the purity of his aura is enough to amaze people. The vampires were once again in an uproar. Another one appears? That housekeeper actually. The Brook tribe members found it particularly difficult to accept what they saw. The man who was considered an outcast yesterday is now far superior to them. Impossible. The Earl, whom she once called brother, roared at the top of his lungs. Jealousy and shame completely shattered his sanity. His knuckles were white from clenching his fists so hard. On the other side, Lei Shi, the head of the Lazenba tribe, looked as if blood was about to drip from his eyes. "If I could offer her to the ancestor." A tribesman stepped forward and asked in a low voice. "Master, the original plan." "Plan?" Lei Shi suddenly turned his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "With two royal bloodlines right before our eyes, what plans are we still talking about? Gather all hands, today anyone who dares to stop me will be torn to pieces." After receiving the order, the tribesmen jumped down from the forest. In an instant, the originally dark forest seemed to be ignited and began to boil. Hundreds and thousands of murderous intentions rose to the sky. Like a black tsunami, it rushed towards the square. Su Lai, who had been in a daze for a long time, was finally awakened. Ling Wei. He rushed towards Su Lingwei quickly, his voice already becoming hoarse. As long as you are willing to return to the family. No matter how many people from the Lasenba tribe come, I will stop them for you. For the first time in his life, the head of the Brook clan lowered his proud head. Your mother's death is my fault. But no matter what, I am still your father, and I will. Su Lingwei shook her head gently, her back was as cold as ice and white snow. I don't need it. Someone will take the blame for me. She raised her hand and waved. The Brook tribe's emblem drew a silver arc in the air. With a ding sound, it fell to the ground. We will build our own family. Su Lai's footsteps suddenly stopped. The light in his eyes gradually changed from being hot at first to being sinister. Pass the order down. If anyone tries to take her away, stop them at all costs. Dead or alive. The silver coffin, which had been silent all this time, suddenly let out a chuckle. He. This is the first time I've seen a pure-blooded royal family. Su Lingwei narrowed her eyes and showed a crescent-shaped smile. Miss, you are also a royal family, right? It's a pity that you didn't meet the right man. That's why the bloodline is so thin. Her voice was sweet, yet with a hint of chill. It's okay to be curious. But don't reach out. Otherwise I will bite your throat myself. The female voice from the silver coffin smiled softly. Then let's see who has the better teeth. Before he finished speaking, the coffin lid suddenly opened. It turned into a silver light and rushed straight towards the girl like an arrow. At the same moment, Su Lai and Leisure shouted at the same time. Get started! Silver coffin, 2 dukes. The murderous intentions of the 3 parties came like a landslide or tsunami. At this moment, 11 black shadows, like a meteorite tearing through the night, break through the layers of vampires. It landed heavily around Su Lingwei. The silver masks on their faces reflected the cold moonlight. On the mask, numbers flashed one after another. 1, 2, 3, 11. Lei Shur and Su Lai froze instantly. 11 marquises? Where did she find such a powerful trump card? The two looked at each other and saw deep horror in each other's eyes. This is a tough nut to crack. Let the monster in the silver coffin gnaw on it first. Chapter 69 Advancement to Duke. Ding. Successfully devoured 2 blood bats. It has been detected that the blood bats contain a thin amount of blood energy. After consuming a certain amount, it can be converted into evolutionary value. At this moment, on the 3rd level of the ancestral mountain, Lu Qing looked around and saw blood bats flapping their wings wildly and making shrill hissing sounds. The system notification sound kept echoing in his ears. He couldn't help but rub his fingertips excitedly, his eyes flashing with excitement. This wave is definitely going to make me rich. Just now, when he used the Emperor Flame, the system gave a prompt: these blood bats can be devoured, but the evolution value provided by a single blood bat is extremely small, so the system simply did not report the specific value. But the number of these blood bats is simply astonishing. There are tens of millions of them. Even if the number is small, multiplied by such a huge base, the result is quite impressive. Get rid of the blood bats on the 2nd floor first. Looking at the mountain of wealth in front of him, Lu Qing grinned brightly, then flashed and quickly retreated to the 2nd floor. In the central area of the 2nd floor, Lu Qing took the initiative to restrain his own blood fluctuations. In an instant, thousands of blood bats seemed to have smelled the scent of prey. They screamed silently, showing their sharp white fangs, and pounced towards Lu Qing like a flood. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. More please. Just as the first blood bat was about to touch his body. Snap, the crisp sound of snapping fingers spread in the air. Emperor Flame, activate. A stream of inky black fire gushed out from his body, like a tongue of fire from the 9 nether hell, instantly engulfing everything around it. Those blood bats that pounced on him didn't even leave ashes, but turned into strands of pure blood energy, which flowed into his body along the black flames. It's true that they can be harvested in bulk, but the blood bats in the 2nd layer are of lower grade than those in the 3rd layer, and they contain much less blood energy. Lu Qing made a rough estimate and found that the blood bats swallowed in this wave were only tens of thousands, and the energy provided was less than 0.1 evolution value. Although they are as few as mosquito legs, there are tens of millions of them here. Without further hesitation, the blood in Lu Qing's body surged like waves, and the second form of Emperor Flame was fully released. He instantly transformed into a human-shaped ball of black flame, which spread rapidly and silently, like the devil's huge open mouth, swallowing everything within its sight. The blood bat's greedy looks instantly turned into fear, and they began to flee frantically. However, the speed at which the black flames expanded was like a landslide or tsunami, and one blood bat after another completely turned into nothingness amidst the sharp hisses. Deep in the black flames, Lu Qing let out a sigh of satisfaction. This feeling is really addictive. Boom! The sea of fire surged violently again, swallowing up the area further away. In the monitoring room outside Zushan, the two Counts of Brook stared blankly at the screen, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Didn't that kid enter the third floor? Why did he run back to the second floor again? Could it be that he has a special bloodline, so the blood bats don't attack him? Don't let your imagination run wild. Unless they're a pure-blooded royal family, but that hasn't happened in years. Then tell me, how did he get in? His aura is clearly only at the Viscount level. Who knows? As long as it doesn't affect other members of the tribe, it's fine. The two were chatting when the screen suddenly distorted violently and a chaotic and piercing scream came through the monitor. The blood bats on the second floor are actually rioting en masse? There are tens of millions of them. This has never happened before. The two earls' faces turned pale instantly, and they hurriedly checked the red dots displayed on the screen for the rest of the tribesmen. Fortunately, most of the red dots still exist. However, in the next second, drop! A small red dot went out. Am I dazzled? Drip! Drop! Drop! The alarm sounded continuously, and the red dots disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few tens of seconds, only the last bit of red light remained on the second layer. Something big must have happened at Zushan. Before he finished speaking, drop! The last bit of red light was completely extinguished. Inside the second floor, a Viscount Brook, his body covered with blood-bat bite marks, was running for his life. He had just woken up from a deep sleep when he saw black flames rising into the sky and blood-bats fleeing everywhere frantically. What on earth is that black flame? The next second, he witnessed with his own eyes the black flame completely devouring a fellow Earl-level member of his clan. He was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 steps, the black flames rushed over like a surging wave and swept him into it. So far, the second layer. Neither the blood bats nor the vampires survived. After a long time, the black flame slowly shrank and condensed into Lu Qing's human form again. The flames gradually died down, revealing Lu Qing's slightly pale face that could not hide his excitement. Belch! He let out a long burp, and the joy in his eyes was beyond words. At this moment, the blood power in his body surged like a surging ocean. Ding! The evolution value has reached 60-60, meeting the promotion conditions. Ding! Evolution program activated. This promotion, Blood Clan Duke, finally succeeded. Tens of millions of blood bats and dozens of vampires all became fuel for his promotion. Click click. Bones crackled and cells began to reassemble. A terrifying pressure that far surpassed the previous one swept out from his body in all directions like a storm. The Duke's evolutionary journey has officially begun. Chapter 70. Letting him in was probably the stupidest decision I ever made in my life. Zushan's second floor. The dead silence was as thick as ink, and darkness devoured everything around it. In this gloomy environment, the 2 vampire counts were running frantically. They used all their strength to perceive, and their faces were instantly filled with horror. In the entire second floor, not even a trace of living creature could be detected. The countless blood devourers that were originally densely packed, as well as the tribesmen who were practicing diligently and striving for advancement. It was as if they were wiped out in an instant, as if they had never existed in this world. The leading earl took a deep breath of the remaining warmth in the air, but the burning sensation could not dispel the coldness of his hands and feet. How is this possible? Everything was normal here 5 minutes ago. Traces of flames were everywhere, even the black lotus stone was instantly vaporized. What kind of fire could create such a terrifying scene? His eyes swept over the half of the lava that was left, and the chill in his heart grew stronger. Dozens of clansmen, including 2 earls. There wasn't even a sign of struggle. Ever since that human-looking guy broke in, weird things have been happening one after another. He recalled the little red dot that kept jumping on the monitor screen, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Letting him in is probably the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. However, that guy's aura also disappeared. Perhaps they both perished? He tried to comfort himself, but his pace became more hurried. We must confirm whether all the blood devourers are extinct. If this is true, the holy artifact will lose its protection. At this moment, outside the mountain, the Lazenba tribe has already started fighting on all fronts. The ancestral mountain must not collapse at this critical juncture. Sudden bang! The earl in the back bumped headfirst into the back of his companion in front. His forehead hit the rock wall hard, causing the earl in front to roar in pain. Are you looking for death? But the companion in front of him stood still as if he had been cast under a spell. His pupils trembled violently, and his fingers pointed tremblingly into the depths of the darkness. Moon, moon. Black moon. The two of them looked up almost at the same time. I saw a moon as black as ink floating in the void. The edge is inlaid with a dark red halo, seemingly still, yet it seems to be slowly rotating. Just one glance and the soul seemed to be dragged in by it. Everything the black moon covers is the dust of the past. A vague decree echoed in their ears. It seemed as if it had traveled through time and space from eternity ago, bringing with it an irresistible power. The 2 earls were horrified to find that their strength, blood, life. Like the receding tide, it flows away rapidly. No, it's not flowing, but flowing in the opposite direction. Their skin gradually regains its elasticity and wrinkles are smoothed out. The bones begin to shrink, from adulthood to adolescence, childhood, and finally to infanthood. The breath is also retreating. He fell from Earl to Viscount, then to Baron, and finally became the last vampire. Final. 2 origins that are almost indistinguishable to the naked eye are floating in the air. Then it was completely annihilated. It was as if they had never been here. The black moon slowly shrank and gradually became the size of a basketball. It fell obediently on Lu Qing's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Dark moon. Duke-level awakening skill. This effect is really impressive. Dark moon. Targets covered by the black moon will be infinitely rewound in time, until it returns to the original state of dust in life. As for Lu Qing himself, he is outside of time. Watch coldly as the other person gradually turns from old to nothingness. Crimson Blood Rage 6-fold amplification. Times 0500 M field. The range of Emperor Flame doubles. The King's chosen servant can also contract with the Duke. TSK, my strength is getting stronger and stronger, and my life is getting better and better. However, the only thing that made him a little unhappy was, to be promoted to Prince, you must accumulate 100 evolution points. Ordinary vampires can no longer satisfy my needs for advancement. As he spoke, he took a step and calmly stepped into the 3rd floor. I heard there are hundreds of thousands of Earl-level blood devourers hidden here. At the deepest part, there seems to be a Duke sleeping? Lu Qing licked his lips lightly. There seemed to be a black moon spinning slightly in his eyes, revealing a hint of excitement that was eager to try. Chapter 71. You only have one chance, please cherish it. Zushan 3rd floor. Emperor Flame will consume everything. As Lu Qing's low voice fell, a sea of fire as dark as ink suddenly exploded from under his feet, instantly spreading across the entire space like a surging tide. After being promoted to Duke, the temperature of the black flame suddenly doubled, as if it had the power to destroy the world, and everything in the world could melt into nothingness in front of it. The shrieks that the Earl-level blood devourers once prided themselves on have now transformed into shrill wails. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The terrified sounds came one after another, but in the next moment, they were ruthlessly cut off by the flames. Their lives turned into the purest blood torrent, continuously flowing into Lu Qing's body. Ding! A total of 1,453,890 Earl blood devourers have been devoured, gaining 28 evolution points. Prince threshold, 29,100. At the end of the fire tide, a circular square burned by flames appeared. In the center of the square, an ancient sarcophagus was placed alone. Who is it? A hoarse, dry voice, like the sound of tree bark rubbing against each other, seeped out faintly from the sarcophagus. Who disturbed my eternal sleep? The rolling heat waves that hit him made the person in the coffin gasp in pain. Ah, this burning pain. Lu Qing sensed that inside the coffin resided an extremely old Duke of Brook. The long years have already worn down his body, and he can only rely on sleep to delay the collapse of his body. Originally, he relied on the third layer of endless blood devouring as a barrier. Unexpectedly, these blood bites were swept away by Lu Qing. The ritual that led to his premature resuscitation was interrupted. The smell of blood has completely disappeared? You are not of the Bloodline's bloodline. Who are you? The old Duke spoke with hesitation, trying to delay time. I want to fully awaken the dormant power in my body. He could clearly sense that the young vampire of the same level outside the coffin. The aura emanating from his body was so cold that his bones couldn't help but tremble. In the depths of the flames, Lu Qing's voice seemed to come from all directions of the underworld at the same time. My identity doesn't matter. The important thing is, in 10 seconds, you will respect me as your lord. Emperor Flame, devour. The black flame instantly turned into liquid and poured in through the gap in the coffin lid. In the blink of an eye, the entire coffin was filled. Sizzle. Intensive explosions sounded, like hot oil dripping into water, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. Roar! This flame is devouring my essence. Pain. However, all struggles were in vain. The old Duke, fresh from his slumber. At the weakest moment, he encountered the most domineering black flame. The ending was already determined. No! Spare my life. I am the former head of the Brook family. Wealth, power, blood oath. I can give you everything. The pleas for mercy and words of temptation intertwined together and became his final wail. In response to him, Lu Qing gave him a low laugh without any warmth. I'm sorry, those things. I prefer to get it in person. Now, please sleep forever. The black flame slowly shrank, and tremendous energy surged into Lu Qing's body like a tide. All that remained in the coffin was a charred but still intact body, a Duke-level body that remained immortal even in the flames. Ding! Swallowed Vampire Duke X1, evolution points +5. Lu Qing patted the edge of the coffin gently, feeling particularly relaxed. I picked up an old Brook for nothing. What a great bargain. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Wait, he calls himself the former head of the family? Is he Sulai's father or grandfather? Forget it, take him out first and let them recognize him as their relative on the spot. Lu Qing activates, King's chosen servant. Obscure blood veins quickly covered the body. The contract was completed in the blink of an eye. Another member was added to the list of attendants. Currently owns 1 duke and 13 marquises. Almost all the high-end combat forces of the eastern branch of Brook were wiped out. The western branch? Sooner or later, we will also take it into our possession. After confirming that the conversion is correct, Lu Qing casually gave an order, stay where you are and wait for my call. A hoarse and respectful voice came from inside the coffin, as you command, my lord. At this moment, the stone door leading to the 4th floor slowly opened before his eyes. There, the sacred weapon of the Brook tribe, the execution axe, is stored. Ancestral Mountain, 4th floor, Blood Mist Well. The space suddenly shrinks here. The air is as thick as half-solidified plasma. Pink mist floats in the air, and stepping on it is like sinking into a swamp of flesh. There are huge fat bats hanging upside down on the stone wall. Their wingspan is nearly 10 feet, and blood saliva is constantly dripping from their fangs. Each one of them is actually a marquis-level blood devourer. Lu Qing took a rough look and found that the number was no less than 100,000. Lu Qing first released the pressure of the ancient bloodline. He then summoned black flames to surround his body, condensing into a wall of fire. Under this double shock, Marquis Blood Devourer emitted waves of restless sound waves. But no one dared to rush forward. They have extremely high intelligence. They are afraid of the superior bloodline and also wary of the destructive high temperature. Lu Qing walked all the way to the depths. At the end of the blood mist, a stone platform hung there alone. On the stage, a giant axe 3 meters high was inserted diagonally. The axe was blood red, and the back of the axe was covered with sharp barbs. The handle is inlaid with blood-sucking thorns. As long as you hold it, your palm will be pierced and you will drink blood, thus awakening its true ferocity. The rust stains on the axe are the evidence of its having killed countless powerful men. This is the axe. According to legend, holding it can increase one's strength dozens of times. But the price is that the axe wielder will bleed profusely. Lu Qing's eyes were full of passion, but he was not in a hurry to step forward. In the shadow of the axe head, a huge blood-devouring beast was hanging upside down. It is 3 meters long and has a wingspan of nearly 6 meters. He exudes the aura of a prince, as deep as the ocean. It didn't attack immediately. He just stared at Lu Qing with his scarlet eyes. The nostrils kept twitching. He showed a very human expression of doubt and desire. After staring at each other in silence for a long time, Lu Qing suddenly spread his hands, put on a bad attitude and said, "If we fight head-on, I definitely can't beat you. You are a prince, I am only a duke. Besides, you have 100,000 younger brothers waiting for you. But you should have smelled it too. My blood. Very sweet. And it is rich in nutrients. Maybe, it can even allow you to evolve once more." He pointed to the axe. "Let us make a deal. You hand me that thing. How about I let you suck a few mouthfuls of my blood? This is the only chance. Please, Jin. Cherish." Chapter 72, All Men and Women, Words of the Spirit. No flirting. Deep in the ancestral mountain, Lu Qing was negotiating slowly with the prince-level blood devourer. At the same time, the central square was filled with murderous intent and was seething with excitement. As soon as the 11 personal attendants of the Marquis appeared, Su Lai and Leisure stopped in tacit understanding. The aura of these marquises was strange and extremely powerful. Even they, as dukes, did not want to be the first to provoke these tough guys. So, the two of them almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards the silver coffin, thinking, "Let the gentleman deal with this troublesome fellow first." The silver coffin rushed straight towards Su Lingwei, but was slammed back by the 3 marquises' fists halfway. The woman in the coffin asked lazily, "Are these marquises your men?" Su Lingwei's face lit up with a bright smile as she said, "Their real master isn't me. I'm just the mistress." She looked up at the silver coffin and felt a surge of disgust. Although the other party only has a trace of royal blood, that blood comes from the western main line of Lizenba. Not only is his status noble, but his strength is far above hers. But she just hated him so much that she couldn't help but want to provoke him. "Sister, you will probably never experience the feeling of being pampered like this." A light laugh emanated from the silver coffin. "Little thing, you're quite charming when you're angry. How about becoming my lover? I'll accept you, along with that man of yours." The Duchess had a wide range of interests and was interested in both men and women. Su Lingwei replied with a blank expression, "Hee," and then said, "Word spirit, don't be naughty." The 2 family heads who were watching on the side were stunned for a moment. Are there such outrageous words in the world? What is even more incredible is that the person in the coffin actually groaned, obviously having suffered a loss. A peak-level earl could actually jump 2 levels and injure a duke? Su Lai's eyes gleamed with passion, and he thought, "This is the power of the pure-blooded royal family. No matter what, we must keep her alive today, even if only half a corpse remains." Seeing that the silver coffin hadn't made any more major movements, Leisure couldn't help but urge, "Sir, if this continues, something unexpected might happen." The silver coffin shook violently, and blood mist surged out like surging waves. The Duchess's angry roar was like thunder. "Shut up!" The red mist spread, corroding the flesh and arousing people's desires wherever it went. Su Lingwei sent out several spiritual words in succession. Dust free, dissipate, stop, heal. Her face grew paler and paler, and the hem of her skirt was corroded by the blood mist, leaving black marks. She bit her lip, a certain figure appeared in her mind, and she muttered softly, "Come on, you bad guy. If you're any later, I'll be bullied." The silver coffin suddenly accelerated and hit her chest heavily, and blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Su Lai and Leisure launched an attack at the same time. Su Lai swung out his pitch-black short blade, while Leisure tore through the void with his sharp claws. Their targets were both Su Lingwei. He wanted to take advantage of her serious injury and carve her up. Su Lingwei in midair suddenly smiled and said coquettishly to the void, "They hurt me." Leisure couldn't help but curse inwardly, "This crazy woman." In the next moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge axe-emitting bloody light smashed the silver coffin into pieces, and the coffin fragments flew everywhere. Su Lai and Leisure felt as if their chests were hit by a sledgehammer, and they flew backwards dozens of feet. Cracks appeared on the ground of the square. Many vampires looked up and saw a thin man standing in the air under the black flames and huge wings that covered the sky. His voice was extremely domineering. "You dare to touch her? Then you will all die." Chapter 73. Why don't the female vampires I meet like to wear clothes? Then I will kill them all. The voice was as gentle as a falling feather, yet it carried an unquestionable dominance as it slowly spread across the sky above the central square. Whether it is the blood clan of the Brook family or the blood clan of the Lasenba family. When the figure with flaming wings in the air came into their sight, everyone was momentarily stunned. Simply because the way this debut was so shocking. I saw the figure with wings spread out, surrounded by black flames. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it is unstoppable. With one axe, he smashed the silver coffin into pieces, and then kicked the two vampire dukes away with his feet. Cough. In the gravel-strewn pit, Sulai struggled to get up with an angry look on his face. The kick just now hit him squarely on the chest, breaking his sternum and leaving a horrifying dent. The vampire's powerful regenerative ability quickly took effect, stitching up the damaged flesh and blood, but this could not quell the raging rage in his heart. If it weren't for this kick, he would have already taken away half of Su Lingwei's body. He turned his head and looked at another huge pit. He felt a little more balanced when he realized that Leisher's miserable appearance was no less than his own. But this vampire who appeared out of nowhere was able to kick two dukes away in an instant in front of everyone. This powerful fighting force must be at least at the duke level. How could such a powerful character suddenly appear beside Su Lingwei? As for Leisher, he had previously seen Lu Qing's outline vaguely through the peeping eye. At this moment, his heart was like a raging storm. The vampire following Su Lingwei is actually the duke? This is impossible. The two family heads each had their own hidden agenda, and for a moment no one dared to rush forward. He just stared at the figure floating in the air with his flickering eyes. It actually grew wings. What kind of incredible ability is this? Sulai's eyes flashed with envy. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of inspiration came to him. Why does that streak of light that split the coffin look so familiar? He looked intently. In the middle of the rubble in the square, a 3-meter-long axe was stuck diagonally into the ground. The axe's body had smooth lines, its color was as red as blood, and it exuded overwhelming power. It was none other than the Brook family's sacred weapon, the execution axe. Roar! Sulai's eyes cracked, and tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. You bastard! How dare you steal our clan's sacred artifact? Tear him to pieces. At this moment, he was like a mad bull, his roar resounding through the heavens and the earth. Leisher was also stunned when he heard this shrill roar. Holy crap, it really is Brook's axe? Didn't they say that even the prince of the main vein couldn't be taken out? This guy actually succeeded? It's so tragic. Rarely, Leisher felt a trace of pity for his old rival. Above the sky, Lu Qing gently waved his wings of fire. His left arm was tightly wrapped around Su Lingwei's slender waist. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips with his fingertips, his brows tightly furrowed. Su Lingwei curved her eyes, smiled slightly, and gently smoothed the wrinkles between his eyebrows with her fingertips. He whispered, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all." Then he blinked his eyes expectantly. "Did you get it?" Lu Qing nodded, and a smile appeared on his face again. "Of course I got it." Su Lingwei responded sweetly, and her eyes were quickly attracted by the little bat on his shoulder. The little bat has a round face, a pig-like nose, small ears, and a chubby appearance. There are also two soft and cute little claws on the wings, which looks both weird and cute. She stretched out her finger curiously and poked it lightly. Lu Qing quickly held her fingertips and whispered, "This little guy has a bad temper, be careful not to get bitten by him. This is not just an ordinary little bat, but a genuine blood prince." It was the guardian beast of the axe. After being tamed by him using his ancient blood, it has been staying here forever. It was precisely because of this that he was able to successfully obtain the axe. He patted Su Lingwei's cheek gently and said softly, "Be good, go down first and wait for me to clean up here." Su Lingwei nodded obediently, opened her cherry lips slightly, and said softly, "Word spirit, flying the sky." An invisible force lifted her up and let her land lightly on the ground. The 11 personal attendants of the Marquis instantly formed a formation and guarded her in the middle. After she left, Lu Qing looked down at the whole place. Wherever his eyes swept over, the vampires felt their skin hurt as if it was burned by fire. His sight first locked onto Sulai, whose eyes were red. Then he flicked his sleeves, and the black flames condensed into a huge palm. A broken coffin was thrown at Su Lai's feet. Boom! The coffin cracked after a violent shock, and inside the half-open lid, a familiar and pale old face was revealed. Su Lai's body shook violently, and he rushed to the coffin. The voice trembled as he spoke. "Grandpa? Shouldn't you be sleeping on the 3rd floor? No, your bloodline aura has completely changed. Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Lu Qing spoke calmly, slowly uttering a few words. "Wake up, kill him." A hoarse response came from the coffin. "As you command, master." Bang! The coffin exploded instantly. Su Lai's grandfather kicked him out with one kick. Only Su Lai's shrill scream remained. "Grandpa, I'm your grandson." Lei Shi watched from the side and couldn't help shaking his head. "The holy artifact was taken away, and my grandfather is still under control. This is too cruel." The next moment, he suddenly felt that he was locked by a terrifying aura. And the source of this energy is actually the little bat on Lu Qing's shoulder? Lu Qing turned his head and said in a coaxing tone, "Get rid of the Duke of Lazenba, and I'll feed you another drop of blood." Chi-chi! A scarlet light instantly lit up in the little bat's eyes, and it flapped its wings and flew out. Lei Shi rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "What? Just a little bat, and you want to attack me?" The words haven't been finished yet. The little bat suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and when it reappeared, it has turned into a giant beast with a wingspan of 4 meters. The huge wings tore through the space and slapped Lei Shi Fan away. Holy crap! It's actually a prince-level bat? After dealing with the 2 dukes, only then did Lu Qing turn his gaze to the floating blood mist. The silver coffin had been completely shattered, and the Duchess in the fog had nowhere to hide. A sweet laughter that went straight to the bone came from the fog. "Hee hee hee, what a handsome little man. Are you the vampire who has always been following the young earl? Sister loves it so much." The blood mist dissipated slightly, revealing a vague and enchanting figure. Lu Qing raised his hand, and the axe was immediately pulled out of the ground and fell into his hand. His fingers clenched, and the barbs on the axe handle pierced his skin. The blood was instantly devoured by the axe greedily. The fierce flame on the axe suddenly surged. At the same time, fine beads of blood oozed out of his pores. This is the curse of the torture axe. The axe wielder will bleed profusely, but his strength will increase dramatically. Looking at the red mist, Lu Qing raised a sarcastic smile. He carried the great axe on his shoulder and sighed lazily. "It's really strange. The 2 female vampires I met didn't like to wear clothes when we first met." Below, Su Lingwei's ears moved and she heard this. She pouted, and I didn't know who she was scolding. "Humph, you're so shameless." In the sky, the female voice in the blood mist came again. "Then I'll beat you into submission today." Chapter 74. Close combat is exciting. From the depths of the blood mist came a voice as charming as a silk thread. The voice seemed to be able to penetrate the bones and make people feel ecstatic. Lu Qing hefted the axe onto his shoulder, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You think you can defeat me? You're probably still lost in your sweet dream." In his inky black eyes, the saint behind the mist was completely naked, her curves so seductive that they seemed to hide deadly danger. This was a kind of beauty that was completely different from Su Lingwei's, just like a poppy flower blooming wantonly, exuding an enchanting charm. No wonder the little woman instinctively felt hostile. The auras of females at their peak were naturally mutually repulsive. What made him feel even more interesting was that the other party's blood was actually mixed with a very faint trace of royal blood. "You possess royal blood and belong to the main line of the Lazenba clan. I'm sure your status is quite high, right?" A lazy response came from behind the fog. "Listen carefully, sister, my name is Avril Lazenba, and I am the saint of our tribe." As soon as the words came out, all the members of the Lazenba tribe below immediately knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fanatical admiration. The one inside the silver coffin is actually Her Majesty the Saint. No wonder the patriarch greeted the silver coffin with such respect. It was actually the saint herself who came. Lu Qing suddenly understood and couldn't help laughing. "So that's why they respect you like a god." Avril's voice instantly became as sweet as honey. "The strength of the main vein is incomparable to the side branches. Even if you wipe out all these side branches, once you face the true core strength of the clan, you will understand how terrifying a clan that has been passed down for 10,000 years is. How about coming to me? I can give you everything you want, including me." She extended an enticing olive branch and also included Su Lingwei in the bargaining chip. The pure royal blood of that little countess is really coveted. Even I have only inherited a portion of the royal bloodline. As for you being able to wield Brook's sacred vessel, you must also be a descendant of the royal bloodline. Follow me back to the main vein, and I promise you will have whatever you want. This invitation, like the tongue of a snake, carries the allure of a poisonous incense. Avril licked her red lips gently, staring at Lu Qing with burning eyes. I really want to taste your blood. In response to her, Lu Qing gave her a cold smile, his eyes slightly curved. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Besides, I had no intention of letting you leave alive. He extended his tongue, slowly sweeping it across his teeth, with a hint of danger in his voice. You're at the peak of your dukedom, only half a step away from becoming a prince. I'm also very curious about your blood. The smile on Avril's face instantly disappeared and she snorted coldly. In an instant, the blood mist ran wild like a mad beast, like a surging scarlet tide, enveloping Lu Qing completely. The mist seemed to have transformed into a little snake full of desire, drilling into his pores and wantonly teasing his blood, making him feel as if his bones were burning and his heart was on fire. This is a Duke-level corrosive force. Even steel will be corroded into dust in an instant under this force. Even if you have royal blood, you will perish here today. Avril floated on the edge of the mist, her voice as soft as cotton candy. Just enjoy this burning desire slowly. However, the next moment, the ocean of blood mist was split into two by a black line. Lu Qing spread his wings and stepped out calmly. A scarlet light flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and his smile became more evil. This little desire is just to tickle me. It's just. He licked his lips lightly. The price you paid for igniting my anger is that you have to extinguish it yourself. Not only did the blood mist fail to hurt him, but it was like strong liquor, making his blood even more excited. The murderous aura of the axe roared wildly in his body, and the urge to destroy was as strong as a volcano about to erupt. Collapse! He turned around and rushed into the sea of blood mist again. The axe light poured out like a waterfall, and he chopped down one axe after another. The waves composed of blood mist were split apart and made wailing sounds. The ground of the square also began to crack inch by inch under this powerful force. Boom! Avril was shaken out of the sea of blood mist by this huge force. She hurriedly waved her arms, and the new blood mist instantly rolled into a gauze dress, barely covering her body. She said angrily, as soon as the fire is lit, they start tearing down the house. Men with axes are really barbarians. Lu Qing casually dropped the axe, then slammed his fists together, his joints making crisp crackling sounds. Hand-to-hand combat is still more enjoyable. Avril covered her lips and laughed softly. Hand-to-hand combat? I'm afraid I'll be at a disadvantage. Although she said so, her figure suddenly seemed to melt and turned into a pool of scarlet liquid. The blood drops flowed upwards towards the sky, eventually converging into a sea of blood that covered the sky and the sun. Endless sea of blood. The saint's voice came out from every drop of blood, sounding both far away and close. As soon as the sea of blood appeared, the many vampires in the square let out painful howls in unison. The blood in their bodies seemed to be forcibly torn apart by an invisible giant hand, almost bursting out of their bodies. Lu Qing was instantly swallowed up by the surging waves. The blood waves condensed into slender palms, gently stroking his cheeks and chest, leaving a series of wet touches. He's really handsome, and his muscles are very strong and beautiful. Avril's laughter echoed throughout the sea of blood, and those bloody hands that looked like dirty pig hands were everywhere. On the ground, Su Lingwei looked up at the scarlet sky, her little face tense. She couldn't see Lu Qing's figure, but she could faintly smell the ambiguous scent coming from inside. She was filled with jealousy and raised her hand to shout out the word spirit, no teasing. As an earl, she punished the Duke in reverse. The backlash hit her instantly and blood immediately flowed from her nose, but she stubbornly pursed her lips. The sea of blood trembled slightly because of this force. Immediately afterwards, another muffled groan came from the depths of the sea of blood. Lu Qing was also affected by this backlash force. Listening to this familiar voice, Su Lingwei bit her lips fiercely. Bad guy. He wiped the blood from his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it just looking at that woman a few more times? He cast aside these distracting thoughts and looked around at the rolling waves of blood. The excitement in his eyes became even more intense. Blood sea transformation? This is your second form. Very good. It's rude not to reciprocate, so I'll let you see how powerful I am. Emperor Flame activate. As the low shout came out, his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a cluster of pitch-black fire lotus suddenly bloomed in the center of the sea of blood. The black flames were as thick as ink, as if they could swallow up the light, and they forcibly opened up half of the sky in the sea of blood. Then, many vampires looked up and saw this rare and wonderful sight. Half of it is a blood-red ocean, and half of it is a dark inferno. Water and fire are incompatible, but at this moment they each occupy half of the country and confront each other fiercely. Chapter 75, The Majority Bullies the Minority? As the inky night fell, the space on the top of Yenjing Mountain had been distorted like a deep whirlpool. If the Brook tribe had not set up an insensitive area of dozens of kilometers in radius in advance, this strange scene would have surely made headlines in major media outlets around the world. On the top of the mountain, it seems calm and silent, but in fact the undercurrent is surging. The blood-red color that looked like a sea of blood and the pitch-black darkness that looked like the fire of the underworld collided violently in the sky. However, there was no deafening roar as people imagined, only a silence that made people feel uncomfortable all over and their teeth ache. It was as if all the sounds in the world had been ruthlessly drained away, leaving only the oppressive feeling that was falling down layer by layer like a tide. None of the vampires in the square dared to look up. Their necks seemed to be filled with heavy lead water, and they could only crouch low, almost touching the ground. The scene in the square was even more absurd. Su Lai, the dignified head of the Brook family, was being chased by his own ancestor who seemed to have resurrected from the dead. He was being beaten with his fists. His steps were panicked and staggering, and his former majestic demeanor was long gone. On the other side, Lei Shi, the leader of the Lasenba tribe, was being shot at casually like a shuttlecock by a giant bat with a wingspan of 4 meters. His figure drew a series of irregular parabolas in the air. The two clan leaders looked so embarrassed that the originally solemn battlefield instantly turned into a ridiculous and funny escape farce. Those low-level vampires were engaging in polite fights with each other. Swords and claws fought back and forth, and the confrontation seemed fierce, but in fact they both intentionally avoided each other's fatal parts. The scene was more like a group of people dancing a ballroom dance filled with the smell of blood. Didn't we agree to wipe out the entire Brook clan tonight? Yeah, but who could have imagined that the script would suddenly include a scene where the grandfather chases and beats his grandson? Get away quickly! The black flames are about to burn my bangs. They waved their fists intermittently and used their scarlet eyes to convey to each other confused signals of what to do. The original hatred had now been replaced by confusion. In the center of the battlefield, there is a strange area that seems like a vacuum. Su Lingwei and Uncle Luo were tightly surrounded by 11 personal retainers of the Marquis, each as tall as an iron tower. The giant axe, a symbol of power and mystery, was inserted diagonally at their feet. The axe blade flashed a perverse and strange light under the reflection of the black fire. Su Lingwei raised her eyes, and the corners of her pale lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. Ever since that guy landed, this war has completely deviated from its original track, running off the track like a wild horse. Uncle Luo had already torn off his tuxedo, revealing his naked upper body with distinct muscle lines and a sense of strength. He twirled the tang sword in his hand idly, bowing slightly towards the blazing black flames above his head, as if to express respect. Master Lu Qing, that is the master who specializes in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. On the periphery, 20 enemy marquises watched from afar, their eyes revealing hesitation and fear. The 10 marquises of the Lasenba tribe whispered among themselves, "Should we take the initiative and seize the person with royal blood?" The companion beside him took one look at the attendants wearing silver masks, his throat tightening, and a hint of fear in his voice. Just those 11 monster-like guys. I'm afraid we are no match for them. The 10 marquises of the Brook clan were also whispering, "How about we take back the holy artifact first?" Rob? Didn't you see the footprints of the patriarch's grandfather still on the axe handle? Let's wait and see. Thus, these 20 high-level fighters fell into silence. It would be more accurate to say that they were not waiting for orders from the head of the family, but rather that they were wary of the powerful man who controlled the black flames above their heads, fearing that they would accidentally anger him and have him swing his axe and chop them down. At this moment, the seemingly calm sky suddenly began to boil. The sea of blood and the black fire rolled and surged violently at the same moment, as if two trapped giant beasts were making their final struggle. The splattered blood and sparks fell on the square, instantly corroding shocking and unhealable blood holes. Deep within the sea of blood, Saint Avril's once proud voice cracked for the first time, filled with shock and disbelief. "Your black flames can actually devour my sea of blood?" Lu Qing's lazy voice drifted out from the black fire. "You only discovered it now? It's a pity that it's too late." The next moment, the black flames suddenly surged like surging waves, just like an angry beast swung its tail fiercely, rolling up the entire sea of blood and wrapping it tightly. The evaporated blood in air emitted a silent scream, as if thousands of ghosts were simultaneously suffering from the merciless burning of the scorching sun, in unbearable pain. Avril finally managed to reveal half of her face, still charming but also tinged with fear. She looked out angrily and shouted, "A bunch of useless idiots! Go capture those two people with royal blood first." However, before she could finish her words, she was suddenly pulled back by the surging black flames, leaving only a muffled groan echoing in the air. Her voice was like lighting a fuse. Sulai and Leishur, who were frantically fleeing, shouted at the top of their lungs almost at the same time, "Truce! Go and snatch the man. Whoever can first obtain the royal bloodline will be rewarded with a drop of true blood." Thousands of scarlet eyes turned in unison in an instant, like a surging red tide, rushing towards the small circle in the center of the square. Su Lingwei raised her head and gave Heiyan a mischievous smile. "This is bad." At the edge of the black flames, Lu Qing's figure quietly emerged. His cold gaze was like a sharp knife, sweeping across the vast crowd of vampires coldly. "You think you can bully the few just because you have more people?" He tilted his head slightly and snapped his fingers towards the giant bat flying up and down in the air. "Little guy, go gather some help." Chi. The bat let out a sharp whistle, and a circle of sound waves clearly visible to the naked eye pierced straight into the ancestral mountain like a sharp arrow. After only a few breaths, the sound of wings rolling in like dark clouds could be heard. Hundreds of thousands of blood-devouring beasts covered the sky and the moon, like a huge upside-down river of blood, pouring down with great momentum. The vampires in the front row suddenly slammed on the brakes as if they were cast under a spell of immobilization. Their faces instantly became paler than the pale moonlight. They finally woke up from their dream and remembered. Not only was the axe in that man's hand incredibly powerful and frightening, the little brothers he summoned were even more terrifying. He could swallow one of them in one bite, as easy as sucking something through a straw. Chapter 76 Sister admits defeat. Let me go. A young count of the Brook family was running for his life when suddenly there came a loud noise overhead, as if a storm was about to come. He looked up instinctively, and in an instant, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze. Oh my God! Why are all the blood devourers in the ancestral mountain mobilized? There were more than 100,000 giant blood-devouring creatures with a body length of more than 1 meter, covering the sky like thick black clouds. Even the stars and the moon were blocked tightly. They were roaring and swooping down. Whether it was the vampires of the Brook or Lasenba tribes, at this moment, they all seemed to be cast under a spell and stood still on the spot. This suffocating feeling of oppression. They are all marquis-level blood-devourers. A member of the Lasenba tribe trembled and whispered, his legs shaking like sieve chaff. More than 100,000 marquis-level blood devourers flapped their wings at the same time, and the resulting turbulence almost tore the air apart. Suddenly, a shrill scream turned into a tangible sound wave, sweeping in all directions. The member of the Lasenba tribe fell to the ground holding his head. His eardrums felt as if they had exploded, and he could only roll on the ground screaming. Similar screams rang out one after another, and all the vampires below the level of Earl rolled on the ground holding their ears. Then, a bloody hunt began. The blood-devouring swarm swooped down rapidly from the black cloud. Their sharp white fangs pierced fiercely into the side of the vampire's neck, and then began to greedily suck the blood. "My blood, ah! My Lord Marquis, save me! Get away! Damn bat!" There were continuous miserable cries, and large groups of vampires had one or even several blood devourers hanging on their bodies. Even the marquises seemed flustered and unable to cope with this scene. However, not long after, some vampires discovered a strange phenomenon. As long as you stand still, the blood devourer will fly over your head without attacking. Especially those vampires who attempt to rush towards the small circle formation in the center of the battlefield will be hunted most fiercely. Don't move. Stop. Don't run around. Just stop and you'll be safe. More and more vampires seemed to be frozen, their bodies covered in blood, but they dared not move an inch. The blood-devouring creature in the sky was slowly circling at low altitude, as if carefully examining the area below. Once anyone made the slightest movement, it would immediately pounce on them and kill them. I really won't attack anymore. This is simply hell. Everyone had just recovered from their shock, but their hearts were filled with doubts again. A timid viscount spoke cautiously. Could these blood devourers be summoned by that master? If we don't touch Su Lingwei, can we survive? He kept us here on purpose, maybe he has other plans. After the viscount finished speaking, he quickly retracted his neck. The vampires were all silent, but they all remembered in their hearts, the largest blood devourer was indeed summoned by the strong man in the sky. With the ability of the marquee-level blood devourer, it would not be difficult to kill all the vampires here, but he chose to spare their lives. The answer couldn't be more obvious. Who dares to move? High in the sky, the black flames had completely enveloped the sea of blood. The original scarlet color gradually faded, leaving only the pitch-black flames constantly rolling and surging. The sea of blood was compressed to only about 10 feet in size. Although it was still struggling, it eventually calmed down. At this time, Avril's charming voice sounded again. "Good brother, I admit defeat, please let me go." The black flames condensed into Lu Qing's appearance. He smiled slightly and shook his head. "Sorry, I won't let anyone leave today." Avril still refused to give up. A blood mist spread out, and her voice became more and more seductive. "Sister can give you anything, is that okay?" Lu Qing's eyelids twitched slightly, but he still waved his hand. "I said I wouldn't let go, and I definitely won't let go." The sea of blood suddenly shrank, condensing into Avril's true body. Her golden curly hair falls like a waterfall, her skin is as white as snow, her appearance is absolutely beautiful, and she still exudes a bewitching charm. However, her aura had already dropped from the peak Duke level to the level of just entering the Duke level. She sneered, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Lu Qing raised her hand, and the black flame instantly turned into a cage, trapping her inside. The flames burned her, her skin scorched and then grew back. Although her body was trembling, her face still had a beautiful smile. "Sister, I possess true immortality." Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. "Is this your third ability, immortality?" "That's right." Avril licked her lips. "How about we talk about the terms? Even if you don't die, you will still have to endure endless pain. Enjoy it slowly." The cage suddenly shrank rapidly, and the black flames turned into countless needles, piercing every inch of her skin. Lu Qing flapped his wings and slowly landed in the center of the battlefield. More than 100,000 blood-devouring creatures folded their wings at the same time, transforming into a dark torrent and returning towards the ancestral mountain. The surviving vampires below saw the dark cloud of blood sucking dissipate, and just as they were about to run away, they discovered that black flame barriers suddenly rose up all around them, completely blocking the sky and the earth. Lu Qing's eyes were as dark as the abyss, and his voice was deep and powerful. "Today, you will all rest here forever, and then you will be reborn." Above the sky, next to the bright moon, a dark full moon slowly rises, emitting a strange and cold aura. Chapter 77. Thousands of lives were drained just like that? The inky night was so thick it seemed insoluble. At this moment, a pitch-black crescent moon quietly emerged behind Lu Qing's shoulder. At first, it looked like a drop of ink, but in an instant, it expanded rapidly like a balloon, soaring straight up until it hung high in the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if two moons appeared between heaven and earth. One was silvery white, warm and bright, the other was dark, mysterious and cold, and the two were facing each other from a distance. At the same time, black flames poured down again like a surging wave, sealing off the entire battlefield again. The scorching heat and heavy pressure intertwined with each other, making more than 1,000 vampires seem to be nailed to the spot. No one dared to use his physical body to force his way through the fire curtain. This flame can corrode bones and devour blood. There is no way to escape. Does he want to bury us alive here? Questions and wailing echoed among the crowd. All the vampires stood still, their eyes fixed on the figure in the air. Lu Qing looked down at the people below, his eyes as deep as the endless night. 1,346 vampires, this number was as clear in his mind as if it were engraved on it. He had never intended to let any of the vampires go from the beginning. What the world calls devouring is nothing more than a superficial misunderstanding. His real plan is to use a secret method to refine the blood of all the vampires and then reshape it for his own use. Once he had this idea, his aura suddenly changed, and the majesty of an ancient king slowly emanated from his body. "Dian, wake up." The ancient blood returns. Lu Qing's dark pupils seemed to turn into an abyss without a trace of light. The bone wings behind him vibrated violently. Wisps of power with an ancient and vast aura swirled around him, pressing down on him like mountains and seas. The black flames were pulled by this force, and the fire suddenly swelled up. The heat wave hit them in the face, and the vampires were forced to retreat again. High above the fire cage, Avril's eyes suddenly burst into silver light. She stared at Lu Qing blankly, her red lips slightly parted, and those scenes buried deep in her memory emerged like a surging tide. Those were the contents of the torn pages she had once seen in the family secret scroll. So, it's actually the ancient bloodline. Someone in the world really awakened it. Her expression of astonishment was instantly replaced by madness. Her entire body trembled slightly, and her voice became hoarse yet fiery. "Go ahead, turn all these vampires into your fuel. Then make the grandest deal with me." Lu Qing turned a deaf ear to her words, and his eyes were fixed on the two fleeing Duke Su Lai, the head of the Brook family, and Lei Shi, the head of the Lazenba family. Crimson blood. Lu Qing's wings vibrated slightly, and the axe broke out of the ground. The moment he picked it up, the Holy Spirit in the axe seemed to awaken. The black blood mist exploded instantly, and dozens of times the force was poured into Lu Qing's body. His figure turned into a phantom, and then two whip kicks were as fast as meteorites falling to the ground, directly kicking Su Lai and Lei Shi towards each other. The sound of broken bones mixed with miserable howls. Lei Shi's 7 orifices were bleeding, and before he finished roaring, Lu Qing bent his finger and tapped lightly. ×0. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze, and everything in the world was frozen at this moment. The dark full moon instantly moved in front of the two dukes, and the cold moonlight poured down. Dark moon. Wherever the moonlight shone, the blood of the vampires rolled back like quicksand, and their power was rapidly disintegrating. Su Lai and Lei Shi were trapped in this frozen space and time, their eyes wide open almost to the point of bursting, yet they couldn't even move a finger. "No, the Lazenba tribe will not let you go. Saint, save me." Avril shrugged and scoffed, "Idiot, I can't even get out by myself." The blood of the two people continued to be stripped out, gradually condensing into two scarlet blood balls, floating on both sides of Lu Qing's body, and the size was still increasing. Su Lai's aura dropped all the way down to the level of an earl. He rolled his eyes with difficulty, looked at Su Lingwei in the distance, and uttered a faint cry for help. "Daughter, save me." Su Lingwei turned her head to the side, her eyes as calm as water, as if she was listening to the sound of the wind. Lu Qing smiled slightly, but her voice was extremely cold. "Her wish back then was for you to die." As soon as the words fell, the black moon's brilliance suddenly surged. Two blood balls exploded, turning into dust. All their essence was extracted, eventually condensing into two basketball-sized pure blood crystals that floated quietly in the air. Thousands of vampires witnessed their patriarch's destruction, too terrified to utter a single sound. Lu Qing flapped his wings and slowly ascended into the air, surveying the crowd below. A devilish smile curled the corners of his lips. "Next, it's your turn." The black flame roared angrily and rolled back like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Whether it was the Marquis or the Viscount, they all let out shrill wails in the flames. Their flesh and blood gradually melted away, and their blood vessels were drawn out bit by bit, merging into the blood ball in mid-air. The two blood balls became larger and larger, so heavy that even the void began to tremble slightly. Avril watched the scene from above, terrified, her delicate body trembling softly. Over 1,000 lives, just drained away like that. In the only corner that wasn't affected, Su Lingwei raised her head and whispered to Uncle Luo beside her, "I understand. He wants to use this bloodline to create a new race that belongs to us. These thousands of vampires will become the cornerstone of our family." She raised her hand and gently patted her cheek, saying with a half smile, "A man like this, who cannot be moved." Chapter 78. Swallow this drop of sperm. The complete bloodlines of the two dukes and more than 1,000 high-level vampires were now being devoured and absorbed by the overwhelming black flames. The two blood cores on Lu Qing's shoulders have expanded to an extremely astonishing extent. The diameter exceeds 10 meters. Inside the blood cell, scarlet fluid surged like an angry tide, emitting a suffocating pressure. Lu Qing did not immediately refine the bloodlines of Lei Shi and Su Lai, as well as the essence bloodlines of the Brook and Lazenba tribes. He planned to use this vast blood energy as the nutritional basis for his new private tribe. "Be gentle." Lu Qing licked the corner of his lips gently, carefully controlling the temperature and swallowing rhythm of the black flame. Below, thousands of vampires quickly shriveled up under the cover of black flames. Their blood was completely drained, but their bodies were not burned. They still had a breath of life, but fell into a short sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The mummies fell one after another, and the sound was as dense as falling raindrops. 10 minutes later, there was no vampire left standing on the battlefield, and only a vast expanse of dead silence remained before their eyes. Avril, who was trapped in the black flame cage, had her pupils shrink sharply. Although she had guessed Lu Qing's plan a long time ago, she couldn't help but tremble when she saw such a scene with her own eyes. What a monster! When the last vampire turned into a mummy, Lu Qing raised his hand and made a loose clenching gesture. Two huge balls of blood slowly floated in front of him. After being carefully tempered by the black flames, they now only waited for him to inject his own blood essence. Lu Qing flicked his fingertips lightly. 2 drops of extremely dark ancient source blood flew through the air at a high speed and merged into the blood ball. At the same moment, the prince bloodthirster next to him suddenly became restless, his scarlet eyes filled with desire and vigilance. Lu Qing smiled slightly. Are you greedy? Here you go. As he spoke, the 3rd drop of source blood shot out. Grumble. The blood devourer chirped happily, spread its wings in an instant, and swallowed the source blood in one gulp. Its huge body trembled violently, and then quickly shrank into a small bat only 10 centimeters in size, curled up on Lu Qing's shoulder and fell asleep. The 2 blood balls that had merged with the source blood rolled violently, and the original scarlet color was entangled with strands of pitch black, and the aura became completely identical to Lu Qing's. The transformation is complete. Lu Qing let out a breath of foul air. Next. It's a new life. Boom. One of the blood balls suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist that covered the sky. Black flame. With Lu Qing's low shout, black flames surged over, swallowing up all the blood mist, and then turned into thin strands and injected into each mummy. The flesh and blood that had been drained away gradually became plump again. The new royal bloodline also slowly awakened deep in the blood vessels. The first vampire slowly opened his eyes. He was now a baron. He looked around blankly, and then he felt a strong urge to surrender surge from the depths of his soul. The head of the family. He slowly prostrated himself on the ground, his voice full of piety. Lu Qing said calmly, "Get up and wait for your people to wake up." 1, 10, 100. All the vampires woke up one after another, knelt on the ground, and called out to the head of the family in a low voice. A moment later, in the center of the square, more than 1,000 newborn vampires stood quietly. They were all barons and shared royal blood. Sure enough, the ancient source blood can only catalyze to the royal level at best. Lu Qing felt a little regretful, but soon he was relieved. If ancient bloodlines were everywhere, the world of vampires would have fallen apart long ago. To have 1,000 clansmen of royal blood and absolute loyalty is already an incredible gain. When they are promoted to the Earl rank, there is a certain probability that they will awaken dual talents and become as powerful as twins. In the sky, Avril was stunned and speechless. She, as the Saint of Lasenba, is a rare possessor of royal bloodline, but now she is facing thousands of new vampires of the same level as her. Her pride was completely crushed, and only a complex feeling of envy remained in her heart. I really want to taste that guy's blood. Lu Qing flew into the air, and his voice spread throughout the void like rolling waves. From today on, you all belong to the Green Clan. I will lead you towards true eternity. Now, start eating. He raised his hand and waved it, and the second blood ball fell to the ground, corroding a huge pool of blood. The newly born vampires rushed forward, greedily absorbing the pure energy, their aura constantly rising. The black flames gradually dissipated, and Lu Qing retracted his bat wings. He landed next to Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei raised her fingers and gently touched his brow with her cold fingertips, trying to wipe away his fatigue. Qing Clan, what a nice name. I've already thought of it on the way. Lu Qing put his arm around her waist. I'll leave the badge designed to you. Su Lingwei snuggled in his arms, her eyes sparkling. Okay. There's only one last step left. He looked at Avril, who was still imprisoned in mid-air, and with a flick of his finger, the black flame cage slowly descended in front of him. A drop of dark blood hovered on Avril's lips. Lu Qing smiled and said, "Swallow it, and I will set you free." Chapter 79. Don't read. Avril stared at the drop of ink black blood in front of her, and clearly felt the majestic power of blood from it. To her, this aura was like the deep eyes of a devil, with an irresistible attraction. However, the remaining rationality in her mind sounded like a warning bell. Once she swallowed this drop of blood, perhaps she would have to obey the orders of the man in front of her from then on. That's right, the drop of ancient blood released by Lu Qing contained a trace of his bloodline origin. As long as you swallow it, that trace of blood origin will be deeply engraved into your soul. No matter where they are, as long as Lu Qing has a thought, he can instantly activate this bloodline, causing the blood in the body of the branded vampire to evaporate instantly, or even die on the spot. Avril looked at Lu Qing deeply, restrained all the seductive aura around her, and said solemnly, "I want to make a deal with you." Lu Qing nodded slightly, his expression calm. "Tell me what you think." Avril looked him straight in the eyes, her tone calm and firm. "I want you to help me become the head of the Lasenba tribe. When you and your people become stronger, I will need your support. Even if I am forced to go to war with my family, you must stand by my side." Having said that, Avril's gaze turned to the more than 1,000 vampires sleeping quietly in the blood pool. Although these vampires who have joined the Qing clan currently only have the strength of barons, she is keenly aware that given time, these clansmen will grow to be extremely terrifying, and may even develop to the point where they can easily destroy the 13 clans. And the creator of all this is the man in front of him who possesses ancient blood. This bloodline that only exists in legends actually appeared in him, and it was accompanied by several terrifying special abilities. Therefore, whether it is this new Qing clan or Lu Qing himself, they will undoubtedly become one of the future kings of the Blood Clan world. Lu Qing was quite surprised by Avril's ambition. He didn't expect her to be such an ambitious woman. He didn't respond immediately, but asked calmly, as the saint of the Lasenba clan and the third son of a family, you should be quite qualified to compete for the position of patriarch. Why do you say it's impossible? Avril's eyes dimmed instantly, revealing a mixture of self-mockery and anger. So what if I'm a saint? So what if I'm talented? In the Lasenba tribe, a woman can never become the head of a family. Only the Son of God is qualified. The saint's fate is to become his personal subordinate after the saint becomes the patriarch, and even become his nourishment for improving his strength. I see. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire this charming saint inside. The patriarchy in your family is really deeply rooted. Avril was stunned for a moment, but didn't respond. Lu Qing chuckled and continued, if you have my mark in your body, then in a sense, you are mine. I always treat my own people with special favor. This made the little girl next to him feel dissatisfied, and she pinched his waist lightly. However, the Blood Duke's skin was extremely tough, and Lu Qing felt nothing. He continued, as a condition of exchange, you must use your own strength to conceal the fact that I devoured the branch of the Lasenba clan from the main clan. The Qing tribe needs time to improve its strength at this stage, and I don't want those belligerent members of your tribe to disturb us prematurely. As for the Brooke tribe, if anyone from the main line dares to cause trouble, no one will be able to return to the west alive. This is the key issue that Lu Qing urgently needs to resolve. After all, he swallowed up the branches of 2 clans at once. If he didn't conceal it, the main clan would definitely send people to investigate. But for the time being, he did not want the Qing clan to face those powerful clans that had been passed down for countless years too soon. Avril frowned slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons, and after a moment she slowly said, okay, I will try to keep the fact that you devoured the branch hidden from the family for the time being. The Lasenba clan has many branches, and the eastern branch you devoured is the weakest. However, with you around, it will be difficult for the western clans to set foot in the east again. Originally, there were only 2 clan branches in the east, the Brooke clan and the Lasenba clan. Now they have basically been wiped out by Lu Qing, leaving only some scattered vampires who were sent out, and a few small vampire families without family affiliation. To some extent, the only Eastern blood clan that has the potential to rise is the newly born Qing clan. With the powerful existence of Lu Qing, the Qing clan is bound to grow rapidly. Avril suddenly became excited for the day when the Qing clan would officially appear before the 13 clans. How will the 13 clans react when they realize that a family more powerful than theirs has risen up among the Eastern blood race that they have always looked down upon? I can help you escape your predetermined fate. Lu Qing stared at Avril, who was in a trance. His smile was like a devil tempting people to fall into hell, and his voice was full of endless temptation. I'll help you become the head of the Lasenba clan. If possible, I can even help you become the first empress in the history of the Western Vampire clan. And all you have to do is drink this drop of blood. How about it, deal? Avril stared at Lu Qing for a long time, and also stared at the drop of black blood. The red light flashing in her eyes finally dissipated completely. Okay, deal. Avril opened her mouth slightly and swallowed the drop of ancient blood directly into her mouth. In an instant, her aura began to slowly recover. The abundant power contained in this drop of ancient blood was making up for the blood power that had been devoured before. Until this moment, Lu Qing gently waved his hand, completely dispelling the black flames that imprison Avril, and said softly with a smile, you will be glad for your decision today. And after Avril swallowed that drop of blood, which meant the deal was done, she seemed to have returned to her previous extremely charming appearance. She stared at Lu Qing without hiding anything, and licked her scarlet lips seductively. Is this the taste of ancient blood? It's really addictive. Can I have one more sip? Just one. The mark has already been left anyway. In the end, because Su Lingwei was present, Avril's wish to take another puff was not fulfilled. She swayed her figure and slowly left. At this moment, the saint was still naked, only covered by a faint red mist. Before leaving, Avril seemed to be deliberately provoking, and the red mist on her body dissipated for a moment. Su Lingwei immediately blocked Lu Qing's sight with her backhand and snorted angrily, "Don't look." He, so protective. At this point, the battle has come to an end. Lu Qing not only obtained the Brooke tribe's sacred weapon, the execution axe, but also successfully established a family and devoured and transformed thousands of vampires. By the way, he also gained a duke's personal servant and a prince-level blood-devouring king. The harvest was really rich. But now is the time to truly enjoy the fruits of victory. Chapter 80, There are vampires in the west, but what about the east? Under Su Lingwei's guidance, Lu Qing stepped into the underground palace beneath the huge Chinese-style palace. Most of the wealth accumulated by the eastern branch of the Brooke people over countless years is treasured here. Once you enter the underground palace, you will be astonished by its huge scale. The entire Yanjing mountain has been almost hollowed out. It is worthy of being a branch of a long-standing clan, and its wealth is beyond imagination. The front half of the underground palace was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and treasures. The amount was so great that it far exceeded the wealth of the Earl of Fengming Mountain last time, and was comparable to the wealth of a small country. Moreover, this is not all. More wealth is hidden in the external capital world. Behind the multinational giants, the rich list and the ancient Chabel families, the shadow of the blood clan's control can be found. In particular, industries such as life research institutions and genetic research institutions are deeply favored by vampires. Lu Qing plans to let Uncle Luo take over these industries gradually. For vampires, possessing huge wealth is a symbol of abundance and can bring a deep sense of satisfaction. Although this habit is a bit strange, it exists in almost every vampire. After walking through the first half of the floor, they arrived at the second half. The space here was relatively empty, but what was stored there was the real money of the vampire world. Lu Qing gently opened a well-sealed box and took out a blood-red crystal to examine it. This crystal is shaped like a glass tube, with a scarlet and viscous liquid flowing inside. Is this the blood crystal? He put the blood crystal into his mouth and bit it lightly. With a crack, the outer transparent crystal shattered, and the fragments melted immediately, and scarlet blood plasma gushed out. He smacked his lips and savored the taste before saying, "The blood in this blood crystal is almost equivalent to the entire bloodline power of a last-generation vampire. It's quite convenient to refine and condense it into this form." Blood crystals act as currency in the world of vampires. Since vampires are generally wealthy, money means little to them. Over the long course of history, blood crystals came into being. The plasma in the blood crystal is the refined blood of the vampires, which contains abundant blood power. Usually, when a vampire breaks the rules and needs to be executed, all his blood will be extracted and made into blood crystals, which become nutrients to nourish other vampires. Of course, in the dark corners of the vampire world, there are people who specialize in hunting their own kind to extract blood crystals and sell them. Even though they will be hunted down by the vampire judgment, many vampires are still willing to take the risk. After all, blood crystals are a necessity for all vampires, especially the ancient clans, who have a huge demand for blood crystals in order to quickly cultivate newborns. Sometimes, sacrifices would occur within the clan, where a large amount of blood from low-level vampires would be extracted to make blood crystals for absorption by high-level vampires. Different levels of vampires correspond to different levels of blood crystals, and the higher the level, the more precious it is. After a rough count, Lu Qing figured out the number of blood crystals in the underground palace. There are more than 1,000 last-generation blood crystals, more than 200 each of Baron and Viscount-level blood crystals, 89 Earl-level blood crystals, 9 Marquis-level blood crystals, and even 3 Duke-level blood crystals. Not bad. These blood crystals are neatly arranged in this half-level underground palace and are usually only distributed when the tribe members are rewarded. Su Lingwei picked up a Duke-level blood crystal and stroked it gently, saying, "Energy in the vampire world is conserved. The death of one vampire means the growth of another. Unless a vampire is completely reduced to ashes, the power of the dead vampire will be absorbed by other vampires. Therefore, blood crystals are the true foundation of the family." Lu Qing nodded. Blood crystals were like the spirit stones in fantasy novels. They could help practitioners improve their strength, but they were more precious. He quickly decided, the blood crystals below the rank of Marquis will all be absorbed by the clan members. There is no point in leaving them idle here. He planned to integrate these blood crystals into the blood pool as nutrients for the evolution of the Qing clan. Moreover, he communicated with the system and learned that he could not absorb blood crystals. When his devouring talent was activated, he had to devour the blood and blood essence of the vampires in order to obtain evolution points. Simply absorbing the blood power of blood crystals was useless. Putting the blood crystal aside for the time being, Lu Qing continued to explore deeper into the underground palace to find something extremely important. Su Lingwei told him that there was a strange object stored in the underground palace. Although she could not explain its strangeness, she could feel a familiar yet unfamiliar aura, which she had also detected on the holy weapon, the execution axe. When Lu Qing got the axe, he felt that it was a little strange. Now he guessed that this strangeness might be related to the things in the underground palace. When he reached the deepest part of the underground palace, Lu Qing saw a huge black sarcophagus upside down on the hard ground. He frowned slightly, sensing the strange aura coming from the sarcophagus, and whispered to Su Lingwei, "Stay away, be careful not to get hit." After saying that, he walked forward, grabbed a corner of the sarcophagus with both hands, and shouted, "Lift up." The black sarcophagus weighing thousands of pounds was overturned by him, and what was revealed underneath was not an ordinary object, but half of a withered arm. The nails on this arm are sharp, and judging from the body shape, its owner must have been strong and sturdy in life. The 5 fingers of the arm are slightly bent, as if holding something, and the palm is covered with dense wounds, as if injured by sharp barbs. Lu Qing looked at the delicate wounds, thinking for a moment, then took off the axe and placed the axe handle on the severed hand, which fitted perfectly. Su Lingwei stared at the severed arm curiously. The strange aura is coming from this severed hand. This hand looks like it belongs to a vampire, but the aura isn't right. And it seems like it was holding an axe before? From the outside, this severed hand is indeed similar to the hand of a vampire. The most peculiar thing is that its fingers are tightly grasping the axe, as if it was chopped off directly while holding the axe. Lu Qing looked at the axe and the severed hand in front of him, heaved a sigh of relief, and said to Su Lingwei with shining eyes, "That's right, the axe was held by this hand before it was chopped off. And I know who this severed hand belongs to." The moment he touched the severed hand, a system notification sounded in his mind. But didn't that creature disappear in the long river of history? Why can it still be seen here? Who is the owner of the severed hand? Tell me quickly. Su Lingwei's curiosity was completely aroused. Lu Qing spoke slowly with a strange yet eager smile, "The owner of this severed hand. His name is Jiang Chen. So this severed hand was left behind by the ancestor of the Eastern zombies." "Ha! That's what I told you." Lu Qing laughed happily. "There are vampires in this world, so why can't there be zombies? Rumor has it that the Eastern zombie clan was once incredibly powerful, but later disappeared for unknown reasons, and the Eastern Dark World fell into decline." He looked towards the direction of Zushan, and at this moment he finally understood that the strange entrance he had discovered on the 4th floor of Zushan must be hiding the secret of the disappearance of the Eastern zombies.